Chapter 13. Charlie. I never pictured anything incredible would take place at the Institute, but meeting my ancestors was one of the most amazing things that had ever happened to me. I'd never been very religious. I'd tried to learn Christianity in one of my foster homes, but that ended quickly when my foster dad claimed I was blind because I was a sinner. At 12 years old, I was more or less looking for answers no God could give me. I never really connected with anything until that moment in the cave. Everything Ava said, about our ancestors, about the Great Spirit, it all made sense. And there was no denying the ancestors now, not after I'd witnessed them for myself. For the first time in a long time, I felt like I actually had answers. I was still riding my high a week later on my way to my substance abuse class. I'd taken the class seriously the first couple of weeks, until I overheard two of my classmates making a drug deal in the middle of class. Literally. I didn't know how anyone managed to sneak drugs into the school, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was enough magic in this place to brew it yourself. As soon as I realized how many drugs were being passed around inside the Institute, I gave up on the class. The staff was too clueless to notice. I didn't trust them to properly teach the subject. Besides, I didn't need to be told to stay away from drugs. I'd had enough bad experiences to run at the first sight of them. Oberai led me into the classroom, though I'd become accustomed to my normal route now. I didn't need to hang on him anymore. We didn't have assigned seats in here, and every couple of classes, Mad Dog and his jerk friends would sit in a new spot just to get a rise out of someone. The rest of the class had quickly picked up on their tactics and stopped falling for it. I could hear them across the room, blabbing loudly like they owned the place. It was obvious they craved attention. Oberai guided me to an empty chair, and I sat. I listened in as the guy in front of me twisted around. $5 says Mad Dog initiates a fist fight before the end of class, he offered. For a second, I wasn't sure he was talking to me. Oh, I don't have the cash. Right, he sounded disappointed. Then how about a bar of soap? Everything was hard to come by at the Institute, even simple toiletries. People fought over them all the time. That sounds fair, I agreed, though I'm not sure I'd want to bet against that. He's got one hell of a temper. The guy in front of me snorted. You could say that again. But, I added, I suppose I could use another bar of soap. I'll take my chances. I held out my hand and he shook it. His hand was warm, so I figured I wasn't dealing with a vampire. Wesley, he introduced. You're Charlie, right? I furrowed my brow. How'd you know? There's only one blind kid in this school with a guide dog, he said sheepishly. Ah, so I'm a hot piece of gossip. I thought that would have died down by now. Don't worry about it, he promised. It's only people like Mad Dog who give you shit. Everyone else figures you must be innocent. I reared back a little in my chair. They do? Sure, he said nonchalantly. What kind of trouble could a blind kid get into? I frowned. Well, that's stereotypical, but you're half right. I did get roped into coming here. What are you in for? He paused a moment before answering. Battery. My eyebrows shot up. Oh, wow. It must have been bad to end up here. It was pretty bad, Wesley admitted. Almost killed the guy. Wow, what did he do to deserve that? It wasn't an unusual question to ask at the Institute. Most people were pretty open about why they were here, either to claim innocence or to show how tough they were. Some low-life vamp passing through Malovia tried to drag my sister off the street, he said. Malovia. Wesley must have been a shifter of some sort. A male Arcania descended from the Fae. I'm sorry, I said honestly. I hope she's okay. Oh, she made it out just fine, he said proudly. Can't say the same for the other guy. Send him straight to the ICU. Good for you, I said. It sounded like the asshole had deserved it. Wesley, on the other hand, didn't deserve to be here. He was only protecting his sister. And impressive, I added. I didn't know much about arcane shifters, but if they could kick a vampire's ass, they were a lot stronger than I initially thought. Thanks, he said proudly. He inhaled another breath to say something, but a scuffle on the other side of the room cut him off.
"You want a piece of this?"
a man shouted. I couldn't pick most voices out of the crowd, not unless I knew the person well, like Ava, but Mad Dog's deep voice was hard to miss.
"Come at me!"
A thud sounded, and gasps traveled around the room. What was that about? I asked Wesley. Looks like Jeffrey Johnson tried to challenge Mad Dog to his seat. He lost, obviously. My shoulders slumped. Guess I owe you that bar of soap, huh? Nah, Wesley said. Keep it. I have enough already. Wesley's offer only confirmed for me he didn't belong here. Other students in the Institute would never pass up resources of any kind.
"What is the meaning of this?"
Our professor boomed as he came through the door. He walked in so swiftly I heard the air brush off his feathery wings. Obviously, he'd just witnessed the aftermath of the fistfight. It was hard to tell what was going on across the room, but judging how quickly things had quieted, I'd have to guess Jeffrey had been knocked out in a single punch.
"Guy fell asleep,"
Mad Dog said nonchalantly.
"Must have narcolepsy or something."
"Guards!" Our professor shouted down the hall. The shuffle of 3 pairs of footsteps arrived within moments. "Handle this, will you? I have a class to teach." The guards dragged Jeffrey, Mad Dog, and a few of his friends out of the room, and the class quieted. Professor Gale began his lecture immediately. This kind of thing happened so frequently at the Institute, no one batted an eye. It was always the newbies who were most sensitive to it. Substance abuse comes in many forms, Professor Gale began. We have talked about many drugs and their side effects in this class. What we haven't talked about is how to recognize the symptoms of substance abuse in others. Should you notice any of the following symptoms in your fellow classmates, you should report it immediately, so that your friends may be cared for properly. It sounded like he tacked on that ending as an afterthought. I got the sense that the Institute was more interested in punishing drug addicts than helping them. An individual suffering from substance abuse may show less interest in school or hobbies, Professor Gale continued. They might refuse to sit with you in the dining hall, or stop eating and start losing weight. Their physical appearance might change, such as showering less, or neglecting to wear a clean uniform. He went on and on with this, but I already knew it all. I'd been around drug use firsthand one too many times. And to be honest, he was hard to take seriously. Professor Gale spoke like he was a saint. He was an angel, so there was no surprise there. But I'd bet he never touched a drug in his life. This guy didn't seem to know shit what it was actually like to take drugs, only what he'd read out of a textbook. I was relieved when class got out. The first thing I noticed when I left the classroom was Obereye stiffening at my side. Then I heard the sound of Ava-Marie's voice down the hall.
"I will not!"
she shouted.
"Who do you think you are?"
Uh-oh, Wesley muttered under his breath. My stomach sank. "I'm campus security," a man sneered, "and you'll do as you're told, or you'll answer to the warden. Empty your pockets." Obereye took off running, and I followed quickly. My familiar stopped next to Ava, growling lowly at the guard. "This is a violation of my privacy," Ava argued. "Pidge, what's going on?" I asked. The guard ignored me. "You want to know what Noxite cuffs feel like?" he threatened Ava. "Because I can slap them on real fast." I reached out for her hand to find that they were clenched into fists. Her whole body shook. "We don't want any trouble."
"Step back or you'll be next,"
the guard thundered. I was suddenly aware of how quiet the hall had become. I sensed a crowd forming, but they barely moved. "What's going on?" a girl hissed to someone. Wesley was close by and answered in a low whisper. "Hey, Alice, looks like a drug bust or something." The guard waited another moment, but Ava didn't move. The sound of clinking chains met my ears, and I knew he'd pulled out his Noxite cuffs. Obereye's growl intensified, and I grabbed Ava by the shoulders. "Pidge, you have to do as you're told." "I'm not doing anything I don't want to do," she snapped. Heat flashed through her arms, and I yanked my hands away like I'd touched a hot stove. The guard must have reached for her, because he yelled too. The cuffs clinked to the ground.
"Filthy savage!"
the guard yelled. He was on her in a flash, so fast it wasn't humanly possible. I could only guess he was a vampire. His elbow shoved me aside with the strength of a boulder, and the wind knocked out of my chest. I gasped for breath, and I heard Ava do the same.
You want to know what cell block 9 looks like?
The guard threatened.
Because you've just earned yourself a one-way ticket for attacking a guard.
Ow!
Ava cried.
I didn't attack you. I was defending myself. Let me go!
It took me a few moments to catch my breath and understand what was going on. By the strained sound in Ava's voice, I'd say the guard had pinned her up against the wall. His cuffs linked again as he retrieved them from the ground. Oberei shifted into a fire unicorn, and I could feel the anger, the intense urge to protect, rolling off her in waves. She was about to attack. I wanted to, too. An intense fury bubbled up in my gut. Had he not been a vampire, I could suck the air right out of his lungs, but it wouldn't even faze him. I was sure. They didn't need air to breathe. You can't attack a guard, Charlie, my rational mind reminded me. I barely heard it, but it was enough to make me switch tactics a split second before I was about to whip up a windstorm. I had to make this better, not worse. Stop! I threw myself in front of Oberei, next to the guard. This is absurd, sir. She's not even worth the paperwork. Charlie, Ava gaped. How could you? She didn't mean to attack you, I drawled smoothly. She's only just come into her powers and doesn't know how to use them well. Pidge, please, just do as he asked. Her skill level means nothing, the guard sneered. She's got drugs on her. I can smell it.
I don't... Ow!
Ava cried. She was in pain, as if the guard had yanked on her arm to shut her up. Oberei reared on her hind legs, but I lifted a hand to calm her. Ava's not doing drugs, I assured the guard. Oh, you want to bet on that? He snapped. I crossed my arms. Actually, yeah, I do. If you search her and find anything, you can take us both to cell block 9. If you find nothing, you let her go. The guard hesitated, obviously intrigued by my offer. We weren't supposed to make deals with the guards, but the opportunity to punish us both must have been tempting enough. I would bet he got some sort of commission off booking us both, and he seemed pretty certain Ava was hiding something. I suppose if she's not carrying anything, there's no reason to book her, the guard said, but I heard the darkness in his tone. He was saying it for the benefit of the onlookers, to make it look like he wasn't participating in any sort of off-limits bet. But there was enough edge to his tone that I heard the truth. He was taking me on, and he sounded certain he would win. The guard stepped away from Ava, and she took a deep breath. Fucking finally, she gasped. Pidge, I encouraged. Charlie, she started to protest. I leaned in and whispered lowly, cutting her off. I'm trying to protect you. It's this or cell block 9. Just do as you're told, and we can get out of here. Ava sucked in ragged breaths. Something about her was different today. She was more irritable than normal. I mean, the girl was always irritated about something, but this was different. There was no snark, no pep, just pure fury. Charlie Walken, you owe me for this, she growled under her breath. Then she turned to the guard. You want to see my pockets? Fine. Fabric rustled as she turned her pockets inside out, though I didn't hear anything fall out of them. And for good measure, why don't you check my shoes? She asked as she started taking them off. And inside my socks. She yanked her socks off and tossed them at me. I just barely caught them. What else do you want? Ava demanded. Want to check the folds of my tie? She tugged that off next and shoved it in my arms. Or maybe you want to check my panties. Hell, she'd taken this too far. I knew she'd strip those off too under her skirt if anyone let her get that far. I grabbed her hand to stop her. Pidge, I think that's enough. Her arm was hot and her voice cracked.
I told him I didn't have anything, and he wanted to invade my personal space anyway. And you, of all people, Charlie, encouraged it. So what the hell else do you want me to do? Check my bra? I could be hiding drugs in there, couldn't I? Well, couldn't I?
Ava was raging now. It wasn't in her social justice speech kind of way either. She was angry and hurt. I hated to think I had anything to do with that.
That won't be necessary,
the guard said, sounding slightly disgusted. He must have realized Ava wasn't kidding around, and I was sure his job would be on the line if he was caught strip-searching a student in the middle of the hall. He obviously didn't want to deal with Ava because he let it drop.
You're clearly not hiding anything. Put your clothes back on and get out of here.
Oh, joy, Ava said flatly, snatching her socks and tie from my arms. You're so generous. She blew a breath and began marching away, her shoes clicking together as they dangled from her fingers. I rushed to keep up with her, and Oberei followed behind. The hall broke into chatter then, and Ava and I disappeared into the sea of students. Pidge, what the hell was that? I demanded. She didn't slow, just kept on walking like she was determined to get somewhere. Anywhere but here. I don't fucking know, Charlie. I wasn't the one who started it. Then tell me your side of the story, I insisted. Why, she growled. You'll just blame me anyway. No, I won't, I promised. Please, tell me what's going on. It's not like it affects you. I didn't think Ava knew where she was going, other than wherever her feet took her. She stomped into a large room. Even the quiet pad of her footsteps seemed to echo off the massive ceiling. I only knew one room in the whole institute that was this large, the chapel. It was left over from the old cathedral, and no one used it anymore. But it does affect me, I argued. I stepped around her and planted myself in front of her. She stopped in her tracks. Like it or not, we share the same soul, and when you get pissed off, so do I. So I deserve a damn good reason why I want to rip that guard's head off. Ava bent over, and her shoulder brushed my leg. Her socks snapped against her skin as she yanked them back on. She grabbed my shoulder for support and slipped on her shoes. She didn't say anything the whole time, as if stalling. Finally, she said, I don't want to talk about this here. Then we'll go someplace private, I insisted. I want answers. Ava huffed, then grabbed me by the tie. Fine, follow me. She dragged me behind herself down the chapel aisle, nearly choking me, until we exited the room into a narrow hallway. She hesitated a moment, then twisted a doorknob. The door creaked open, and she pushed me inside. In here. It was hard to tell where we were, until I stumbled forward and caught myself on a flight of stairs. The sound of Oberei's fiery hair wisping with flames died as she shifted into husky form to fit in the narrow stairwell. I rubbed my neck and scowled. Well, go on, Ava said. Up the stairs we go. Where does this lead? I asked curiously. Don't know, but it's as good of a place as any, isn't it? The stairwell smelled musty, like no one had been up here in a long time. The stairs twisted in a circular pattern, like we were climbing a tower. My hand ran along the wall to guide me as we went up. Finally, the air expanded, and we entered a larger room. I can only guess it was a balcony of sorts. It was completely silent, and I knew we were alone. Ava whirled toward me, her hair nearly brushing my face. You want to know what happened? I don't like being told what to do, especially when it comes to my clothes and body. You should know that by now. I knew Ava was a rebel. It was what landed her here in the first place. But there was something else she wasn't saying. I wasn't sure if it was something I sensed in her tone or something that came through our bond, but there was real pain there. Pain beyond anything I could imagine. I could only make assumptions about what it meant, and it wasn't fair of me to ask. My anger immediately washed away, replaced by a gaping hole in my stomach. I thought it belonged to me, but then I sensed our bond, and I realized that hole inside was within Ava, carving her from the inside out. Pidge, I'm sorry, I whispered. It was all I could say. Without thinking about it, I reached for her and drew her into a hug. It should have felt weird, but it was as natural as crawling into bed at night. Ava was warm and soft. She was wearing a perfume that smelled like pears, raspberries, and sandalwood. The scent drove me completely nuts, and I couldn't explain why. But something was different about her, too. She felt incredibly tiny in my arms, hard like stone but intensely fragile. Instinctively, I knew she was too thin. Ava didn't shove me away like I expected. Instead, her shoulders slumped, and she melted into me. Oberei leaned into the hug, wrapping his body around us. Ava sniffed, though I could tell she was trying to hide it. "Don't cry, Pidge," I said. I didn't know how to deal with crying girls. "You'll smudge your makeup." Ava chuckled lightly, but it was only to break the tense mood. It sounded forced. "I'm not wearing any today." That was odd. Usually, Ava was all fashion, hair and makeup. I didn't care, since I wouldn't know the difference either way, but I knew it mattered to her. Something was obviously really bothering her, and it set me on edge. "Ava," I started cautiously, "you aren't doing drugs, are you?" Hell, that was the wrong thing to say, and I knew it the second it came out of my mouth.
What? No!
She instantly pushed me away. "How could you say that, Charlie? And all those other things you said, that I'm not even worth the paperwork, and I'm not talented? Do you really hate me that much?" "Absolutely not," I promised. "I lied so he'd go easy on you." She quieted. "Oh," she said. "You lied?" "Of course. You didn't actually think I thought those things, did you?" I raked my fingers through my hair. "Pidge, that guard would be damn lucky to run your paperwork, and you're the most talented elementi I know." It didn't mean much, since I barely knew any elementi, but Ava seemed to soften at the compliment. "How did you know I didn't have any drugs on me?" she asked in an even tone. "I didn't," I admitted. "I only had to trust that I knew you, and apparently I do. Why'd the guard suspect you anyway?" "I don't know. I was just coming from taking my meds when he started accusing me of stuff and threatening to search me. He's a vamp, so I guess he smelled my medication and jumped to conclusions. I refused to be searched, and you saw the rest." "Pidge," I blew a breath. I wanted to tell her that she had to follow the rules around here, but how could I say that when I agreed with her? No one had a right to touch her without her consent, and yet pushing back would get you in trouble. It wasn't fair. I didn't know how to put it all into words, so instead I asked, "Where are we?" Ava turned, and her heels clicked across the room. "Some sort of music room above the chapel." Something screeched across the wooden floor, and Ava mumbled something about so much dust. Then came the sound of a music note filling the room. Middle C, I realized immediately, from an organ. I half expected the sound of the organ to fill the whole chapel outside our private sanctuary, but it was quiet, meant only for us. I walked over to join her. "Mind if I sit?" The fabric of her skirt rustled as she slid down the bench to make room for me. "Go ahead." There was enough room on the bench for both of us, though we were close enough that our elbows touched. Something strange happened in my chest when her skin brushed mine. It was so foreign, like my heart had turned to light, airy clouds. Ava had gone really quiet. I didn't know what else to do but reach out and begin moving my fingers over the keys. I tinkered the tune to Fur Elise with one hand. "I didn't know you played," Ava said lightly. I shrugged. "I know a song or two." A few beats passed, then Ava started snickering. "What?" I asked, hovering my hand above the keys. "Don't stop," she said. "Oberei was dancing. Well, more or less swaying. I think he likes it." "Oh, well, I've got you covered, boy." I ran my fingers over the keys and found middle C again. My fingers moved on what felt like their own accord as I transitioned to an upbeat tune. I hadn't played in years, but my memory didn't fail me. It was like riding a bike. Oberei's paws patted on the hardwood, and he yipped in excitement. "Ancestors, he's adorable," Ava snickered. I was just glad to be cheering her up. "What song is that? Piano Man?" "Yeah, an oldie, but a goodie." "So, are you like a child prodigy?" she asked, sounding serious. I frowned. Way to go stereotyping the blind guy. I thought being blind made your other senses better, she said, obviously meaning no offense. Aren't blind people supposed to be good at music? As good or as bad as anyone else, I replied, never missing a beat. I can only play because of all the practice I had as a kid. Oh, she said flatly, like she didn't know what else to say. Another totally non-Ava mood. Usually she had more than enough to say. Charlie, can I ask you something? Sure. Why did you run away from the guard? I stopped playing. Oberei whined lightly, and the organ echoed a few moments before the room fell completely silent. I wasn't running, Pidge. You were running, she finished before I could find a better phrase for it. There are certain things you have to do in here to survive, I told her. Like not getting thrown in cell block 9. You keep talking like that, and it's driving me nuts, she complained. Talking like what? You use that word all the time. Survive. Ugh, I hate it. I was starting to get a little irritated with her again. Doesn't everyone want to survive? Not like you, she said matter-of-factly. I furrowed my brow. What's that supposed to mean? You want to survive, not live. What's the difference? She blew a breath, obviously exasperated with me. You don't get the difference, do you? You'd rather dig your own grave and take your time doing it than anything else. I'd rather die young than live a life that's not worth living. That's the problem, Pidge, I practically growled. I don't want you to die in here. Don't you get it, Charlie? Her voice rose several pitches. I wouldn't have cared if that guard took me down to cell block 9 for sucker punching his ass. I'd die there, but at least I'd go out punching a vampire. That's more than you can say. What have you ever done? My nostrils flared. I thought Ava and I at least had a clue about each other by now. Turns out, she didn't know a damn thing about me. I'm not the one who doesn't get it, Pidge. You obviously haven't been pushed hard enough into survival mode that it's your only option left. Oh, I've been pushed, she argued. Yeah, and you're still pushing back, I growled. I've reached the point where I can't push back anymore, because I know what happens to people who do. The thought of Ava pushing to her limits terrified me, because I knew it was a real possibility. I couldn't lose her. You know, because she was part of my soul or whatever. I winced as the possibilities flipped through my mind. She'd piss a guard off and be sentenced for life, or get in a fight with a siren and be eaten alive. There were a million ways for her to die in here, each one more gruesome than the last. I did the only thing I knew to get rid of the thoughts. I started playing the organ. It was a soft, slow melody in a minor key, one I knew she wouldn't recognize. I was half surprised I remembered it after all these years. Then again, how could I forget it? I was the one who wrote it. I didn't always think like this, I explained as I continued playing the tune. I guess that's what happens when life beats you down. Ava didn't say anything. Usually, she couldn't seem to control her big mouth. Today, I was grateful for the silence. I wasn't sure I could tell her the truth if she interrupted me. Until Professor Bain found me, I didn't know what happened to my parents, I continued. All I knew was I was put into the foster care system long before I could remember anything else. I spent my entire life hopping from home to home, if I can even call it that. I've never really had a home. I wasn't sure if it was conscious or not, but Ava leaned closer to me. Her arm brushed against mine, sending tingles across my skin. The confessions continued to pour out of me. As I aged out of the foster care system, I moved to Detroit and went on the search for a job, a real job so I could take care of myself. At this point, it was easy to convince everyone else I wasn't blind, but I couldn't convince employers. No way I could work construction without being able to see the blueprints, or work a cash register without knowing which dollar bills a customer handed me. I paused for a moment, wondering how far I would take the confessions. Ava hadn't said a word, though, and her warm arm was comforting on mine. I actually felt like I could talk to her, trust her, even, which was something I hadn't found in a long time. I continued. One day, I was down on my luck and just had another job rejection and a long string of denials. I had $1 in my pocket and was starving, so I bought the largest thing I could get at the convenience store for $1, a slushie. When I finished it, I slumped to the ground on the edge of the sidewalk and placed my cup beside me. I thought I'd abandon it. To my surprise, I heard the sound of a coin clink into the cup, then another and another. That was the first time I realized that I didn't need a job to make money. Hell, I was blind. People would just hand it to me if they felt sorry enough. I reached the end of the song and started playing it from the beginning again. The first day, I made enough to get myself off the streets and into a hostel for the night. It was there I met Marty. He soon became my closest friend. He assured me panhandling would only get me so far, and that the only way to make real money was by running cons and a hell of a lot of other illegal shit. Drug dealing and illegal gambling, to name a few. If it was criminal and made us money, we probably did it. I started to choke up at the thought of Marty. My hands slowed over the keys until I was playing long notes that didn't seem to suit any melody. But I couldn't take the silence, so I let the organ play. Marty was shot 3 years later, I choked out. He couldn't pay his debt to his drug dealer, and they got to him. The man taught me everything I know, including to stay the hell away from drugs. Never touched any after that. But hell, I survived. But Marty hadn't, and that shook me to my core. We were just walking down the street. I shuddered as I worked up the courage to revisit that night. A car drove by, and 6 shots rang out. I didn't even realize what had happened before the car drove away. Marty collapsed and never got back up. Ava reached out and placed her hand over mine. I stopped playing, and the room fell eerily silent, but there was warmth in the air, too. It wasn't so unbearable when she was next to me. My best friend died, too, she whispered. My spine straightened. How was it that we had that in common? It didn't seem fair to either of us. Really? How? It's hard to talk about, she said before redirecting the conversation. That's why you focus on just surviving, because you don't want to get hurt like your friend did. I ducked my head. Hell, if she saw me cry. I didn't do shit like that. I'm one hell of a con man, Pidge, but I can't out-talk a bullet. That's why I try not to stay in one place too long, because I don't want to draw attention to myself. I think I get it now, Charlie, she said softly. What do you mean? I get why you don't want to go through with the Darke Games, and why you're so passive with the guards, she said. You have to focus on survival, because you've never known anything else. I never had to worry about where my next meal was coming from, or if I'd be sleeping in a warm bed at night. Yeah, I scoffed, feeling kind of jealous of her. If I can make it to the night with food in my belly and a roof over my head, I'm golden. So you almost want to stay, don't you? Ava asked. I shrugged. I'd never thought of it that way, but she had a point. At least in here, I knew I wasn't going to starve. I'm sorry, Charlie, Ava whispered. For what? None of it is your fault. I'm sorry you've never had the chance to live. That struck a chord with me, and the room went really quiet. Oberei patted over to me and rested his head on my knee. I wondered what it was like to live by Ava's definition. She seemed carefree at times, like she actually had something to stand up for besides herself. Her social justice speeches weren't just for her benefit, I realized. She wanted things to change for everyone, for life to give us all an equal shot at greatness. I hadn't noticed before now how vastly different we approached things. I always knew I had it rough, but I assumed people like Ava didn't have anything to worry about. I thought her behavior was over the top and irrational, because she didn't know what it was like to truly struggle. Now that she pointed out we were experiencing things from a different perspective, I realized she worried as much as I did, just about different things. I didn't want to have to keep worrying about myself. It was damn exhausting. I wished I could be like Ava. She didn't seem to care what happened to her, only what happened to other people. Ava took her hand off mine, and I began tinkering on the organ again. So, how did you learn the piano? She asked. I sighed as the memories came back to me. I was forced to learn by one of my foster moms. She thought it'd be good for me because I was blind. She wanted to give me something to do. Turns out she was using the piano to babysit me and keep me out of the way of her in-house brothel. Oh, Ava said. I can't believe you lived in places like that. I shrugged. It was normal. I can't believe you grew up next door to a castle. To be honest, it wasn't the worst place I've been. What do you mean by that? She asked curiously. I swallowed the lump in my throat. I lived on the streets. I had to do what I could to survive, and winters can be harsh in Detroit. There were times I had to go home with someone just to stay warm. Ava stiffened beside me. Wait, you mean people took advantage of you? Yes, and no, I hesitated. We both took advantage of each other. The woman would use my body, and I would sleep in a warm bed and get something to eat. Sometimes I'd take things before I left, then sell them off on the streets. It'd hold me over for a while. That doesn't make what those women did right, Ava said in disgust. It was necessary, I replied. It was all consensual, even if I didn't care for the physical part. But it was better than freezing to death on a park bench. I'm sorry you had to do that, Ava whispered. After a few beats, she spoke again. Charlie, can I ask you something? Sure, I said. I'd already made it through the hard stuff. I had nothing to hide from her. If I didn't tell her now, she'd figure it out eventually. She was part of my own soul, for the ancestors' sake. How did you go blind? She asked in a small voice. I stiffened at first, but I relaxed a little the more I played. I went blind when I was 3, and I don't remember much before that. I don't remember how it happened, and nobody ever told me. It was a medical fluke, they said. It's actually unusual to be totally blind, to see absolutely nothing like I do. Most blind people can see something, shadows or colors, maybe even just blurry images. It's not like that for me, which made it extra strange. You hide it so well, she remarked. Is that because of your magic? I shrugged. Partially, maybe. I don't have cataracts, so people can't tell at first glance. Honestly, I just try not to bring attention to it. Why not? She sounded confused. It's part of who you are. Shouldn't you embrace that? She almost spoke like there was beauty to my blindness. I didn't want to be treated differently, I admitted, though I rushed to clarify. I wasn't always treated differently for my blindness. But when I was, people would go to one extreme or the other. Like, foster moms would coddle me extra hard, or kids would bully me. It wasn't uncommon for other foster children to steal my belongings or take food off my plate, straight from under my nose. I took a deep breath. When I was 14, a group of boys from school cornered me and beat me up before stealing my cane. I was forced to navigate the urban streets without it and find my way back to my foster home alone. My foster parents agreed to buy me a new one, but I was moved to another home shortly afterward, before I ever received a new cane. I was shocked at how well people treated me when I didn't have it. At first, I thought they just felt sorry for me. But the more I began to navigate the world without my cane, the more I realized that without it, people couldn't tell I was blind. Finally, no one stole my food when they thought I had eyes on my plate. My belongings were safe. Of course, I had multiple run-ins with bullies after that, but it was always for something else, never because I was blind. I learned from then on to act as if I could see. If I did, no one took advantage of me. How did you manage without a cane? Ava leaned closer, sounding intrigued. I used my other senses and learned tricks to navigate my world, I told her. I'd fold bills in certain ways so I knew which ones I was grabbing to pay for things. I had my own way of navigating the world without sight. If I focused hard enough, I could create images in my mind of the world around me just by concentrating on the air pressure. I learned to hone the skill until I had perfected it by the age of 18. So, you're like Daredevil? Ava asked. You're not really blind because your magic helps you. Ava didn't sound like she meant anything by it, but the question rubbed me the wrong way. I'd been compared to the comic book character one too many times. I hated it. It's not the same thing, I assured her, trying to keep an even tone. My powers don't negate my blindness. I'm the same as I was before I got them. I'm just better at hiding it. My powers simply became my cane, a tool to help me navigate my environment. I still experience the world as a blind person. Yeah, maybe my magic gives me an advantage, but there's still a lot I miss out on and times I need to ask for help. I didn't mean to offend you, she said softly, and I realized how harsh my tone had grown. I just meant sometimes it seems like you can see things. I don't, though. I just experience the world in a different way, I explained. Like I know when someone is walking toward me because I can hear their footsteps, or I can hear when they turn away from me by the sound of their voice. Ava's elbow bumped against mine as she nodded her hands in her lap. I guess I rely too much on sight. You use the tools at your disposal, I said, like it was nothing, and it wasn't. You shouldn't feel guilty about that. Ava processed my words for a few moments, then spoke again. How else are things different for you? Do you have to read Braille to do school assignments or something? No, I can't read Braille, I said. It's not something every blind person knows. I learned enough to read public signage, like numbers on the elevator. But it's a complicated language and takes years to learn. I'd like to learn, but I never had anyone to teach me. As far as school assignments go, I need accommodations, which unfortunately, in my experience, many teachers aren't willing to provide. What kind of accommodations? I can't read textbooks, but I can learn through audiobooks or videos, I explained. I can't write with a pen and paper, but I can use dictation software. Oh, Ava said, like the thought made her sad. Has the Institute given you any of that? No, I replied sourly. There's the whole thing with technology working shitty around magic, right? Sometimes, she said. Depends on how much magic is being used. At the Institute, I doubt something like that would work, except maybe the ancient computers in the library. There's so much Noxite here, and that's a type of magic itself. I'm sorry the school can't do better for you. I snorted. Don't worry about it. I'm used to it. It's why I never graduated from high school. The school wouldn't provide adequate accommodations, so they thought I was just dumb and wanted to hold me back. Couldn't keep going to school without a foster home, though, because I needed money just to live. I left as soon as I turned 18. Ava seemed magnetized toward me, because her body brushed up against mine. Warm tingles spread through me, though I didn't think she meant anything by it. This bench just wasn't big enough to keep our distance. Ava quickly dove into her next question. What about color? Does it make any sense to you? I get the concept, I told her, and I sort of remember color from before I was blind, but it's been so long, I could be remembering it wrong. I make associations differently than you. What do you mean? Ava asked. Blue is blue, red is red. How can you associate that with anything else? I smirked playfully. They taste different. Ava chuckled under her breath. It was good to hear her laugh, because she hadn't sounded like herself all day. Colors don't have a taste, Charlie. Sure they do, I said. Red tastes like strawberry candy. Blue feels like water running over your hands, or blueberries. Green is the smell of grass, and yellow is warm, like sunlight on your face. Ava laughed and shoved me. I faltered on the notes I was playing. You can't just make up rules. Sure I can. I stopped playing and shoved her back. Rule number 1, stop invading my personal space. I poked her, and she giggled. I couldn't say it with a straight face, because the truth was, I didn't want Ava to respect my personal space. I wanted her next to me, to touch me. I tossed the thought out of my mind the second I thought it. What the hell was I thinking? I hated Ava-Marie, and yet when she was next to me, I felt, I don't know, the closest to home I'd ever felt before. What was that? She teased. Keep invading your personal space? She pushed her hips and shoulder into mine on the bench. Oberoi jumped back, shaking his fur and barking. I lost my balance and wrapped my arms around Ava to stay upright, but gravity had other plans. I went tumbling off the bench, dragging Ava with me. The organ keys let out noise as we smashed into them on the way down. Ava crashed on top of me, her hips pressed into mine. She breathed rapidly, the sweet scent of her breath rushing across my cheeks. For a moment, neither of us moved. We simply lay there, my hands on her waist and her breasts heaving with each breath against my chest. Something stirred deep within my belly. I couldn't explain it, but it must have had something to do with our bond, because I'd never felt it with anyone else before. Or maybe I was just nervous about what she thought of me now that I'd let myself become vulnerable with her. My uniform slacks suddenly began to tighten. I licked my face, and I came back to reality. I was suddenly aware of the very sexual position Ava and I were in. I practically shoved her off of me, and she started laughing again. "It's not a good rule if you're not going to enforce it," she joked as she reached down to take my hand and help me up. "It'd be a fine rule if you didn't insist on breaking it," I shot back playfully. But that is the Ava-Marie way. If a rule is made, she's bound to break it. And hell, I wanted her to break this one. "Damn straight," she said proudly. She still didn't quite sound like her normal self, but she seemed better than before. More relaxed, perhaps. I cleared my throat in the following silence. Thanks, Ava." "For what?" she asked like she hadn't done anything. "For listening," I said simply. She didn't know how much I meant it. The way she sat quietly to hear my story meant a lot to me. She cared, and she was one of the first people in my life to do so. "Oh, well, don't mention it," she said, but there was something in her tone that didn't match her words. It was soft and delicate, like the conversation had meant something to her, too. "We should probably get back downstairs," she suggested quickly. "Someone might start wondering where we went." "Yeah," I cleared my throat. "Probably best." Except I didn't want to leave here. As Ava turned and I followed dutifully down the stairs, I couldn't help but stand there and simply take in the room. The smell of the dust that seemed sweet now, and the sound of Ava's footsteps echoing up the twisted staircase. This was our little hidden corner of the Institute. I'd shared things with her here that I'd never spoken about to anyone else. The confessions seemed to permeate the walls, to sink into the keys on the organ, and would remain there permanently in this place. Our place.
Chapter 14. Ava-Marie. "Ancestor's cock," I cursed under my breath, as the sunlight illuminated the pages of the journal. I wiped the sleep from my eyes and read the prophecy over again. But, like the million times I had before, it didn't make any sense. I slammed my head into my pillow. I'd been up all night, deciphering the journal, and it was just as confusing as it had been the first day I got it. This was getting me nowhere. I tossed the journal against the other side of my dorm, where it slid against the wall and propped open against the ground. I'd been studying the journal every day for weeks, and I hadn't made any progress with the prophecy. It was the only thing I could do, seeing as how I was still trapped within these walls. I figured there had to be something in the journal that would give me a clue on where to start investigating the prophecy once I got the hell out of here. There was nothing. I'd read the journal a million times, and though I'd memorized countless wordings, drawings, and hints, none of it made any sense. I'd spoken to Mama about it, but she insisted the prophecy would unfold itself when I was ready and not before. I didn't have time. I wanted to stop this now, before people got hurt. I was tired of being an instrument of fate. "Your destiny is uncontrollable. Everyone's after you. Hide, Ava!" I had to get up. I had class in 15 minutes. I forced myself out of bed and picked the same uniform I'd worn yesterday off the floor. It was wrinkled and dirty, but I didn't give a shit. I couldn't be bothered to care what I looked like. I slipped it on and tied back my hair without brushing out the tangles that had formed within. I was breaking out along my nose, and yet I didn't reach for any concealer. On a different day, a single blemish was enough to send me spiraling into a breakdown. Today, fuck it all. My reflection was haunted and gaunt. I looked like a freaking mess. The depression had pulled me so low I had bags under my eyes. But I'd rolled out of bed, so that was a plus for me. On days like today, breathing felt like a curse. I was in a low period. A very low period. I missed my family. I'd give anything to talk face to face with Daddy or have a plate of some of my mother's famous Italian. I really wanted to write a song with Ez, go shopping with Alana, or work on the bike with Maverick in the garage. I'd never been away from them this long before, and it was eating me up from the inside out. The only thing that seemed to help was having Oberai around. And Charlie. There was something different between us. I sensed it now. The way he'd opened up to me the other night felt raw and special. I didn't think he'd ever told someone his story before. I couldn't imagine what Charlie had been through. To be forced to prostitute yourself for a safe place to stay the night? I shivered. Our lives were so different. But even though I couldn't understand what he went through, I could still empathize. The only reason I'd had everything I wanted growing up was because I was privileged enough to have rich parents with a lot of power and influence. As a mixed-house child, if the Hawkeye Civil War had been lost, I could have easily ended up like Charlie, shuffled from foster home to foster home and desperate to survive. If Charlie kept fighting, I had to too. I opened the door and found Oberai outside, waiting for me in the hallway in her unicorn form. She stomped up to me and pushed me over. I went falling back into the wall. "Ow! Oberai, what the hell?" I complained. She huffed and shook her head 3 times in a row. Her fiery mane went everywhere. And she bumped me again, tossing her head in a circle. She wanted her mane braided today. I laughed and grabbed a couple of hair ties from my pocket before I started in on her mane. I felt tingles go up and down my fingers as they touched the flames, braiding the tendrils of fire together so they made a beautiful array. My coigni magic made it so I didn't feel the heat or experience any burns. As I worked, Oberai's eyes closed in relaxation. "You like being pampered, huh, girl?" I asked. She nickered as I finished my work. When we passed a mirror in the hallway, Oberai stopped and admired her reflection before pursing out her lips, exposing her teeth, and waving her mouth in the air. Ancestors. She was an attention hog. I giggled and patted her shoulder. "You're gorgeous, Oberai. The prettiest unicorn there ever was." Smoke emitted from her nostrils as she snorted, as if to say, "I better be." Supernatural Behavioral Science was a class about inner magical cooperation. It was held in a dark classroom at the end of the institute that was damp and musty. When I walked in, I felt a chill wash over me. It was always freezing in here. I heard strange moans, like that ghosts made, and it caused the hair to stand up on the back of my neck. The classroom was decorated with skeletons of supernatural creatures, as well as a skull I was sure was from a vampire, due to the fangs. Fairy wings were held up by pins in glass cases on the walls, and the fin of a mermaid was placed in a case on the teacher's desk in front of the room. A dragon skeleton hung suspended from the ceiling. I was certain our teacher had killed it herself. Professor McCauley was an air elementi who seriously took no shit. She appeared like a corpse, taunt yellow skin and beady eyes, held together by minuscule pieces of flesh and bone. She had to be half vampire because she'd taught my dad at Arenda Academy, and she'd been ancient back then. Immortality was the only explanation for why she was still creeping around. I don't know why she'd transferred to teach at the institute, but it was always good to have another elementi around, I supposed. Her familiar, Brahm, remained in a corner of the room and watched us with beady eyes. He was a Wendigo, an animal you didn't want to cross. Brahm's body was the skeleton of a horse, with a long dragon's tail and paws like that of a wolf's for feet. A deer's skull with violent antlers served as Brahm's head, and within it, there were no eyes, only sockets. The taut black skin that stretched over his form only made him more terrifying. Wendigos were dangerous creatures. You didn't fuck with them unless you wanted to die. Kalina was in this class with me. She looked up as I took my spot at a desk, but didn't say anything, just kept her eyes forward. Macaulay counted the number of students in her classroom, making sure all were here, before she launched into a lecture. Magical cooperation is very important for the survival of our world, Macaulay said. Humans are a threat to us all. They outnumber us, and for the first time, their technology poses a risk, which is why it is critical all supernatural races work together in order to ensure the continuation of magic. Brahm began moving around the room, his skeletal form clicking together as he patrolled, making sure we all paid attention. Macaulay's was the one class in the entire school where no one dared to pull anything. We were all too afraid of Brahm to try back-talking her. There is a type of magic that allows different magical races to combine their powers into one fluent method of power, Macaulay said. This magic is called simultension. Simultension allows a mermaid to combine their voice magic with a shifter's telepathy, for example, or an angel's light magic with a witch's necromancy. The possibilities are endless. Only together can certain types of magic be created through the efforts of two or more supernatural species. Miss Lopez, Miss Damali, a demonstration, if you please. Lupe headed to the front of the room. I hadn't seen her much since she'd been our tour guide at the start of the semester, but she worked in this class as a teacher's aide. Despona also rose from her seat. The Elementi and the Succubi faced each other, waiting for Macaulay's instruction. Miss Lopez, use your coigny magic and merge it with Miss Damali's mind control, Macaulay said. Focus your powers on working together instead of against each other. Despona appeared a little worried, but Lupe's face was calm. She emitted a stream of fire from her hands, which wrapped slowly around Despona like a ribbon. It didn't burn the vampire or hurt her. Despona took a deep breath. As she exhaled, the fire magic dispersed around her, and Lupe directed it toward Brahm. The fire created shackles around the Wendigo's feet. Despona's eyes flashed red, and she lifted her hand, moving it like a puppeteer. Brahm began to dance, but clearly not of his own accord. The fire shackles around his feet appeared to work like strings, moving Brahm's feet from one spot to another. Excellent work, Macaulay said, and the fire shackles faded as Brahm was set free. As you can see, creativity is the hallmark of using simultension. Everyone, partner up with someone that is not of your own magical race, and get to work. If you create a spell I haven't seen before, you will get an A for the day. That had to be impossible. Macaulay was so old, she must have seen everything. I looked around for a partner, but most people had already been taken. Macaulay assigned one for me. Ava-Marie, you'll work with Kalina, Macaulay said. Get to it. No use in lazing about. I frowned. I didn't want to be with Kalina, but she was already moving her things to my desk. She sat across from me and fiddled with her pencil. So, what should we make? I don't know. Isn't Fae magic limitless? I asked. In a way. Fae have illusion magic. We can create and manifest any illusion we like into reality, as long as we believe it's real. That's the hard part, Kalina said. If I don't believe I can do it, it won't happen. So, let's do something easy, I suggested. What's the simplest illusion for you to create? Weapons, Kalina responded instantly. I can make a blade appear out of thin air without breaking a sweat. What if you try to make a weapon out of my elemental magic? I suggested. An elementai's magic is pretty powerful, but it doesn't last very long. In most cases, weather magic fades pretty quickly once it's been cast. Maybe we should try making it stick. Sounds good to me. Give me what you got, Kalina suggested. I nodded. I raised my right hand, and a fireball appeared before us, floating in midair. I lifted my left hand and uncapped the water bottle next to me. The water began rising out of the bottle until it became a ball right next to the glaring fire, rippling with tiny waves as the firelight reflected off of it harshly. You might want to move fast, I suggested. It won't last long. Kalina stared at the fireball so intensely, I thought it might fizzle out at her gaze. But that wasn't what happened. Metal began to take shape around the fireball. My jaw dropped as I watched a sword forge right before my eyes and become solid out of thin air. Within the blade of the sword, fire danced, as if there was a window within the weapon that displayed the flames raging inside. Kalina created a second sword around the water ball, and it flowed outwardly within the middle of the blade just as the fire did. I froze the water inside the sword, and it became a weapon of ice, the still water gleaming inside the blade. I could feel Kalina's magic as it merged with mine. It felt a lot like the bond between Charlie and me, but it was farther away. I surveyed the feeling of illusion magic with interest. It felt whimsical and unbound. Badass, Kalina said in approval, as she observed the floating swords. Want to try these out? Sure, I said. We moved the desk aside to make room. I grabbed the water sword, and Kalina took the fire one. We squared off. Kalina struck first, and as she swung the blade toward me, I brought up my own to block her. Sparks flew everywhere, and I felt my elemental magic quiver when the blades touched. To my surprise, the swords held. I thought for certain that they'd fall apart once we struck them together, but as long as my magic was intertwined with Kalina's, the swords remained intact. Kalina struck again. I blocked her a second time, and we sparred lightly, testing the strength of our weapons. Sparks continued to fly along with water droplets, as the swords clashed again and again. Kalina swung her sword upward in an arc, and I batted it away. The fire sword left small remnants of flame trailing through the air. As an experiment, I pointed my sword at her and an icicle emitted from the tip and flew outward. Kalina ducked to avoid it. When the icicle hit a desk nearby, it immediately froze it. People stopped what they were doing to watch us spar. Kalina and I put all our might into it and really hammered on each other's weapons. But no matter how hard we struck, our magic didn't break. Well done, both of you, Macaulay said approvingly. Full points for the day. Kalina drew back, panting. I was out of breath too. I could feel Kalina's illusion magic ebbing away as she attempted to take back the power that was hers. I pulled my magic back from Kalina's. The swords instantly dissolved, as if they were never there at all. The fire faded into smoke, and the water became vapor upon the air. It looks like we both have to sustain the spell in order to keep it going, Kalina said. She plopped into her seat to take a break. Yeah, I guess simultension doesn't work without cooperation. I took a chair beside her. I wish I hadn't used all the water from my bottle because I was thirsty now. Kalina gave a roguish smile. Have you ever sparred before? You're really good. No, that was my first time, I admitted. You must be a natural. She leaned back in her seat. My dad taught me. He's the best swordsman that ever was. I guess if I can keep up with you, I'm not that bad, Kalina, I joked. Kalina's smile faltered, and I felt like I struck a nerve. Did I say something wrong? It's just, I don't really want to be called that anymore, Kalina said. Kalina is a high-born fae name, and I want to separate myself from that life as much as possible. Why? I loved my name, and couldn't imagine being called anything else, but maybe she had a good reason. I was exiled. My people and my country abandoned me. I want to get my throne back, but at the same time, I don't know if I ever can go back to that life, Kalina said. My name is just a reminder of what I lost. I need to be someone different if I'm going to be happy. So, what do you want me to call you? I asked. She gave an introspective look toward the ceiling. I was thinking, Callie. Okay, Callie, I said. If that's what you want to be called, then that's who you are to me. Thanks. I really appreciate it, she said in relief. I just need to reinvent myself. Start over once we win the Darke Games. I got it. So many people at the Institute wanted to forget their pasts. It was the only way to move on once you'd been thrown in jail. I giggled. You know, I'm all for reinventing yourself, but if you want to change your sense of fashion, you'll probably have to wait until we get out of the Institute. Callie moaned. I know, right? The uniforms at Arcania University are so much better. The Fae have better taste. I feel so matronly in this skirt. Same, I agreed. I'd do anything to go to the mall. Callie cocked her head. Aren't you the girl who got in trouble for modifying the uniform and making it sexy? That's me, I said proudly. I like rebels who don't follow the rules, Callie said in approval. If you can't tell, I have a problem with authority. I snickered. Girl, I feel you. What good are rules if they're not meant to be broken? Callie nodded. You're a badass bitch. I could get used to hanging around a girl like you. You're not so bad yourself, I said. Callie was actually kind of cool. Maybe I hadn't given her a chance. Trusting people was never my strong suit. But even if I didn't trust Callie, perhaps she could still be a friend. And that was good enough for me. When I peeked out my door on Wednesday morning, my eyes widened. I saw an array of students walk by, dressed in various costumes like scarecrows, ringmasters, pirates, and movie characters. It was so different from the dull uniforms we were forced to wear every day. Crap! It was freaking Halloween, and I'd totally forgotten. Oberai wasn't around. She had gone back to Charlie yesterday, and the man got up so damn early, ancestors only knew where the hell he was. My eyes scanned the hall until I saw Opal. She was dressed as a ladybug, waiting for me so we could walk together to the nurse's station to take our pills. I ran over and grabbed her shoulder. We're allowed to dress up? I didn't think the Institute approved anything fun. It's Halloween, Opal said. It's the one day of the year we don't have to wear those stupid uniforms. They actually let us wear whatever we want, as long as it isn't violent. Most people get their parents to send something, or order costumes from the shop in Shade Hills to be delivered to the Institute. Fuck! I loved Halloween, but I'd been so wrapped up in my own thoughts lately I hadn't even paid attention. I didn't have a costume, but I was sure I could find something. Wait here. I ran back into my dorm and began throwing clothes around. I didn't want to be the only loser without a costume. I found a pink knee-length wool skirt with the design of a white poodle on the edge. It was a poodle skirt I'd bought a few years ago, but I'd never found the right opportunity to wear it. I'd packed it in a hurry when I was throwing things into my suitcase for the Institute. I put it on, then pulled my hair back into a ponytail and slipped on a plain white button-up. They matched my white tights and black shoes from my uniform. I wrapped a polka-dotted scarf around my hair to use as a headband and called it a day. Opal's smile widened as she saw me. You're a 1950s sock hop girl, she gushed. Very cute. You think so? I smoothed down my shirt. I'm really into vintage stuff. It totally fits your personality, Opal said. I couldn't put something together like that last minute. As we waited in line to take our pills, I observed all the different costumes people had on. It looked like Mad Dog had decided to fuck the rules, because he'd chosen to dress up as a serial killer, bloody shirt and all. I wasn't so sure the blood was fake either. He walked around school with a hockey mask, following kids around until they started running out of fear. Halloween wasn't fun for people like Mad Dog. It was an excuse to terrify people. I rolled my eyes and turned away. I wouldn't let that loser ruin my holiday. After we took our pills, Opal and I began on our walk to the cafeteria. In the hallway, I saw Naya heckling with a couple of her cronies. Naya had on a really revealing devil costume that looked more like lingerie than an actual outfit. The horns and pitchfork fit her black heart perfectly. "What the fuck are you wearing?" Naya asked a girl who passed by. The girl had on a very large gown with a big lace collar around her neck. It was a beautiful, intricate costume that had obviously taken a lot of work to make. The girl skidded to a halt. Her face went pale. "It's a Renaissance period costume," she whispered. "I worked all month on making it in arts and crafts." "Well, it's freaking stupid," Naya snapped. "Try a sexier costume next year and maybe guys will stop thinking you're such a prude." The girl blushed and blinked tears away before she sniffed and ran off. I went to give Naya a good piece of my mind, meaning my fist in her face. But Opal put an arm out to stop me. "Leave her be," Opal whispered. "You don't want to be next." The guards were stationed around the area, looking for people who wanted to start a fight. Opal was right. I'd already gotten into one altercation with a guard last week. I was pushing my luck as it was. My temper steamed as Opal forced me to walk away. I didn't really care that Naya was wearing a skimpy costume. Monica and I had been Playboy bunnies one year, without Daddy knowing about it, of course. But Naya was using her outfit to act like she was hotter than everyone else and shame other girls. It was gross. Opal had class, so she grabbed something quick from the takeout line and ran off. I stood in line alone to pick up food. I was planning to get the sludge-like oatmeal, so I could use its grossness as an excuse to throw it out without taking a bite. I yelped as I felt a pair of arms wrap around me from behind. It was Charlie. I knew immediately by the way he smelled, like leather, bergamot, and warm spices that were woodsy and earthy. He picked me up a few feet off the ground and let me hang there. Obereye wagged his tail and barked, running circles around us as Charlie swung me around. "Charlie, what are you doing?" I asked with a laugh. "Trying to scare you. Happy Halloween." He didn't make a move to let me down. I didn't mind it, like I thought I would. "You don't have to try because it's a holiday. You scare me every day of the year," I countered. "Stop." Charlie paused. "You've lost weight, Pidge." He let me go. I slid out of his arms and took a step away. He felt too close. "I've been working out." Charlie was still in his uniform. I didn't think he had a costume, which made me sad. I went to open my mouth to say something about it, before Charlie cut me off. "So, what are you having for breakfast?" "What does it matter?" I asked. "I'll just grab something." His face was slightly puzzled, or perhaps concerned. "We can share a plate." Was he trying to outsmart me? It might be working. I said nothing as Charlie loaded eggs and bacon onto a large plate. Obereye was drooling so badly that he made a puddle on the floor. We sat down on a bench. Obereye shoved his head between us and set it there, staring at the bacon with huge eyes. Charlie started in, but I didn't touch anything. He couldn't see me. It's not like he could notice if I wasn't. "You're not eating, Pidge." How could he tell? It was wholly aggravating. I'm just not hungry today. It's more than that. You never eat. Charlie refused to fill the silence. I sighed. This guy wouldn't take anything less than the truth for an explanation. When I get in really high manic periods or really low, I don't eat. I can't explain it, but food makes me anxious. I try to make up for it when I come back down to a somewhat normal state. I'll binge eat until I puke it back up. Ava, that's really bad for you, Charlie scolded. When was the last time you had an actual meal? My voice was small. Yesterday morning? Charlie frowned. That's not okay. Why do you care? It's not your stomach, I snapped. Charlie's voice was flustered. You need to keep your strength up for the Darke Games. You know, so we can win and get out of here. I let out a pshing sound. If you're not eating, I'm not eating, Charlie said. He put his fork down and set his elbows on the table. Ancestors, damn him! Nobody had ever managed to get me to eat when I really didn't want to. Not even my parents. But I couldn't let Charlie and Oberai starve, and Charlie could hold on to his hunger strike. He had experience with going hungry. So I had to eat something, just to keep him happy. He'd notice how much food was left as he ate. I might as well start in. I ate a few bites of egg and nibbled on a piece of bacon. It felt like a feast. But as I continued to eat, the aching in my middle ebbed, and energy rushed back into my body. So, where's your costume? I asked. I gave an extra egg to Oberai, and he swallowed it greedily, licking the yolk off his large nose with loud laps. It's not like I could afford to buy one, Charlie said. It's not a big deal. Just let it be. I didn't want Charlie to be left out. When we finished our meal, I jumped up and tugged on his arm. Come on, let's go back to your dorm. Charlie raised an eyebrow. I didn't realize we had that kind of relationship. Ew, not that, you idiot. You need a costume. I dragged on his arm and wouldn't take no for an answer. Charlie hemmed and hawed all the way back to the Elementi cell block, while Oberai jumped from spot to spot on the hallway ahead of us, playing his own game of the floor is lava. You aren't going to find anything. I have nothing, Charlie complained as we entered his room. You aren't being creative enough. I shuffled through the dresser, but he wasn't kidding. Beside his uniforms, Charlie only had a handful of clothes, barely enough to fit in a grocery bag. But I was Ava-Marie Mito, and I'd never been backed into a corner when it came to fashion. I grabbed a pair of ripped jeans, a white t-shirt, and his leather jacket out of the closet. I threw them at Charlie, and he caught them, clumsily. Put these on. We'll match, I offered. We can be Sandy and Danny from Greece. That movie is so ancient, Charlie complained. But still a good one. Stay here. I went to my dorm and came back with a small bottle of hair gel. Amazingly, he'd done as I asked, and changed into the clothes I'd picked out for him. I forced Charlie to sit down in the desk chair and began styling. I coated all of Charlie's hair before I combed the gel through and parted it back, so his hair looked slick and wavy. In minutes, he was a total shoo-in for Danny Zuko. You look really cute, I gushed. Nothing was more fun than making Charlie my personal dress-up doll. You think so? He couldn't see it, but he tilted his head from side to side and reached up a hand to run his fingers through his gelled hair. He seemed hesitant, but also a little excited. Geez, when was the last time this kid had dressed up for Halloween? Probably never. His foster mom had been too busy running a brothel to buy him a costume, I bet. Oberai was barking loudly, spinning in circles. He wanted a costume, too. I reached into my dress shirt pocket and yanked out a pink handkerchief. I tied it around Oberai's neck and he panted in glee. We all match. We've totally won Halloween, I said.
If you say so.
Charlie stood up.
We've got some time before Elementai magic. Let's go hang out in the villain's den. You can tell me what everyone's wearing.
People called the rec room the villain's den. Teachers didn't approve of the name, which is what had made it stick. Students hung out there whenever they didn't have class, as it was one of the few places on campus you couldn't be yelled at by the guards for loitering. The villain's den was dark, decorated with purple Gothic wallpaper and dark carpet. Inside were a couple of tables and chairs, along with a rickety foosball table. There was a cart with basketballs and other sports items you could take into the prison yard, save for baseball bats and anything else that you could bludgeon people with. Old-school arcade games like Pac-Man and Space Invader sat in the corner. In the middle of the room was a fireplace, surrounded by ratty, holey couches. Above the fireplace was a TV that had a crack in the screen. Usually the local news was playing, but you could watch an Institute-approved movie as well. None of the other channels worked. There were no computers. The only laptops you could access were in the library, and you had to get permission for those. It was nothing elaborate, but at least you wouldn't be harassed. The villain's den had been decorated for Halloween. Black and orange streamers hung from the ceiling, and decorations had been taped to the walls. A tray of donuts and apple cider had been set out for people to grab on their way to class. It was busier than usual, and creepy music played from the old stereo near the foosball table. Marcus was in here, drawing in his sketchbook at a table by a barred window. Marcus had painted himself to look like Van Gogh. Colors ran across his skin in thin lines, like oil paint spread carefully across a canvas. He wore a tan suit, though he'd painted over that as well, blending colors together so he appeared to be a moving painting. At his side, Rishi meowed loudly. Rishi was dressed as a pumpkin. The outfit was hilarious. It made Rishi look like a giant orange ball. A tiny green hat fitted to the cat's head. Marcus's costume was very creative, but I don't think the idiots around here got it. A guy playing one of the arcade games stopped to look at Marcus in confusion.
Dude, what are you supposed to be?
Marcus's mouth dropped open in indignation.
I'm a depiction of the self-portrait of Van Gogh that currently resides at the Musée d'Orsay in Paris. Obviously.
Cool, the guy said, still looking totally lost. Charlie and I slid into the seats next to Marcus.
Everyone here is so uncultured, Marcus bitched. Is it really that hard to know the name of a famous...
Marcus stopped speaking as someone got his attention. Callie waltzed into the room, wearing a superhero costume. A long cape draped behind her, and the pleather skirt she'd chosen to wear rose up on her thighs. Marcus blushed and put his eyes back on his work. His pencil moved quicker, but the lines were sloppy. Callie took a seat next to me. You teased me for wearing a short skirt. That outfit definitely toes the line, I said. This is the first time I've worn a Halloween costume, she explained. I wanted to go all out. Really? My eyebrows shot up. In Malovia, we celebrate a different holiday, she said. But I'm here now, so when in Rome. Callie looked between Charlie and me. Are you two going steady? She teased. Stop it. This isn't 1954, I laughed. But Charlie scowled. You sure act like it, Callie said, as she wiggled her eyebrows. Oberai had decided to torment Rishi. He picked Rishi up in his mouth by the fluffy pumpkin part of his costume and tossed him in the air over and over. Rishi yowled in displeasure each time he went up and down. Eventually, Rishi landed far enough away he could crawl off. Oberai chased after him, but Rishi scampered up the couch and launched himself on top of the fireplace to get away from Oberai. Oberai paced and whined, wondering how to get to Rishi from here. Rishi began knocking things off the fireplace, aiming them at Oberai. My familiar jumped to the side, but he hadn't been fast enough, and a tissue box had hit him on the head. He growled in annoyance. They were only playing around, but it was funny. I laughed. Callie leaned forward. So, guess what I found out? I was passing by contraband when I went to pick up my costume, and I heard one of the teachers say that it would be unguarded from 10 to 11 o'clock. I checked my watch. That's 15 minutes from now. Exactly. Let's bust in. I bet there's some good shit in there, she exclaimed. How do we know this isn't a trap? Charlie asked skeptically. It sounds weird to leave a room like that unguarded. The Institute's understaffed at the moment. All that's blocking us from getting in is a lock enchantment, and I know I can break it, Callie whispered. Where are we going to put it? The guards are going to notice us walking around with an armful of stuff, Charlie protested. Witches and warlocks can subconjure and conjure items, Marcus whispered. It's like a file on a computer. We can save something and then bring it up again later. It's personal storage for our kind. Aren't those searched? I asked. Every week by the warlock guards, but mine won't be searched again until tomorrow, Marcus said. If we break in now, I can get the stuff and hide it somewhere else before they look. Then let's go, Callie urged. Maybe there's something in there that'll help us win the Darke Games. Marcus gave a wary look to me. But fuck that. This sounded cool. I'm in. Ava, we need to be careful. We shouldn't do this, Charlie said, an edge of warning to his tone. Charlie, please, I begged. It'll be fun. I really need to let loose for a change. His face twisted. Well, all right. An empty room sounds like child's play. Let's do it. Oberai and Rishi followed as the four of us took the winding halls down to contraband. It was near the mailroom, so students were allowed down here. But as we came closer, the halls got sparser and sparser. As we faced the big metal doors to contraband, a chill came over my body. I don't know why, but something about this didn't feel right. And not in a moral way, like, this is going to come back to fuck us way. That didn't stop Callie. She walked up to the doors and placed her hands on the metal. She closed her eyes to concentrate. As she did so, the doors began glowing with a deep purple magic. I heard a heavy tumbler click, and the door unlocked. Callie pushed it open. I ignited fire in my hand for light, and we went inside. Contraband was a plain room, filled with metal shelves that were piled with all kinds of different items. Most of it was drugs, but there were other curious things. Illegal potions, magical knives, and books that were banned from the library. Be careful when touching things. Some of this stuff might be cursed, Marcus said. Callie didn't bother. She started throwing things around carelessly like this was her room. So much for not leaving any traces behind. Marcus glared at her. She shrugged. What? They're going to notice stuff is missing anyway. Doesn't mean they have to know it's us. At first glance, it didn't look like there was anything here that would help us win the Darke Games. The majority of the stuff was petty weaponry. We avoided the drugs and started looking through the rest of the junk. Wow, Marcus said, as he lifted a black quill off a counter. This is amazing. What is it? I asked. A tattoo quill. It can give you permanent magical tattoos. They're pretty rare. Marcus waved his hand, and the quill vanished as he subconjured it into his magical storage space. Callie immediately went for the booze lining the shelves. Score! We can have a party. She began handing bottles off to Marcus, who subconjured them as quickly as they came into his grasp. Anything good, Pidge? Charlie asked me. He was standing by the door to alert us if anyone walked by. Weird to put a blind guy on watch, but his air magic would sense if anyone was coming. Ooh, diamonds, I said, as I spotted a giant ring. I love diamonds. I gave it to Marcus, then grabbed a few more things, a supernatural makeup kit, and a pair of earphones I wanted to give to Charlie. If he could get to one of the school computers, he could use them. Oberai was stubbornly pushing a dog toy against Marcus's leg. Marcus subconjured it. Rishi found a bag of catnip. He placed it on Marcus's shoe and basically screamed. "No way! You have an addiction," Marcus snapped. Rishi hissed and swiped at Marcus's shoe. He sighed and subconjured the catnip. "By the gods, look at all this porn!" Callie cried, holding up a box of magazines. Marcus face-palmed. I laughed. "If I get searched, I'm not going down because the guards think I'm a pervert," Marcus snapped. "Put it back." Callie laughed. Well, I thought it was funny. I didn't find anything else of worth, until I came to the end of the aisleway. There was a shimmering green stone sitting on the edge of a shelf, the outside decorated with tiny blue crystals. I picked it up. On closer inspection, I realized the stone had to be an egg, though I couldn't identify what kind of creature it had come from. I tapped on it. The egg was as hard as stone. The egg was probably fossilized. Whatever was inside was long since dead, but it looked really cool. I gave it to Marcus. "I want this back later." "Guys, let's go," Charlie hissed. "We've been in here for 10 minutes. "Relax, we have an hour," Callie said lazily. "I never take my time on a job," Charlie said. "We go, and we go now." Fine by me. There was nothing else in here I wanted. Marcus subconjured the last of the contraband, and we hurried out of the room. Callie locked it again before we left the area. "I can't believe we got away with that," Callie nearly sang. "We made off with so much stuff." "Don't brag about it," Charlie said, "unless you want to get caught." We heard a noise up ahead. It sounded like a fight, typical for the Institute. Except the shouts coming didn't sound like that of a student. Marcus froze. "That sounds like Professor Warbright. He's my teacher for my warlock classes." Noises of pain rained down the hallway, the sounds of a grown man in trouble. Someone was definitely beating him up. "He's a teacher. Can he defend himself?" Callie asked. "He's shit at magic. Even I know more than he does." Marcus's face paled with every yell that emitted from Professor Warbright. "Should we help?" Charlie asked. His voice was nervous. "We can't. Marcus has contraband," Callie protested, but her face twisted as she said the words. "We owe him, Callie," Marcus insisted. "He got us off when we tried to break out." Callie paused, then said, "Okay, let's go." We darted down the hallway. At the end, we saw 2 prisoners, a fae and a vampire, cornering Professor Warbright against the wall. Professor Warbright was on his hands and knees. Blood ran down his face, and his arms shook as he struggled to get up. He was a short, stumpy man in his mid-50s, and looked about as inept at magic as Marcus said. He went to cast a spell, but the fae raised a magical shield, and the spell bounced back uselessly. "Hey, dickheads," Marcus called, and the 2 looked up. "Why don't you pick on someone who can actually fight back?" The fae laughed. "Quit ruining our fun." He kicked Professor Warbright in the stomach. He groaned, curling into a ball on the floor. Marcus's tone was deadly. "You better back off." "Or what?" the vampire spat, and he made a disgusted sound. "Or I'll make you wish you'd never been born." Marcus looked ready to make good on his threat. He took a wide stance, and Rishi yowled. The vampire snorted. "You sure act like a peacock, strutting around here like you know it all. Do you really think anyone believes your tough guy bullshit? It's all an act." "Yeah, peacock's the perfect name for you. All show," the fae added. The bullies laughed. Marcus's face flushed, but he didn't speak up. Callie did it for him. "Leave Marcus alone," she snapped. "At least he's got a reputation, unlike you losers. Nobody even knows your name." The Fae's eyes flashed. "No one asked for your opinion, traitor. You've really sunk low, if you're hanging out with a filthy witch and a couple of savages." Callie conjured a purple orb and flung it at the Fae's face. The Fae took a step aside and snarled. Immediately, he shifted into an alicorn, a unicorn with wings. The shifter charged at Callie with his horn down. But in seconds, she had changed into a large silver wolf. She launched herself at the alicorn, and the two began dueling fiercely. Oberai gave a growl and went to help Callie. He ran toward the alicorn and jumped onto his back, dealing sharp bites to his wings. The alicorn screamed and went to buck Oberai off, though my familiar held on tight. Marcus faced off with the vampire. The vampire charged, his form becoming a blur as he launched himself at Marcus. Then Marcus flung his hands out, and the vampire sank to the floor, screaming out in pain as Marcus assaulted him with battle magic. Shit, maybe Marcus wasn't all kidding when he bragged about what he could do. Charlie and I ran to Professor Warbright. We knelt by his side. "Are you okay?" I asked. Professor Warbright wavered, then touched the blood on his face. He immediately slumped to the floor. Great, he'd fainted. I shook him to wake him back up. "Professor? Professor!" He didn't rise. I jumped to my feet. The Fae had changed back into a man and was flinging out shields to keep Callie and Oberai back. I summoned a fireball and stomped toward him, ready to shove it down his throat. "What is the meaning of this?" The warden's deep voice boomed down the hall, and my stomach fell as I saw him approach, flanked by a whole group of guards. The fight immediately ended as everyone pulled back their magic, Professor Warbright still on the floor. The Fae pointed at Marcus. "This guy was trying to hurt Professor Warbright." "He's lying," Callie shouted back. "We found them beating him up." The warden raised his eyebrows. "If no one is willing to tell the truth, we'll have to perform an investigation to see who's the most honest. I hope none of you are carrying anything that would be incriminating." Marcus couldn't get searched. If he was, we were in deep shit. So I did the only thing I could think of to cause a distraction. I kicked the Fae right in the balls. He went down. The Fae gave a groan and curled into a ball on the floor. The guards went to grab me, but the warden held up an arm and shook his head no. It gave us enough time for Professor Warbright to come around. He groaned as he ventured back into consciousness, sitting up slowly and holding his head. The warden didn't bother to see if his staff member was all right. He got right to business. "Professor Warbright, can you tell me who exactly did this to you?" Professor Warbright trembled at the warden's appearance. His eyes flickered to the Fae and the vampire. It was enough for the warden. "Guards, take these two into custody," the warden said, nodding to the Fae and the vampire. "The rest of you may take Professor Warbright to the infirmary. I'm going to have a private conversation with Miss Mito." "What?" Charlie snarled. "She didn't do anything." "We were all in that fight together. We should all be punished," Callie snapped. "Be that as it may, Miss Mito was the instigator after I arrived," the warden said coolly. "I advise that she come with me." The rest of them went to say more, but I waved them off. "It's fine, guys," I said. "Just take care of Professor Warbright." "You aren't the one giving the orders around here," the warden reminded me. "Come." The warden turned his back on me, and I had no choice but to follow. Oberai gave a whimper as I left him behind. Charlie's expression was desperate. but I knew when I was walking on thin ice, so I forced myself to walk away. Out of everyone at the Institute, the warden was the one person who scared me the most. He was an angel I didn't want to cross. I really hoped he didn't throw me in cell block 9 for my actions. I followed the warden throughout the school. Everyone's eyes looked at me in fear as they realized I was going to the warden's office. But I refused to be afraid. Fear is a useless emotion, I reminded myself. It wouldn't help me here. We wound up a tower until we came to a large iron door. The warden opened the door for me and I stepped inside. The warden's office was huge. The ceiling was a huge glass dome, revealing the cloudy weather outside. It was certainly the most glamorous room in the prison. Supernatural artifacts were placed in glass cases around the room, beside cabinets full of expensive potions. Books lined the shelves next to globes and maps of supernatural cities. In several places around the room, there were gold cages, like those for birds, but they were empty. The largest cage, big enough for a person, was suspended overhead on thick chains. That one was empty too. A giant mahogany desk sat in the center of the office, in front of a large, imposing chair. I took a seat on the other side of the desk and tried not to squirm. "You have an interesting record, Miss Mito," the warden said. He began rifling through a large filing cabinet next to his desk. "Your teachers have reported your behavior to me these past few weeks, and I can say I am concerned." "I'm nothing special," I countered. Why had I been singled out? This guy was wasting my time. The warden kept thumbing through files. "You can fool your teachers, but you certainly can't fool me. You are not my average criminal." The warden slapped a file on the desk and sat across from me in that big, overbearing chair. "You speak 4 languages. You became an exceptional pianist at a very young age, and a talented vocalist. The laurels hardly end there. You were a championship ballroom dancer, the captain of your high school cheerleading team, and even earned a cosmetology certificate through a trade program before you finished your junior year of high school. Unlike most of your peers at the Institute, you seem to be a prodigy at whatever you do." "So I pick things up quickly, big fucking deal," I muttered under my breath. Was this a lecture or an interrogation? The warden continued. "You have an outstanding IQ score, and you passed all your standardized tests with flying colors. In fact, you were set to become the valedictorian of your graduating class, until your unusual choice to withdraw from school and finish your studies at home in your senior year, where you earned an unimpressive C average." The warden leaned forward, eyes narrowed. "Now, why would such a talented student throw all that away?" Fuck. How did this guy get his hands on my records? He was a dirty bastard. That he'd investigated me so thoroughly was downright concerning. It was like he'd waited for the moment I'd mess up so he could get me in here for a private conversation. I crossed my arms. "Seems like you know all the answers. Why don't you conjure up a solution to your last question?" The warden smiled, and by the ancestors, it made goosebumps trail over my skin. "I think you're hiding something. People don't end up here by accident. Make no mistake, your attendance here is for a reason. I just haven't figured it out yet." I gave a skeptical sound. You act like this was my first choice college. I hardly figure employers are going to be interested in hiring someone with a degree from the Darke Institute of Supernatural Offenders. Of course they will. Employers know that any graduate of the Institute is a reliable, upstanding member of society. I huffed and crossed my ankles. Whatever label you slap on me, I'm never going to be a changed woman. I don't think we're clear, Miss Mito. Rehabilitation is not optional here at the Institute. It's a requirement. If you want your degree, you'll come to learn how things work around here. If we have to, we'll take whatever measures necessary to make sure you become a non-violent individual. If it proves to be an impossible feat, to ensure your compliance, well, no one has ever graduated from the Institute without becoming an obedient individual of magical society. It's simply not done. And I will not put the Institute's perfect record for reforming supernatural delinquents at risk for anyone. A shiver ran up my spine at his words, and I realized his meaning. People were forcibly rehabilitated by the Institute. You either got in line or got taken care of. If I wasn't a brainwashed indoctrinate of the Institute by the time I walked out of here, I wasn't walking out of here at all. Ever. No wonder the graduation rate was so low. Kids really did die in here. It hit me how crucial it was to play along with the Warden's games. His reputation for reforming magical criminals was on the line, and he would kill people to keep that reputation untarnished. I am very good at my job, the Warden went on. The magical world hangs in a delicate balance. One false move and it could be destroyed forever. I am here to either reform or destroy those that threaten to upset that balance. It is my duty to keep the supernatural world safe from the next criminal mastermind. I let out a harsh laugh. And you think that's me? I have absolutely no doubt it could be you, Miss Mito. You are too smart to have landed yourself in here by accident, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe you wanted to be here. Deep down, you know this is the only place where the world can be safe from you. Bull, I spat. But a tiny bit of guilt festered within me at his words. He thought I was a criminal genius, just biding my time for the right opportunity. I couldn't say he was wrong. The Warden smiled again. He knew he caught me in a lie. Regardless, your bad attitude will not continue to be tolerated. Consider this a warning. You might want to work harder in your group therapy sessions before I have to consider more permanent options for you. The Warden bent over his paperwork, as if the conversation didn't happen at all. It was clear our discussion was done. I rose slowly from my seat. Paranoia crept over my skin like spiders as I turned my back on him to leave. The Warden was someone you should never turn your back on. Ever. He'd put a knife in it the first chance he got. The feeling of being watched followed me even as I left the Warden's office far behind. I had to win the Darke Games. I wouldn't survive 4 years of schooling, not here. The pressure was on, and the Warden would make good on his threats. He wasn't kidding around. But neither was I. If the Warden thought his will was strong, he hadn't met mine yet.
Chapter 15. Charlie. Ava-Marie was avoiding me. Not in a physical sense, but she hardly spoke a word to me over the following week. It was driving me crazy, because the sound of her voice was the only thing keeping me sane at the Institute. I'd tried to ask what the Warden had said to her, but she refused to spill the beans. She had a million reasons to keep quiet, and she didn't want to talk about the Warden, didn't want to hear me lecture her on healthy eating, and was all around going through a low episode. It was really starting to worry me. Oberei wouldn't stop nudging my hand during meal times, trying to get me to talk to her, but I finally resolved to let her come at her own pace. I wanted to ask her to take me back to the rock formation we'd found in the woods, to summon the ancestors for me again. When we'd gone there, it was like I could forget we were at the Institute at all. I wanted to go back. Whether it was for my own spiritual journey or to feel close to her again, I didn't know. But Ava didn't seem ready, so I didn't ask her. I was roaming the border of the prison yard after class one day when I decided to hell with it. Ava or not, I was going back. Oberai wasn't with me. It was Ava's turn. But surely I could navigate the forest on my own, right? I couldn't remember where we'd entered last time, so I didn't really know where to go. But this forest was enclosed by a fence. It couldn't be that big. I was wrong. I figured the forest couldn't be more than 10 acres or so, but it turned out 10 acres was freaking easy to get lost in when you didn't know where to go. Loose brush tangled around my ankles, and low-hanging tree branches grabbed at my face and shoulders. Surely I'd feel that pull I had before, that ethereal nudge guiding me to our hidden cave. I had to find it. An hour must have passed, then 2. I'd fallen down a few times and could feel the grains of dirt embedded in my fingernails. Blood trickled down my cheek from where a tree branch had bit me. The top few buttons of my shirt were undone to let in the gradually cooling air. Though it was the beginning of November, the air was warm. The island didn't experience the harsh temperature swings I was used to in Michigan. I was sweating buckets. It must have been twilight by now. I thought about turning around and heading back so I wouldn't miss curfew. It'd take me that long to get out of here, but I'd gotten so turned around I didn't know which way out was. I was determined to find that hidden cave again. It was my one sanctuary outside of the Institute. I pushed through another clump of trees and stumbled into a clearing. My throat felt like sandpaper, and I hadn't thought to bring water. I didn't plan on being out here this long. My mind raced with thoughts of Ava and regrets on coming here alone. I was so unfocused I almost didn't notice the rock. My air magic resisted up ahead, bouncing off a large natural formation in the middle of the woods. I breathed a sigh of relief, and the life of the forest seemed to seep into my bones as I relaxed. The rock was easy to feel now, and I honestly didn't know how I'd missed it. I made it, I gasped to the empty forest. I stumbled forward and caught myself on the edge of the giant rock. Though I had air magic, I couldn't seem to suck in enough for comfort. I leaned my head against the cool stone and gave myself a few moments to catch my breath. When I finally felt like I could breathe, I inched my way along the stone, until my air magic sensed the opening in the rock up ahead. I slipped through the narrow slit and walked until I felt the small space open to a large cavern. The magic Ava had conjured the last time we were here was gone, but there was something that lingered. It wasn't magic, but it was close. A sense of peace nestled deep into a recent memory. I dropped to my knees. "Ancestors," I breathed. Though my voice was soft, it echoed through the chamber. My ragged breaths filled the silence. It wasn't until several minutes later, when my breathing finally returned to normal, that I realized how eerily quiet it was in here. There were no sounds of flutes floating through the air, no drum beats pounding to the beat of my heart, no fire crackling in the corner. It was empty, lonely. The loneliness did something to me. I was used to being alone, but it had been months since I'd experienced true solitude. I thought prison was supposed to isolate you, but it had done anything but. Even in the privacy of my dorm room, I could hear the other students through the walls. Out here in the woods, in this cavern, I was completely alone. It didn't feel right without Ava or Oberai. "Ancestors," I spoke again. I didn't know why. Surely they couldn't hear me if I didn't summon them. And I couldn't. Not without Ava. But I had to try. "Ancestors, why? Why am I here? What is any of this for? Ava says I'm just surviving. And she's right. But what is life without purpose? What am I surviving for?" Tears pricked at my eyes, but I choked them back. "There has to be a reason.
Why did you send me away from the tribe? What kind of lessons were you trying to teach me? Why did you take away my sight?
My voice echoed off the walls of the cave, and a shiver traveled down my spine. I was met with nothing but silence. I didn't know why I'd brought up my blindness. It wasn't something I was bitter about, just curious. It was a question no one had ever been able to give me an answer to. The ancestors must be able to tell me what happened. And yet they couldn't, because they wouldn't speak to me.
Answer me!
I yelled, slamming my fist into the dirt. My hands shook. I was tired, thirsty, and freaking frustrated. If my ancestors were here to guide me, why weren't they answering? Why had they left me without guidance my whole life? Why? The word echoed through my mind. I wasn't even looking for a solution. All I wanted was an explanation. All I got was silence.
Damn it!
I pounded my fists into the dirt again until my knuckles felt raw. Sinking to the ground, defeat overcame me. I buried my face into my dry, aching hands. I wasn't the kind of guy who did this. I didn't get vulnerable, not even in solitude. Vulnerability is what got you killed on the streets. But ever since I'd opened up to Ava, something had broken within me. I felt different. I felt things I'd never felt before. Things I couldn't explain or come close to understanding. It hurt. Everything hurt. I didn't want to feel this way. Down, broken, hopeless. And yet I never wanted to go back to feeling nothing at all. I hadn't realized how detached I'd let myself become. How numb I'd been for so long. I didn't even know who I was anymore. I wasn't sure I ever knew. And my damn ancestors weren't here to guide me. Lucky bastards. I bet it was nice in the ancestral lands. I bet they had all the food they could ever want, and slept on beds made from clouds. I bet they were surrounded by loved ones, and didn't have to question every feeling that tugged at something in their guts. I wanted that. For me, for Ava, for Ava-Marie. But the ancestors wouldn't take me until I was ready. I had to make sure that when the time came, I was ready for them. Yet for the life of me, I couldn't understand why I was still here. Getting out of the forest was easier than getting in, since I'd finally found my bearings at the cave. I'd snuck past my dorm room into the showers before Ava could spot me. She hadn't seen what a mess I'd looked like, and yet she seemed to sense something in our elemental magic class the following day. "Is something bothering you, Charlie?" Ava asked while Professor Summers lectured at the front of the class. "Why would you think that?" I whispered back, avoiding her question. "You look distant today, like you're thinking about something." I was deep in thought, but I wasn't about to tell her that. Not when my train of thought had revolved solely around her. And it wasn't in a desperate, sexual way either. I was trying to decipher what the ancestors wanted from me, and everything seemed to come back to Ava. After all, she was a part of my soul. Of course, my purpose in life intertwined with hers in some way. But how? "Don't go worrying your pretty little mind, Pidge," I told her. "I'll be fine."
Mr. Walken,
Professor Summers called from the front of the class.
"Something you'd like to share with the class?"
Professor Summers was an elderly woman who could go from caring grandmother to ultimate authority in 0.5 seconds. Ava had told me that was the way with the Coagni women. They were made of fire, of passion, and that tender fire could shift into an inferno at any moment. It didn't quite help my confidence around Ava knowing that, but Professor Summers was different. I didn't appreciate her inferno the way I did Ava's. I cleared my throat. "No, Professor Summers." Her familiar snorted at me. It was a pig of some sort, though I'd never gotten close enough to really inspect its uniqueness. All I'd felt was its miniature stature when it roamed up and down the rows on occasion. Ava-Marie had described the creature as a Red River hog, a type of swine with long red fur and tufts growing off its black ears. Well then, Professor Summers said, shall we take this lesson outside? Chairs squeaked across the floor as the other elementi in the class stood to follow her. Almost everyone in here had a familiar, except for the few unlucky souls who hadn't bonded yet. They probably wouldn't until they got out of this place and back to Kinpago. There were at least 2 Tawakwa students who were bonded, but couldn't take their familiars to class, on account of them being completely water-bound creatures who lived in the pools below the school. Hoofbeats of equestrian familiars sounded on the floor, along with the scratch of talons from various birds. I knew at least one guy in the class was bonded to a griffin. The flap of feathery wings sounded above me, and heat traveled over the top of my head. A phoenix. Ahead of us, a young basilisk hissed and slithered on ahead. Oberei strutted in unicorn form between Ava and me. I leaned into her so Ava could hear me better. I totally zoned out. What's the lesson on today? Ava blew an exasperated breath. I knew something was bothering you. We're supposed to team up today and try to sense the power of another elementi. You think we can do that? Sense an element that isn't ours? I don't know, Ava admitted, but I'm sure as hell going to try. I need to be able to sense if there's an enemy nearby. I furrowed my brow. How could another elementi be your enemy? Ava practically snorted. I grew up making enemies in Kinpago. It was practically a hobby. If one of them wants to drive a rock through my skull, I need to know they're coming. Besides, every society has their disputes. My parents fought in the Hawkeye Civil War, remember? Yeah, I muttered. I remember. I just didn't know how anyone could turn against their own people. If I found a place I belonged to, people to call my own, I'd never turn on them. Did loyalty mean nothing to anyone? It was quiet in the prison yard, which felt strange. Everyone was in class, so the sound of basketballs pounding on the pavement and football players slamming into each other was non-existent. Instead, the noises of familiars squawking and nickering filled the yard. I could almost imagine I was at Arenda Academy. Everyone, pair up with someone who is not of your element, Professor Summers announced. I will come around with blindfolds. One team member will wear the blindfold, while the other manipulates their element. You must be able to correctly guess when the element is conjured and the approximate spell cast. You may begin. The yard filled with chatter as Navita teamed up with Anichi, and Yapluma partnered with Coigny. There were so many different combinations between the 5 elements. I guess that means we're partners, huh? Ava asked. When she said the word partners, my heart gave a jolt. I cleared my throat. Yeah, partners. Professor Summers approached us. A blindfold for you, Miss Maito. I'm assuming you don't need one, Mr. Walken? I chuckled lightly. I think I'm good. She breathed a sigh of relief, like she was worried to ask, then hurried on to the next student. What does she think? Ava snapped. That this is a joke? Relax, Pidge, I said. I'm used to it. Before she could say anything else, I grabbed her by the shoulders and spun her around. Go stand over there and conjure some fire. She shrugged me off. You don't have to tell me what to do, Charlie. I'm a big girl. Okay, then I'll give you a choice. Do you want to go first, or me? She hesitated a moment, as if surprised I was letting her choose. I'll conjure first, she decided. Ava walked off, far enough away that I wouldn't feel the heat of her fire coming off her. Oberei followed at her side. I waited, concentrating on the sound of her footsteps through the grass, and feeling the subtle wave of her hair in the cool breeze. The air seemed to dance around her when she moved, in a way it didn't with everyone else. It didn't obey her like it did me. It honored her. I was so concentrated on Ava that my air sensed every one of her movements. She turned to face me. Several beats passed and nothing happened. Then, something ignited in my chest. It was subtle at first, but it brought warmth to the yard. You've conjured a fireball, I announced confidently. What? Ava sounded surprised. How can you tell? I shrugged. I can feel the heat. Oh, she said in realization. Through your air power. Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Truth was, it went deeper than that. But it wasn't something I could put into words. I felt it in my chest, blooming through me. It didn't come from within me, but rather felt like whispers of flames brushing over my skin. Ava didn't say anything, but her magic shifted. Her power grew so large I could sense it in the air. Her fire ate at the surrounding oxygen, creating a chemical reaction that immediately alerted my magical senses. Your spell is stronger, I said, but I can't distinguish the specifics. It's complicated for sure, like you're creating an image within the fire. Ava drew back on her magic, and it fizzled out. I created a fire unicorn, she admitted. How did you know? I used my air, I explained. All elements are interconnected, right? When you conjure fire, you borrow oxygen from the air. The larger the spell, the more oxygen you need to sustain it. Ava sounded skeptical. Okay, Charlie Walken, let's try this again. No cheating. She strolled across the grass toward me, and I felt fabric on my face. What are you doing? I demanded. I'm blindfolding you, she said simply. It's only fair. I gaped. You don't believe I'm blind, Pidge? Just covering my bases, she said. I stilled as her fingers brushed over my face to smooth out the blindfold. I couldn't even protest, as I turned to a statue. Ava's fingers moved through my hair as she tied the blindfold back. Oh, I see, I teased, to hide the tension. This was just an excuse to get close to me. Ava finished tying the blindfold, and she smacked my chest. You wish. Let's try this again. Ava returned to Oberei's side. The seconds ticked by, and nothing happened. She was testing me, waiting for me to guess her spell when she hadn't cast anything at all. A full minute must have passed, and then I felt it. It was like ice crawling over my skin, but it wasn't unpleasant. I sensed the air around Ava becoming dry, and I knew instantly what she'd done. You're conjuring a water ball from the air, I said. How are you doing this? She didn't sound frustrated, but more or less intrigued. Please, Pidge, I scoffed. You're making this easy. You want to make this hard on me? Stop drawing from my own element to create yours. But I need air, she argued. Ava-Marie cut off so abruptly I knew she'd come up with an idea. But she wasn't as clever as she thought she was. I heard the wave coming and the water sloshing above her head as she showed off her powers. You're manipulating water from the lake, I told her simply. The spell is huge, at least 10 feet across. Ava huffed, and the giant water ball she'd created went splashing back into the lake. She was obviously frustrated I was picking up on this so fast. Let me try. Ava stomped toward me and pulled the blindfold off my eyes. She tied it around herself so fast a few threads snapped. She clapped her hands, sounding ready for anything. Okay, Charlie, show me what you've got. I took several steps away so she wouldn't feel my air power. When I was confident I was far enough away, I summoned a stream of air above me, twisting it toward the ground and back up again. The air blew my hair back, but it didn't touch Ava. Oh, she said in surprise. Oh. What is it? I asked. Ava paused a few beats, as if she wasn't sure how to describe it. I feel something, but it's different from fire or water. It's like your magic gives off this frequency that touches the surface of my skin, whereas fire comes from my chest, and I summon water from my stomach. But air, it's like... The blindfold fabric rustled as Ava pulled it off. Only when she'd gone quiet did I realize that the students around us had quieted too. What's going on, Pidge? I asked. Everyone's staring at us. It couldn't have been everyone in class, because I could still hear voices throughout the yard and feel the air moving in unnatural currents from other Yapluma. But as Ava said it, there must have been at least a dozen footsteps shuffling through the grass, closing in on us. What do you want? Ava practically snapped at our classmates. A timid girl spoke up first. "Can you teach us how to do that?" "Sure," I offered, before Ava could tell them to go to hell. Ava approached me. "What are you doing, Charlie?" she hissed. I shrugged. "What does it hurt to help out? Besides, these people look up to you. I thought you loved being the center of attention." "Well, when you put it that way." Ava turned toward the other students. "Everyone, listen up, because this is going to be on the test." Ava was being sarcastic, milking every second of it. I laughed under my breath. Oberei shook her mane, like she couldn't bear to watch. "You all know how to sense your own element," Ava began. "When I cast fire, every coignee in this clearing will feel it, because their magic is attuned to the element." A fireball crackled in her hand as she demonstrated. "Same with water," she continued. "Every Tawakwa should feel me pulling the water molecules from the air, or sense the shifting currents of the lake. You'd know if I were about to make it rain. Easy, right?" A few students mumbled in agreement. "Sensing another element is the same, but in a much more subtle way," she said. "You'll feel it in different ways. The first is in how it affects your own element. As Charlie mentioned earlier, when I conjure fire, I'm borrowing oxygen from the air, and he can sense that through his own powers. Same with drawing water molecules out of the air. But what if Charlie wasn't Yapluma? What if he were, say, Nivita?" A male student responded, "You'd have to touch his element for him to feel it, like burning the grass." "Wrong," she stated bluntly. "You feel the magic vibrations, like you feel your familiar, or the magic coming from someone else's familiar. You tap into it like intrafusion." "What's intrafusion?" someone asked. "You've never heard of intrafusion?" Ava sounded a little annoyed, but she explained it anyway. "It's an advanced technique of pulling magic from sources that aren't your own familiar, usually another magical creature. You see, we're all interconnected. Every element affects the others, and so even though we can't manipulate all the elements, we can sense them, like Toakwa can sense the moon, and Koigni can sense the sun. You have to get outside of your own element and realize there's more out there than just you and your own familiar." Ava was really getting into it now, obviously at ease with being the class know-it-all. I didn't mind. It was good that she knew her stuff. "All it takes is focus," Ava said. "If you're focused enough, you'll be able to feel another element from 100 yards away." I could sense the disturbance in the air with ease now. Ava summoned water from the lake, forming it into a giant ball bigger than the last one, before letting it fall back down and into the water and splash ashore. "Or if you're a mere inch away," Ava finished. She came to my side, so close I could feel heat radiating off of her. Then something shifted. Ava held her hand above my arm, sending drops of water hovering just inches above my skin. I sensed their coolness, even though they never touched me. The hairs on my arm stood up, and I shivered under her contactless caress. The chill continued up my arm, over my shoulder, and across my face. I didn't move an inch, afraid that if I allowed the water to touch me, this would be over. There was something serene about it, something oddly intimate about having her magic so close, and yet so far away. It was as if the water droplets held a promise I wasn't sure they would keep. Ava was so close to me, her hand hovering just inches from my face as she controlled the water droplets between us. I could reach out and touch her, wrap my arms around her waist and pull her close. My heart began pitter-pattering against my chest. Ava continued her lesson, but her voice came out soft, almost a whisper. "And when you can sense that kind of magic, anything is possible." There was something in her tone I couldn't quite place. She wasn't talking to the rest of the class, and I didn't think she was talking about elemental magic either. Something else was happening between us, like our magic was intertwining together, and that was why I could sense her water droplets like they were my own. I could lean over and kiss her right now, I caught myself thinking. Almost instantly, she drew back.
Charlie, the bond!
She cried. I snapped out of my daze. What? What if we feel each other's magic this way because of the bond? She asked. Oh, I said flatly. I thought for a second perhaps it was something else. A different type of bond. I pushed the thought from my mind as soon as I realized what I was thinking. You might be right. Why don't we try other partners? Ava cleared her throat. Yeah, probably best. She jumped straight into leader mode and shoved some poor helpless Navita kid in my direction. He seemed younger than most students at the Institute, judging by the youthfulness of his voice. Charlie Walken, I introduced, shaking his hand.
Thaddeus Blake,
he said, sounding a little intimidated. A creature squawked from his shoulder. Some sort of bird. Probably a hawk. Ready whenever you are, I told him. A few moments passed as Thaddeus got in position. Then I felt it. The spell was simple, but it was easier to feel than Ava's magic. It was almost as if I was casting the spell myself. Several yards off, Thaddeus was making the grass grow around him. Long blades of grass grew up from the ground, and a couple of clovers sprouted flowers. How many buds is that, Thaddeus? I asked, showing off just a little. 4? 5? It's... Thaddeus sputtered.
Charlie!
Ava cried, drawing out my name. What? I asked innocently. How are you doing that? She demanded. I'm paired with a Navita, too, and I don't feel a damn thing. And she lifted 3 rocks the size of my fist. No offense, Thaddeus, but your spell is child's play. I shrugged. Navita magic is easy. It travels through the ground and up through your feet. You have to ground yourself and focus on the magic buzzing through the plants and the dirt. Ava took a few seconds to mull it over, then spoke slowly. Charlie, do you think you could recreate Thaddeus' spell? What? I was taken aback. Of course not. I'm not Navita. You have Navita ancestry, she pointed out. You have to be more connected to Navita magic than we know. Otherwise, how did you guess the clovers? I don't know, I admitted. It's like walking over the terrain. You can always tell where the grass ends and the sand begins, or when you're about to step on a pile of rocks. Yeah, I can, Ava said, because I can see it. I don't feel it like you can, Charlie. This is different. I furrowed my brow. I had always been particularly sensitive to the earth, but I couldn't control it like I could with air. Try the spell, Charlie, Ava encouraged. It's not going to work, Pidge. Then prove me wrong, she challenged. I sighed and aimed my hands at the ground. Sure, I could probably sense earth because my mother was Navita, but Ava was crazy if she thought...
Charlie!
Ava belted out. Oberyn nickered proudly. The entire yard must have quieted then. The hair on the back of my neck tingled, and I sensed dozens of eyes on me.
Charlie, you did it!
Ava cried. I nearly reeled over in shock. At first, I thought Ava must have been lying or pulling some sort of prank. But when I reached my hands out, my fingers brushed over long blades of grass that went up to my waist. Another Navita must have done this, I whispered. Even I knew dual powers were unusual. Ava's case was special, because she was special. Things like this didn't happen to me. I wasn't special. Was I? That was all you, Charlie, Ava said softly. As if to reaffirm what she said, Oberyn nuzzled her nose into my hair. I shrugged her off, because she was getting snot everywhere. I really did that? I asked in disbelief. Ava reached out to take my hand, and my heart swelled. She ran her fingers over my palm, as if I might have left traces of magic behind. You did, she replied in wonder. Okay, that's enough for today, Professor Summers announced. Class dismissed. I didn't know why she'd dismissed the class early, until people began dispersing and Professor Summers approached Ava and me. Miss Mito, Mr. Walken, she said in her gentle, grandmotherly tone. What you two have is very special. Ava was still holding my hand, which I found comforting, even more so when Professor Summers called us special. Dual-casters are very unique in Hawkeye society, she continued. Most mixed children only inherit one power from their parents. Add that to your unique bond, I suspect the two of you may be capable of extraordinary things together. For how extraordinary Professor Summers seemed to think Ava and I were together, she didn't sound afraid. She sounded intrigued. Your prospects for employment once you graduate will be great, Professor Summers said. I am very interested to see where your powers might take you as you continue through my class. At that, Professor Summers turned and headed back toward the school, her hog familiar grunting as it hurried to catch up with her. Once Professor Summers was gone, Ava flung her arms around my neck. I was so shocked, I didn't know what to do at first. Her floral scent filled my nose, and my hands settled onto her back as I relaxed into the embrace. Charlie, this is wonderful, she exclaimed. What do you mean? I drew away from her. You're a dual caster, like me. I'm so relieved I'm not the only one. But it made you special, I argued. I hadn't realized I was running my hands down her arms until they stopped at her hands. Instinctually, I entwined my fingers with hers, but she didn't pull away. I don't want to be special. Ava practically spat the word. I want to be normal. Just then, a gust of wind breezed past us, and Ava's hair tickled my face. I reached up to push the strands behind her ear. Ava-Marie Maito, you will never be normal. You're too exceptional for that. Ava froze under my touch, and I realized what I'd said. You think I'm extraordinary? She whispered. I hesitated. Truth was, the girl drew me in for reasons I couldn't explain. I thought it was the bond at first, but as I held her hand in mine, I felt magnetized to her by some other force. It was a force that wanted her outside of the bond. Something had changed all those weeks ago when she'd summoned my ancestors. It was only amplified in the room above the chapel when I'd opened up to her. Ava was different than I expected, and softer than she let anyone else know. She had so much life inside of her, an energy that put most people off, but drew me in. An energy I wanted to learn from and share with her. I'd never met anyone quite like her. You're intriguing for sure, I told her. Well, I can live with intriguing, I guess, she teased. Ava took a deep breath. We were so close now that the rise of her chest caused her breasts to touch me, though only slightly. My fingers were still frozen against her hair. All I had to do was shift my hand slightly to wrap it around the back of her neck, to draw her in and press my lips to hers. It would be effortless. It could be perfect. Or it could ruin everything. I drew away from her before I caved to the temptation. I had one rule about sex, apart from always using protection. Rule number 1, you don't fuck your friends. Friends were hard to find in this world, but easy as hell to lose. One white lie, one hurt feeling, one night of bliss. It could all end in disaster. And so I could only get so close to Ava. If I let myself fall for her and ruined it, it would level my whole fucking heart. Ava wasn't just a friend. This bond we shared connected us for life, and I knew if something bad happened, I would never recover. I had to protect us both from that. And yet there was only so far I could stay away. Ava called to me like a beacon in the middle of a raging storm. She might be annoying as all hell, but she'd become my sanctuary. Ava had said I was forced into survival mode because I'd never known anything else. And she was right. But I wanted to know something else. I wanted to know Ava. She was worth it. I made a decision I never had before. In the Darke Games and beyond, I wanted to fight for her.
Chapter 16. Ava-Marie. My dorm room door opened. I scurried to hide what I'd been looking at. The journal was open in front of me. I snapped it shut and shoved it under my pillow, hurriedly gathering the notes I'd been writing.
just a sec. Who'd be so fucking rude as to not knock before entering? This was my room, after all. It was only Charlie. I sighed in relief and gathered the papers more slowly. He couldn't see what I was reading, so I didn't have to rush to hide. Oberai walked forward and began throwing the papers off the bed with his paw. They scattered to the floor. "Oberai, you asshole." He wagged his tail. Charlie heard the rustling of papers and asked, "Homework?" "Yeah," I lied, as I picked the mess off the floor. "What's that you got?" "Food." He held up 2 takeout boxes and placed one in front of me. "I signed for you so you won't get caught skipping dinner. Here, brought you something." I flipped open the lid. It was a burger. They were seriously one of the few good things the Institute served. This is perfect. I'm actually kind of hungry. I shoved the journal and the notes into my desk drawer, then rummaged through a box by my bed that my parents had sent, and took out a couple of jars. "Do you need anything?" "I'm good." Charlie had gotten a load of onions, tomatoes, and cheese on his burger, smothered in mustard. There was a second burger in his takeout box, with only ketchup. Oberai drooled as he watched him take a bite. We were only allowed utensils in the lunchroom, save for an ugly brown spoon that was made of a weird material that couldn't be melted down or sharpened. I took the spoon and dipped it into one of the jars my parents had sent. I dumped a huge glob of crunchy peanut butter and strawberry jelly all over the bun, then smashed it together on top of the burger. I took a bite and chewed happily. "Do I smell peanut butter and jelly?" Charlie asked. "Yes," I gushed. "It's amazing on burgers. It's the only way I'll eat it." "Let me try it," he said curiously. I tore off a piece and handed it to him. Charlie chewed thoughtfully. "It's not the best, but I'd still eat it if I was hungry." "Really? Everyone else thinks it's gross," I said. "I'll literally eat almost anything," he said. "But even I have limits." "I used to put all kinds of weird stuff on my food," I said. My mom came up with the idea. It was the only way she could get me to eat. She'd put mayonnaise on barbecue chicken pizza or dip my grilled cheese in applesauce. It nearly made my dad puke. He's a really picky eater. "If you put mayonnaise on pizza, our bond is over," Charlie teased. He took the second burger and tossed it to Oberai. He snatched it out of the air and gobbled it down, smearing ketchup all over his jowls. There was another knock. Then Callie poked her head in. She slipped inside my room and closed the door behind her. "Are you guys ready for this?" she whispered. "Tonight's the night." "For what?" Charlie asked. "Marcus and I are throwing that party we talked about when we stole the booze from contraband," Callie whispered. "We've asked a handful of people. I paid off a couple guards so they'll look the other way." "Where?" I asked. "The chapel." Callie's eyes gleamed in excitement. "No one will hear us in there." "What about curfew?" "We were locked in at 10 o'clock at night, every night." "Apparently, there's a big fight tonight in the illegal brawling ring the guards run. The dorms are left open. It's the perfect time," Callie insisted. "We don't even have to worry about bed check." Charlie appeared hesitant. "We should go," I said. "Let loose a little before the Darke Games." "I don't know," he said, and Oberai huffed. "If we get caught, we'll be in big trouble." I rolled my eyes. "Come on, Charlie. You need to start living." A smile twisted his expression. "Well, I always did like parties." "That's the Yapluma in you," I said. "The air house is always the party house. And since you're half Yapluma, I'm expecting you to have a good time." "Perfect," Callie said. "I'll get everything ready. Be there at 9. We entered the chapel late, because I was never on time. As the doors to the chapel opened, I was overtaken with awe once again. This was the most gorgeous place in the entire institute, even though it'd been abandoned. The dusty, broken pews and the dirty marble floors held a particular beauty against the colorful stained glass windows. Some of them were shattered, but that didn't interrupt the intricacy of the pictures they portrayed, a person from every supernatural race. The Elementi window was my favorite. It was near the back of the chapel and portrayed a beautiful Hawkeye woman, dressed in regalia with an eagle on her shoulder, feathers woven into her dark hair. A bare-chested Hawkeye man stood behind her, his hand around her waist. The other windows were just as glorious in their depictions of mermaids, vampires, angels, and others. I felt sad that no one had bothered to repair them in so many years. But their loss was our gain. About 15 people had shown up for the party. Most were gathered around a couple of speakers by the wall, which were totally blown in plain pop music. I spotted a few familiar faces in the crowd. Chansey was gambling, as usual, playing a poker game with a couple of shifters. Opal had shown up to my surprise, and was sipping on a wine cooler while she chatted with Despona in a nearby pew. Opal laughed as Despona shook up a beer can, then sprayed it all over her. Marcus was sitting at a table in the corner, with his tattoo quill, giving people new tattoos. He was currently working on a full spread of roses on an angel's back, eyes knitted as he worked on the intricacies of the petals. Rishi played with a shot glass at his feet. Callie was beside a pew that was loaded with all the booze we stole, making deals with other prisoners. So we're in agreement. 1/5 of vodka for a week's worth of cleaning, Callie asked. Agreed, the vampire said, taking the bottle. I'll clean your room for a week. Callie smiled widely, and I gave a laugh under my breath. These poor souls had no idea what they were getting into, making a deal with a fae. They'd live to regret it. Callie was roping them into more than just cleaning her room. I was sure. I went to walk forward, but Charlie grabbed my arm. Hold on. He turned toward the potted trees that were on either side of the doors and waved his hands. Charlie grew the trees until their branches wound through the handles, bolting them shut. There. If the guards come by, it'll give us time to run, he said. You've been working on your Navita magic, I said, impressed. Every day, Charlie replied. Earth is even easier than air. I can just think about it, and plants and rocks do whatever I tell them to. I can't believe I hadn't noticed before. You are a dual caster, which means you're already a talented supernatural, I said. It's not surprising you're good. We approached the bar Callie was running. She faced us with a smile as she put out a punch bowl on a nearby table, a cocktail brew freshly made. You guys want a drink? My current offer is 1 full bottle for 1 week's worth of homework. I don't think so. I'm not going to make a shady deal with a fae just to get wasted, I told her. You can lay off the tricks. Callie waggled her eyebrows. Should have known you'd catch on. You didn't get thrown in here for being a good girl, I pointed out. What did you make that vampire agree to? Callie leaned in. He didn't listen to my wording. I said a week's worth of cleaning. He doesn't know I just got detention and was told to clean out the alchemy classroom all next week by Professor Hemlock. The magic will make him do it for me. Tricky fae, I teased. What'd you get detention for? Callie cackled. I cut Naya a deal. 2 days worth of commissary points to use at the school store for an answer key on her exam. Sorry to say, I don't know shit about vampire theory, and she failed. Once she figured out she'd been fooled, she ran and told a teacher. Ooh, Charlie winced. You don't snitch at the Institute, no matter how bad. You didn't. We might be prisoners, but we had a code around here, and telling on people was a good way to get a black eye, or worse. It was always better to get revenge on your own. I'll get her back eventually. Callie grabbed a bottle of swirling pink liquid. This is the strongest stuff I've got. And since you're too smart to fall for my tricks, It's on the house. Enjoy, guys. Callie handed me the bottle. Charlie and I walked off near the speakers. I uncapped it and took a swig. Okay, this drink had to be magical. Once I took a sip, a glow settled over my body, and pink butterflies manifested in my vision, kissing my cheeks and nesting in my hair. I giggled and put my hand out to touch them. Oberai could see them too. He barked and ran in circles, attempting to chase the butterflies around the chapel. This was some Fey illusion shit. Maybe Callie had enchanted it before the party began. It was strong, too. A few more sips, and I could already feel myself getting intoxicated. I handed the bottle to Charlie. When he touched it, the drink turned purple, and violet butterflies appeared when he started drinking. He handed me back the bottle with a grimace. That's some girly shit. It's sweet. It tastes like mangoes. I tilted back the bottle and began to chug. More butterflies appeared, bursting around me in a swirling vortex. I loved getting drunk. You couldn't feel anything, and the voices inside my head were muddled with the effects of the alcohol. The party went on. I danced with Opal in front of the speakers, and Chansey and I played a game of poker. I won, and he challenged me to a drinking game. I won that too. Chansey scowled as he placed a $100 bill in my hand, and I walked off swooning. Charlie stood behind me like a shadow as I continued to take drink after drink. I threw back so many shots from the Fey vodka, I lost count of how many I'd taken. When a song came on he didn't like, Oberai climbed on a speaker and knocked it down. Charlie stood it back up, but even then, didn't go too far. What's the matter with you? I complained. It's a college party. Loosen up. Get wasted. Charlie was tailing me like a puppy, and I already had one. He was drinking out of the punch bowl. I am drunk, he said. Charlie took a couple of sips here and there, working himself up to a buzz. He whistled for Oberai, who drew away from the punch bowl and staggered our way. Was Charlie's voice slurred or were my ears ringing? Couldn't tell. The party had been fun in the beginning, but I was starting to get bored. I wanted to do something reckless. My eyes fell on Marcus in the corner, who was tattooing the shoulder of a mermaid nearby. I got an idea. An awful idea, but one that sounded incredible nonetheless. Charlie! I laughed and stumbled toward him. Charlie, let's get matching tattoos. His reaction was curious. Okay. What should we get? Each other's names, I suggested. Yours on my wrist, mine on yours. Charlie's eyes sparked. That sounds like an amazing idea. Oberai barked in cheerful agreement. We laughed as we staggered toward Marcus arm in arm. The mermaid walked off, the fresh tattoo of a seashell on her shoulder. Marcus, I cried. Charlie and I want to get each other's names. Can you do it? Name tattoos? Marcus raised an eyebrow. Those are always terrible. Are you sure? Lighten up. I smacked him on the arm. Charlie and I are just friends. You two are drunk, Marcus scowled. It's against my policy to tattoo people who... Do you have to be such a limp dick? Charlie complained. Just do it, man. Marcus narrowed his eyes. Fine. Sit the fuck down. Charlie sat across from Marcus. He laid his right arm down on the table. Marcus bent over Charlie's wrist and began writing Ava-Marie in a pretty script font. I watched as the ink spanned over Charlie's skin, like it would across paper. Marcus took his time, detailing the tattoo and making sure each line was perfect. I bounced impatiently as I waited. The design took a flowing shape, and Marcus finished the E with an infinity symbol. There, Your turn, Marcus said. I shoved Charlie out of his seat. He went sprawling out of it and I plopped down. I put my left arm on the table because, like when we held hands, the tattoos would touch, and that would be so cute. Are you sure about this? Marcus asked again. I waved a hand in the air. You really are a limp dick, Marcus. Just go with the flow. He shook his head and put the quill to my skin. A cool sensation spread across my arm as the ink and the quill began forming letters. It didn't hurt like a tattoo machine would. It felt more like a massage as the quill's point made Charlie's name take shape. Like the other tattoo, Marcus put an infinity symbol on the E at the end of Charlie's name. There, Marcus said as he finished. You won't need to let it heal. The quill took care of that. It's as ready to go as it would be 6 months from now. Marcus eyeballed us. And just as permanent. Oh my gosh, they looked so good. I jumped up, squealed, and yanked on Charlie's arm. I already had another idea. Charlie, play me a song on the organ, I pleaded. I can't play when I'm wasted, he protested. Yes, you can. Come on. I dragged on his arm and pulled him up the stairs to the chapel's loft. We tripped and fell several times while going up. Finally, we emerged onto the loft above the chapel. There was a large balcony that looked down upon the pews below. We were so high up, we could barely hear the music playing from the speakers below. The organ was huge. The pipes reached all the way up to the ceiling. In the loft were a collection of old instruments that hadn't been used in what looked like decades. Violins, drums, and clarinets lay discarded everywhere, coated in a thick layer of dust. It was like the Institute had abandoned the chapel long ago and just didn't care to renovate it. The loft was just beneath the chapel's vast ceiling. A circular stained glass window with dozens of colors gleamed behind the giant organ. The Institute's sigil, a winged snake wrapped around a key, was depicted in the window's glass. I grabbed the key around my neck Mama had given me the night I left. I held it as I took in the sight of the magnificent window once again, completely awed by it while I was up close. The chapel was my favorite place in the entire school. It was so peaceful and beautiful up here. Or at least it was. Obereye scampered to the old drums in the corner and began banging on them with his tail, being as loud as possible. Obereye, I scolded. Play nice, or you'll break them. Obereye looked at me, then changed into a unicorn and kicked one of the drums over the balcony. It fell to the first floor with a giant crash, smashed to pieces. Ugh, you're a jerk. Obereye whinnied in response. She went to kick another drum over the side, but I pointed at her sharply. She ducked her head, acting like she hadn't seen me and looking in the other direction. Charlie sat down on the organ's bench and began playing a song. The notes were beautiful and bright. It was a song I wasn't familiar with. I sat beside him on the bench. What are you playing? I made it up, Charlie said. On the spot? I was surprised. That was the mark of a spectacular musician. Yeah, just now, he said. Keep playing, Charlie. I leaned closer to watch his hands, memorizing the placement of the keys and creating a score in my head. The song seemed to hold everything Charlie couldn't manage to say. Is it a love song? I asked. I didn't understand what he was trying to tell me. I don't know what love feels like, Charlie said. No one's ever given a shit about me. My head fell on his shoulder, and Charlie increased the tempo. It's for you, he said. For me? Couldn't be. The song must be for someone else. The notes swelled around me. and my eyes began to drift closed as the lullaby lulled me into a stupor. Charlie was lying. He thought nobody cared. But I did. I woke up on the floor of the pitch-black chapel loft, resting against Oberon's side. She was still asleep, her fiery mane providing the only light, save for the full moon gleaming through the windows. It had to be around 3 a.m. Charlie was sleeping next to me, on the other side of Oberon. I looked over Oberon's back and glanced through the bars of the balcony, but no one was down there. I didn't know where Marcus and Callie had run off to, or where the rest of the party had gone. My buzz had worn off, so I could see clearly now. Fey vodka, for as strong as it was, didn't last very long. The effects were powerful but short-lived. Charlie's chest rose and fell softly. I studied him carefully. The feeling that came over me was protective and warm. He might be a huge pain in my ass, but Charlie was sweet. Instead of the tight anxiety that usually plagued his features, his face was relaxed, and he shifted closer to Oberon, as if he needed her. It was the first time I'd ever seen him look at peace. The next thing I saw was Charlie's name on my wrist. I observed the cursive letters across my skin and felt hollow. Oh shit, what did we do? Getting Charlie's name inked permanently onto my skin had definitely been a spur-of-the-moment bipolar decision. Charlie stirred, and his eyes fluttered open. He didn't make a sound as he slowly sat up. "I don't remember how we got down here on the floor," he said. I didn't either. We'd been messing with the organ for a few hours, from what I could recall. I think we just laid down. A nap sounded good. "Sure. What are we going to do about these?" Charlie waved his wrist in the air, and I caught a glimpse of my name in the moonlight. I shrugged. "It shouldn't bother you. You can't see it." "But I know it's there," Charlie objected. "And soon everyone else will too." Psh, who cares? Everyone's got a tattoo at the Institute. "People are going to think we're a thing." "Would you relax? It was just a drunk tattoo. Not like it means anything." Charlie frowned. I laid my arm against Oberon. "So, how are we getting out of here?" "We can't go back now," Charlie whispered. "We walk the halls this late, we'll for sure get caught. Let's hope they think they locked us in our dorms and didn't check." "So what, we just stay in here until sunrise?" "Probably our only option." I groaned and looked at the ceiling. 3 hours seems like forever. It's not that long. At least we can be alone. I think we both blushed then. He was talking about the guards being up our asses 24/7. But it came out like we actually wanted to be alone together. Like we needed privacy to just be ourselves. Certainly not a couple. Yet Charlie and I were a unit. We'd only known each other for a few months, but we were both bonded to Oberon. We shared the same soul. We came as a package deal now, and it had only taken a few weeks to make it confusing to me where he ended and I began. Every day that passed melded us closer together. Would there come a day when we'd be a singular person? One mind and one dream instead of just one spirit? I couldn't handle that. I loved my independence. I wouldn't get lost in someone else. It was the quickest way to get hurt. "You seem better than you were last week," Charlie confessed. "I was worried about you. You weren't acting like Ava." His concern was sweet, but I wished he wouldn't. Too many people worried about me. "I am, for now. But it's not going to last long." "Why not?" Oberon continued sleeping beside us, but Charlie's attention was only on me. Everything was vulnerable at this time, on this night. It was like the things I whispered wouldn't leave this chapel. You know, I have bipolar. The way my personal condition works, my mood varies week after week, I explained. I could be up at the start of the month and be down by the end. My medicine stabilizes me, so sometimes I'm just flatline, and that's really nice. But if I have a lot of triggers, the medicine might as well be candy for all the good it does. What kind of triggers? He actually seemed interested. Stress, the past. I really miss my family, I confessed. Being apart from them this long is really getting to me. You have me and Ava-Marie, Charlie offered. That's gotta count for something. I put my arms around my knees. I know, but maybe it's a good thing I'm far away from home. I can't hurt anybody. You would never hurt anyone you loved on purpose, he said. But I do it by accident, I pointed out. It's a productive day for me if I don't hurt someone's feelings. My emotions are like a live wire. They're destructive. Some days I can't even minimize the damage. I try to remain in control, but it's like taming a wild animal. I only have so much power to restrain this monster within me. You're not a monster. You just have problems. We've all got them. These are more than problems, I insisted. This constant roller coaster of up and down makes me sick. And as much as I hate to admit it, I'd rather ride the high than endure the lows. I sat back against Ava-Marie. Depression gets so boring, Charlie. The worst part about being sad is that it's incredibly uninteresting. I pick up on things so easily that I get tired of them just as quickly. And I will do absolutely anything on earth to prevent myself from being bored, even if there's consequences. I began playing with my hair. That's why I like things like fashion. It's always changing, and it's so open to interpretation you can't nail it down to perfection. It keeps my attention. You were down for a while, but you're not now, Charlie pointed out. From what I could tell, it lasted a few weeks, but at least you're better today. Yeah, well, it's getting worse. I have such a short tolerance when I get in a low period now because I know it's not going to last. Just a few weeks, or maybe a month, and I can stop feeling like I want to die again. So I get impatient. I just want it to hurry up so the joy can come back. Because that's where I excel. At least if I'm in a manic period, I'm out there doing things, not wasting away in some room watching the hours tick by. All that can land you in hot water. Maybe I tempt the fire because I like the way it burns. Is that supposed to be a metaphor for something? Charlie's voice was on edge. No. A lot of people with bipolar self-harm, but I never did. I didn't see the point in destroying myself when I could destroy something else. I liked breaking things, particularly the law. I got a high off the trouble. I guess that makes me fucked up. Everyone's fucked up at the Institute. I'm not innocent either, Charlie said. I've stolen and scammed thousands of dollars out of people. You did it to survive. I committed crimes because, why not? I turned toward him. Sometimes it was my illness, and sometimes I just wanted the thrill. There were days I was so depressed that I got into trouble because I was worried about being alone. I scoffed. And I hardly ever was. I felt so guilty growing up. I had a great family. I had awesome parents, and I put them through absolute hell. The way I act, you'd think I grew up in an abusive home or something. But it was never like that. I was just crazy for no reason. Charlie shook his head. People are never crazy for no reason. I'm sure you had your own. People just didn't understand. His words were so reassuring. It was nearly like he understood. Charlie went on. I did a lot of fucked up shit in high school. People didn't think I had a reason to be that way. But I was blind, with no resources, I was just acting out in my environment. I'm sure you had to do the same. Ancestors. High school was absolute hell. I rolled my eyes. I'd be at the Institute any day before I'd go back to those years. It was just crisis after crisis. It couldn't have been that bad, Charlie argued. It was, I insisted. I'm not even being dramatic. I'd just turned 16 when my dad got sick. I mean, really, really sick. He has a chronic illness, doesn't he? Yeah. Combined Magical Suppression Syndrome, it's called. Basically, his magic drains energy from his organs and body. My mom heals him with her Anichi magic, but it can't cure him completely. He's been sick long before I was born. That must have been rough. Honestly, it wasn't too awful. I tilted my head as I thought. He was always tired. He couldn't always play with me as much as I wanted, but no matter how bad he was feeling, he always made time for me. I don't feel like I missed out on anything because he was sick. He was a really great dad, and the best chieftain that ever was. I made a disgusted noise. People gave him shit for it, though. Said he shouldn't be chief if he couldn't handle the job. He's done more for the Toaqua tribe than any chieftain in existence. But since he has to take more days off than others, some don't see it that way. What happened when you were 16? Charlie asked. Daddy had been in and out of the hospital my entire life. The nurses knew our family by our first names up there. Me and my siblings grew up playing in the hallways. It wasn't unusual for him to stay a few days here and there, but this was different. A couple days after Christmas, his lungs collapsed. Charlie's eyebrows knitted together. Tears burned at the corners of my eyes, but I pushed them back and said, he was in the hospital for over a month. It was a bad respiratory illness. He'd had a million before, but this one was worse than the others. A bad bout of pneumonia when he was in his 20s had already scarred the tissue in his lungs, so we knew he didn't have a great shot. A couple weeks passed and he slipped into a coma. They had to put a breathing tube in. Nothing they tried worked. We had the best Anichi try to heal him, but spirit magic only goes so far, and their powers couldn't make his lungs work again. There was no chance of recovery. I dashed tears away with the heel of my hand. Mama was falling apart. She couldn't function. I had to be the strong one. I had to make sure my siblings ate and rested. I kept everyone together when no one else was fit to stand. I did it because I knew Daddy needed me to. I played with a strand of hair as I recalled the memories. I just remember standing outside the hospital room. I'd gone to get Mom some coffee because she'd been up all night. I heard her crying. She kept saying, "You're not leaving me alone to raise these kids." She begged Daddy to get up, but by now he was already half gone. I let out a sigh. I knew it was over when Mama told Daddy it was okay to let go. He really deteriorated after that. We had medicine men come in to give him final rites and prepare his spirit for the ancestral lands. But your dad's still here, so he had to have made a turnaround, Charlie objected. He did. It was a miracle. I scooted closer. I was with him that last night. The doctors figured he'd be dead in the morning. Mama and the rest of them had gone home to get some sleep because there was nothing more we could do. But I insisted I had to stay. I sat by his bedside and slept through the night with my head beside his chest. I could hear his breathing. It was really rattled. My voice cleared. Then something happened. I remember a bright white light hovering above the bed. I saw a pair of large blue eyes like those of a creature shining in the light, though I couldn't make out the rest of the animal's features. The eyes blinked at me, and I really can't explain this. I felt the urge to lay my hands on Daddy's chest, The light got bigger, until it was so blinding I had to look away. When I opened my eyes again, the light and the creature were gone. But Daddy's vitals were strong again. They removed the breathing tube the next morning, and shortly after, he woke up. His lungs were absolutely clear. All the scarred tissue was gone. It was like they'd been completely replaced. I couldn't help the victory that rang out in my voice. And ever since, his disease has still been there, but it's not as bad as it was before. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Didn't think they'd believe me. I knew that creature had to have some part in that healing, though I don't know where it came from or how it showed up. "Do you think you healed your dad?" Charlie asked. I bit my lip. I don't know what happened. I don't have Anachi powers, I think, I said slowly. And if I do, why haven't they shown up again? "Maybe they only come out when you need them the most," Charlie suggested. "Your dad just didn't heal on his own." I shrugged. I don't know. Maybe the ancestors did it. Whatever happened, he's alive, and I thank the ancestors for it every day. I couldn't live without Daddy. "But what about you?" Charlie's voice was anxious. "Did you inherit his illness?" I'm already clear. Symptoms would have shown up in me by now, and I have a clean bill of health, save for my bipolar diagnosis. I got lucky. The condition passed me over. "Do you think your other siblings might have inherited it?" My voice was guarded. Maverick and Alana are pretty healthy. "What about Ezekiel?" I swallowed a lump in my throat. When I was 5 or so, I walked into Ezekiel's room. He was still in his crib. He'd gone pale white and cold. He wouldn't move. I called for Mama. When she saw him, she just screamed and tried to heal him over and over. It worked and brought him around, but he still had to go to the hospital. Ez needed a blood transplant, and I was the only match. The doctor took my blood, and I asked him how long it would be before I died. I laughed out loud. It's funny now, but back then it wasn't. I thought I had to give up myself to save him, and I was totally okay with it. He's better than me. I wanted him to live. Charlie mused that over. "Do you think your brother has your father's disease?" My heart twisted and grew black, like a dying old tree. If he does, he's not going to admit it. Not until he has no other choice. Ez had been sick on and off for a long time. Nothing quite severe, and he'd never gone to the hospital again after that one time. But there were enough clues to make me wonder. I'd fought with Ez a million times about getting tested or getting a genetic workup so we had the proof. Or tried, anyway. He ran away every time I brought it up. After a lifetime of seeing our dad in and out of the hospital, he didn't want to accept what could be his own reality. "Your mother might have an idea if she can heal," Charlie suggested. I don't know if she does. If my brother's illness feels different from my dad's, or if it's still dormant, my mom might not be able to pick up on it. "That's rough." Charlie frowned. "Yeah, I know. And it's not fair that it has to be him. He's the best person. He doesn't deserve it." "You don't deserve your bipolar either," Charlie said softly. I scoffed. "I deserve what I get. Probably why I'm serving my penance." "Hey, you're here because I pissed you off. Nothing more," Charlie laughed. "I'm not talking about the Institute." He was going to think I was totally nuts. "I hear voices." "Huh?" Charlie slid back in surprise. "It's called psychosis. It's a part of my condition. There are voices in my head telling me to do things. I've always heard them, ever since I was a little girl." "And do you listen?" He hoped everything bad I'd done was a result of me obeying the voices inside my mind. Too bad for him. It was all me and my own decisions. I laughed darkly. I'm kinda shit at doing what I'm told, even if it's my own brain. I mostly ignore them, though sometimes the voices get out of control. Has that happened lately? Not in a long time. They're always talking to me, even right now. Charlie leaned forward. Do they have anything to say about me? The voices get quiet when they're around you, I said. I don't know why. Maybe it's our bond? Magic is the only solution I can think of. Charlie's expression sorrowed. I wish I'd been around sooner then. I wish you had too. Maybe things would have turned out different. My voice was despondent and aching. Charlie moved closer. Like... You know my best friend died, I said. I feel responsible for that. Charlie said nothing, and I took a breath. Monica and I met at a pageant when we were really little. You know, one of those competitions for little kids with the big dresses and songs and whatnot. I begged my mom to let me compete. I drove her so nuts she finally let me sign up. I practiced for weeks and weeks because I wanted to win. My Aunt Imogen made me a really sparkly dress, and my Uncle Jonah choreographed this awesome dance for me. Then the day of the pageant came. There was a girl there with a homemade costume. Her mom was yelling at her in the dressing room. I could tell she really wanted that trophy. At the end of the competition, they announced my name. I was so shocked. I couldn't believe I'd won. But then I saw the look on Monica's face, and I just couldn't take the crown. I whispered to the announcer I wanted to give my win to her, and they put the crown on her head instead of mine. A huge grin spread across my face. I couldn't suppress it. Didn't want to. That was the best moment ever. She just lit up. Ever since, we became best friends. She wanted to be a film studies major. We made all kinds of videos of me doing makeup tutorials and wrote songs together. They're still up on my old vlogging channel. We made so many she hardly ever left my house. She didn't want to. Charlie gave a thoughtful sound. I take it her home life wasn't the best. Her parents were just garbage, I snarled. There was a reason she practically lived at my place. When we were 17, she got tired of it. She wanted to run away. I agreed because it sounded like an adventure, and I wanted Monica to be happy. She was never happy when she was around them. I continued on, voice moving quickly, like I was a murderer attempting to explain my sentence away. I didn't think we'd really run away for good. I figured Monica would have her fill after a few days and go back home. I thought I'd get grounded for making everyone worry, and she'd hear it from her parents, and that would be the end of it. And it was fun, for a while. We found an old car and drove it all around California. We were free. My head fell against Obereye, and I stroked her coat for comfort. Her nostrils blew warm air on my shoelaces as she slumbered. After a couple of days of stealing food from the gas station and washing our hair in bathroom sinks, I'd had enough. I wanted to go home, and told Monica so. But she didn't. She insisted living like this was better than dealing with her parents. We had a big argument. But she won, in the end. She wasn't going back home, and I refused to leave without her. That's honorable, Charlie said quietly. I was homeless for a while. That you stuck with her through it shows you're loyal. I don't think I could live that way again. Not for anyone. I don't know how you survived it. My voice wavered on the edge of freefall. But then, some people don't. Monica was one of them. We were walking out of a rest stop one night when these two guys started following us. I was scared. Neither of us had our magic yet, so we couldn't defend ourselves. They cornered us. One of them grabbed me and tried to shove me into a van. Monica freaked out. She went to protect me, but the other guy pulled a knife. I was so choked up I could hardly speak. I couldn't verbalize what I'd seen. The images replayed so quickly in my mind, all I saw was red. I still recalled the shocked look in Monica's eyes, like it'd been only yesterday. I squeezed the next words out of my throat. I heard my grandmother Eleanor. She and my mom had been looking for me for days, and ancestors know there's no rock on earth I could hide under that my grandmother wouldn't turn over to find me. When Mama saw those guys trying to stuff me in the van, she lost it. She didn't even have to move. Her fire magic turned both of those guys to dust in an instant. They didn't even burn. There were no flames. They just combusted into a pile of ashes. I'd never seen that kind of power from her before. And then I knew exactly why she was a chosen one, and why she'd brought the Hawkeye Civil War to an end. She was, and still is, the most terrifying person I know. Charlie didn't speak, but his expression was shocked. But the worst part of the story was still to come, so I went on. Mama tried to use her healing powers to save Monica, but by then, it was already too late. Her Anichi magic couldn't bring back the dead, and Monica had almost bled out by the time they'd shown up. I fell to the ground and held Monica just before she passed. Her last words were my name. She died in my arms. My voice was quivering so badly, and I hated myself for it. Her parents didn't even let me come to the funeral. They said it was my fault she died. And every shitty lie they'd ever told me didn't matter, because what they said then was the truth. I should have brought her home, should have forced her. And because I didn't, she's gone. Charlie remained silent, and I forged a way through my memories, because the only way through them was out. I just remember them turning me away at the door. There was so much hate. I looked up at Mama, and these tears were just pouring out of my eyes. I couldn't stop them. We rushed home and had our own private ceremony on the beach for Monica. It was the only way I could say goodbye. I sniffed and wiped my face with my sleeve. So, now you know. Monica's dead because of me. She's not, Charlie insisted, softness in his voice. You went with her because you wanted to protect her. You couldn't have saved Monica any more than I could have saved Marty. They both made bad decisions. We had no choice but to stand there and watch. I didn't acknowledge whether he was right or wrong. It wouldn't make any difference anyway. Either resulted in Monica being gone. I cleared my voice and began to speak normally again. Finally. Achingly. After Monica died, I just deteriorated. I spiraled into the worst manic period of my life. I couldn't make videos or music again. That was our thing. And to do it without her felt like a betrayal. One day, my psychosis got out of control. I thought I was in the circus, like I was some kind of acrobat. I climbed from the stairs onto the chandelier we have in the living room. My mouth went dry. I started swinging from it, upside down by my legs. I tried to do a backflip off of it. I would have broken my neck if Ezekiel hadn't caught me. The chandelier fell, and Alana had to jump out of the way. She cut up her hands and knees on the glass, but it could have been worse. The chandelier almost crushed her. She had to be rushed to the hospital so she didn't bleed out. When I finally came down, I couldn't remember anything. The only way I recalled what I did was when my brother told me what I'd been mumbling while I was up there. Charlie's silence filled the aching space. He didn't rush to explanations or comfort like most people did. He just let me say what I had to say. Alana didn't blame me for what happened. Ez didn't either, or anyone else. But that my siblings had seen me fall apart and be vulnerable like that gave me so much guilt. I felt bad for merely existing. I almost killed myself and my sister in one go, just like I killed Monica. What happened to Monica wasn't your doing, Charlie said. And it wasn't her fault that she got killed. Monica didn't want to die. This falls on the person who wanted to end her life. She was my friend. People who get close to me get hurt. I destroy everything in my path, and she was collateral damage. And that's what you'll be if you continue to hang around me. I'm pretty good about shielding myself from destructive people. I've done it all my life. And no matter what you think, what happened to Monica wasn't your fault. Charlie grabbed my arm and gave a squeeze, as if he wanted me to believe him. There are a lot of things that were my fault. I dropped my voice, terrified someone would overhear us even though we were alone up here. My biggest secret felt so dark. I was afraid of even the ancestors finding out. Charlie came so close. Our bodies were touching. Instinctively, he opened his arms and wrapped them around me. I didn't resist. Instead, I fell into his arms and against his chest. I held his forearms as he squeezed me, and he put his chin on top of my head. I could hear his heartbeat as it thudded on steadily behind me, like the sound of a Hawkeye drum. Cuddling. We were fucking cuddling. It'd be freaking adorable if I wasn't spilling my guts right now. Oberai sighed, as if she could sense our barriers falling away, and was finally resting in that peace. As he held me close, Charlie asked, "What happened?" He implied that he knew there was more, or maybe had guessed. It was useless trying to hide something this vital from someone you had a soul bond with. He could feel my pain, and he knew how broken I was. I could use the alcohol as an excuse tomorrow morning, but I didn't think either one of us would buy it. We weren't drunk anymore. But Charlie would go along with my lie for my sake, because what I was about to tell him next, I'd never told anyone. A couple weeks after Monica died, some people in my class invited me to a party, I said. Monica and I were never really close with anyone, just relied on each other, but these girls felt sorry for me. I figured I had to get out and try to distract myself. So I went. My voice was emotionless this time. There weren't any tears or feelings. I just couldn't muster up any for this situation. I'd put it away, compartmentalized it deep within myself in a place not even my spirit could reach. There was a guy there, John. He was in mine and Monica's friend group, though she never liked him. I thought he was cool. We talked a lot, and I'd known him since I was a freshman. He wanted to go for a walk in the woods, talk about Monica. Nobody ever mentioned her anymore, so off I went. Charlie's body went rigid as I spoke. He got me far enough into the woods that nobody heard me scream. I tried to fight him off, but he was stronger. He pushed me face down and climbed on top of me. You can guess what happened after that. I could still remember what the leaves smelled like, and what the dirt felt like all over my face. I remembered it was so cold that night that I could see John's breath. Didn't remember much else except how badly I wanted to escape. Charlie pressed his lips to my hair and rocked me. He wasn't much of a talker, but he always said what he needed to. The movement gave me strength to go on. John finished inside of me and just let me lay there, like some kind of object. I was still in the woods long after the party was over. Eventually, I got up off the ground and forced myself to walk into town, because I knew I couldn't go missing again. It would worry my family. I was rattling off random facts now, snippets of what I remembered. There's a women's shelter in Campago. The lady at the front counter, her name was Mia. She patched me up, gave me a morning after pill, asked me to do a rape kit. I did it because she said it was a good idea, but it never went farther than that. I begged her not to tell anyone, and she said she wouldn't. Then I washed my face and went back home, and haven't talked about it since. Nobody knows but you. Charlie stiffened a little in shock, but he quickly relaxed. I never told anyone about Marty either. I'm glad we can trust each other like that. Trust. It was such a strange word to me. I couldn't comprehend what it was like to trust again. Outside of my family, I'd never trusted anyone but Monica. So I launched into another explanation to avoid the vulnerability. My mania got worse afterward. I was out of control. I went on a spree and just blew all my savings. Thousands of dollars gone in a few hours. That's why my parents have access to all my credit cards and my bank account. I want them to monitor me in case it happens again, so I don't lose everything twice. Do you think there's a risk for that? Charlie murmured. I don't know. I can't imagine being in a worse place emotionally than I was at that moment. I took everything out on Daddy. I treated him so terribly after the whole thing, but I knew that I could say or do anything to him and he'd never hold it against me. I just used him like a punching bag for everything I was feeling, and he just took it. It was so wrong, and I feel so bad about it. I want to say I'm sorry, but it's not like I can tell him the reason why. It'd break his heart. I leaned my head into Charlie's shirt. Leather and bergamot. The scent I loved. Things got so awful between me and Daddy that I told Mama I wanted to move out for a while. I stayed with my Uncle Jonah and Uncle Jake. They're both big guys, you know? I figured no one would be able to hurt me again. Not with them around. Josie and I shared a room. I think she suspected something, but she never asked. I finally relaxed against Charlie's hold and sighed, because the hard part was over, and at last I felt like my wings had grown back after being clipped, like the chains holding me down for years no longer had any bearing on me. There isn't much more to tell. I went back home, eventually. I told Mama I couldn't go back to high school, because I couldn't bear sitting in class with my rapist, and made up some excuse. I studied at home and barely got by. Once I graduated, I committed crime after crime until I ended up here. I cleared my throat. The day I got my magic was the best. I never felt more powerful than when I conjured a fireball for the first time. I knew if John tried anything again, if anyone did, I'd burn them to ash, like my mother did. And I'd never have to be helpless. I could rescue myself. Charlie's voice was astonished. You kept silent about it for almost 3 years. I thought about telling people, but I'm the daughter of the Tawakwa chief and the chosen one. It can't get out that I was raped, I told Charlie. So many people already scrutinize Daddy because he has a disease. They'd say he wasn't capable of protecting his own daughter. They might even ask him to step down. Your dad can handle the scrutiny, Charlie said. Your family's not going to be ashamed of you. But I'm ashamed of myself, I insisted. I was too scared to fight back, so I just took it. After that night, I promised myself I'd always fight back, no matter what. I vowed I'd never let anyone violate me like that again. I'd die first. Charlie's grip tightened around me. Ava, I want you to listen to me. You could have done nothing to stop him. If you had fought back at all, he might have killed you. Keeping yourself alive is nothing to be ashamed of. His words grew firmer, with a greater conviction. I didn't want those women to use my body. I hated every moment of it, but I let them do it, because staying alive to see the next morning was more important. And no matter how you feel about yourself, you should be damn glad you're still here. I know for certain I am. I would have been missing a piece of my soul forever if you were gone. No matter what's happened to me so far, I think it was worth it just to get to you. You're a fighter, and I'm proud of you for that." He was proud of me? But how could he be? Wasn't I a monster? "I'm really tired," I whispered. Telling Charlie all that had worn me out. "We still have a few hours until sunrise. Might as well catch up on some sleep," he suggested. "I've barely slept in days, Charlie." "I know, Pidge." My head fell back against his chest, which was soft and warm. I was closer this time. His heartbeat was louder, and I came to a scary realization. Charlie made me feel something. The first something in a long time. I wasn't used to feeling. I didn't like it. I wanted to be numb. But I needed to feel in order to be free. "Sleep softly, princess," he said quietly. "I'll ward off your nightmares." I liked that. I liked that a lot. I let my eyes close and allowed myself to slip back into oblivion, finally safe. Once the sun rose, we'd go back to hating each other. It was the only way we knew how. But in the darkness, we didn't have to pretend.
Chapter 17. Charlie. I hadn't been to a party in ages. I'd gotten drunk enough as a teenager to know that alcohol only got you into trouble. But with Ava-Marie, it was different. She was carefree and reckless, but as much as that scared me, I also wanted to be a part of it. Ava didn't seem to remember much after the Fey wine, but while she was downing shots like they were candy, I was drinking in her. Someone had to protect her if things got out of hand, after all. I didn't get the tattoo because I was drunk. I got it because, well, I wanted it. Though I could barely admit the fact to myself. Ava and I were bonded. Whether anything else happened between us, that was never going to change. I only had to pretend it wasn't a big deal, because I knew Ava didn't feel the same way. But the party, the tattoos, the fun, it couldn't compare to that morning in the loft when Ava opened her heart to me and entrusted me with her deepest secrets. I held her close, inhaling her scent and tearing up when she told me about what happened to her. I didn't think she saw me cry, and I didn't want her to. She'd made a speech about how everyone had been trying to protect her whole life, and how she could take care of herself. She didn't want me to feel sorry for her. But I did. Ancestors. I felt the pain sink into every pore of my body, eating at me until my stomach became hollow, and my limbs lost all feeling. Ava-Marie didn't deserve what happened to her. I didn't blame her for the way she acted after the fact. Ava may not have realized what she was doing, but I recognized a cry for help when I saw one. And I wanted with every fiber of my being to be the one to answer that call. I burned to drive a knife through the men who had killed her best friend. I craved the chance to pummel the face of the rapist who hurt her. I prayed for everyone who had ever left a mere scratch on my poor Pidge's heart to suffer the consequences. Forget the fiery inferno she could rain down upon them. I'd steal the air from their lungs and force dirt down their throats, then crush them with boulders over and over, never giving them a moment to beg for mercy, but not giving them the freedom of death either. Those assholes deserved a lifetime of torture for hurting Ava. I'd savor every moment of it. I would never hurt her, not in this life or the next. I would always be at her side to support her, and to protect her when she couldn't manage on her own. But Ava would never know. She was a strong, dual-casting elementi with incredible power. It would be an insult if she knew I was lurking, watching and waiting for anyone who dared touch my Pidge. Ava was back to her normal self in the morning, as if she'd forgotten our conversation altogether, but I knew it was an act. Her tone was hesitant, and I could feel the emotions coming off of Ava-Marie, like she too smelled a hint of Ava's bullshit. I didn't blame her, though. She didn't want to talk about it, so I wouldn't bring it up. But damn it all if it didn't keep me up at night.
I barely slept over the following week, like this was some type of problem I was meant to solve and had no answer to. Not here at the Institute, at least. I tried telling myself it had happened a long time ago, that I couldn't bring Monica back from the dead any more than I could revive Marty. I couldn't go back in time and change what John had done. And yet I felt there was something more I could do, something I had to do. It hit me one morning. I'd been having a dream, a really good dream, though the details began to drift from my mind as soon as I woke. I struggled to hang on to the memory. I'd been sitting in a crowd somewhere, stroking Oberei's fur. A beautiful voice had filled the room, warming my heart. It had been Ava's voice. Not the Ava I knew, but the girl she was before she met me, before all that crap had turned her life upside down. I wanted to know who Ava used to be, and I wanted to help her find that girl again. I didn't know how to do it, but an idea struck after I got out of the shower. Oberei was waiting for me in my dorm. He was in husky form, and he shoved something into my hands. I ran my fingers over it and felt soft bristles. "You telling me I need to groom myself or something?" I teased. Oberei barked. "Ah, you want to be brushed," I said with a sigh. "Roll over." Oberei followed my command, and I started brushing his fur while I tickled his belly. He rubbed his head across the floor in pleasure. 5 more minutes, I warned. I've got stuff to do today. Oberei wasn't satisfied after 5 minutes of grooming, but I set the brush aside anyway. I really did have stuff to do before class. I leaned down and felt behind my dresser, where I'd stashed the few things Marcus had snuck out of contraband for me. My fingers curled around the headphones, and I tucked them into my jacket. "You coming?" I asked Oberei, and he yipped happily. Oberei and I stopped by the dining hall and ate quickly before making our way to the library. The computers here were kind of shit, and not just because they didn't work well around magic. Tons of websites were blocked, and they didn't have any software installed to help navigate while blind. Luckily, Oberei had learned how to help me find the icons I needed, as I'd started coming in here to work on schoolwork. "Fire up the internet, bud," I told him. Oberei pressed his nose against the touchscreen, while I fumbled around looking for the headphone jack. I finally found it on the side of the computer and plugged it in. I wasn't supposed to have these headphones, but it was early enough in the day that the library was pretty secluded. I didn't think anyone would notice me, as long as I didn't take too long. It took forever for the page to load. Oberei nudged me once it did. I typed in what I was looking for. Oberei got so excited his tongue lolled out of his mouth and he slobbered all over my arm. I turned my nose up and wiped the slobber off. "Ew, Oberei. I guess that means we found it." Oberei leaned forward to press his nose to the screen, and his wagging tail smacked me in the arm. I was about to complain, until the sound of a beautiful voice filled the speakers. I went as still as a statue. "Hello, magical creatures," the girl in the video said. "It's Ava-Marie and Monica back with another video. This song was written at 2 a.m., while we were high on gummy bears and caffeine, so we hope you like it. It's called Until the Sun Rises." It was Ava's old vlog, the one where she and Monica wrote songs and did makeup tutorials. The sound of a soft piano filled my ears, followed shortly by an acoustic guitar accompanying the slow melody. Ava began to sing, and I swore I nearly fell out of my chair. It was so much more beautiful than anything I could have ever dreamt. The sound of her voice sent a shiver down my spine. I'd heard her sing once, when she'd summoned the ancestors in the cave, but she was more incredible than I remembered.
The stars above won't leave me alone, but they're all just dim disguises. I won't escape from the dark of night until the sun rises.
The whole song was a metaphor that talked about a girl who was being chased by so many guys, but none of them could satisfy her. She was holding out for the one who could pull her from the darkness and brighten up her days. She was waiting for her son. Could I be the one Ava had been waiting for? I pushed the thought away quickly. Ava and I were bonded, and that was it. It wasn't like we were dating, or like we ever would. That was a surefire way to damn our bond to hell and ruin every good thing we might possibly ever have. Oberei clicked on another video, and Ava's voice filled my headphones once again. It was really nice to hear her sing at first, but the more I listened, the sadder I got. She was so incredible, but she'd let it all go. She didn't think it was fair to Monica to continue without her, but Ava was throwing her talent away. She could use her music for so much good, to reconnect with Monica's memory and help make sense of what happened. Eventually, she could use her music to inspire others to overcome similar turmoil. Instead, she turned to raising hell and getting herself into trouble. It was sad, really. I wished she would play again. Hey, man. Someone placed a heavy hand on my shoulder, and I jumped. I quickly pulled the headphones off and hid them in my lap, but I'd already been caught. What? I asked. It's me, Marcus, he announced. Marcus was nice like that. Most people expected me to know who they were by the sound of their voice or their scent, like I was a dog or something. But it wasn't that easy. Ava's was really the only voice I could pick out of a crowd. Since when do you come to the library in the morning? He asked as he slid into the chair next to me. The computer in front of him made a slight whirring noise as it turned on. I never see you here. I pressed the power button on the computer so he wouldn't see what I was up to. I just had some stuff to catch up on. Don't you have class right now? Shit, I hadn't realized how long I'd been sitting there listening to Ava's vlog. How many videos had I listened to? A dozen? What time is it? I asked. Almost 10. Crap. I shoved my headphones in my bag and stood. I gotta get to class. Oh, Charlie. Marcus stopped me. Callie's trying to get everyone together after class to do some training for the Darke Games. You in? Training? I asked skeptically. I barely knew what we'd be up against during the Darke Games, let alone how to train for it. Yeah, we want to win, don't we? Marcus asked. We're meeting at the Villain's Den after dinner. You in? Yeah, sure, I mumbled, though my heart swelled. As long as the rest of us were there, Ava would be too. I'll catch you later. I didn't see Ava the rest of the day, which was strange because we usually ate together during meals. I was starting to worry when I arrived at the Villain's Den after dinner. All I had to do was follow the sound of arguing. Come on, Kalina. What's in the box? That's Callie to you, Marcus, she said sternly. And I told you, it's a surprise. Can't you give me a hint? He begged. Sure, she said brightly, if you volunteer to be the one who opens it. Marcus hesitated. Okay. Kalina sounded proud. Your hint is that you'll be sorry you volunteered. Marcus groaned. Not fair. Oberei padded along at my side, but he didn't get excited, which told me Ava hadn't arrived yet. Where's Ava? I asked as I sat down beside them. She should be here any minute. Callie said. She'd insisted she was trying to make a turnaround with her life, so I needed to respect that by calling her by her chosen name. It was mere moments later when Ava walked in the room. I didn't know how I sensed her, because I was sitting a good 10 feet from the door, but her scent hit me immediately, and the whole room warmed when she entered. Late as usual, Callie teased. I'm not late, Ava argued as she approached us. You're all early. Ancestors, Oberei, did someone skimp on your grooming this morning? Your fur is a mess. Something like glass clinked as Ava set it on the table. She plopped down beside me and started running her fingers through Oberei's fur. The husky barked in pleasure. I swear he'd be purring if he could. Where have you been? I asked. You missed lunch and dinner. Did I? Ava asked, like she hadn't realized what time it was. I got held up in the alchemy room. We're working on a healing potion, but it's hardly effective. There has to be a more potent mixture than the recipe in the book. I simply must figure it out. Hey, Marcus, maybe you could help. The recipe originated from the Miriamic Coven. Ava's voice grew strained as she spoke, Then a pop like a cork sounded. "Here, smell it." Marcus snorted. "Don't ask me about healing salves." "I thought you could perform any warlock magic," she pointed out. "Isn't that what your tattoos mean?" "I can," Marcus emphasized. "I just haven't taken the class yet." "Here, Charlie." Ava shoved something in my hands, and I took it. It was a small glass vial, and heavy enough to be filled to the brim. "Doesn't this smell off?" I lifted the potion to my nose and sniffed it. It smelled of citrus, but more on the tart side than the sweet. It doesn't smell bad, but I haven't taken alchemy. I don't know what it should smell like. "No matter," Callie said, taking charge. "We're not here to talk about classes. We're here to train for the Darke Games." "Where are we training?" I asked as I handed the potion back to Ava. Kalina stood. "Follow me." The three of us, along with Rishi and Oberai, followed behind Callie. "Does anyone know exactly what we're training for?" I asked. "I mean, we know monsters are going to be coming through the portals, but what kind?" "It could be anything," Callie answered. A thought struck. Just how many possibilities are there? "You're wondering how many monsters there are in hell?" Callie asked, sounding slightly amused. "Thousands of species. Millions, maybe, which is why we have to be prepared for anything." "Ah, yes, this will do." I didn't realize where we were going until we stepped into the room. The air was warmer and humid. My air magic expanded, but it met resistance high above our heads against the ceiling. The room was almost as big as the chapel, but not as tall. The smell of dirt and flowers hit my nose, and my earth magic immediately sensed plant species of all kinds filling the room. Oberai's footsteps beside mine turned from soft padding on the carpet to scratches, like he was walking over stone. Birds chirped from the rafters, and a small waterfall trickled off in the distance. "Where are we?" I asked. "This is the school's greenhouse, sometimes called the Arboretum," Callie explained. "I'm surprised you haven't been in here before. This room was specifically designed for elementi." Ava had been silent, like she was taking it all in. But when Callie explained the nature of the room, Ava huffed. "Well, no one mentioned it to us. Jerks." Callie didn't seem to hear her. "Anyway, I thought this would be a good place to train. There's plenty of room, but unlike the prison yard, it's not crawling with people." Oberai seemed thrilled. Oberai shifted into a fire unicorn and took off running down the stone path, hooves beating against the ground. Rishi meowed and ran after her. "Don't go too far," I called. "Relax," Ava said, like we were parenting a child together. "Let her have fun. She doesn't get many chances to be free." For a moment, it didn't sound like she was talking about Oberai. "First things first," Callie said. "Marcus, hold this." "Can I open it yet?" he asked. "Not yet," Callie instructed. "I think we should start with some sparring. I want to see what you guys are capable of." Ava cracked her knuckles. "Are you doubting me?" Callie scoffed. "You? No. But I need to know what your limits are. Ava, you'll be on Marcus's team. Charlie, you're with me." Ava huffed. "Who says you're in charge? I want to be on Charlie's team." "I didn't see you stepping up to be captain," Callie shot back. "I am the one who planned this training session." "I say we vote on team captain," Ava insisted. "I'd like to nominate myself."
You can't nominate yourself,
Callie cried. I sighed. Ancestors. We hadn't even started training yet, and already we were fighting. "Maybe we should draw straws," I suggested.
No way!
Ava protested. "With our luck, Marcus will be named team captain."
Hey!
Marcus objected. "Well, this is just a great way to start off our team training session," I groaned. "Why can't you two be co-captains?" "Co-captains?" They balked in unison. "Excuse me," Ava said. "There were no co-captains on my cheerleading squad, and there are no co-captains to the crown," Callie added before Ava could finish. "Our team needs one leader," Ava insisted. And a cool name, Marcus added. How about you all shut up and listen, I growled. You guys want me on your team for the Darke Games? Then you're going to have to get your shit together. There's no way we're fighting monsters if we can't get through one training session without arguing over team captain. So either come to a mutual agreement or there will be no team to captain. Marcus piped up quickly. I vote for Charlie. Yeah, Ava agreed quickly. Charlie can be captain. I groaned. That was so not what I meant. Fine, Kalina conceded. It was obvious she wasn't going to get what she wanted. Tell me, Captain, where shall we start? I hesitated. I longed to tell them I wasn't captain material, but that was a good way to stir up another fight. If I had to be captain to keep the peace, then so be it. Let's start with some sparring, like you suggested. Ava and me against Callie and Marcus. Okay, Callie agreed. Let's find somewhere with more space.
Ah!
Callie's shriek echoed off the windows of the greenhouse. Ava and Marcus both started laughing so hard that neither of them could hardly breathe. I was about to ask what just happened when Callie shouted,
I'm soaked! What the hell, Ava?
Ava must have summoned water from the greenhouse fountain and splashed it all over Kalina. I thought we were sparring, Ava defended between laughs. You have to be ready for anything, right? Yeah, like my battle orb up your ass, Kalina shot back, though she laughed like she was only joking. Except the battle orb was no joke. Magic crackled through the air, and Ava gasped. Immediately, I heard the whoosh of a fireball and felt the heat cross my skin as Ava threw it past me. The two must have collided, because an explosion sounded between us. Callie immediately threw another orb, and Ava grabbed me by the shirt to drag me down another path. Hell, you two turned this place into a battle zone in less than 2 seconds, I hissed as we ducked behind foliage. Ava chuckled, like she was having fun. Was this normal in the magical community? Like laser tag or paintball back in Detroit? That's kind of the point, isn't it? Ava said. Her clothes brushed against me as she stood quickly to throw another fireball. She ducked down just as fast. Shit! She muttered under her breath. What? Is someone hurt? I asked in alarm. No, she said, like that was the least of her worries. Callie's got shield magic. Isn't that good news? We'll lose! But she's on our side in the Darke Games, I pointed out. Ava scoffed. Yeah, but she's about to murder us in the meantime. Come on! Ava grabbed me again, and we went sprinting down another trail. Ava stopped in her tracks, and I came to a halt beside her. Something had changed, though I couldn't describe what. The scent of flowers around me vanished, though I could still sense their presence through my earth magic. The ground below me squished, though I knew I was still on the path. A horrid smell like a rotting carcass filled my nose. What's going on? I demanded. Ava's voice turned sour. It's Callie. Some sort of an illusion. All I see ahead is a dark swamp. I don't know where the path went.
How do we break the illusion? There has to be a way!
Ava sounded calm and collected, but I was freaking out. I couldn't navigate my world if I was being tricked by my own senses. Callie's strong, but it's only an illusion, Ava explained. My Aunt Imogen taught me about fey magic as a kid. It's all in your head. So all you have to do is override the illusion and convince yourself what you're seeing isn't real. But it feels so real, I argued. My feet sank deeper into the mud, and the stench grew stronger. Focus on what you know to be true, Ava encouraged. I know we're in the greenhouse, I said, my voice calming. I can feel the plants around us, and the air meets resistance at the ceiling. It's not wide open like a swamp. Exactly, Ava said, though it sounded like she was still trying to fight the illusion herself. The rock beneath me speaks to me, I observed. The mud isn't real. As I said it, the sinking sensation vanished, and I found myself standing on solid ground again. The illusion wasn't totally over, though. I still smelled the stench of death permeating through the air. I know the greenhouse shouldn't smell like this, I continued. It should smell green and like flowers. There was the scent of dirt when we walked in, too, and some sort of cleaner in the water. Slowly, the horrid scent faded, and the smells and sounds of the greenhouse returned.
We're back!
Ava cried, before taking my hand. Come on, Callie's illusion slowed us down. Let's get out of here before she finds us. We took off running again. Oberon's hooves sounded ahead, but she stopped dead when she saw us coming. Up you go. I grabbed Ava around the waist and shoved her onto Oberon's back, then climbed on myself. I wrapped my arms around Ava and held her close. She either didn't notice or didn't seem bothered by it. Let's get to the fountain. You'll need a source of water. It's not a fountain, Ava said. It's a pool. I can feel it. Oberon took off running, and we made it to the other side of the greenhouse. Marcus was nearby, which was obvious in his heavy footsteps. But Kalina either wasn't moving or was sneaking along soundlessly. We slid off Oberon, and Ava planted herself in front of me.
Come and get me,
she called.
I dare you.
A growl erupted from behind a large tree, and the brush rustled as a creature lunged from behind it. Instinct took over, and I thrust my air magic outward. A gust of wind rushed by, snatching the creature from the air. It was large, almost as big as Oberon. It tumbled through the air and landed hard on one of the pathways. A whimper came, but it morphed into the sound of Kalina's groans. I realized then that the creature had been Kalina, though she'd been in her wolf form when she attacked.
Ow!
She breathed. That was one hell of a blow, Charlie. I'm sorry, I said quickly. I didn't know it was you. Sorry, she balked. We can totally use magic like that in the Darke Games. Don't hold back on my account. She's right, Ava agreed. Give it all you've got. Callie can take it. And now they were back on the same page. I'd never understand girls.
Dear Goddess!
Marcus cried as he finally wound his way through the path over to us.
Callie, are you okay? Whoa!
Marcus must have tripped, because the next thing I knew, the box in his hands had clattered to the ground. Rishi let out a high-pitched shriek, and Marcus grunted a few times before a huge splash sounded and water soaked the front of my pants. Ava cackled from beside me, and Oberon whinnied. Marcus sputtered water and continued splashing it everywhere. Do we need to go in and save him? I asked. Relax, Ava laughed. It's less than 3 feet deep. Marcus, stop flailing. Your ass is touching the bottom. Gods, Kalina sighed. Marcus, stop fooling around. I could use your help out here. Marcus must have found his bearings because he stopped sputtering and splashing. Water dripped onto the path as he dragged himself out of the water. I'm fine, he gasped. You better be, Kalina said. If you drowned in a koi pond, we're going to have problems during the games. You know I don't swim well, Marcus growled. Learn, Callie snapped. Hey, I cut in before another fight broke out. I quickly changed the subject. I think we've all proved to each other we can handle ourselves in combat. But that illusion magic was something else, Callie. Any chance we'll be up against something like that in the games? It's possible, she replied. Honestly, I'm surprised you managed to break through it so fast. Your illusion was strong, Ava admitted, but you put all the details in the scenery. Charlie could break through the rest with ease. Callie mused. I'll have to work on that. To be honest, Callie's illusion was enough to convince me. The dead tell was how quickly the scene had shifted. Had she knocked me out beforehand, I never would have known. Let's try something else, I suggested. What's the box for? Oh, this is a good one, Callie said brightly. She walked over to retrieve the box from where Marcus had dropped it. Marcus, if you do the honors. Marcus stepped forward, his clothes making dripping sounds on the ground. Hold up, Ava sighed. Marcus, let me dry you off. Ava used her Tawakwa magic to draw the water out of Marcus's clothes. It must have been a lot, because it made a splash when she dropped it back into the pond. Thanks, Marcus said sheepishly, before addressing Kalina. Are you going to tell me what's in the box? Just open it, she said impatiently. Marcus hesitated, then a hinge squeaked.
Ancestors!
Ava cried in a high-pitched voice, as if she was looking down at a newborn baby.
It's adorable! What is it?
Ugh, it's ugly, Marcus sounded repulsed. What's with all the glitter? Glitter is fabulous, Ava argued. Meanwhile, Kalina just laughed without explaining. It was like she was waiting for something. What is it? I asked. Ava turned to me, gushing. It's the most beautiful glowing fairy. She's sitting at the bottom of the box, staring up at us with the most gorgeous ruby eyes. I just want to take her home and... Whiz! It sounded like wings flapping 1,000 beats per minute, but it was gone as soon as it came. Marcus coughed, choking on something, and the box clattered to the ground again.
Ancestors!
Ava cried. She grabbed for Marcus, but he fell backward into both of us. I helped stand him upright, but he seemed to have lost control of his limbs.
That thing flew up his nose!
Ava cried. Her awe had vanished.
What is it, Callie?
Callie's laugh was muffled. It's a minor demon known as an allure. It possesses you and makes you want to have sex all the time.
Callie!
I roared, still trying to hold Marcus upright.
How could you? He volunteered,
she defended.
He didn't know what he was volunteering for,
I shot back. Suddenly, Marcus went silent. Rishi must have noticed something was off about him, because he hissed. Well, hello there, Marcus drawled in a seductive tone toward Ava. It was pretty obvious he was possessed, because the real Marcus had the charm of a limp dick. What's your name, beautiful? He went to drape an arm around Ava's shoulder and nearly punched me in the nose in the process. I reeled back a step, but Ava knew how to handle her own. Not happening, Ava snapped. She must have had Marcus's hand in a painful hold, because he sucked air between his teeth. Feisty, Marcus, or rather the allure, said in amusement. You and I could have lots of fun. Hell no. Ava shoved him away. Even if you're possessed, I'm not falling for that. Try it on someone else. My. Marcus's voice came directly in front of me, so I could only guess he was speaking to me. He drew in a deep, hungry breath. Aren't you a tall glass of water? And let me tell you, boy, I am thirsty. Marcus ran a finger down my chest, and my guts twisted. I grabbed him by the wrists to stop him. Callie, what exactly is the point of this exercise? I demanded. Demon possession, she said like it was obvious. Do I have to remind you we'll be up against demons from hell? There's a chance we'll have to exorcise one. I blew a breath. Are you freaking kidding me? Ava burst at the same time. And you decided to possess our warlock, the one race that can actually perform exorcisms correctly? We needed a challenge, Callie insisted. Besides, this demon is harmless. It's just horny. Harmless my ass, I scoffed. She was standing there looking pretty while I was trying to keep Marcus at a distance. My hand was shoved into his face, getting slobber all over while he tried to make out with me. You think I'm sexy? I challenged the demon. Check out Callie. I grabbed Marcus by the shoulders and spun him around. He stopped dead. Oh, he said breathlessly. Yes, how could I have not seen you before? You glow like a radiant goddess.
I must have you, my queen. Hey,
Callie protested. I didn't ask for this. It was your idea, I said with a shrug. Marcus stepped away from me. Thank the ancestors. Meanwhile, Ava turned my way, sounding irritated. You think Callie's sexy? I scoffed. I haven't even seen the girl. Literally. I just said that to get him off our back while we come up with a solution. Oh, Ava sounded pleased. Well, I don't know much about exorcisms. I know the Miriamic Coven has rituals to cast out demons, but we're SOL there.
No, Marcus,
Callie shouted.
I will not sleep with you. Go away.
I cocked an eyebrow at Ava. You think he's really possessed? Hard to tell, Ava chuckled. But if you saw the look in his eyes, then the answer is yes. He looks weirdly starstruck. Okay, so a ritual is out of the question, I said thoughtfully. How do demons survive in a host? I don't know, Ava mused. Most demon possessions are spiritual, but this one, it was like her body entered his. She's grabbed the controls to his brain and is turning it into a mush of hormones. So the allure is like a parasite. What happens if we make the host body uninhabitable? I asked. Uninhabitable how? I don't know, I admitted. Could we give him some sort of antidote, or maybe something that'll make him sick? If his immune system isn't up to snuff, it could flush the demon out. So we want him to run a fever? Ava asked thoughtfully. It's just a theory, I started, but she cut me off. No, it's a good one, Ava said. I think I know how to do it. Marcus, come here. I'll have sex with you. Pidge! I cried. Obereye shook her head like she hadn't heard her right. Relax, Ava whispered under her breath. I just wanted to get the demon's attention. Marcus strolled up to Ava. I knew it. My charm works every time. Yeah, Ava said flatly. Just kiss me, will you? My blood ran cold. Gladly. Marcus sounded a little too enthused if you ask me, but I had to remind myself it was the demon and not him. Marcus slurped on Ava's lips like she was a slushie. I couldn't stand to listen. I had to steady myself against Obereye because I thought I might puke. Had she really just asked Marcus to kiss her? It felt like a knife had embedded itself in my guts. I knew it was a ploy, but still it felt like a betrayal. It's not working, Ava said. What are you doing? Callie demanded. I'm using my fire to heat Marcus's internal organs, she explained. He's got to have a fever of 104 already. If I go any further, I might kill him. You gotta be kidding me, Callie sighed. This is a sex demon, remember? Heat is kinda their thing. I wanted to get in on the conversation, to throw out solutions so I didn't have to keep listening to the two of them suck face, but I couldn't find my bearings. The whole thing made me sick. I got it! Ava cried, but Marcus silenced her with another gross kiss. Callie gasped. Gods, Ava, what are you doing? Ava drew away from Marcus to speak. Tawakwa can create ice. I'm using my powers to lower his body temperature. That should draw out the demon. Marcus sputtered before Ava could finish her sentence. It's working, Callie exclaimed. Keep going, Ava. Marcus continued coughing, and his hand slapped to the pavement. Oh, shit. Now we were killing him. That was just great. Pidge, no! I cried. We'll find another way. We'll get a professor to help. Callie scoffed. So I can get locked in cell block 9 for sneaking this demon out of class? No, thank you. He's obviously in pain, I pointed out. Trust me, Charlie, Ava insisted. This is working. Damn it, I wanted to trust her, but I couldn't stand here listening to Marcus cough like that. He was going to lose a lung. Pidge, I pressed. It's almost out, she promised. I can feel it. Just a little more. Marcus hacked so loud it echoed off the windows of the greenhouse. The demon let out a scream as it tumbled out of his body. Relief flooded through me. You did it! Callie cried. She shuffled forward, presumably to capture the demon and place it back in the box. I finally found my legs and rushed over to Marcus. He lay on the ground, wheezing. Rishi raced under my feet. I nearly tripped over him as I knelt beside Marcus. You okay? I asked, slapping him a little to get him to wake. Marcus! Fuck! He breathed, his teeth clattering together. It's cold in here. What the hell happened? I frowned. The girls happened. Hey, it was a good training exercise, Callie protested. And we did it without your help, mind you. Actually, it was Charlie's idea, Ava said. Marcus, I'm going to use my fire to warm you up, okay? Okay.
he whispered, shivering. I placed my hands on Marcus to calm him. He was ice cold. It was pretty obvious when Ava started funneling heat into his body, because his skin returned to a normal temperature. "Are you okay?" Ava asked. "I kind of feel like I'm going to puke," he admitted. "Here, take this," Ava said. "What's that?" I asked as I heard a cork pop off a bottle. "It's the healing potion I made in alchemy," Ava said. "It should help with the nausea. Or not." Callie snapped the top of the box closed, then inhaled a sharp breath when she turned to us.
Gods, Marcus, you're turning blue.
Marcus had already taken a big gulp of potion, and it apparently wasn't working the way it was supposed to.
I thought you knew how to brew a potion, Pidge,
I growled.
I do,
Ava cried.
This was an experiment.
Marcus groaned.
You could have warned me. I look like a fucking smurf.
How do you feel? Ava asked breathlessly.
How does he feel?
I balked.
He's blue!
His temperature had stabilized, though, so that was a good thing. I feel fine, actually, Marcus said. But, am I going to be blue forever? Ava hesitated. No, that should wear off. Pidge, I warned. He says he feels fine. I sighed and helped Marcus to his feet. Okay, that's it. As team captain, I am banning everyone from putting our teammates in any further danger. I think Marcus has been picked on enough for the day. Marcus, why don't you sit out? I actually feel okay, he cut off abruptly. Actually, you know what? You're probably right. I should take it easy. I am blue after all. And you'll tell me the second any other symptoms arise, I stated sternly. I wasn't giving him a choice. Sure thing, Captain. Marcus walked away to go sit by Ava-Marie, and Rishi followed. So what? Callie sounded annoyed. Our training session is over? No, I snapped. Clearly, we need to go over a few things, like how not to put your teammates in danger. I don't know why you're so mad, Callie sighed. The exercise worked. We learned something new. You went about it in the wrong way, I argued, running my hand over my face. Let's just forget about it. It's over, and we're not going to try it again. Yes, sir, Callie said sarcastically. I began pacing. Look, if we're going to make it through the Darke Games, we have to work together. So let's play up our strengths. What kind of things are we all best at? You've already seen my illusions, Callie said. And she can create weapons out of thin air, Ava added. I saw it in class. I furrowed my brow. You can do that? If I believe in the illusion enough, I can make it real, Callie explained. What's your strength, air boy? I hesitated. I had air and earth power, but I was still learning what I could do with it. I didn't know exactly how it would help us against monsters. Marcus piped up from several feet away. He tossed Mad Dog nearly 100 yards into the lake. He's got to be able to levitate. Levitation? I was skeptical. Marcus is right, Ava said. Yapluma back home can use air magic to make things fly through the air, including themselves. It could help us escape a bad situation during the games. You're telling me I can fly? I gaped. Well, yeah, Ava said, like it was obvious. I mean, probably not over the prison gates, because as soon as you get close enough, the Noxite will screw with your magic. But outside the Institute? For sure. And in here? I asked. Well, this is the Elementi room, Ava mused. These rooms are meant for us to explore our magic. I can hardly feel any Noxite. I think you should give it a try. Any chance you could offer me a theory lesson? I asked. Ava didn't sound amused. I'm not Yapluma. You just, I don't know, manipulate the air currents around you. Let's start with something small, Callie suggested. Here, try this.
Hey!
Marcus protested. Rishi let out a high-pitched shriek, and Callie swore under her breath. Jerk, she growled at the cat. Yeah, frighten the cat to death, I deadpanned. That's the way to do it. What about this leaf? Ava asked as she snapped something off a nearby plant. I cocked an eyebrow at her. Is that a joke? Of course I can make a leaf fly. I swiped my hand through the air, and my magic swept up the leaf and took off with it. Perfect, Ava said. If you can do that, you can levitate yourself. I gestured to myself. I'm not exactly a weightless leaf, Pidge. She sighed in frustration. Just try it, Charlie. It should come naturally. Fine, I conceded through gritted teeth. I walked to a part of the path that was more open, so I wouldn't hurt anybody. I took a few moments to take in my surroundings, the sound of the waterfall trickling into the pool, the birds chirping high above me, and the air buzzing at its magical frequency. I focused on the air and drew it closer to me, pressing the air particles together and creating a small whirlwind around myself. Air swept up under my shoes, and my feet became unstable for a moment, though I didn't fall. I settled the air currents to maintain my balance, then tried again. Air swirled beneath my feet, lifting my shoes from the pavement. I gasped as I went floating several inches into the air. I started to wobble, but I pulled more air particles toward me to keep me from tipping one way or the other. I stabilized and let out a shocked laugh. Ancestors, I'm doing it! Ava clapped, and Oberei nickered. Keep going, Charlie. I willed myself to move higher, then shifted the air in another direction. I hovered forward at least 3 feet off the ground. It was amazing how free and weightless I felt. I figured I had what it took to push further, so I levitated myself higher. Callie's teasing voice came from far below me. Don't hurt yourself up there. I teetered for show and plastered a look of terror on my face. Let's see how she liked being messed with. Uh-oh. I fell forward, tumbling quickly toward the ground. I sensed the plants and dirt approaching, and I knew I had plenty of time to save myself. Callie and Ava screamed in unison, their voices echoing throughout the room. Just as I was about to plummet into the shallow pool, I caught myself with another air current. I shot back into the air, laughing.
Charlie, you ass!
Callie screamed from below.
Get back down here,
Ava insisted.
You're grounded until you can learn to behave yourself.
Can't, I called back. I looped several times, always trusting my magic to catch me. Then I shot straight upward, arms held straight out at my sides.
I'm off to Neverland.
I went zooming around the room, feeling totally and completely free. Ironic, considering I was locked in a prison, but for the first time in years, I felt like a kid again. It was like a dream. Finally, after Ava and Callie had their fill of yelling at me, I flew to the ground and landed. I'm impressed, Ava said. I tilted my head at her. I thought you said it was natural for air elementals. Yeah, sure, she admitted, but the flips and shit usually take some practice. I wonder if you have enough power to levitate one of us. I shrugged. I was feeling pretty confident. Might as well try. I volunteer, Callie offered immediately. That looked mega fun. Don't you have wings? Marcus asked her. In fae form, she admitted, though she sounded irritated. Shouldn't you have them in wolven form too? Marcus's question was innocent, but it set Callie off. Yes, asshole, she growled. I don't know why I got my fae wings and not my shifter wings. Maybe it's the fact that I'm a girl and I'm not supposed to be able to shift at all. It's whatever. If you know what's best for you, you don't ask a fae if they've earned their wings. It's insulting. Sorry, Marcus dragged out the word. I didn't know. Anyway, this is different, Callie said. I want to see how Charlie's magic feels. I can't make any promises, I told her. Well, let's see what you can do. Callie stood ready, and my air swirled around her. I could feel her stance by the way my magic resisted against her form. I repeated what I'd done with myself, and sent air particles swirling beneath her feet. A small space formed between her shoes and the floor. Whoa! She cried. Callie wobbled, and I tried to stabilize her with my magic, but I couldn't anticipate her movements. I overcorrected, and she went flying straight into a tree. I winced as I heard her smash into it.
Fuck the gods!
She screamed as she slumped to the ground. Callie, hell! I rushed over to her, but she shrugged me off.
I'm sorry. Ugh, forget about it, she said. I'll fly myself around. A whoosh sounded, then came the fluttering of her insect-like wings. Callie jumped and took off, flying so close to me the air blew my hair back. I turned to Ava, gaping. Should I say something to her? Ava sighed. Nah, let her cool down. I think you hurt her pride more than anything. You can try me next. No, I declined immediately. I hated the thought of possibly hurting her. I don't think I can do it. With myself, it's easy, but I couldn't track Callie's movements. I don't want anyone getting hurt. Let's move on, then, Ava suggested. We already know I'm a badass with fire and water. Marcus, what can you do? Marcus groaned from where he sat by Oberai. I'm, not feeling so great right now. Do you need a medic? I asked. No, Marcus insisted. I think it'll pass. Why don't you give Oberai a shot? At the sound of her name, Oberai perked up and shook out her mane. The sound of fire crackled. I stroked her velvety nose as she came up to me. Okay, Oberai, show us what you've got. Oberai blew a breath through her mouth, making her lips buzz together. Her hooves clicked on the path as she readied herself. Any time now, I pressed. Oberai swung her hips out so her giant ass slammed into my side. I fell on my face away from her, and I swore I heard her laugh. As much as a unicorn could, at least. She gets offended easily, Ava reminded me, amusement in her tone. I rubbed my arm. Yeah, I see that. Is she doing anything yet? She's taking aim at a tree, Ava narrated. And
Ancestors!
I felt it the moment Ava cursed. Heat exploded through the air, as if Oberai had turned into a fireball herself. A hot ball of fire whizzed through the air and made impact with the tree up ahead. My earth magic sensed it go up in flame, but I didn't need magic to feel it. The tree blazed so hot I could feel the heat on my skin. My ears rang. I slapped my hands over them, but it didn't dull the ache pulsing through my head. It was excruciating.
Put it out!
I cried to Ava.
The tree is in pain! Put it out!
Ava quickly complied, and the room returned to a normal temperature. She stepped toward me and placed a gentle hand on my arm. Charlie, are you okay? My hands shook as I dropped them from my ears. The tree was screaming, I said breathlessly. That's the Navita in you, Ava said. I should have realized. But Charlie, you should have seen it. Flames covered Oberai's whole body, and the fireball came out of her horn. It was beautiful. Yeah, well, it would have been prettier if she hadn't destroyed that tree, I argued. Oberai heard me and sighed, almost like she agreed. The heat coming off her mane disappeared, and I felt a shift in her energy as she shrank to husky form. What's he doing? I asked Ava. Oberai's paws patted on the stone as he made his way over to the tree. He's placing his paws on the tree like he... Ava trailed off. I felt it through my magic. The twisting sensation in my gut eased, and I smelled the green scent of fresh leaves. Oberai was using earth magic to heal the wounds on the tree. In the process, new leaves sprouted, and the tree must have grown another 3 feet. I gaped as the magic consumed me. I thought Oberai was air, like me. Ava seemed equally surprised. You're a dual caster, so I guess he has your Navita side. We know he's a Mutabicha and can shift between genders and bodies. My aunt theorized he has a different form for each of the 5 houses. I guess his husky form is Earth. I barely had a moment to process this incredible information before Callie landed and strolled up to us. Well, it looks like your familiar has earned a spot on the team for the Darke Games. Callie turned away from us and spoke to Marcus. What can Rishi do? What? Marcus sounded clueless. Nothing. He's just a cat. Callie blew a breath. Lame. So, when do we get to practice simultension? Simultension? I repeated. Ava and I learned about it in class, Callie explained. Yeah, we should definitely try with everyone, Ava agreed.
Callie and I melded our powers together and created elemental weapons. For a while, at least, as long as the illusion lasted. Marcus finally got to his feet, apparently feeling better. How's that possible? Ava was the one to answer. Professor Macaulay said it's a type of magic where different races can combine their powers. Sounds useful, I said thoughtfully. What can our powers do together? I don't know, Ava admitted. Anything, I guess. Macaulay said the possibilities were endless. We just have to get creative. I shrugged. Let's try it. Ava tapped her foot and mumbled under her breath. What can we do? Oh, I have an idea. Marcus can read minds, and Callie can cast illusions. What if we combined those and cast whatever the person wanted to see? That might help mask the illusion, Callie said thoughtfully, so they can't break it. Ava, you're a test subject.
What? Me?
Ava balked. Yeah, it was your idea. I remembered what Marcus had told me about his mind reading. I wasn't so sure this was a good plan. Maybe we should start with something else, Marcus suggested. You're well enough to read minds, aren't you? Ava asked. Callie quickly added, We haven't seen you do anything all day. Your turn to shine, Marcus. Marcus sighed. How does this simultension work exactly? Callie was the one to explain. We'll intertwine our magic so that it works as a unit. We should probably hold hands. Marcus hesitated. Gods damn it, it's not like I have cooties, Callie snapped. Okay, he sighed in defeat. I'll try it. Ready whenever you are, Ava announced. We stood there in silence for at least a whole minute, but nothing happened. You're resisting me, Marcus, Callie told him. Stop trying to project your magic on Ava, and focus on melding it with mine. This should be easy. It's not like I've ever done it, Marcus snapped. Callie huffed. Just work with me here, okay? Another several beats passed. Oberei stood at my side dutifully, waiting patiently. I was starting to think this wasn't going to work. Something's happening, Ava said. My vision is changing and...
Oh, for the love of all the ancestors, turn it off!
What did you see? Callie asked in interest. Ava sounded less than pleased. Like you don't know. That is not what I pictured. Actually, I don't know, Callie insisted. Marcus was the one pulling it from your mind. All I did was project what you wanted to see. Ava cleared her throat. Well, it wasn't... How about I spare you the details? I wouldn't want to corrupt your innocent minds. Callie legit cackled. Oh, princess, you think I'm innocent? How sweet. Whatever, Ava snapped. Let's move on. Marcus came up beside me and elbowed me in the side. She had eyes on you the whole time, bro. My jaw dropped. So, she saw? I could only imagine what she'd seen, since Marcus could only read dirty thoughts, which Ava and Callie didn't know yet. My pulse picked up double time, but I quickly told it to calm down. Ava had been right. That wasn't something she wanted to see. I'm sure it was a mistake, I muttered to Marcus. My stomach twisted, and I wanted nothing more than to move on. I raised my voice so the girls could hear. What can we try next? Charlie hasn't had a chance to try simultension, Ava said, thoughtfully. But what can we fuse with air or earth? Your fire, I suggested. Callie sounded thoughtful. I don't think simultension works with people of the same magical race. It has to, Ava argued. Maybe you just have to be strong enough to do it. And do you think we are? I asked. Charlie, she sighed. You just flew around the room no problem on your first try. I think we can handle it. I shrugged. I guess it's worth a shot. What's the objective? Ava thought about it a moment. We can't exactly light the air on fire, so we'll have to work with earth. I groaned. Another tree? It won't hurt if we do it right, Ava promised. That's how simultension works. We combine our powers to become one. I felt like I could do it, with Ava at least. but I didn't know where to start. Ava took the lead for me. She approached and took my hand, then led me forward. "We'll try it on this tree," she offered. She guided my hand to the trunk of the tree, and I ran my fingers up and down the bark. It was smooth, unlike any tree I'd felt before. I might not have realized it was a plant if I didn't feel the life of it pulsing against my earth magic. "What kind of tree is this?" I asked. "It's a magical tree that grows only on Dark Island," she told me. "We learned about it in my alchemy class. The buds are used for different potions." "What should I do?" I asked. "Focus on strengthening the tree," Ava suggested. "I'll work my firepower on it, but we have to make sure it's strong enough to take it. Are you ready?" I nodded. "I think so." Ava and I locked hands again, and her fingers began to warm in mine. I kept my other hand pressed to the tree. I worked my magic into it, feeding it with nourishment from the ground. I could feel it growing beneath my touch. Ava's hand heated even more, but it wasn't so hot that I couldn't take it. Her magic swelled and seemed to move through me until I jumped back as flames ignited across the tree bark. It had singed the hair on my arm, but I was apparently the only one who couldn't handle it. This tree didn't scream like the other one had. It seemed perfectly content with the fire consuming its base and crackling off its leaves. Ava and I had done it. We'd made our magic become one. "Wow, Charlie," she breathed beside me. "The tree is on fire, but it's not burning. It's like it created a fire shield around it and is protecting it. It's—"
Look out!
Ava grabbed my shoulder and yanked me downward. We barely had time to flatten ourselves to the ground before something whooshed by over our heads. A wave of heat traveled over us. "Was that—" I started to say, but Marcus cut me off.
The tree is alive!
He cried.
Fuck!
Ava screamed, scrambling to her feet.
That's not supposed to happen. Your magic must have done something to it,
Kalina said through heavy breaths.
Done what?
Ava asked.
Made it grow a conscience? I don't know, but... Oh, gods!
Callie's cry alerted me to another incoming attack. Only this time, the tree didn't aim its branches at us. The ground beneath us began to shake, and the surrounding trees seemed to groan in pain as the sentient one tugged at their roots.
Snap!
Dirt flew everywhere, splattering into my face. The tree was uprooting itself.
Charlie, get back!
Ava cried. She shoved me backward, but like hell was I letting her put herself in the line of fire.
I'm Earth,
I argued.
I'll handle this. I have to put the fire out,
she insisted.
Charlie, if you don't run... Ah!
Marcus's scream of terror tore through the greenhouse.
The tree's got Marcus!
Callie screamed. His scream traveled through the air as the tree launched Marcus forward. I caught him with my air power, but heat seared my magic. Marcus's clothes were on fire. I quickly set him down into the pool, and the fire hissed out. Meanwhile, Kalina threw battle orbs at the tree, but all they did was explode against its trunk with minor bangs.
What are we gonna do?
Callie shouted.
Hang on!
Ava called back.
I just have to... Ancestors!
Roots slapped against the path, and twigs snapped as the tree took off running through the greenhouse. Oberai barked loudly, but it did nothing to slow it down.
We have to do something before it escapes!
I yelled. I took off running after it. But for a tree, it was pretty dang fast. You know, since they weren't supposed to move at all. We couldn't have picked a worse tree in the whole greenhouse. I should have protested the second Ava said it was magical. Of course, this was going to blow up in our faces. I summoned air and drew it away from the area surrounding the tree. If I could suffocate the fire, maybe the tree would stop. Ava's footsteps sounded from a distant path, then rounded back in my direction.
Keep going, Charlie! We've got it cornered!
I willed the tree to stop moving, but I only slowed it down. I couldn't concentrate on earth magic while trying to use my air magic to suffocate the fire. The heat in the air seemed to cool, and I knew Ava and I were making progress. I twisted my hands, pushing my magic harder, until we finally broke through. The temperature returned to normal.
Charlie! The tree!
Ava cried. Branches cracked, and the trunk groaned. We'd put the fire out and stopped the tree, but it was uprooted. It had no leg to stand on.
Timber!
Marcus shouted.
It's going down!
Callie yelled at the same time. I tried to work quickly, to force its roots back into the ground, but it wasn't fast enough. The tree toppled. I heard the glass shatter first. Then came the boom of the tree slamming into the ground. The greenhouse floor shook beneath my feet, and cool air rushed in through the broken window.
Fuck!
Ava cried.
Vandalism will get us all thrown in cell block 9.
Shit, Marcus muttered. I can't be searched right now. I've still got contraband in my stash.
You idiot!
Callie growled.
You were supposed to get rid of that.
I did, for a while.
We can use magic to repair it, right?
I asked desperately. The last thing I wanted was for us to get into trouble.
Callie can turn illusions into reality, so we just have to clean this up and fix the window.
Hey!
A deep voice boomed from the opposite side of the greenhouse.
Who's in here?
Too late, Ava breathed. The guards already found us. Calm down, everyone, Marcus insisted. I know what to do. What? I growled. He sure was taking his sweet time to explain.
Run!
Marcus screamed. Nobody questioned it. We all rushed toward the broken window in unison, because coming back the way we came was obviously not an option. We'd run into guards on the way there for sure.
Quickly!
I hissed. Judging from the huge breeze coming in, the hole in the window had to be huge, since the entire side of the greenhouse was made of glass. I helped Ava through first, and then Callie. Marcus, Rishi, and Oberai quickly followed. I ducked out behind them and raced across the prison yard.
Into the trees!
Ava huffed.
I'm casting a cloaking illusion,
Callie said.
So they won't see us run. Good idea,
I said through labored breaths.
Let's get to cover as quickly as we can, just in case.
The team closed in on me on all sides. We ran faster, and I felt the trees up ahead. Almost there. My air magic felt everything that happened next. Rishi must not have been looking where he was going, because as soon as we reached the trees, he shifted course and darted in front of Marcus. Marcus screamed and Rishi let out a howl. He tumbled to the ground, and Callie quickly followed. Ava yelped as she tripped over the two of them, and I was only a split second behind. I nearly crushed Ava as I fell, but I barely had a chance to process it before Oberai was on top of me. He shook his head, getting slobber everywhere. After a moment, he started jumping on us, like this was some sort of a game.
Oberai!
I gasped as his paw sank into my groin.
Oberai, get off!
The husky jumped off of me, but I could hardly move after the blow I'd just taken to the crotch. I rolled off Ava so I wouldn't hurt her, and lay on the forest floor, panting. Nobody else moved, either. We lay there in silence, as if waiting for the sound of guards to follow. But it was quiet, all except for the wind rustling the trees above us. Finally, Callie broke the silence. That cat is going to kill us, Marcus. Rishi's harmless, he argued. I waited for Ava to say something, but instead she broke into a fit of laughter. It was quiet at first, but it soon became too much that she clutched her stomach and rolled over so she was pressed into my side.
Ancestors,
she laughed.
That was...
She trailed off, unable to finish her sentence. After a few moments, Oberai started laughing too, though he more or less sounded like a hyena. Marcus couldn't help but giggle, and Callie's laughter soon followed. It was infectious. Soon, even I was laughing at the absurdity of it all.
We're failures,
Ava laughed. I wasn't sure if she actually found it funny, or if it was just so sad you either had to laugh or cry.
We're utter failures.
But we had fun, I said, unable to believe the words were actually coming from my mouth. That's what counts, right? Ava's laughter settled. Yeah, Charlie, that's what counts. Okay, I agree. Watching Marcus roll into the pool and possessing him with a sex demon was hilarious, Callie agreed. But none of this is going to help us win the games.
Hey, we were doing perfectly fine before the sex demon, Marcus teased. Ugh, I groaned. What are we doing, guys? I believe it's called training, Marcus joked. The laughter continued for another few moments, but it quickly died. Ava curled up beside me, and I instinctually ran my fingers through her hair. I stopped the moment I realized what I was doing. The atmosphere between the groups suddenly changed, like we all realized at once how serious this was. The Darke Games were a death sentence if we didn't know what we were doing. I just hoped we got our shit together in time.
Chapter 18. Ava-Marie.
Ava-Marie, if your mother and I get another notice of a dress code violation, I'm going to lose it.
It's fine, Daddy. I twirled the phone cord around my finger, on the receiving end of another lecture. I looked out the window to see the lightest snowfall. It'd be gone in a few hours, as Dark Island didn't really get that cold. But it was nice to have snow on December 1st. Daddy impatiently sighed at the other end of the line.
Why in the world would you think that socks that said, "Fuck you," are an appropriate addition to your uniform?
Well, I thought that everyone should know. Daddy groaned.
The Hawkeye Civil War was a warm-up for raising you.
I couldn't help but let out a mischievous smile. Just wait until everyone sees me kick butt in the Darke Games. Daddy let out a couple swear words.
Ava, I don't agree with this.
You don't have to agree, just support me. I rubbed my eyes. Daddy and I had been going back and forth about the games ever since he found out that I signed up. And so far, his attempts to talk me out of it were nothing short of annoying.
It's dangerous. One of the reasons your mother and I fought in the war is so you and your siblings wouldn't have to partake in deadly competitions. The Darke Game sounds like an even worse version of the Elemental Cup.
I have to do this, Daddy. You don't understand.
Peanut, I sentenced you to the Institute because I wanted you to stay there, Daddy said sternly. When your mother was looking for answers to her own prophecy, all the clues we needed were right there at Arenda Academy. The Institute could provide the same answers to your own prophecy. The school might be hiding secrets. What sense does it make to end your own sentence, then stay on Darke Island looking for clues that might be in the wrong place?
Daddy, I get your motives, but we don't have any proof that my own prophecy is connected to the Institute in any way, I insisted. The Institute is a distraction. I'm not backing out of the Darke Games now.
Just think about what I said. All right?
Daddy paused.
Your mother wants to talk to you. I have to go. I'm late for a meeting. Love you, Peanut.
Mama came on the line. Hi, sweetheart. How are things? They're okay, I said, thinking of our disastrous practice for the games the other day. It'd been fun, but my team had totally bombed. No matter what I said to Daddy, I was worried about how this whole thing was going to go.
Just okay?
I rolled my eyes. Don't be like that. I'm competing in the games, and that's final.
And if that's what you want to do, I'll back you up, Mama said. I'm always here for whatever you need.
I gave a skeptical noise. Yeah, well, Daddy could do the same, but he's not.
Never mind your father. You know he complains, but he's behind you all the way.
I kept quiet, and Mama filled the silence.
Ezekiel got his powers. A little late, but now he's casting water like a natural.
That's so great! I'd been worried about him. A semester at Arenda Academy without any magic had to be uncomfortable.
And we received the school paper, Mama went on. You and Charlie look adorable.
The Institute sent out a monthly review to all the parents who still gave a damn. Mine and Charlie's Halloween costumes had made the front page. Mama brought up Charlie all the time. It was so different from Daddy, who liked to pretend he didn't exist. I chewed on my lip as I pondered what to say. I wanted to talk to Mama about how I felt, but how would she react? Nobody wanted their daughter with a convict, even if she was one herself. I decided to let it fly. Mama, I think I'm in love with a criminal. Are you now? Her answer was so cryptic. I couldn't tell what she thought. Maybe. It's hard to sort out my feelings. It wouldn't happen to be Charlie, would it? Ancestors. Mama was good with shit like this. It was like she had a fucking radar. How did you know? You talk about him quite a bit. He seems like a nice young man. Yeah, and I'm sure everyone else back home talked about Charlie and me a lot too. I bet Auntie Imogen and Uncle Jonah gossiped constantly about it. He's really sweet, Mama, but I don't know if he feels the same. Also, I kind of hate him at the same time I like him. Is that weird? I don't think it's odd, Mama mused. If he likes you, you'll know. You don't know Charlie. Guy was secretive as all hell. Reading his feelings was like trying to read a brick wall. But I know you two share a bond, and he's probably just as lonely as you are, Mama said. Give it some time. The old phone crackled. Sweetheart, are you sure that the Darke Games are what you want to do? Yes, Mama. I'm not backing out. Okay. That's all I wanted to know. I heard Maverick yell from inside the garage, and Mama said, Oh, damn. Your brother set the bike on fire again. I have to go. See you soon, Ava. The line went dead, and I sighed as I hung the phone back up. At least I knew Mama liked Charlie, but what would Daddy say if he knew about my true feelings? He made it clear he hated Charlie with a passion. It was hard to think that what Daddy felt didn't matter. I really liked Charlie, but I don't know if I could be with someone my father didn't approve of. His blessing meant everything to me. I started back to my dorm, feeling grumpy as fuck. None of this mattered anyway. Charlie didn't like me. If he did, he would have shown some interest by now, and nothing had happened. I wasn't the kind of girl who chased after guys. Guys chased me, and I didn't want to embarrass myself falling all over someone who clearly hated my guts. Speak of the devil. I was hanging up Christmas decorations in my room when Charlie came walking in. I couldn't hang any of my decorations that I'd used at home. They were dangerous weapons or something stupid the Institute had decided. So I'd made a bunch of my own. Paper snowflakes and red and green paper garlands hung from the ceiling and on every open patch of wall. Charlie was so tall he walked right into a garland. It wrapped around his neck and nearly knocked him backward. He made a choking sound as he wrenched it off. Ancestors, would you get a hold of yourself? I asked. How do you expect to win the Darke Games if you get taken out by a fucking Christmas decoration? Charlie reached up and felt all the snowflakes I had hanging from the ceiling. Holy hell. It's like Christmas town in here. I'm Christmas crazy, I said. My birthday is on December 25th, which means all of December is about me. And also Jesus. My birthday's on the 21st, so your logic's way off on that one, Charlie replied. We shared the same birthday month, too. Charlie practically mirrored me in every way. Obereye strolled behind Charlie in his husky form. He had a big red bow around his neck that I'd tied on earlier, and was parading it around like he was a king with a new crown. He wasn't looking where he was going and bumped into my desk. He growled, rubbing his head with his paw. How'd your talk with your parents go? Charlie knew I always spoke with my family on Saturdays. Daddy wanted to nag at me again, I told him. He went on and on about how the Darke Games were just like the Elemental Cup, and he didn't want me to compete. What's the Elemental Cup? Charlie asked. It's a coming-of-age competition that seals the bond between you and your familiar. Every Elementi has to participate, I explained. Back when my parents were kids, it used to be a deadly competition. You'd go out into the wilderness, and the elders would pit magic against you. A lot of people died. My parents barely made it out alive. They fought in the war so no more kids had to die. I shrugged. The Elemental Cup still happens, and it's hard, but nobody dies anymore. I thought I'd get my chance to compete this year with Oberai, but since we're at the Institute, guess not.
Well, maybe the Darke Games can be our way to seal the bond with Oberai,
Charlie suggested. Maybe. But when he said that, I immediately recoiled. Sealing the bond with Oberai would only bring me closer to Charlie, and if he didn't feel the same way about me, it would only hurt. I kinda wanted to keep my distance. Charlie leaned against the wall.
Marcus and I are going down to the villain's den to people watch. We take bets on what they're gonna do. Wanna come?
That's okay. I'm just gonna chill out here, I said.
Oh.
Did he sound disappointed? No. Had to be just my imagination. Charlie turned toward the door.
Well, I'll leave Oberai with you. It's your day to have him.
Thanks. I felt relief when Charlie finally left my presence. Oberai whined and put his paw on my thigh, and I stroked his ears back. Guess it's just you and me, huh, puppy? Oberai sneezed snot all over my hand. Gross. I was still decorating my room that afternoon when Callie ran inside. Girl, I've been looking for you all day. Why are you in here being socially awkward? I just had stuff to do, I lied. What's up? I thought we could go get dresses. You know, for the dark ball? Callie asked. Everyone around here calls it the villain's ball. It's a dance the school hosts after the Darke Games are over. That got my attention. I loved dressing up, and there was nothing better than a big, poofy gown. Prom had practically been the highlight of my life, and I'd only gotten one, seeing as how I'd been homeschooled my senior year. A ball sounded fucking amazing, and a villain's ball with an evil, creepy theme sounded even better. How are we supposed to get dresses? Students can't leave campus unless it's on supervised field trips, I said. The school has a temporary consignment shop set up in one of the classrooms. People in Shade Hills donate their old dresses and suits for students to use for free, Callie said. I figure we should go through them before all the good ones are taken. Ooh, let's go. When we got to the classroom, I saw that it was filled with racks upon racks of beautiful dresses just waiting to be tried on in the makeshift dressing rooms the school had set up. There was a rack of suits for guys, too, but there were a lot more girls in here than boys. Gushing sounds of women rang throughout the shop as everyone found their perfect dress. Opal was working the front counter. She waved us over. Hey, guys, she said. Here to find a dress? Yeah. What are you wearing to the ball? I asked. Opal blushed. I don't think I'm going. No one's asked me. Come with us. You don't need a date, Callie insisted. I really don't think so, Opal said. It's probably best if I sit out. I frowned. I really wanted Opal to be there, but I couldn't make her attend the ball if she didn't want to. What kind of dress are you looking for? Callie asked, as we rummaged through the options available. Oberai stuck his head out between a bunch of tulle skirts, and I laughed. Well, I like pastels. Pink, especially, I said. And florals. Lots of rhinestones and glitter. And it's gotta be a big skirt, like 5 feet across, minimum. Don't know if you're gonna find that here. Callie tilted her head. I've literally been to 1,000,000 royal balls in my life. I'm tired of wearing big, fancy dresses. I want to wear something naughty. Like this? I held up a slinky red dress with a plunging neckline that went all the way down to the waist. Callie's eyes sparked. Exactly. She ran into the dressing room to try it on. When she came out, my eyes widened in appreciation. Damn, girl. You've got some nice boobs, I said. You think so? Callie turned as she looked in the mirror. Do you think Marcus will like it? Why did that matter? Your goods are on full display, so I'd say so, I giggled. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Naya eyeing the dress with jealousy. She hated how good Callie looked. Then I'm totally getting it. Callie looked at the bundle of dresses in my arms. Think you've got enough to try on? Not nearly. I headed into a dressing room. I tried on a white dress with a black bow and a purple dress with a flared skirt, but neither of them fit right. I slipped on dress after dress, and yet nothing felt good. I came out in a silver dress that totally washed me out. Callie shook her head no. There was a rustling sound in the corner as Oberei went through a bunch of cardboard boxes full of fancy hats. He clenched his teeth and waved a wide-brimmed sun hat in the air, making a whining sound to Callie. Apparently he loves hats, I laughed. Callie went to help Oberei, switching the hats out for him. He made faces in the mirror as Callie switched from a fascinator to a fedora, fluttering his eyelashes like a model. Oberei kept changing back and forth between his unicorn form and husky form, trying on the hats and seeing which ones looked best in which form. Finally, Oberei changed into a unicorn. Callie put a long black veil on her head, decorated with fake black roses that congregated around her horn. She gave a nicker and stomped her hoof. Apparently that was her villain ball look. You're too cute, Oberei. I headed back inside the dressing room and continued my endless dress raid. I found I was too skinny for most of the dresses. They fell right off me. I guess Charlie was right and I had lost a lot of weight this semester. I'd barely noticed. When I came out wearing a neon green dress, Callie scrunched her nose. It's pretty, but it's not you. I know, I sighed. This was impossible. I really wanted the perfect look for the ball, but none of these even came close to what I had in my head. Callie had her dress hanging on one arm. Just at that moment, Naya walked by. She saw the dress on Callie's arm, then reached out and snatched it for herself. Hey, Callie shouted. That was mine. I saw it first, Naya sneered, as she bundled the dress in her arms. I tried it on earlier and was thinking about getting it before you took it from me. It was hanging on the rack. No one wanted it, Callie snapped back. Well, I do, so keep your filthy hands off of it, Naya threatened. That is, if you know what's good for you. I could see an illusion spell sparking at Callie's fingers. I stepped in before she could hurt Naya and get us both into trouble. It's okay, Callie. We'll find you a better dress, I said with a nasty look at Naya. Naya wore this disgusting sneer of victory. She walked away to join Danielle. Callie raged. Why does she get away with everything? I really wanted that dress. It had a snag in it. I noticed when you tried it on, I said. We can do better. Callie scowled. But I'm helping you find a dress. You can't go to the ball without one. It's fine. I don't think I'm going to find anything I like here anyway. I changed again, and Callie and I began looking through the racks once more. We'd searched through the whole shop, and my heart had nearly fallen as I realized there was nothing else Callie could wear that fit her dream look. What about this? Callie pulled out a black dress, and my interest peaked as I looked at it. It had all kinds of geometrical shapes cut out of the bodice, and a slit going up the skirt. Daring, I commented. Try it on. When Callie came out of the dressing room again, my jaw dropped. The black dress was way more revealing than the red one. The geometrical slits all over the bodice exposed her midriff and back, covering only her breasts. The slit in the skirt barely stopped just before her panties. I wasn't sure if that dress was actually a dress or just lingerie, but she looked amazing in it. "Do I look okay?" Callie turned nervously as she looked in the mirror. "Okay? It's phenomenal," I exclaimed. "If Marcus was going to be drooling when he saw you in the first dress, he's going to pass out at the sight of you in this one, because it is totally hot." That seemed to make up her mind. "I think this is perfect. Let's go before Naya steals this one off me too." Callie carried out her new dress in a paper bag, while I left empty-handed, save for Oberai's veil. I wasn't sure what I was going to wear to the ball. I could have Mama send me a dress I had at home, but at the same time I didn't want to wear something I'd already worn. I wanted something new. "Do you want to get coffee down at commissary?" Callie asked. "I seriously need a boost." "Sure." Oberai whinnied at my response. She loved coffee. Commissary was set up like a student shop near the lunchroom. It was almost like a mini grocery store. There was a small coffee shop inside, along with a couple of coolers for drinks and a few rows of snacks. Commissary was bought with points. You either earned them as a reward in class, or your parents put money on your ID card. Everything you bought in commissary was purchased with your ID. Students weren't allowed to carry cash money at the institute, but most of us hid a few dollars under our mattresses and such, in spite of the rules. Despona was behind the coffee counter, grinding coffee beans. I scanned the menu. There were blood drinks for vampires, specialty drinks for angels, and other magical concoctions in every flavor you could think of. I mostly stuck to the basics. Magical properties added to my drinks fucked pretty bad with my bipolar meds. "I think I'll take a white chocolate latte," I told Despona. "Extra whipped cream, and an iced caramel macchiato for Oberai." "I'll have a vanilla hazelnut frappe," Callie added. "Coming right up." Despona made our coffees, then handed them to us with a fanged smile. "So, you guys ready for the Darke Games? My team and I have been working non-stop to win." "You're participating in the Darke Games too?" I asked in surprise. "Yeah, I've made a team with Alice, Carson, and Wesley," Despona said. "Well, good luck," I said. If we didn't win, I hoped Despona and her team did. They deserved to get out of here. Though, if I was honest, they were kind of the underdog team. No one on that team was particularly powerful. I worried they didn't stand a chance of staying alive, let alone winning the competition. We swiped our ID cards for our coffees, then sat down at a table inside commissary. "Aren't the 4 of them all innocent?" Callie asked me. "Yeah," I said. "None of them deserve to be here." "Isn't it a little weird that most of their stories involve an attempted abduction of some sort?" Callie asked. "It's like there's something going on." My stomach tumbled, thinking of the time those 2 guys had nearly pulled Monica and I into that van. "There might be, but it's not exactly uncommon to get kidnapped. I mean, not with the people around here, right?" "I guess so." Oberai lapped at his mug, getting whipped cream all over his face. "I thought dogs couldn't have coffee," Callie commented as she watched Oberai. "Familiars are a bit different," I said. "And Oberai is a mutabicha, a changeling creature. I haven't seen him eat anything that makes him sick yet." "They have changelings in our culture too, though they're not as cute as Oberai." Callie patted Oberai, and he burped. "It's crazy that you have such a rare familiar. I've never heard of a mutabicha before." I shrugged. "I don't think it's odd I got a unique familiar. Weird stuff happens around me." "Like what?" Callie raised her eyebrows. "Like..." I took a breath. I haven't really thought about this since I was a kid, but when I was 5 or so, I I remember this strange voice calling out to me in the woods. I live on an island, but once I heard the voice, I blinked, and I was on the mainland. I didn't recall how I got there either. Wow. Callie's expression widened. That's insane. I know, right? I paused as I mused on that night. The voice I'd heard hadn't been part of my psychosis. At least, I didn't think it was. It didn't explain how I'd gotten from my island to the mainland or why I couldn't remember. What happened after that? Callie asked. I'm not sure. I scratched my head. The memory is fuzzy, but I remember walking through the woods in my pajamas. I wasn't sure where I was going. Then this thing came out of the trees. I shuddered. I don't recall exactly what it looked like, but it was literally so scary. It was big and dark, gnashing teeth and red eyes. I pissed myself, I remember that. I was so terrified I cried and screamed. I thought for sure it was going to eat me alive. Then I glanced at Oberai. He looked up with a wagging tail. Something came from behind to protect me. It growled and tackled the black shape. Some sort of brown blur. I didn't stick around to see what it was. I ran for it. By this time, my parents had half of Kinpago looking for me. I was so terrified I didn't speak for 3 days. My mom couldn't convince me to go outside for a month. Everyone thought that I must have run into a dragon or something, though they couldn't figure out how I got to the mainland on my own. Do you think it was a dragon? Callie asked. I shook my head. No. I was never afraid of dragons or any other magical creature. This thing was sinister, like it was straight out of hell. The strange pair of blue eyes I saw when my dad was healed, the monster I saw in the woods, and the big creature that had fought it off. Why had I seen such strange creatures as a child? And why did they seem attracted to me? You know, this is gonna sound crazy, but weird stuff happens around me too, Callie confessed. When I was really little, I was playing with my brother in the parlor room. It was early morning, just after breakfast. Callie blinked. Then all of a sudden, it was nighttime. We're talking pitch black midnight. I was completely alone. Then this sorceress appeared. She was beautiful. Silver hair with blue wings. I'd never seen her before. She smiled at me, and once she did, it went back to daytime again. My brother was there and everything, as if nothing had happened at all. Damn, I said. That's really intense. Isn't it? Callie blushed. My mom's a really powerful sorceress, so I know I must have inherited some of her talent. But some of the stuff that happens around me is just plain odd. I've never told anyone about it because I'm worried people will think I'm crazy. Do you think you had a vision? I asked. Callie made a skeptical sound. I don't know. It seems so real, but I couldn't explain it. At least we can be weird together, I offered. It's better than going at it alone. I'll drink to that. Callie clinked her coffee cup against mine. The doors to commissary opened. Marcus and Charlie walked in, Rishi balancing on Marcus's shoulder. Marcus tugged on Charlie's arm and they wandered our way. Hey girls, Marcus said. You know, Callie, there's this dance thing and... Marcus, you're my date to the ball, Callie said, without any sort of greeting. Marcus's eyes popped out. What? I don't have a date, and I'm not going alone, Callie said. You're a slightly less embarrassing option than everyone else, so make sure you wear something suitable. You have to make me look good. Marcus blushed, but he didn't object further. I resisted rolling my eyes. Callie made it sound like Marcus was her last option as a date, but I wasn't fooled. He was for sure her first choice. Charlie, are you going to the villain's ball? I asked. He shrugged. I don't have anything to wear. Go to the consignment shop. Suits are free, I suggested. He paused, as if considering it.
I don't have anyone to go with.
Well, neither do I said, a twinge of irritation working into my tone.
Maybe you'll find someone, he said.
Ugh, this guy couldn't take a hint. This was a huge signal that he for sure didn't like me. Otherwise, why wouldn't he ask to be my date? You know, we shouldn't split Oberei up, I suggested. He has an outfit for the ball and everything. It wouldn't be fair to make him go back and forth between us all night. Charlie's jaw worked.
Do you want to go together?
Fucking finally. Yeah, I guess that's cool.
Don't act too excited, Charlie mumbled under his breath.
Geez, I said it was cool. Don't take it that way. Charlie blew out a breath.
Come on, Marcus. I need to get a suit.
Something tailored, please, I called out. Charlie flipped me off as he left, Marcus scuttling behind. Callie sipped at her coffee and eyed me. You hoping for something to happen on ball night? Psh, please, I scoffed. Charlie wasn't interested. He was going with me out of obligation. But then, if that was true, why had he been smiling on his way out? Charlie was in a bad mood the next day. I thought it was because of me, but as we were studying together in my dorm that afternoon, I realized the stress of our upcoming exams was getting to him. I was reading some keywords from his textbook out to him, so he memorized it before his big test. Oberei sat at our feet and chewed on the dog toy we'd stolen from contraband.
This is useless. I'm not going to pass, Charlie said. The exam is a written one, and my teacher's not letting me use a computer to type up an essay. She wants them handwritten.
What if you can convince her to make an exception? I asked.
He scoffed. Yeah, right. I'm failing juvenile justice. My teacher's such a dick. She doesn't provide me with any accommodation.
I frowned. Don't give up. You'll pass.
Sure, Charlie sighed. Or I'll just flunk out of the institute like I flunked out of high school.
I'm not going to let that happen. We're walking across that graduation stage together. Charlie didn't say anything. I reached under my mattress and pulled out my phone. I scrolled through it, then pressed play on one of my playlists. The first one that came on was one of Charlie's favorites. I jumped up from my bed and began dancing around the room. Oberei barked and followed me, rising on his hind paws to hop behind.
What the hell are you doing? Charlie asked, as I gave another hip thrust.
I have to take short dance breaks while studying, I said. You wouldn't get it. I grabbed his hand and tugged. Come on, join me.
I don't dance, Charlie said with a shaky laugh. I can't exactly see what I'm doing. I'm afraid I'll look stupid.
You have to dance at the ball, I begged. I'll teach you.
Charlie hesitated. Maybe later.
My heart fell. Charlie was so concerned with what others thought of him. It stopped him from having fun.
Charlie stood up. We should get something to eat. It's almost dinner time anyway.
Yeah, I suppose. I turned my phone off and hid it again. I wasn't giving up on this dancing thing. Charlie was going to learn how to shake his ass, or my name wasn't Ava-Marie Mito. We walked to the cafeteria.
So, do you know what you're wearing to the ball? Charlie asked.
I huffed. No, I looked, but I couldn't find a dress I liked. I'm not sure what I'm going to wear. I suppose it's a good thing we showed up. I knew that voice. I could hardly believe my ears. Tears came to my eyes as I realized that Mama and Daddy were standing right there, in the flesh. They wore lanyards with tags, certifying they'd gone through security and had a visitor's pass. Mama was carrying a big duffel bag, which she had slung over her shoulder. Ancestors! I screamed and jumped on both of them. I hugged them so tightly I thought my arms would break. I missed them so much. After all this time, I could finally see them again. Daddy laughed. Hello, Peanut. All the bad stuff that happened over the last semester didn't matter. I was in Daddy's arms, and that made everything okay. Ava-Marie barked and ran around us in a circle, going nuts. As I pulled away, Mama brushed back my hair. We thought we'd surprise you. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Mito, Charlie said in a dull tone. He wasn't exactly thrilled they'd arrived. Hello, Charlie, Mama said kindly. I hope you've had a nice semester. Charlie shrugged and mirrored my dad by not saying anything. The two of them acted so cold toward one another it was awkward. What are you doing here? I asked. I couldn't believe they were right before my eyes. This had to be some kind of dream. We're staying in town. We came to watch you in the Darke Games, Mama said. Your siblings couldn't come, per Institute rules, but they wish you luck. And we came to supervise the dance, as the school asked for chaperones, Daddy added, with a side glance at Charlie. Good thing he couldn't see it because Daddy's stare was absolutely glowering. Ancestors, Daddy. I'm not going to sex Charlie up on the dance floor, I thought. He was sure acting like it. I grabbed both of their hands and pulled them along. Come on! I need to show you everything about my school. I walked along the hallways, pointing at everything and anything that I could. That's the alchemy classroom. Professor Hemlock is my favorite teacher. She's okay if I brew poison so long as I dump them out later. And there's the villain's the rec room. It's really nice in there if you don't mind the spiders and rats. Oh, and don't go down that way. The astronomy hallway is really isolated, so it's the best place to get stabbed. Like 3 people have died down there this semester. Sounds wonderful, Peanut, Daddy said. He gave a look to Mama, who shook her head. As we rounded back to the cafeteria, Charlie asked, Are either of you hungry? We could have dinner together. He was just trying to be polite, but Mama said, I think that'd be nice. Tonight's dinner was spaghetti and meatballs. Daddy looked grossed out by the soggy noodles. Charlie piled a plate high for the both of us. As we sat down and both Charlie and I began eating, Daddy asked, You two share a plate? Oh, it's just this thing we do, I explained. I didn't want to tell them that we'd fallen into this habit because it was the only way Charlie could make sure I was eating. That felt too personal. Some things were just for Charlie and me. Daddy huffed. Sounds like a good way to share germs. It's fine, Liam, Mama scolded. Mama hardly cared that I was sharing a plate with Charlie. She was just happy I was eating. Ava-Marie had his own plate of spaghetti and meatballs. He wolfed it down, then set his saucy mouth on Daddy's legs, staining his pants with marinara. Daddy sighed, but didn't object. After we were finished with dinner, Mama leaned in. Sweetheart, can we talk to you privately? There are some things we should discuss as a family. My insides flip-flopped. Was something wrong? Sure. See you later, Charlie. See you. Charlie walked off with Ava-Marie, clearly happy to be excused. I got up from the table and led my parents to the prison yard. There were a lot of people out here, but I found a bench by an isolated spot and sat down. Mama sat across from me, while Daddy stood with crossed arms, like he was going to beat up anyone who got within a few feet of my presence. I rolled my eyes. Daddy, you're not my bodyguard. I've been here for months and nothing has happened. These are dangerous prisoners, he rebutted. I'm just keeping watch. I'm a dangerous prisoner. I'm here, aren't I? I asked. He was being ridiculous. Daddy huffed. Mama rushed to say something before we could argue. Ava, the truth is, the games aren't the only reason we came, she confessed. We thought we'd spend the next few weeks searching Dark Island for clues on your prophecy. My eyes widened. Really? Yes. We thought our experience with my own prophecy might help you unveil your own. That is, if we have your permission to research it, Mama said. Of course you do, I replied. I need all the help I can get. If we find anything, we'll tell you straight away, Daddy said. Your mother and I are planning to turn this island upside down. He was hoping they'd find something in time to talk me out of the Darke Games. Not gonna happen. I looked at the big bag Mama carried. What's that you got there? Mama smiled and unzipped the bag. I heard there was a ball after the games. I thought you needed something to wear. Mama pulled a ball gown out of the bag, and I gasped. An A-line dress with a big tulle skirt flooded my vision. It was sky blue and had the cutest cap sleeves with lace petals above the waistline. It was so timeless. I wore this to the elemental ball my freshman year. Your father was my date. Fond memories flickered across my mother's eyes as she looked at the dress, and Daddy smiled. I thought I'd pass it on to you. Mama, it's so beautiful. My hand ran over the fabric in awe. I'd never seen this dress before. It was gorgeous. Mama tilted her head. I know that look. You have an idea. I bit my lip. It's almost perfect, I said. But it needs some updates. Could you go into town and get me some fabric? There are sewing machines in the arts and crafts room. I'm surprised they let the students around needles. Mama's eyebrows shot up. Only with supervision. The arts and crafts room is monitored at all times. Can you help me? I asked. I'm not as good at sewing as your grandmother or Aunt Imogen, but I know enough, Mama said with a gleam in her eye. Let's make your perfect dress.
Chapter 19. Charlie. Exams were a 2-week ordeal at the Institute, and I was freaking out. Each exam stretched hours, and classes were split into blocks. We'd take half our exams this week and half next week, right up until the Darke Games began. So much for studying for the Darke Games when studying for exams took up every hour of the day. These weren't the pesky little exams I remembered from high school. They were college exams, complete with written portions and physical assessments. I wasn't worried about the physical part. I could conjure air and earth like it was nothing, and I was certain to pass the elemental magic. It was the written exams I was sure to fail. I should have been worried about the Darke Games, but exams seemed to be a death sentence just the same. If we did survive the games and didn't win, we'd be right back at the Institute next semester. And if I didn't pass, I'd be repeating classes until my sentence was up. If the warden saw my grades and thought I hadn't learned enough by graduation to be rehabilitated, I was going to a real supernatural prison, full of convicts with powers I couldn't even imagine. All for what? Stowing away on a boat I didn't even steal? No way was I being transferred. And so I had to pass my exams. My first exam was juvenile justice. Might as well get the hell over to begin with. I'd be back here next semester anyway, assuming a monster didn't rip my head off during the games. At this point, it might be preferable if I never had to listen to Professor Mazur speak again. My heart hammered and my palms began to sweat as I took my seat at the back of the room. Oberoi panted and rested his chin on my leg, but even that didn't help soothe me. I was screwed. Half the exam will be multiple choice, and the other half will consist of essay questions, Professor Mazur announced. She marched down the rows with a quick staccato to her step. Papers rustled as she handed them out. Professor Gale will be assisting me in proctoring the exam, so don't even think about cheating. If you so much as move your eyes from your own paper, you will be caught, and you will be punished accordingly." Professor Mazur strolled by my desk, but she completely ignored me, as if I were invisible. I was given no exam, no pencil, not so much as an explanation. My pulse quickened. Hell, I hated taking tests. Worst part of prison, for sure. I cleared my throat. Professor, I didn't receive an exam." Her heels clicked against the floor as she turned toward me. "Mr. Watkin, what are you doing here?" I furrowed my brow. I've been enrolled in this class all semester." "No, I mean, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you Professor Takahashi was proctoring your exam?" Her tone was harsh, and I wasn't sure how to respond. No, she hadn't told me a damn thing. "Well," she pressed, "what are you waiting for? You're late. Professor Takahashi is surely waiting for you in his office. Hurry along." I barely had a moment to process the sudden change in schedule, but I hurried out of the classroom as fast as I could. Oberai followed at my side. I was skeptical as I made my way to Professor Takahashi's office. Professor Mazur hadn't provided me with one accommodation all semester. What had made her change her mind now?
By the time I arrived at Takahashi's office,
my pulse had slowed to normal anxiety levels. I knocked on the door, and his voice came from behind it. "Come in," he called. "Ah, Charlie, I've been waiting for you. Are you ready for your exam?" Oberai led me to a chair opposite Takahashi, and I sighed as I plopped into it. Ready as I'll ever be. Honestly, even if I aced the exam, I wasn't sure I'd pass the class. "How will this work?" I asked. "I'll read the questions aloud and record your answer on the exam sheet. Essay questions will be given verbally and graded immediately," he explained. "I am unable to say anything during the exam, apart from reading the questions. Do you understand?" My hands weren't shaking quite as much anymore, so that was good news. "Ready whenever you are." Professor Takahashi began reading the multiple-choice questions. I was surprised when I knew the answer to the first 3. A couple of the questions stumped me, but overall I was pretty confident in the multiple-choice questions. Takahashi didn't say anything when I gave him my essay answers. All I heard was a slight scribble on the page, though I didn't know if it was good or bad. I was relieved by the time the exam was over. It felt like I'd been sitting there for hours. A huge weight had just been lifted from my shoulders. Whether I passed the class or not, at least I didn't have to worry about it again for the next few weeks. Paper slid over paper, like Takahashi was putting my test into an envelope. "You should be proud of yourself, Charlie." "Does that mean I passed?" I asked hopefully. He laughed lightly. "I unfortunately can't give you details of your grade yet. I have to return this to Professor Mazur personally. You should stick around, though, seeing as your counseling session begins in..." He paused, like he was checking the time. "Less than 20 minutes. "Professor?" I stopped him before he could get to the door. "Yes, Charlie." "Thanks for proctoring my exam." "My pleasure," he said before leaving the room. Oberai nudged me, forcing me to pet his head. "One exam down," I sighed. "Maybe I'll survive." The sound of footsteps came just outside the door. At first, I thought Takahashi had returned, like he forgot something, but the footsteps were lighter. Oberai perked up and started barking. That's when I knew it was Ava. "You're early," I remarked. "Hardly," she said. "I came by an hour ago, but the door was closed. It sounded like he was in a meeting." "Takahashi was proctoring my juvenile justice exam," I explained. Ava didn't sit, but rather paced around the room. "Oh, Mazur let you take it?" "Yeah, I'm as surprised as you are." "Well, money talks," Ava muttered. I wasn't sure if I heard her right. I stiffened. What's that supposed to mean? I think I already knew. It was a miracle Mazur gave me a proctor, to be honest. I should have known something was up.
"Oh, it's just a phrase," Ava said as innocently as a convict.
"Pidge, I didn't need your help," I snapped. I knew Ava's family had money, but using it to bribe the professors sounded like a good way to get in trouble around here.
"I don't know what you're talking about,"
Ava replied, but I could hear it in her tone. She knew exactly what I meant. I crossed my arms. "If I'm caught cheating, it's not cheating to receive accommodations, Charlie," she said harshly. "Just be grateful you got the test out of the way, and let's not talk about it again, all right?" I hesitated. I really was going to fail the class without taking that exam. It was worth a huge part of my grade. I guess I owed Ava for whatever she'd said to Mazur, or bribed her with, to secure my accommodations. No one had ever cared enough to do something like that for me. I stood to make my way over to Ava, a thank you present on my tongue. But then I realized what I was doing, and I sank back into my chair. "I don't owe you anything," I finally said. "Of course not," she replied, still playing stupid. "Because I didn't do anything." Ava's footsteps continued around the room, like she couldn't just sit still. "Something on your mind, Pidge?" I asked. She sighed heavily, as if half glad and half annoyed I'd asked. "I think I bombed my supernatural behavioral science exam." "But you studied so hard." "I know, but I rushed it. That's why I was here so early." "Why rush? You had all that time." Ava didn't speak for a few beats, just continued pacing around the room. My hand rested on Oberei's head, and he bobbed it back and forth, watching her. "I can't stop thinking about my parents," she admitted. "What about them?" I asked. "They're okay, right? I mean, the island is safe. Until the games, at least." "Yeah, but they're not really here for the games. They're here for—" She cut off abruptly. It felt like she was trying to tell me something, but I didn't know what it was. "They're here for what?" Ava's breath wavered. "I can't sit still. Can we go for a walk?" I shrugged. We still had 20 minutes until our counseling session. "Sure." Ava and I strolled down the hall side by side, with Oberei beside her. We were so close, our hands kept brushing one another. It brought me comfort, though Ava didn't seem to notice. I waited for her to say something, but she didn't speak until we'd climbed a flight of stairs and she opened a door. Cool air rushed through, and we stepped out in the open. Oberei immediately left our side, sniffing around for whatever he could find. "I didn't know students were allowed on the roof," I remarked. I tried to read the area with my air power, but it was hard when it was all so open. I couldn't quite tell where the edge was, and I didn't want to get too close. "This isn't the roof," Ava said. "That's up another level. It's a balcony. I found this place over the weekend. It's a good place to come and relax. I don't think many students know about it, because no one's interrupted me yet." Ava noticed my hesitation and took my hand. "Don't be afraid. You won't fall off." She led me forward and placed my hand on a thick stone railing that lined the balcony. I felt around to see that it was made of stone pillars, each one carved into an intricate arch. "The view is really nice from up here," Ava said as she leaned against the banister. "You can see over the fence, almost all the way to Shade Hills." "Well, you can," I chuckled. She barely responded, and I could tell something was bothering her. "What is it, Pidge? You said your parents weren't here for the games." "No, they want to help me." "With what?" "They weren't going to help her escape, were they? Not after her father had sentenced her here in the first place, right? Unless he was suffering some kind of guilt for it now." Ava took a few breaths. "Charlie, do you remember that I promised you I'd tell you why I was entering the Darke Games?" "Yeah," I said, a little bitterly. "You never did." "Well, I meant to. I just didn't know how to tell you. It's all so confusing. And honestly, I didn't know if I could trust you with the truth at the time." It took a moment before her words hit me. She didn't know at the time? Did that mean she trusted me now? "It would help a lot to know," I told her gently. "But if you need more time—" "No," she said quickly. "I need you to know before we go into the Darke Games, because if anything happens, well, then you know why I have to do anything to win." She was starting to scare me. I knew Ava was intense and competitive, but this seemed to go far beyond that. It almost sounded like it was something she didn't want to do, but had to do, like she was bound by duty. I reached out and took her hand, rubbing the back of it with my fingers. "You can tell me anything, Pidge." Ava took a long time to respond, like she was mulling it over in her mind. She didn't pull away from me, but she didn't engage either. I had no idea what she was thinking, and Oberoi wasn't being any help. He was over in a corner sniffing all the new smells. Finally, Ava spoke. "The truth is, I came here because I've been chosen." "Chosen?" I prodded. I wasn't sure I understood what she meant. "Chosen by the ancestors," she said, sounding completely serious. As soon as the confession came, she couldn't seem to stop herself. "My Aunt Maddie is a Natterai, or a prophet. When I was born, she made a prophecy about how I was to save the supernatural world from some gigantic catastrophe. I can't really explain it, because I don't know what it means yet, and my aunt's visions were never very specific. She wrote it down in a journal, but it's difficult to make sense of. What I do know is that the answers to the prophecy lie somewhere on Dark Island. Daddy sentenced me here so I could investigate. But the Institute has been a bust. The answers have to be out there, on the rest of the island." Hell, this was a lot to take in. I would have accused her of bluffing if she didn't sound so scared. My heart broke for her. "Now that I'm here, my sentence is in the hands of the Warden. Daddy can't get me out of it anymore," she continued. "So you see why I have to win the games and earn that pardon. I have to explore the rest of the island for answers, or the entire supernatural world may be in jeopardy." A shiver ran down my spine. I could hardly wrap my head around what she was saying. Her words felt so heavy. How could my Pidge be caught in the middle of this? "Say something, Charlie," she pleaded. "It all sounds unreal," I breathed. "Well, it is real," she said bitterly, finally pulling her hand away from me. She turned to the balcony to look out over the landscape. Her voice turned to a whisper. "It's not something I would choose for myself, but Mama was a chosen one, too. My parents are here looking for clues, but I'm worried about them. They aren't as young as they once were, and I don't want them anywhere near the island when those portals open and monsters come flooding into our world." "I bet they don't want you anywhere near those monsters either," I said reassuringly. "Your parents care about you just as much as you care about them." "Yeah, but I signed up to fight the monsters, to protect the people of Dark Island," she said. "I shouldn't have to protect my parents too. But Daddy insists, and you don't argue with the chief." She sighed. "Those monsters are only half the battle, Charlie. I have to find out what this island can tell me about the prophecy." I could hear the fear in her tone. I didn't mean to do it, but I found myself reaching out for her. I wrapped her in my arms. She stiffened for a moment, before melting into me and embracing me back. A breeze passed by us, rustling her hair. Her scent was intoxicating. I couldn't help it when I leaned in to press my lips to her forehead. "We'll find the answers, Pidge," I assured her. "We?" she asked in a whisper. "Yeah," I confirmed, the promise already searing itself into my heart. "We'll win the Darke Games, leave the Institute, and figure out what the ancestors want from you. I'll be by your side every step of the way." She leaned her head against my chest. "But it could be dangerous, Charlie." Which is exactly why you can't do it alone, I reminded her. I can't exactly let you run off with Oberei, now can I? She seemed to understand that and relaxed into me deeper. No, I guess not. I just hope the answers are actually here. I would hate for this all to be for nothing. I smoothed down her hair. It won't be, Pidge. What I didn't say was that it wasn't. Present tense. Coming to Dark Island, being sentenced to the Institute, it wasn't all for nothing, because it brought us together. Prophecy or not, wherever she went, I'd follow. Can we just stay up here all night? Ava asked. It'd be nice to forget about everything. Not if you want to disappoint Callie and Marcus, I reminded her, or get another strike on your record. We've got a mandatory counseling session scheduled. We don't want to be late. She sighed in disappointment and drew away from me. I guess that means I have to go. I frowned. I didn't want to leave either. This balcony was quiet and felt safe, though it might have been the company I kept. I guess so, I replied reluctantly. Ava turned toward the door and took my hand to lead me behind her. She patted her leg to get Oberei's attention. Come on, boy. It's time to go back inside. Oberei whined. He loved the outdoors, especially when he could feel the air through his fur. After a few more tries, he followed us inside. We made our way back to Professor Takahashi's office. We could hear Marcus and Callie talking to him inside the room. Ah, there you are, Takahashi said brightly. I was going to give you two a few more minutes before launching a search party. Are we late? I asked. Nothing to worry about, Professor Takahashi said. Ava, would you close the door so we can get started? The chairs were lined in a circle like normal. I took my usual chair between Marcus and Ava. We've reached the end of the semester, and I'm sure emotions are running high over exams, Takahashi began. However, I'm concerned that we've missed some important points in our counseling sessions. Usually by this point, most groups I work with are a little more open with each other. I didn't know what he was getting at. I'd opened up to Ava more than I had with anyone before. Today, I suggest we start with an exercise in which we tell our fellow classmates one thing no one else in this room knows about us, Takahashi suggested. I knew what he was doing. He was trying to make us each vulnerable, like we might spill our deepest, darkest secrets right in front of him. But there were things you didn't tell your counselor, only your closest friends. Marcus, would you like to start? Takahashi asked. Marcus cleared his throat, but he didn't speak right away. It was like this every counseling session. None of us ever really said much, just mostly listened to Takahashi fill the time with life lessons he thought would help, but rarely applied to us. If he wanted us to get vulnerable and speak to each other, it'd be down in the villain's den or out in the prison yard, not in this circle that reeked of obligation. When I was, 12, Marcus began, I got a really bad sliver in my hand. Hurt too much to pull it out, so I let it fester for a week. I nearly went into septic shock. Callie snickered. What's so funny? Marcus asked, sounding confused. Callie's tone was sarcastic. Your war story is a sliver? In Malovia, you can be impaled by a lance, and Faye are expected to yank that sucker right out and keep on fighting. Marcus blew a breath and mumbled. It was a bad sliver. Callie started to say something else, but Takahashi cut her off. Let's not argue over who had it worse. This is a judgment-free zone. Marcus, while that story was interesting, I was hoping you might start with talking about your feelings. Oh, great. Here we go. I guess there is one thing, Marcus admitted. Whenever you're ready, Takahashi encouraged. Marcus paused a few beats, and Rishi purred in his lap. Finally, he spoke. I left someone behind when I came to the Institute. Kellen. He was like a younger brother to me. He was the kind of kid who got suspended a lot. The teachers thought he was trouble, but I knew he was just misunderstood. I took him under my wing and taught him how to draw and paint. Things started getting better, and then I was sentenced to the Institute, and I never got a chance to explain. That's why I'm entering the games, so I can get out and make amends. Everyone was totally silent during Marcus's confession, even Oberei. It was the first time Marcus had ever spoken about his life before the Institute. Kind of broke my heart, to be honest. After a few moments, Callie scoffed. "You call that a sob story?" "Yeah," Marcus snapped. "I do." "Please," Takahashi pressed, "let's not go comparing our suffering." Marcus barely let him finish before challenging Callie. "Let's hear yours, then." "You want to hear a real sob story?" Callie asked, obviously up for the challenge. "How about the one where I lost the fake crown? I deserved it, too. I won the King's Contest." "What's the King's Contest?" I asked. She'd mentioned it before, but hadn't fully explained it. "It's a competition in Malovia designed to seek out those most worthy of the crown. Winner becomes king, or queen in my case," Callie explained. "Before entering, you have to choose a mate, because a king or queen is stronger with their mate at their side." She didn't quite sound like she believed it, but rather wrote it off as tradition. "I declared a mate, but I didn't really love him, and I didn't bond with him either," she continued, her voice intense. "He was obsessed with me. I knew he'd agree to compete if I asked, so that's why I chose him. Anyway, that's a story for another day. But in the contest, I fought my brother for the crown in the final duel." "Your own brother?" Marcus asked. "Twin brother," Callie clarified. "I had to. We were both competing. One of us had to win." "So he won and sent you here?" Ava guessed. Callie blew a breath. "I wish it were that simple. No, I defeated my brother and won the King's Contest. But the Circle, that's like our parliament back home, those sexist pigs, voted that a woman couldn't inherit the country. A woman who could unnaturally shift, as they put it. I'm of high fae blood, for the gods' sake. But that wasn't good enough for them, nor was my chosen mate." She said the words as if they weren't her own. "So what does the Circle do?" she continued rhetorically. "They give the crown to my brother, the runner-up, all because he was born with a set of balls. The king tried to stop the vote, but the Circle forced it." "What did you do?" Ava asked, sounding invested in the story. "The only thing I could." Callie's voice grew harsher. "I had to get my crown back, so I made an assassination attempt on the future king." "But that was your own brother," Marcus balked. I'd gone totally speechless. I knew Callie was in here for a good reason, but I didn't know what she was truly capable of. "A brother who stole my crown," Callie shot back. "I was wronged. I worked my ass off and earned my right to the throne, and it was taken away because I'm a woman. An outcast, considered a freak because I can shift." Callie took heavy breaths. "I didn't even get the job done, thanks to the queen. I was caught and almost executed. If my mom hadn't fought for my banishment over execution, I'd be dead right now, executed for treason. My one consolation prize is that going to the Institute gave me a chance to publicly reject my creepy stalker. I didn't even have to mate with him." Callie's breaths turned into sobs. It caught me completely off guard, because I'd never seen her cry before.
"I earned that crown! I worked toward it my entire life! And without it, I don't even know who I am."
Her voice cracked, and she sniffled. "It feels like I have to find the pieces of myself that shattered after losing the throne, that I'll never be able to put myself back together. That was all I ever wanted, and now I have to learn who I am without it."
"Now, I'm nothing but a fake! So forgive me if you got a sliver and lost your friend. But it's nothing compared to what I lost. My family, the crown, even myself."
The room went dead silent, apart from Callie's intermittent sniffling. I was so shocked, I couldn't offer any comforting words, even if I wanted to. Professor Takahashi finally spoke. "Thank you very much for sharing your story, Kalina. I hope you feel better now that you've gotten it off your chest." "Right now I feel like shit," Callie hiccuped. "It's someone else's turn." "I'll go," Ava offered. The atmosphere in the room seemed to shift instantly as attention turned to her. I thought it was kind of her to offer to go next. It gave Callie an opportunity to compose herself. "I'm not sure what I can say that no one else in the room already knows," Ava started slowly. I understood her meaning immediately. All the hard stuff, the kind of stuff Callie had just admitted to, and the horrors Ava had gone through a few years ago, she'd already told to me. It was a loophole to Professor Takahashi's request, a way to get out of telling Marcus and Callie the worst of it. "But there is one thing I've never admitted to anyone," Ava continued. "Everyone says I'm good at arguing and that I should have become a lawyer. And I used to want to be one. I thought about defending people who couldn't defend themselves. Abused kids, maybe rape victims." A shiver traveled down my spine. To think of what Ava had been through made my whole body turn to stone. I didn't move, didn't breathe. My mom talked me out of it. She didn't think I could handle losing cases, and she was right. I'd fall to pieces if a child had to go back to their abusive family, or if a rapist walked free. Besides, my heart was in exploring. I like studying people more like I like fighting over them. Ava paused for a long breath. "This is going to sound weird, but I never quite felt like I was part of a group of people. I always felt like I was different, a freak. That's why I love anthropology and wanted to major in it. I can study people instead of pretending to be a part of them. It's the only way I understand how to communicate with others." Ava quieted, then reached over to stroke Oberai's head. Her fingers grazed against mine, and I wasn't sure if it was intentional or not. "You're not a freak," I blurted. It was instinctual. I had to comfort her, even if everyone else watched. "But I am different," Ava argued. "I have to try harder than everyone else to control myself. It's exhausting sometimes." She was quick to clarify. "I mean, I know bipolar isn't an excuse for the way I act. It's not like everyone else with bipolar is sentenced to a reform school. I chose the life I did for myself, but that has to make me different, because who else would choose this?" An uncomfortable silence settled over the room, and I reached out to squeeze Ava's hand. I swallowed the lump in my throat. "We all did, Pidge. I chose a life of crime, too." Ava scoffed. "You did what you had to do to survive." "Oh, Pidge," I thought. "We have so much more in common than you think." I shook my head. "You don't get it. Want to know my secret? I like the trouble." "You what?" Ava asked breathlessly. She seemed so shocked. It was in that moment that I realized how deep I had buried this confession. I hadn't even admitted it to myself. "Do you think I'd still be stealing and conning if it was merely a survival tactic?" I asked Ava. "If I really didn't like it, or had severe moral objections, don't you think I would have given it up by now? I do it because it feels good to be in control. There's a high that comes with the scam, and doing bad things is the only way I can get that. It's all I know. Things have been falling apart my whole life. Even if there were better options, how could I stop when those options would fall away from me too?" Ava didn't say anything. I wished I could read her expression right now, because it was killing me to not know what she was thinking. Hell, I could barely make sense of it myself. I crossed my arms and slumped in my chair. I always had a reason for what I'd done before, but here in the Institute, where I have a warm meal 3 times a day and a bed to sleep in at night, the cravings haven't gone away. I'm sick of sitting around just waiting to pass my classes. I want to fight somebody or steal something and get away with it. And I can't, because I'll get caught here. I guess that's the true test of a villain, huh? What do they do when they don't have a reason? When they're no longer desperate? The question was rhetorical, but I knew the answer. I was a bad guy, a villain, and I didn't even know it until just now. I committed crimes because they felt good, and just used survival as a reason to cover it up. I kept speaking, because I feared someone might interrupt and accuse me of what I'd just realized myself. When I came to the Institute, there were two choices. I could either keep up the cons or survive. I thought I'd been conning people for survival all along, but that was only one piece of it. I'm good at conning and thieving, but not here. Without it, it's like I'm just going through the motions. But I don't know how long I can keep up this act, because I don't know how to be anything but bad. I wanted to say more, just to kill time so I would never have to hear their reactions. But there was nothing more to say. I was bad. It was that simple. And it wasn't because I didn't have any other choice. It was because I didn't want another choice. "Charlie," Ava whispered, like something about my speech had touched her. Screw that. I wasn't here to inspire anyone. Professor Takahashi cleared his throat. "Thank you for sharing, Charlie, but you're not a bad person. Each and every one of you have made mistakes, yes, but you were here at the Institute to correct them." Here came another lecture. A useless one, I was sure. Takahashi meant well, but I didn't think he understood a damn thing I'd said. But everyone else had. I felt the tension in the air and the understanding in their silence. They knew exactly what it was like to crave trouble. Takahashi spoke the rest of the counseling session. I didn't think he'd expected us to reveal so much, and I bet he felt like he had to fill the silence for our benefit. He let us out early. Callie clapped me on the back on our way down the stairs. "I appreciate what you said in there, Charlie." "Why?" I grumbled. "You should just forget about it. It was dumb." "It was the truth," Ava argued. "I know if I'm not causing trouble, I get bored. It's fun to take risks." "Exactly," Callie agreed. "I was expected to be perfect my whole life, and look how far that got me. My own country rejected me. If I'm not good enough to be their queen, I'm damn well good enough to be their villain." I chuckled lightly, my mood lifting. "You're good enough to be anything you want, Callie," Marcus praised. "I was always a disappointment back home. No one took notice of me until I was sentenced to the Institute. The straight and narrow is dull. It's better to be a felon than nothing at all." Their words should have bothered me. I mean, what kind of psycho group of kids preferred this kind of shit to a normal life? Instead, it only brought me comfort, because I was part of a team that shared in this strange, twisted way of thinking. The monsters unleashed during the Darke Games wouldn't know what was coming, because they'd never seen a group of villains like us before.
Chapter 20. Ava-Marie. The Darke Games had arrived, and I had never been more ready to kick some ass. I stood in the prison yard on December 19th, before the large gates that led to the outside world with the other competitors. I jogged in place and did a couple of air punches to warm up, burning off some nervous energy. Above us, drones hovered, recording our every move. It was just before noon, the time when the games were scheduled to begin. The Darke Games were televised. The judges would watch our performance and award us points from inside the safety of the Institute, while we fought monsters. The students were gathered in the stands in front of a big jumbo screen in the prison yard, where the broadcast of the games would go on all day and into the night. The school had made this into a big deal. There were booths outside selling popcorn and drinks, and for one night only, the cells would remain completely unlocked, so students could go in and out in order to watch the games. My parents were in the stands. They'd failed to find anything on Dark Island regarding the prophecy. It made my mission even more crucial. My gut instinct was right. I was the only one who was able to find the true meaning of the prophecy. And to do it, I had to get out there. My teammates stood around me, Marcus was pale. He kept pacing and muttering things under his breath I couldn't hear. Callie cracked her knuckles and stretched, like this was a sports game. She'd been through similar things in the King's contest, and to her, this was like any other event. Charlie was calm. I thought he'd be freaking out, but he waited patiently for the games to start, like it was the first chance he'd finally be let out of his cage. Beside him, Ava-Marie stood in her unicorn form, staring out at the beyond. "Why aren't our school uniforms this badass?" Callie asked. She observed her clothes with pride, and I had to agree. The school had given everyone the same outfit for the games, a black bodysuit with elements of leather and breathable mesh, and sleek black boots. The suits were tailored and fitted to our bodies to give us ample room to move. Purple and green piping was sewn onto the legs and arms. "We look like we're secret agents," Marcus complained. Rishi had already scratched Marcus's uniform. "Or supervillains," Charlie added, feeling the arms of the outfit. Supervillains was right. I felt like I was gonna fight Batman in this getup. "I can't believe they're going to make us fight monsters right after exams. Hell Week was hard enough," Marcus complained. "It wasn't that bad," Charlie said, and I had to smile. Charlie had passed all his exams. I'd asked Daddy for help, and though he didn't like Charlie, he had a disability himself and knew what it was like not to receive accommodation. He'd paid off all of Charlie's teachers, who promised they'd give Charlie whatever accommodations he needed in the future to pass. But we wouldn't need them, because we were getting out of here today. Professors had confirmed that multiple portals to hell had opened up on Dark Island, and monsters were flooding out of them at this very moment. Even from here, I could hear the moans of monsters and demons as they lurked in the woods beyond. There were some big fuckers out there. Their roars shook the ground, and I watched as tiny pebbles moved over the gravel beneath our feet. Marcus quivered in his boots. "Tell me again why I can't subconjure weapons and supplies. I'd be a lot happier out there with a sword." Callie laughed. "If you could handle one." Marcus blushed. I doubted he'd ever touched a sword in his life. Marcus's magical stash had been searched this morning to make sure he wasn't sneaking anything into the games. "It's unfair to the other teams," I reminded him. "It'd give us too much of an advantage." "But why do the judges care?" Marcus argued. "Shouldn't they give us every opportunity to kill those monsters? Isn't that the point of the games?" "Not to the inmates," Callie pointed out. "Everyone here is trying to win that pardon. I bet the angels and vampires bitched about witch magic long enough to ban your conjuring abilities." "Well, it's unfair," Marcus complained. "Might as well ban angel wings and vampire strength. I don't have that." "It doesn't matter," Charlie said. "If we want to win, we have to play by the rules, no matter how twisted." "Agreed," I added. "We'll kick ass no matter what comes our way." Mama waved to me from her seat in the stands. I gave her a huge smile and waved back. Mama's look was confident, but beside her, Daddy looked ready to pass out. He did not want me going out there, and had spent up until the last minute trying to convince me to withdraw. But Mama had taken me by the shoulders and said, "We're Coigny women. We don't back down. Go out there and show them that fire runs in your veins." And water, too, I thought excitedly. Ava-Marie bucked beside me, as if she could hear my thoughts. "Are anyone else's parents here?" Charlie asked. "I didn't tell my family I was doing this. I didn't want them to freak out," Marcus said. Callie scoffed. "Pretty sure I was disowned when I tried to kill my brother. I haven't talked to my parents since I was banished." Ouch. So I was the only one here with any outside support. That sucked. I didn't think that many parents had shown up for the other teams either. It looked like there were about 48 contestants in total, about 12 teams. I thought the number would be higher, but apparently not even prisoners at the Institute were brave enough to risk death for a chance at a clean record. Despona, Alice, Carson, and Wesley were strategizing only a few feet away. If we didn't win, I hoped they did. Unlike the rest of us, they were all innocent and deserved to get out of here. Across the way, Mad Dog barked orders at his team. He'd picked Naya and a couple of his other vampire goons. Naya fawned over him while Mad Dog pushed his teammates around, trying to get them hyped up. I hoped to the ancestors they didn't win. Mad Dog and Naya were the kind of people who needed to be in jail. Society wasn't safe with those assholes on the streets, and that was coming from me. The warden's face came on the jumbotron, and the prison yard went silent. A chill ran up and down my spine as his cold face looked out blankly at the world. Good afternoon, and welcome to the Darke Games. There were a couple of claps, but it was mostly quiet. People were even afraid to cheer when the warden was amping them up. The warden gave a grim smile. I speak directly to the participants of these games. Outside the fence, monsters lurk. Each monster is given a set of points, which you will gain if you destroy it. You have from now until the end of the games to gather points. The games do not end until each monster is vanquished. Once all monsters are killed, the games are over, and the winners will be announced. My heart stuttered nervously as the warden straightened his shoulders. From the moment you step outside these gates, the doors to the Institute are closed. You will not be let back in until the portals to the other world have been shut and all monsters are slain. The portals will remain open for the next 24 hours. From this point on, you will receive no outside help. Even if you are in dire need, no one will come to your aid. You are on your own. Stay vigilant. Stay alive. The Institute gates opened. Even as I stepped into danger, the first gust of fresh wind gave me a breath of freedom. I never wanted to set foot inside the Institute again. I'd risk my neck if it meant never going back. The gates closed behind us, and an alarm sounded as they locked shut. The crowd cheered. I was very aware that the people I loved were behind that fence, and I was now outside it, quite literally walking into the jaws of hell. We followed the rest of the participants. All the competitors walked down the long road leading to the Institute and into the forest, the drones above us capturing the footage. When we entered those eerie woods again, I immediately felt something was off. My teammates felt it too. Charlie bristled beside me, and Oberoi let out a nervous breath. People around us began to mutter, as we came across trees that had been ripped out of the ground or shattered to splinters. Something big was out here. A tree toppled. Charlie reached out to drag me out of the way. He pulled me aside just before the tree could smack me in the head, using his air magic to push it in the other direction. It fell, and I looked up. Several people screamed as our gaze fell upon the first official monster of the games. The best way I could describe it was a giant eyeball with tentacles. The monster hovered 10 feet above the ground, its piercing eyes searching as its nasty, slimy tentacles reached out for victims, ripping out trees by their roots. I had no idea what culture it was from or what kind of magical society could have created it. I'd never heard of something like it before. All I knew is that it was definitely a creature from hell, and that I didn't want to end up smushed. "What the hell is it?" Charlie asked. He couldn't see it, but knew we'd run into something bad. Imagine a giant floating octopus, except that octopus is an eyeball and it literally wants to kill us," I told him. Fear quaked through my guts as the eyeball's red gaze landed on me and narrowed, pinning me to the spot. Callie and Marcus dove out of the way of another falling tree. Meanwhile, other competitors launched themselves at the eyeball, trying to attack it. Spells whizzed through the air, but they bounced off the eyeball like they couldn't affect it. One battle spell ricocheted off the eyeball and hit a shifter in the chest. He went down, expression shocked as he felt the giant hole that was in his torso. He slumped to the ground, and I knew immediately he was dead. I stared in shock at the shifter's body. To witness his death in such a violent way, it brought back memories of Monica. Her death replayed in my mind as the carnage continued around me. It felt like my feet were stuck to the ground. I was so frozen I couldn't move.
Pidge, come on!
Charlie grabbed me again and threw me on Oberei's back. He hauled himself onto her behind me and called for Callie and Marcus. They were backing off as the multitudes of people tried to fight off the giant eyeball. Mad Dog ran at it with his vampire speed and launched himself into the air, clinging to the eyeball and punching it over and over. The monster screeched and began flinging its tentacles around, trying to get Mad Dog off. One of the tentacles wrapped around a teammate of Mad Dog's. He screamed in pain. Then his head slumped lifelessly as the monster crushed his insides and tore his body in two. It wasn't easy to kill a vampire, and this monster had done it no problem. My jaw dropped open. 2 people were gone already. This couldn't be real. Oberei left us no time to watch. She galloped away, dodging trees as she ran through the forest. Behind us, Callie changed into a wolf. Marcus climbed onto her back, and he hung onto Rishi, who screeched as Callie ran to keep up with Oberei. Oberei didn't stop until we were at least a mile into the woods. Callie skidded to a halt beside her. Marcus slid off and smoothed down Rishi's fur. It was stuck up every which way, and the cat yowled in displeasure. Rishi was merely a cat, not a familiar like Oberei, but Marcus had insisted on bringing him along. He never left his side. Charlie slid off of Oberei and I copied him, turning around to face him. "Charlie, what are you doing? We could have killed it." "We need to play this smart," Charlie said. "Everyone is going to go after that thing. It makes more sense for us to look for our own target so we can get the points." I paused. Charlie was right. There was no use trying to kill a monster that almost 50 people were after. We had to find our own.
"Maybe this was a mistake," Marcus said nervously. "The games have only been going on for 5 minutes and 2 people are already dead."
Callie shifted back to human form. "It's too late to back out now. Gates are closed. We need to make the most of it and hunt some monsters." I put my arms around myself and shivered. Charlie laid a hand on my shoulder.
"Pidge, you okay?"
The deaths of the shifter and the vampire were mingling before my eyes, along with Monica. I couldn't separate them. The scenes replayed in my mind as the voices in my head grew louder. "Look, they're dead. So dead. Dead just like Monica. You'll be dead too. Death will come for you all." I'd made a massive miscalculation. I wanted this to be an adventure, but I hadn't taken it seriously when I was told people died during this competition. They were called the Darke Games, but there was nothing fun about them. "I'm fine," I said. "I just wasn't expecting that." Charlie frowned. "You have to be ready for anything out here. If you don't put that mask on and separate yourself from the chaos, you'll be dragged right into it. Steel yourself, Pidge. It's gonna get a whole lot worse from this point out." Charlie had become someone totally different. I didn't recognize this part of him. I now saw that this was the piece of him he dragged out when he had to. He had experience fighting to survive. Even with monsters and magic, This was what he was used to, what he'd fought so hard to get out of. And I dragged him right back into it because I didn't know what I was dealing with. I felt like an ass. One drone had followed us to capture our participation. I tried to ignore it and said, "Where do you think the next monster is?" Callie's head turned. "I can smell it," she said. "My shifter senses are telling me it's not far off." Marcus looked at the ground, then tilted his head. He knelt by a strange patch in the mud, which might have been a footprint, but I couldn't really tell. After a moment of observation, Marcus stood. "It went this way." He pointed to the south. "How can you tell?" I asked. "My mom's a detective. She taught me how to read tracks and things like that." Marcus shrugged. "Your mom's a fucking cop?" Callie asked scathingly. "Yeah. Doesn't make sense for her to have a felon for a son, does it?" Marcus said. "Lead the way," Charlie said, and Marcus went ahead. Charlie kept his hand on Oberon's back, and she guided him through the trees. As Callie and Marcus went on ahead, I whispered to Charlie, "How do you deal with it so well?" "I have a lot of experience with people dying in front of me," Charlie said. "Marty wasn't the only one." "What happened?" "Bad drug deals, cons gone wrong, people getting shot when you're trying to rob them." Charlie shrugged. "You just learn to deal with it." I don't ever think I could learn to deal with people dying in front of me, but maybe I could. Callie and Marcus seemed largely unaffected as well, or at least they were trying not to show it. Callie had seen people die in the King's contest. She told me. But Marcus? When that shifter died, he barely even flinched. What the hell had happened to him to make him so used to death? We walked until we came to a wide river. Here, the mud sloped off into the water, like some massive creature had slid from the bank into the river's depths. "It's here," Marcus said. "Tracks are fresh." I knelt by the water. I reached my left hand into the stream and used my Toaqua magic to feel around. My magic came to a halt at the bottom of the river, where I felt a giant creature lurking in the depths. The moment my magic touched it, the creature moved. It swam up to the surface and broke free, screeching its rage to the world. It was some sort of reptile, a cross between a sea serpent and a dragon. It had black scales peppered with an emerald sheen, webbed feet with long claws, and a spiky tail that would crush you if you were unlucky enough to get smacked by it. The most terrifying thing about it was it had 3 heads. Each of the heads had a long snout that reminded me of a crocodile's. Sharp teeth poked out of the mouths. Each head was big enough to swallow Oberon whole. "Ava, what are we looking at?" Charlie screamed as the creature continued to roar. Big water monster, 20 feet long, 3 heads," I blurted. "It's a ballour! Move!" Callie cried. She changed into a wolf and shoved Marcus out of the way before one of the giant heads could bite him in 2. The ballour reached out and snapped its jaws on thin air. Oberon darted out of the way before she turned, pawing at the ground. She lowered her horn and charged, but the ballour lunged out of the way before she could stab it in the eye. Oberon fought with the ballour, the fire on her mane raging to become an inferno. The ballour stayed away, fearful it would burn itself on Oberon, though its eyes raged in anger. I was an elementai. I could deal with a magical creature, right? It's what we were born to do. But apparently not, because when I raised a hand back to throw a fireball, one of the ballour's massive webbed paws reached out and smacked me to the side. I flew 6 feet before I slammed against a tree. I cried out in pain. "Pidge, you okay?" Charlie shouted. "Get down!" The ballour had noticed Charlie was blind and had taken him for a target. The 3 heads lunged forward, but Charlie flattened himself against the ground at the last second. The heads collided against each other, smacking together. The Balor groaned and retreated a few feet, shaking its heads. Callie growled and launched herself at the Balor. She attempted to rip one of the throats out, but the Balor shook her off. Though she'd gotten a chunk of scales in her mouth, the monster was unharmed. Callie changed back and shook her head. I can't bite through its skin. It's too thick. Marcus threw balls of battle magic at the creature, but they sizzled against its scales uselessly. It was like the creature's skin was its armor. The Balor snapped at Marcus, and he fell backward with a yell. He kicked the creature's middle head to get away, scrambling for cover. Rishi ran up a tree and cowered in the branches. I summoned the water from the river. I wrapped it around the Balor's legs and froze it to ice to keep the creature contained. But the Balor ripped free of my ice like it was nothing. Charlie commanded Roots to spring up from underneath the Balor. He had the same idea I did, and wrapped them around the Balor's legs. Yet, the Balor reached down and tore the branches in half with his teeth, tossing the roots aside like mere twigs. Great. All that, and we'd just made it mad. The Balor drew a breath, and from all three heads, he shot out red-hot flames. I jumped in front of the group and threw out my hands at the last second. The fire misdirected at my command, shooting toward the sky. Even so, it was hot. Sweat ran down my forehead as I kept the Balor's breath at bay. I turned it around so that the Balor's own flames enveloped him. It didn't do anything. His scales heated to a molten-like color and stayed that way. The Balor's entire form glowed, sizzling hot. Obereye backed away, tossing her horn and snorting out smoke as she observed the Balor's brand-new flaming coat. That's cool, just make it more dangerous than it already is, Marcus called out. I'm trying, okay? I backed away and called up more water from the riverbed to cool off the Balor's scales. It landed on the Balor's back and instantly evaporated into hot steam. It was so intense, it made the area grow unbearably hot. Charlie yanked me behind a nearby boulder, where the rest of us were taking shelter. Obereye panted, trying to regain her stamina from chasing the Balor around. Marcus clenched at his hair anxiously, while Callie shook. Nothing we were trying was working. It wasn't that surprising. This creature had spent time in literal hell, for crying out loud. At most, we were annoying it. We're gonna be dinner if we don't figure out something in the next 5 seconds, Marcus replied. The Balor was taking another breath, to blow fire once again. Charlie, you're captain. What do we do? Callie shouted. I could see Charlie's mind work. We have to combine our magic, he said. It clicked. Yes! Callie, like we did in class. Her eyes brightened. I need whatever you can give me. Charlie, Marcus, and I focused on merging our powers with Callie's. 3 swords appeared in midair, 1 infused with my fire magic, 1 mixed with Charlie's air magic, and 1 with Marcus's battle magic. We each took our own weapons. I grasped mine tightly, feeling a bit more confident now that I had something to use. How is this supposed to help? Marcus asked, as he held up his sword. A regular sword won't cut through its skin, but a sword infused with magic might, Callie said. They'll break on impact with a monster like that, so you only get 1 shot. My suggestion is to aim for the neck. Okay, so we have to get close enough to cut its heads off, Marcus said warily. How are we going to do that without being killed? Callie, can you put an illusion on it? Charlie asked. He held up his sword, and I had to admit it was pretty cool. There was a little tornado swirling inside the blade that looked badass. I can try, but with something that strong, it won't hold for long. You guys are gonna need to move fast, she said quickly. We didn't have time to come up with another plan, because the Balor unleashed his flames once again. Our whole group launched ourselves out of the way as the flames enveloped the boulder. The flames melted the entire stone to molten lava, making a hot puddle on the ground. Obereye guided Charlie to the left, while Marcus dodged to the right. I remained in the middle and charged. Callie threw her arms out, and the Ballur's flame stopped. Its eyes glazed over, and it looked around in confusion as Callie's illusion spell overtook its mind. The Ballur took his giant webbed claws and batted at its faces, attempting to end the illusion that had claimed its vision. The monster spun in a circle, and all three of us had to jump over its tail so we wouldn't get hit. I cried out to let Charlie know it was time to jump, and the three of us leapt together. Well, Charlie and I jumped. Marcus more or less tripped. He fell forward and almost smashed his dick on one of the Ballur spikes before he twisted to the side and just avoided being shish kebabbed. He crawled back upward sloppily. As the Ballur turned back around, I raised my sword, so ready to cut this bitch's head off. Callie gave a scream behind me. I glanced back, and I saw that she'd fallen to her knees in pain. Tears ran down her cheeks as she dug her fingers into the earth. "Run!" she cried. "It broke my spell!" And apparently the effort had weakened her, because Callie struggled to get up. The Ballur saw an opportunity and ran forward with jaws extended to swallow Callie whole. "Callie!" Marcus abandoned the plan and ran back to save her. He planted himself in front of her and swung back the sword. When the Ballur lunged forward, Marcus swung the sword like a baseball bat. The tip of it almost hit the Ballur, but the monster jumped back, hissing. Of course, Marcus let the sword go after he swung. It went flying backward and embedded itself right into a tree. Callie groaned just as Marcus started to panic. Rishi launched himself from a tree branch with a yell. He landed on the Ballur's middle head and began clawing at its eyes. The Ballur reared up on his hind legs and threw his head back. Rishi went soaring backward and crashed in the river. His yowls could be heard over the battle as the water carried him downstream. "Rishi!" Marcus screamed as he helped Callie to her feet. But the cat was already out of sight. Tears dotted Marcus's eyes, yet he stayed by Callie's side. I thought we were dead for sure. Then a great wind came in from the west, and the Ballur was picked up off its feet. The wind smashed the Ballur back into the ground again. The gust was gone as quickly as it came. Charlie had pointed his sword at the creature, and his air magic had come spiraling out of it. He gasped. It took a lot of energy for him to use the sword to knock the monster over. Charlie fell to one knee, and Ava-Marie ran over to him. She put her neck underneath him and lifted him upward. I felt her energy flow from her body into Charlie's as she helped him stand, sustaining him through our bond. The Ballur hissed in displeasure as he rolled, stubby legs flailing. Charlie's magic had knocked it down, but it wouldn't stay that way for long. Callie hobbled over to the tree that had Marcus's sword embedded in it. She ripped it out with one arm and growled, "Trust a warlock to be shit with a sword. Just get me near the damn thing." "How?" Marcus yelped. The Ballur's flames unleashed once again. I flung out my right hand, redirecting the flames back toward the clouds. As I did so, I tried to stop the flames from coming out of the Ballur's throats. The flames halted at my command, and although they didn't cause the Ballur to explode like I hoped, the monster choked and coughed, like it was trying and failing to breathe. Holding back the Ballur's flames was really hard. My arm shook, and I felt my knees begin to buckle. I gripped the sword in my left hand for an anchor, until I felt the hilt cut into my palm. I was holding back the strength of dynamite with nothing more than sheer will, and ancestors. It hurt. I couldn't hold it any longer. I let go, and the flames lunged out of the Ballur's mouth, directly toward me. I screamed, but Ava-Marie charged in front of me. The 3 streams of fire combined into one huge plume, enveloping Ava-Marie like a powerful explosion. Her form vanished completely as the flames consumed her whole. "Ava-Marie, No! I shouted. My heart broke, and time ceased to move. Terror ran through me as I realized that my familiar had sacrificed herself for me. I would never see her again. She was gone. But when the flames stopped, I saw with amazement Oberai was still standing, not a scratch on her. Oberai hadn't been killed by the Ballur's flames. She had powered up. The energy of the flames had gone directly to her horn. The horn blazed powerfully, and Oberai reared up. From the tip of her horn burst a huge column of flame, socking the Ballur right in the chest. The creature screamed and backed up. Oberai's flames were able to hurt it. Little by little, the flame column ate away at the monster's scales, injuring it and leaving us an opening. Charlie, Callie, and I all ran forward at once. Callie swung first. She gave a wild yell as she sliced through the neck of the right head, severing it completely. As the head dropped, Callie's sword disappeared. The Ballur's other heads gave a scream, but the left head was silenced when Charlie cut through its neck, the air sword dissolving into vapor. The only head left was the middle one, and I was coming for it. The Ballur rose up, ready to attack me with its claws. But I felt a gust of wind rush me upward, and I swung back, not giving myself time to think, as I severed the middle head completely off. Blood splattered my outfit, and the sword in my hands vanished. The head came down with a thud, and the air carrying me stopped. I fell to the side and landed on my hip next to the Ballur's nasty skull. The Ballur's body fell to the side. It twitched a few times before going still. The monster's body dissolved into ash, floating away on the wind. I watched as the particles dissolved on the breeze, and the 3 severed heads collapsed into dust on the ground. I took a few quick breaths, hardly able to believe it. We'd done it. We'd beaten our first monster. Only 1,000,000 more to go.
You okay, Pidge?
Charlie was at my side. He reached out a hand, and I took it to get to my feet. I'm good. See? You picked me up there, I told Charlie. Maybe you can fly other people around.
I also dropped you, Charlie pointed out. We can't try that again. You could have gotten hurt.
I rolled my eyes. He was being overdramatic. Everything was fine. Good girl, I told Oberai as I stroked her forehead. She nickered and pushed her nose against me. I wasn't expecting that from you.
She's more powerful than I realized, Charlie said.
That's an understatement. She saved our asses, Callie said. She wiped off blood on her pants, like it was no big deal. What else are you hiding, girl? I asked. Oberai bobbed her head and stuck out her tongue. I giggled. Rishi! Marcus ran downriver. He hurtled by as fast as he could. The rest of us hurried to keep up with him, and anxiety made my insides whirl. Was Rishi okay? I didn't think Marcus could handle it if his cat was dead. There was a yowl from nearby, and I sighed in relief. Rishi was clinging to a branch that was hanging into the river for dear life, calling out for Marcus. Marcus went barreling into the river. He fell down, again, getting soaked. He grabbed Rishi and slipped on the riverbank. Callie sighed and reached out to pull him up. Rishi shivered in Marcus's arms. I reached out with my left hand. Here, let me dry you off. The water seeped out of Marcus's clothes and Rishi's fur as I commanded it to go back into the river. They were fully dry, but Rishi was obviously displeased. The grumpy cat gave a very pissed-off look as the rest of us drew near. Good plan, guys, Callie praised. We got our first few points.
Oh, yeah, great plan, Marcus bitched. Typical Fae solution. Something bothering you, just cut its head off.
It worked, didn't it? Callie asked.
Guys, that's enough.
Charlie crossed his arms.
We need to get along out here. We don't get points if we kill each other.
If only, Marcus grumbled. Callie gave him the finger. The drone that was following us came out of the sky.
It hovered at eye level. From the top of the drone emerged a small screen. One of the judges for the Institute came on. It was Professor Warbright.
"Congratulations on claiming your first kill," Warbright said. "Each monster has a different score value based on the difficulty of the kill. For slaying the Balur, your team has gained 4 points, putting you in 3rd place."
The screen flashed a quick review of the scoreboard. I ran through the numbers. 3 teams had been eliminated already. All of their teammates were dead. The rest of the teams under us had either 0 or 2 points. The second-place team had 5 points, killing a monster that was only slightly above the difficulty of the Balur. I noticed with spite that Mad Dog and Naya's team was at the top of the leaderboard, with 7 points. Looked like they'd claimed the kill of the first monster we'd met, and had already found another one. Warbright came back on the screen.
"There are still more monsters out there, and plenty of time to claim the prize. Stay vigilant. Stay alive."
The screen went blank, and folded back inside the drone. The drone hovered above us again, ready to follow.
"We've got to move," I said in near despair. "We can't let Naya and Mad Dog win."
"We don't need to be worried about them. We should think about ourselves," Charlie said firmly. "Comparison only leads to distraction."
I knew he was right. And yet, I couldn't help but feel doubt. There was more at stake than just the competition. The world was depending on me to get free, so I could figure out the prophecy. But if the rest of these monsters were just as bad as the Balur, I might not have a chance to fulfill it, because the Darke Games would kill me anyway. Fuck. What had I gotten us into?
Chapter 21. Charlie. Stay vigilant, stay alive. That would be a hell of a lot easier if we just stayed at the Institute. I never thought I was safe behind those gates, but hell, that was the place to be right now. But Ava needed me. She had to win to get out of the Institute and learn about the prophecy. I was done sticking my tail between my legs. I was done playing it safe. Ava was right. Survival was fucking boring without adventure. I'd never felt so alive when I was fighting that Balur. I was hungry for another fight, yearning to slay another monster. At least out here in the games, I was doing something worthwhile. I was protecting Shade Hills from monsters, not hiding under my bed, waiting for them to go away like I'd done when I was a kid. Maybe dying out here wouldn't be so bad, as long as I died with honor. We forged ahead, staying alert for another fight that would earn us points. The air seemed to expand as we made it out of the trees. My feet met solid earth, and Oberai's hooves clacked loudly. The sound echoed off the nearby buildings, but the street was otherwise eerily silent. "Where are we?" I whispered. "Outskirts of Shade Hills," Ava-Marie whispered back. She took slow, calculated footsteps, and her voice came from several directions as she swiveled her head back and forth. "We've reached a residential neighborhood." Callie cracked her knuckles. There has to be a monster nearby. Most of them feed off supernaturals, either literally or energetically. They're attracted to us. "How do you know so much about monsters?" I asked. "It's kind of a thing in Malovia," she explained. "We should keep moving." Ava quickened her footsteps until she was practically running. "What is it, Pidge?" I demanded.
"I see a checkpoint up ahead," she called back. "Let's get to it before someone else does."
Checkpoints were part of the games, but the Warden had warned us they were limited. They were boxes filled with supplies like food, first aid kits, and weapons. If the monsters didn't kill you out here, another team might, just to get their hands on those supplies. Ava came to a screeching halt and cursed under her breath. "Damn it! Someone else got to it first. Everything is gone." "We'll find another one," I assured her. It had taken a lot of our energy to fight the Balur, but we were good to go for another fight or two. If we didn't find another checkpoint, there were other ways to get food. "I hope to the ancestors we do," Ava said. "In the meantime,
Everyone needs a drink of water. Ava drew water out of the air and trickled it into our mouths to keep us all hydrated. I wiped my chin clean with the back of my hand. Guys, Marcus said nervously, I think we have an audience. What do you mean? I asked. I just saw those curtains move, he replied. People are watching us. Ava chuckled lightly. They've been watching over the drones the whole time. I say we give them a good show. If we can find a monster, I stated. The street sounds pretty quiet. Meow. A small mew came from several paces up ahead. At first, I thought it was Rishi. Then I heard him hiss from Marcus's shoulders. Aww, Ava swooned. The cat hissed at her, and she jumped back against me. Everybody get back! Marcus shouted. He flung his arm out, catching me in the chest. My heart leapt at his urgency, and I grabbed Ava to drag her away. Oberoi stomped several times. What's the big deal? Ava asked. It's just a cat.
It has like 1,000,000 teeth, and they're bloody,
Callie shouted. But it's so cute, Ava crooned.
It's not a regular cat,
Marcus insisted. It's a Malamuto, or an evil shifter. It's a creature of Miriamic lore. They can shapeshift into different animals. First, it gains your trust in one form, and as soon as you're close enough, it changes and rips your heart out. I've never heard of it, Ava said, as if Marcus had no idea what he was talking about.
I'm serious,
Marcus shouted, pushing us further back onto the street. Those two markings above its eyes are where its horns go in its real form. It can hide them when it shifts, but the markings never go away. Callie took another step back, as if she wasn't willing to risk it. The cat meowed. This should be easy then, I stated, swirling my arms around to create a gust of air. Marcus grabbed my hand. It's not that easy. Malamuto are creatures of spirit. They can't be killed by traditional means. Ava had already conjured a fireball next to me, and it crackled loudly. Then it hasn't felt one of my fireballs yet. Pidge, I warned, while I appreciate your confidence, it's a recipe for trouble. Listen to Marcus. How do we get rid of this thing? Marcus didn't answer right away. The cat's footsteps approached, and Rishi hissed again. The four of us, along with Oberoi, took another step back, careful not to trigger the cat to shift.
Marcus,
Callie cried.
What do we do?
I'm thinking, he shot back. Just give me a second. There's a spell to vanquish it to the abyss, or hell, an incantation. So say it, I pressed. Marcus hesitated.
It's coming closer,
Callie cried.
Now would be a good time to remember that incantation. Yeah, Marcus, do your thing,
Ava encouraged. Marcus's arm finally left my chest, and he held his hands out toward the Malamuto. By candle flame and moonlight's kiss. Marcus was cut off by the sound of the creature screeching. The cat's cry came closer, flying through the air and poised for attack. The thing moved faster than a normal animal, and I barely had a second to respond. Before I could counterattack, the creature landed on Marcus's chest. He reeled backward, cursing as the monster clawed at him. Rishi yowled and fought back, knocking the monster off of Marcus. Rishi's paws hit the pavement, and he chased the creature around in circles. Ava, Callie, and I attacked immediately. Ava's fire crackled as it whizzed through the air, and Callie's battle orb exploded like a bomb on the pavement. I thrust my air upward, carrying the creature high into the sky. Its high-pitched shriek echoed through Shade Hills as it fell from an incredible distance. I heard the thud as it landed, but there was no crunch of bones. I wasn't sure that the fall had slowed it down. The three of us kept attacking, while Marcus sucked in deep breaths. A stream of fire erupted from Oberoi's horn, just passing by my face.
Marcus!
Ava shouted.
Our powers aren't doing shit! This creature is immortal or something!
Marcus stammered.
Yeah, you're bleeding,
Callie snapped.
Big whoop. We'll clean you up in a minute. Say the incantation!
Marcus's breath grew ragged.
By candle flame and moonlight's kiss, I vanquish you to the abyss!
I expected something fantastic to happen, like for the air pressure to shift. But nothing changed. The cats continued to yowl at one another, and the girls and I kept throwing magic to slow the damn thing down.
It didn't work!
Callie cried, stating the obvious. Try again, I insisted.
I can't!
Marcus wailed.
Well, we need to do something,
Ava snapped. I switched from using air magic and turned to my earth magic. Roots snaked out from trees next to the road. If I could trap the monster, then perhaps we had a chance. But every time I came close, the creature slipped out from my grasp. Oberai pulled back on her fire and lowered her head, poking my arm with her horn. I stepped aside to give her room. She scuffed her hooves on the pavement and blew a breath out her nose. I grabbed Ava and dragged her back. I think Oberai has a plan. Ava stopped shooting fireballs to watch. Oberai charged, and Rishi shrieked as he jumped out of the way. The Malamuto's yowls turned into roars as it shifted into another form.
Ancestors! Charlie!
Ava struggled beneath my hold, but I tightened my arms around her. Ancestors knew she'd get herself killed if she intervened.
It shifted into a lion with horns! Oberai's going to get hurt!
No sooner did Ava say it did I hear the sound of Oberai's hoof smack the lion's head. It growled, then took off running. Oberai followed, chasing it out of range. Sticks snapped, and garbage cans were knocked over as the creature made its escape. Ava struggled to go after it, but I wouldn't let her. I think Oberai has it covered, I said, impressed. Oberai came trotting back, her footsteps sounding proud and happier than ever. The sound of the lion's claws on the pavement faded, but I heard another collection of footsteps approaching. They weren't monsters, though. They sounded familiar, like sneakers on the street. Something jingled as they moved. I leaned over to Ava. What's that tinkling sound? Her tone was harsh. Carabiners on their backpacks. I guess we know who got to the checkpoint first.
Where did it go?
Mad Dog's deep voice thundered. He stomped up to me and grabbed me by the shoulders, shaking me. I didn't even flinch.
Tell me where it went!
Where did what go?
Callie demanded.
The monster!
Mad Dog sneered.
Don't play stupid with me, because we heard it!
And we're going to get the points for killing it, Naya snapped. Be our guest, I said casually.
Charlie, no!
Ava objected. You can't let them get our points. I turned to her, my voice raging.
That thing attacked Marcus! I'm not going to put my team in mortal danger for a half dozen points. We'll find another monster to kill.
A half dozen?
Mad Dog sounded impressed. I could practically hear him panting in thirst for the fight. Seriously, I said. Be careful. This one is worse than anything we've seen so far. Mad Dog's breathing rate increased, obviously growing more intrigued as I spoke. It went that way. I pointed to our right.
Come on,
Mad Dog called to his team.
We're in the lead. Let's make sure we stay there.
His team took off running. It wasn't until they were long gone that Ava turned to me. The monster didn't go that way. I shrugged. So I lied to mislead them. We need a chance to get more points and get ahead. Good thinking, Ava replied. Callie had nothing to say about that. Instead, she whirled on Marcus.
What was that?
She shouted.
I thought you were a strong warlock. Incantations should be simple for you.
Rishi purred in Marcus's arms while he got to his feet. I'm sorry to disappoint, but they're not. Marcus started to walk away, but Callie kept up with him. What about all the stories? I thought you were some badass warlock. You must be good at something. Marcus snapped.
The only thing I'm good at is lying.
I stifled a laugh. Marcus talked a big talk, but he was the furthest thing from a good liar, and Callie knew it. She'd been trying to get him to crack. I wasn't expecting what came next. Marcus broke out in sobs, full-on hiccuping and everything.
I'm a fraud!
He wailed.
The stories were all fake. I can't do anything.
We all just stood there for a second, stunned. Marcus had never crumbled like this before, or even admitted he couldn't do magic well. Finally, Ava spoke. Then why did you enter the games?
I don't know, Marcus sobbed. I thought I'd figure it out by now. I...
He trailed off, obviously distracted. It's just blood, Callie said gently. It was odd to hear her speak that way. Marcus's breakdown must have had an effect on her. Come here. Callie led Marcus across the street into a bench that squeaked when they sat down. The tear of fabric met my ears, and I realized Callie was ripping up her uniform to tie around Marcus's wounds. Have you ever done anything with your powers? Ava asked. Marcus sniffled. Once. Oh, so you do have magic? Ava snapped, obviously irritated by this fight. Lighten up, I snapped at her. I knew what it was like to feel like you couldn't do things everyone else could. Marcus needed someone on his side right now, even if we were in the middle of a deadly tournament. My tattoo is real, Marcus said. I do have powers from all 5 witch casts. It's just limited. Limited how? Callie asked curiously. Like, I can read minds, but only dirty thoughts. Marcus spoke so quietly I barely heard him.
Gods, ew!
Callie cried.
You've been reading my dirty thoughts this whole time?
No, Marcus said quickly. I try not to. It can get disturbing sometimes, and I don't want to invade people's privacy. As for my other powers, I don't want to hurt anyone. You wouldn't do that, I assured him. Wouldn't I? He challenged. You don't know why I was sentenced to the Institute. The street went quiet as we all considered what he said. It was Ava who spoke up, though she chose her words carefully. Why were you sentenced to the Institute? The real story this time, Callie clarified. I don't want some bogus lie about a mass murder. Marcus's breath wavered. It's just the thing. That one wasn't a lie. What? I nearly choked. I couldn't imagine Marcus hurting anyone, let alone being a serial killer. It happened right when my powers awakened, Marcus admitted. My girlfriend and I got in an argument in the middle of town. She thought I should hide my powers, and I wanted to use them. She figured people would be afraid of me, and I guess she was right. She should have been afraid of me. I lost my temper, and I couldn't control my magic. It exploded out of me, and... Marcus's voice wavered. She died, along with 10 other innocent people standing nearby. The 3 of us drew a breath in unison. Marcus seemed like the kind of guy sentenced to the Institute for stealing a loaf of bread, not killing nearly a dozen people. What he'd gone through horrified me. The Coven wanted to hang me, Marcus admitted solemnly. But my mom must have persuaded the Imperium Council, because the priestesses sentenced me to the Institute instead. Marcus's face came out muffled as he said, My girlfriend, I blew her to pieces. It was an accident, but it didn't matter. I saw it all. Marcus, Callie breathed. I had no idea. I heard the brush of fabric and Marcus's stifled breathing as she pulled him into a tight hug. So you can see why magic is difficult for me, Marcus continued when she drew away. I don't want to lose control. I killed my girlfriend, and so many others. I destroyed so many families. So many lives. I don't want to hurt anyone like that again. You won't, I promised, though I had no way to be sure. You'll learn how to control it. Charlie's right, Ava said gently. For a moment, we all seemed to forget we were in the middle of the games, as Marcus's pain permeated deep into each of us, opening our own wounds. Marcus didn't seem to know what to say. He seemed like he wanted to say more, but didn't know how to talk in front of all of us. "Could you guys give us a moment?" I asked. "Sure," Callie said, rising from the bench. She and Ava walked off, though close enough that I could still hear their hushed whispers. Oberai followed Ava. I took a seat beside Marcus. He shivered, and Rishi continued purring. I swallowed the lump in my throat. "I can't say I know what it was like for you, but I was there when my best friend died too." "You were?" Marcus sounded surprised. I wanted to tell him Ava had a similar experience, so he would know he was far from alone, but her story wasn't my secret to tell. "His name was Marty," I said, because I could tell he needed the distraction from his own confession. "He was my mentor. I still remember the sound of the gunshots, the way his blood felt on my hands when I went to his side. He died in my arms." "I'm sorry you had to go through that," Marcus said. "Same," I told him. "But it's not your fault, Marcus. What happened with your magic was an accident. You can't blame yourself." "I don't blame myself," he countered, but I heard the lie in his tone. "I know what it's like to be afraid," I told him. "I know what it feels like to replay the scenario over and over, telling yourself you could have done something to prevent it." Marcus paused for a few beats, absorbing my words. "I might know what that feels like. I'm scared to love another girl. Because what if I hurt her like I hurt Anya? And if I get close to anyone, I'll disappoint them, like I did when I left her little brother behind. That's the kid I told you about, who I was teaching art to." The confession shocked me, because I swore I was getting major lovesick vibes between him and Callie. "Isn't there anyone you're interested in at the Institute?" I asked, hoping to draw an explanation out of him. "Sure, I guess," he admitted. "But it's not like I've gotten over Anya. To be honest, I'm not sure I ever will. I thought the way to survive in prison was to keep everyone at a distance. That way, I couldn't hurt anyone. But when you guys took me in, I thought maybe things would be different. I wanted to start new, to try to overcome all that baggage, and I knew I couldn't just walk away from you guys because—" He trailed off. "Because of what?" I asked. He sighed. "Because the day I met you, I had my first real vision." I sat up straighter. "What do you mean?" "One of my powers is the power of a seer, which can involve things like seeing the past, present, or future, depending on your specialty," Marcus explained. "For me, my visions always came through taste, which I gotta tell you is fucking hard to interpret. I never know what they mean. But the day I met you, I foresaw a mad dog beating your ass. I knew I had to step in to prevent it. I didn't know what to say. Thanks again for that." "I didn't know why I did it at the time," Marcus said. "I like to think that maybe stepping in gave you a chance to enter the Darke Games. You, Callie, and Ava can win this thing for sure. You can get out of here." "What are you talking about?" I demanded. "You're part of this team, too. If we win this thing, we all go free." Marcus turned away from me. "Come on, man. Don't say that. I've made it through fighting one monster. I'm not going to last another. I couldn't even get through a simple incantation." Okay, clearly trying to connect with him wasn't working. It was time for some tough love. I placed a heavy hand on his shoulder and smacked Marcus in the chest. "Listen to me, Marcus," I said firmly. "You possess the mark of every caste within your coven. You're a strong warlock, and your council knows it. That's why they sent you here. Not because you committed a crime. That was an accident. It's because they were scared of you, because they know how powerful you'll become." "How can I be comfortable with a power that scares everyone else?" he asked. "Shouldn't I be just as afraid, if not more?" I shook my head. "You can't be afraid of yourself, because you get to choose how to use that power. Good and evil isn't about who has more power. It's about how they use it. And right now, Marcus, you have the chance to do some real good by protecting Shade Hills from these monsters. I never thought of it that way, he admitted. I just thought my powers were destructive. They don't have to be, I said. Take my air magic, for instance. Air gives us life. It's literally what we breathe. Without oxygen, there would be no fire, which means no heat in the winter. But tornadoes can level entire cities. I get to choose how I'm going to use that power, by giving life or taking it away. Warlock magic can't be any different. I actually didn't know for sure. I hadn't taken any classes on the topic, and only knew what I'd picked up from the Institute. But something I said must have resonated with Marcus, because his voice seemed brighter when he spoke. You're right, he said. I've been hiding from it for too long. I'll never figure out the good I can do if I'm not willing to face the bad. I have to do my part and defeat these monsters with the rest of the team. I clapped him on the back. That's more like it. Marcus cleared his throat and stood. I think I've wasted enough time. We're losing points as we speak. Let's go find a monster to kill. Finally, Ava sighed, her footsteps approaching. I'm ready for another slaying. Agreed, I said. But before we go, anyone want to explain to me what this is? I drew out what I could only describe as a stick from where I'd tucked it in my uniform. At first, I thought it was a knife or some type of weapon, but it was thinner and smooth on all sides. Callie gasped, but her voice turned sour. Where did you get that? I shrugged. Swiped it off Mad Dog when he came through. Is it useful? Marcus yanked it out of my hands and spoke breathlessly. Are you kidding me? This is a wand. Oh. I hadn't realized wands were even real, but the answer seemed obvious now. So it is useful. If you want to practice dark magic, Callie sneered. This isn't dark magic, Marcus protested. She scoffed. Depends on your definition. Well, in my coven, wands are perfectly fine, Marcus shot back. It's cheating, Callie cried. Your magic should come straight from you, and your power should be measured by your own merit. Marcus sounded offended. Even if that were true, which it's not, I'm surprised you of all people would object to dark magic. If you're suggesting I used dark magic to win the King's contest? Not at all, Marcus insisted. I just meant we want to win this thing, don't we? And wands aren't against the rules in the Darke Games. Callie hesitated. I guess not. I say we let Marcus use it, Ava voted. If it helps, I agree, I added. How does it work? Well, it doesn't contain magic of its own, Marcus explained, though this one seems to have some magical influence. It was maybe made with unicorn hair? Obereye sniffed the wand and blew a breath, like she agreed. How can you tell? I asked. I'm part Cursebreaker, Marcus reminded me. It's one of the classifications of the Miriamic Coven. A Cursebreaker's magic is a lot more complex than the name suggests, though. They can sense magic and move it from one place to another, even change its intention. You can move magic? Callie balked. So we could siphon it out of one of the monsters? In theory, Marcus said thoughtfully, but I've never done it. The best I can do is sense how powerful they are. That's still useful, I encouraged. Who should get the wand? Marcus, of course, Ava said. Wands are kind of a witch thing. Oh, I said lamely. I didn't know. Have you ever used one? No, Marcus admitted, but it might help. Wands are meant to focus your powers. Which was exactly what Marcus needed. I was glad I'd swiped the wand when I could have gone for the water bottle on the outside of Mad Dog's pack. Marcus needed to focus so we didn't all end up splattered on the pavement. Okay, the wand is Marcus's, I said. Let's head further into town. Callie said monsters like to hunt supernaturals, so that's our best bet to gather points. Agreed, Ava started to say, but the sound of screams cut her off. Several pairs of footsteps pounded on the pavement, though as I listened closely, it sounded like the team was several people short. Ava grabbed my arm. It's Mad Dog and Naya. They're covered in blood. They must have found the Malamuto. It looks like they lost another teammate. Mad Dog and Naya never even noticed us. They crossed the street and kept on running, the sound of their screams echoing off the houses. It was their mistake for not diversifying their team, I pointed out. I say we find that Malamuto and finish it off. You can do it, can't you, Marcus? He hesitated. Marcus, we don't have time, I pressed. Are you in or out? Marcus's voice became firm. I'm in. I smirked. Then let's go slay a demon. It didn't take long to find the creature. All we had to do was follow the sounds of destruction. We turned down 2 streets before coming to a long road. The sound of wood planks, like fences being destroyed, clattered across the pavement. Trash cans clanked, and aluminum cans tumbled down the road. I reached my air magic out to get a sense of how far the monster was from us. This was no cat, though. This creature was much bigger, at least my size. But my air touched something else. Wings, perhaps? Ava breathed raggedly from beside me. Her footsteps stopped, as if she needed a moment to take in the monster. A quick description would be helpful, I told her. Is it the Malamuto? Marcus was the one to answer. It's the Malamuto, all right, in its true demon form. Ava spoke quickly as she described the creature to me. It's humanoid, but barely a man. He's shirtless, and his skin is dry and crusty, like rock. His eyes are red. Black curved horns grow out of his forehead, and his wings are massive and leathery, like a bat's. His hands are not even hands. He has long, black claws for fingers. I'm glad you can't see this, Charlie, Callie whispered. It's terrifying. What's the plan? Marcus asked. I'm assuming it hasn't seen us yet? I questioned. Judging by the ongoing sounds of destruction, it was my best guess. No, Marcus confirmed. Then Marcus is going to swing around the block and come up from behind, I decided. The best way was to make sure the demon never knew he was there. Ava, Callie, and I will distract it the best we can, giving Marcus the chance to speak the incantation. That's not going to work, Ava protested. We should go at it from all different angles. It's our best chance to disorient it and take it out. If we all go at it head on, we create a single target. That's what we want, I told her. We want it focused on us so it never notices Marcus. Charlie, we have to overwhelm it, Ava insisted. It's the only way to weaken it. It's not our job to kill it, I reminded her. We're here to back up Marcus, and that's it. Charlie! Ava stomped her foot. Not a good idea. I knew the second the Malamuto noticed us, because the sound of approaching destruction stopped instantly. I could practically feel its eyes narrowed on us. A dark energy seemed to roll off it in waves. Go, Marcus! I cried, shoving him. The monster's leathery wings flapped as it charged toward us. Instinctively, I thrust out a blast of air magic, and it slammed into the demon with enough force to knock him onto the pavement. He must have not felt a thing, because his footsteps began approaching again moments later.
Who unleashed me?
He growled in a voice that sounded anything but human. It was deep and distorted, sending a shiver down my spine. I always knew monsters were real, but I believed they lurked among us. This was a whole new meaning of the word monster.
Answer me!
The demon cried in his horrifying voice.
Who unleashed?
He was cut off by the sound of gurgling, as if choking on water.
Nice shot!
Callie cried.
What did you do?
I demanded of Ava. She laughed maniacally. Just funneled some water down his throat and into his lungs. I fumed. The dirtier we played, the more blood this demon would seek.
We want to distract it, not piss it off.
Too late, Ava said innocently. My whole body shook. You know what? Fuck it. This was a demon who freaking ate hearts. It was going to suffer before we sent it back to where it belonged. I blasted my air magic outward in thin sheets. I expected the air to slice through the demon's torso, but Ava had been right when she said his skin was like rock. My air bounced off of it, and no amount could penetrate its shell. Ava and Callie weren't having any luck either. Even Callie's battle orbs didn't explode upon impact, but went shooting off in different directions. I heard them explode like bombs on either side of us. Ava threw a few fireballs, but abandoned those when she realized they were no use. She continued attacking with water, though the demon seemed to get over the initial shock and couldn't care less, because his footsteps were approaching. Oberei shot fire out of her horn, and huffed in frustration beside me when that didn't work. Something flew through the air, though I barely sensed it with my magic before the object made impact. Something sharp tore through my uniform and into the flesh on my leg. I sucked a sharp breath and cursed. Callie cried out, and Ava grunted like she was trying to hide how much it fucking hurt. I'd been in enough knife fights to know what one felt like, and this was not it. This was something different, perhaps even magical.
What the fuck?
I growled. Warm blood trickled down my leg. I hadn't expected an answer, but Ava offered one anyway.
They're like thorns!
There came a sickening sound, like Ava ripping one of the thorns from her shoulder.
Not thorns,
Callie gasped.
Claws! He's shooting his claws at us, and they're growing back! Damn it! We have to slow him down!
I said to no one in particular. I hoped Marcus was close by now.
We are,
Callie replied.
But we have to do better!
I'm telling you, we go at all angles, Ava insisted. He won't know who to target. Or he'll target one of us, and that person will be SOL, I snapped. Stick to the plan, Ava.
Another set of claws whipped through the air, but this time I was prepared for them. I sent a gust of wind whipping sideways, and the claws went flying away from us. I tried to do the same to the demon, but he remained rooted in place. My air magic had slowed the demon down to begin with, but something must have happened to his wings, like he'd shifted them away or something, because my air moved around now with ease. I couldn't get to him. I turned to using earth magic. Trees on the side of the road fell at my command. I aimed for him, hoping to pin him down, but he sensed them coming. The best it did was slow him down a few paces as we backed away. His rocky skin scraped the tree bark as he climbed over the fallen trees and advanced. Oberei, if we use the tree branches, we can hold him down. I cut off when I realized Oberei was no longer at my side.
Oberei!
The unicorn nickered from at least 15 yards away. Her hooves slapped against the pavement as she trotted in place. What was she?
Ava!
I heard her running now. She must have taken off when I was falling trees, so I hadn't heard her. Oberei had followed, and now didn't know whose side to take.
Damn her!
I gritted my teeth. The demon moved quicker, so much that Callie and I started running to stay away, all while throwing magic over our shoulder to slow him down.
Pidge!
I screamed. I was too fucking angry to say anything else. She was going to get an earful later, if we made it out of this. I heard the sound of Ava's fire crackling, but it was more than just a mere fireball. She was whipping up a whole freaking firestorm.
Hey!
Ava shouted to the demon.
How do you like this?
I sensed the heat of the fire moving through the air, blasting toward the demon long enough to stop him in his tracks. Ava's move had pissed me off, but I couldn't stand here trying to change it. My only choice was to work with it now. Callie, I snapped. Simultension. Callie understood immediately. I summoned air and quickly felt her illusion magic entangling with it. A huge weapon that hadn't been there moments ago materialized.
It's an air cannon,
Callie said quickly.
Use it!
Before I could, another claw shot through the air and sliced across my shoulder. I screamed out as pain pulsed up and down my arm.
Oh, no you don't!
Ava growled loud enough for me to hear her down the street. I didn't know what she'd done, because I was dealing with my own shit over here, but it was enough to distract the demon. He turned on her, and Ava screamed. I fucking lost it. I'd never used a weapon like Callie's before, but I was in no position to stop and learn. I let my intuition guide me, and funneled more magic into the cannon. Pressure built up until... boom! An explosion went off, and air magic so strong it could knock over a building blasted out of the cannon. I felt my magic slam into the demon before he could get to Ava. He tumbled over and over again, but like everything else we tried, he didn't seem fazed.
I'll have your heart for that,
he snarled.
You won't touch him!
Ava screamed. Her fire magic cut through the air like water coming out of a fire hose. Air spun around the demon as he whirled on her. Fuck, Callie muttered.
Marcus is so close! Your girlfriend's going to get him! Marcus!
Her words came out as a petrifying screech. Though Ava's magic continued to blast down the street, I swear my heart stopped as I heard Marcus's body hit the pavement. He groaned out in pain. Callie took off running. My stomach hollowed out, and I raced alongside her, hoping that it wasn't as I suspected. I could only picture one of those thorn-like claws embedded in Marcus's chest. Callie skidded to halt at his side and bent next to him.
Marcus!
She cried.
I thought he...
Marcus sucked a breath.
It's just my arm, but we can finish this. We can...
The demon's claws sliced through the air like paper as he swiped his arm over us. Something that felt like a bag of bricks slammed into my chest, launching me yards away from Marcus. It was the demon's rock-hard arm. I gasped for breath that didn't come as I lay there immobile. Even my magic wouldn't help me suck air into my lungs. I'd made a horrible mistake. The thought of Marcus lying on the ground and bleeding out had distracted me more than I realized. The demon had abandoned Ava and Oberoi and had come for us. I'd never seen his attack coming. A loud thud came, and Callie gasped as she too was launched into the opposite direction. Her body slammed into the grass nearby. The demon's wings flapped as it followed her, landing in front of her so her breath seemed muffled from where I lay.
You have unleashed me,
the demon growled in that unearthly voice.
I will carve your hearts out one by one.
Charlie!
Ava cried as she raced over to me. She knelt at my side and helped me sit up. I shoved her off. Forget about me. Help Callie. The sound of Callie's uniform tearing sent my whole body quaking. I barely had a moment to take it all in. He was ripping through her clothes. Next, it would be her chest. Callie screamed as she fought against the demon that was trying to take her heart.
Leave her alone!
Marcus shouted. Something whizzed out of his palm, but it did nothing except explode against the demon's skin like all of Callie's battle orbs had. That's when I realized it was the same thing. A battle orb, though not nearly as powerful as Callie's. Before Ava or I could react, Marcus ran up to us. He dropped his wand next to me.
I need your magic,
he cried. Marcus grabbed both Ava and I by the shoulder, and an odd sensation came over me. My whole body chilled, and I felt weak as Marcus drew my magic out of me with his Cursebreaker powers. I went still as a statue, unable to control it. Callie screamed, and I knew we'd reached the point of no return. The demon would take her heart, and soon we would all die.
Not today, motherfucker,
Marcus mumbled under his breath as he shot to his feet. This time, when he created a battle orb, it was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. It crackled above my head like electricity. It hurt my ears, and the energy tingled across my whole body. Whatever he'd conjured was a hell of a lot bigger than the little balls Callie had conjured. This must have been bigger than Marcus himself. The battle orb set free and shot through the air, tumbling over and over. It made impact with the demon, thrusting him off of Kalina. He must have flown nearly 50 yards down the street before finally landing. The battle orb exploded so loud my ears rang. Dirt and debris rained down on us. I barely had a chance to take a breath. Marcus ducked beside me and snatched up the wand he dropped. His voice came out stronger than I'd ever heard it before.
By candle flame and moonlight's kiss, I vanquish you to the abyss!
Magic sizzled over my head as it shot out of the wand. The magic struck the demon, and he shrieked as it overwhelmed him. The cry grew in intensity, piercing my ears and rocking the earth. Then, silence. Nothing but silence that seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Is it over? I gasped. Marcus didn't answer me. He raced to Callie, and I heard him swear as he stumbled over the curb to reach her. It's over. He's gone. Ava heaved heavy breaths, matching Oberei's beside her. The wand, too. I guess it was a one-time use. Marcus did it, I remarked, partially surprised but mostly relieved. I wasn't sure he could, Ava admitted. He has the power, I said, more to myself than to her. All the wand did was give him the confidence to use it. The drone buzzed as it came down from the sky. Congratulations on your second kill, a male voice came. For slaying the Malamudo, your team has gained 6 points, putting you in second place. Damn it, Callie muttered. Another team already got a second kill, too. We have to keep up. Monsters continue to roam the streets, the announcer said. Do not underestimate their power. Stay vigilant. Stay alive. The drone flew away, and Ava turned to me. Look, Charlie, I'm sorry, I don't want to hear it, I snapped, cutting her off. Callie almost had her heart ripped out. Let's deal with that first. To be honest, I was so pissed I couldn't deal with Ava's apology right now. If it hadn't been for her, the demon wouldn't have noticed Marcus. It never would have gotten that close to Callie. We almost died because Ava went off script. If she pulled that again, we'd be dead by the end of the night. I'd had enough of Ava's disobedience. I was going to make sure she didn't get us all killed.
Chapter 22. Ava-Marie. We had to get these wounds patched up. We couldn't continue to fight monsters like this. Callie was bleeding heavily from her chest. The demon's large claws had ripped her skin to shreds, and Marcus was sporting several cuts and bruises all over his body. Charlie, Oberei, and I were mostly fine. We'd taken hits from the claws and were bleeding, but they weren't bad injuries like Callie and Marcus's were. I felt guilty. Their wounds were my fault. I hadn't listened. I'd only been trying to help. There has to be another checkpoint somewhere, Charlie said. His voice had a tone of authority, like he wouldn't tolerate anyone defying him this time. Let's search the area. Callie slowly started forward, clutching her tattered jacket to her chest. Marcus helped her walk as Charlie and I went on ahead. Charlie was smoldering. I could feel his anger radiating at me as it pulsed through our bond. Ancestors, he was pissed. I decided it was best not to say anything, and just kept my eyes ahead. Night was falling by this time. Twilight settled over the horizon, and the sun vanished behind the thick clouds to give way to stars quicker than I anticipated. Rishi let out a yowl from up ahead. I saw with relief we'd discovered a checkpoint that no one had found yet. A small first aid kit was all that was inside. Marcus strode forward and grabbed the first aid kit, turning to Callie. Don't worry, I'll help you, he said. Callie winced as she shrugged off her jacket. Underneath, she wore a thin white camisole that was stained with blood. Marcus began putting antibiotic cream on her wounds and wrapped her chest slowly. Callie's eyes were wet with pain, but she didn't even so much as hiss in discomfort. Charlie grabbed my arm roughly and pulled me aside, far enough away so Callie and Marcus wouldn't hear. Oberei followed us cautiously, keeping our ears up for whatever may be hiding in the woods. What are you doing? I tried to wrench my arm out of his grip, but he held tight. Asking you what the hell you're doing out here, Charlie snarled. That stunt you pulled was completely uncalled for. It nearly got Callie killed. My cheeks burned. I'm sorry. I didn't want anyone to get hurt. I just thought it'd be better if... Who's the captain here? Me or you? The drone hovered nearby, filming our performance. No doubt the screen back at the Institute was showing every moment of Charlie scolding me. I felt like a little kid who was being punished. I scuffed my toe against the ground. You?
Then listen to me, Charlie growled. I don't understand why it's so hard for you to do as you're told. I'm just trying to prove myself. I flung my arms out wide. I know my parents are watching. Everyone's watching. I want the world to see I'm not just a massive screw-up, that I can actually do something right. You don't have an obligation to your parents out there. You have a responsibility to your team, Charlie said forcefully. Fuck everyone else. If you want to stay alive, we need to be a unit. That means you need to do as I say and not whatever you fucking feel like. We won't get through the games if we're not together out here. Tears beaded the corners of my eyes, and my throat got tight. He was right. I was so busy trying to impress people by doing my own thing that I put the group in danger. If Callie or any of the others got killed out here because of me, I'd never forgive myself. Oberai let out a breath that ruffled Charlie's hair, telling him to be gentler. Charlie's body went rigid as he let out a sigh. Please, just trust me, he pleaded. You can't keep relying on only yourself. It hurts you, Ava. Let us in, and let us help you. My throat burned even hotter, because that was the hardest thing of all. I trusted Charlie, to a point. Then my walls went up, and it was hard to let him in. To be honest, I hadn't just run off because I wanted to display my powers. I was worried his plan wouldn't work, and after a lifetime of disappointments, I couldn't take one more person letting me down, especially not Charlie. Anyone but Charlie. But my feelings didn't matter out here. If Charlie was supposed to be my leader, I had to follow him, if only for Callie and Marcus's sake. Okay. Charlie took my hand, tenderly this time. He led me back to the group where Marcus was finishing bandaging his arm. You guys good? We'll be fine, Callie said as she stood. She seemed a little better already. My shifter powers will heal me quickly, and Marcus was just banged up. Here. Marcus handed Charlie and me a few bandages for our wounds. Thanks, I said, as I peeled off the wrapper and helped Charlie with his leg. He did the same for my shoulder. Soon we were all patched up. We should keep this kit on us, Marcus said as he clutched it to his chest. We might need it later. No sooner had he said that than I heard a crackle in the bushes. All four of us whipped around. 4 people staggered out of the trees. One of them was clutching his stomach and wincing. The other stood tall. The rival captain had his eyes on the first aid kit in Marcus's hands. I didn't know his name, but I knew he was one of the leaders of one of the biggest gangs at the school. The leader sneered and said, If you know what's good for you, you'll hand that over. Marcus clutched the kit tighter, and Charlie said, You can have some supplies to heal your teammate, but you can't have all of it. We'll give you what you need, and go. Fuck that, the leader snarled. Attack! Everything erupted in seconds. The gang leader had to be a warlock, because he sent a stunning spell straight at Marcus. Marcus jumped out of the way, and Callie transformed into a wolf. She snarled and charged at the warlock. They danced around each other, Callie lashing out with her fangs and the warlock shooting off more spells. Charlie and Oberai took on the other guy, who had to be a shifter. Charlie shot off air funnels at the Fae, who dodged him to respond with battle orbs of his own. I summoned a fireball and flung it at the nearest enemy, which was a merman only a few feet away. He dodged my fireballs and screamed. His sonic voice knocked me off my feet, and I cried out as I went slamming into a tree. I threw another fireball from my place on the ground, but the merman was super fast. He lunged out and dragged me upward by my hair. I yelled in terror as the merman latched his arms around me. I tried to summon a spell, but it fizzled out at my fingers as he squeezed tight. I didn't realize how strong mer people were. This guy was going to turn my insides to fucking jelly. I knew mer people had water running through their veins, more so than most supernaturals. Maybe if I could summon it and rush it to his heart, I could kill him.
but the merman was squeezing so tightly I couldn't breathe. There was no way to command my magic when I felt this lightheaded. He was literally crushing me. "Charlie!" I whimpered helplessly, using my last breath to call out his name. When Charlie heard me cry out for him, he immediately abandoned the fight with the shifter. Ava-Marie charged at the shifter and chased him off with her horn, leaving Charlie able to come to my aid. He ran to me as quickly as possible. He flung out his hand, and I blacked out for a second as the merman dropped me. I collapsed on the ground, gasping for precious air. But I wasn't the only one. The merman clutched at his own throat, face turning purple as Charlie used his air magic to suffocate him. Blood vessels burst in his eyes, and a horrible noise emitted from his throat as he pleaded for mercy. The fight stopped. Callie and Marcus observed in horror, and the teammates of the merman began backing away in fear. Charlie was going to kill him. I knew he was. I could feel his murderous intent as it rushed through our bond. And as much as the merman might have deserved it for trying to kill me, I wouldn't allow Charlie to have blood on his hands. I dragged myself up Charlie's body, forcing myself to my feet. "Charlie, stop! This isn't who you are!" Charlie didn't listen. The deadliness in his face made my body turn cold. The merman slumped to the side, giving a few pathetic gasps. "Charlie!" I put both hands on the side of his face and forced his forehead to connect with mine. "Just breathe." Charlie seemed to realize what he was doing. He dropped the spell, and the merman took in a huge gulp of air as he fell to the side. Bruises had accumulated all over his neck. I stared at the merman, hardly able to believe it. Charlie had done that. For me. The gang leader had taken the momentary shock to grab the first aid kit out of Marcus's hands. He wrenched it away and began running. The other teammates followed, even the merman, though he had to stagger to get away. "Hey!" Marcus cried out. "Marcus, let them have it," Charlie said roughly. I watched as the other team fled into the woods, until they disappeared entirely. Callie scowled. "Great. Now we gave away our only supplies. We'll find more. It's not worth dying over." Charlie grasped my arms tightly. "You okay, Pitch?" There were still stars dancing in front of my eyes. "Yeah, I'm okay." There was a bit of silence. Then Marcus spoke. "Dude, what did you do to that guy?" "Almost crushed his windpipe," Charlie answered casually. "Gods, Charlie," Callie cried. "He'll live. For now," Charlie said darkly. He moved to put his arm around me and drew me close. I felt my shoulders relax, and Ava-Marie let out a nicker. Charlie was a totally different person out here. That side of him that ruled on the streets had come out during the Darke Games. I was scared of him. But I respected him too. And even more, I was proud to be bonded to him, because it made me feel safe. No one would fuck with me, not when Charlie was around. I rubbed my temple, and I had a headache. "We should move on," Charlie suggested. "If there are other teams around the area, it puts us at risk." Fine by me. We started walking deeper into the forest. Charlie's grip remained on my shoulders as we continued onward. Eventually, I got my breath back, and there was only an aching in my body to remind me of what I'd just endured. We walked in silence for 10 minutes before Charlie whispered, "You gonna be okay to get through the rest of the games?" "I don't have a choice, do I?" I asked. "The prophecy has to come first." Charlie opened his mouth to say something more, but didn't. A weird feeling came over me as we stepped into this part of the woods. It was near the same road that led to the Institute, that creepy area where it felt like the very trees had eyes. I had a very bad notion we'd gone the wrong way. Then I smelled it. A sulfur-like scent. Black pits of pitch-black water spanned all around us. They weren't very big, 5 feet or so across, but they seemed bottomless. They weren't tar. I wasn't quite sure what kind of substance they were. I tried summoning the black water within the pits, but it didn't move to my command. That scared me. Water had always listened to me before. That these waters didn't was simply unnatural. Marcus knelt by one of the pools. He put his hand out to touch the water, but Callie stopped him. "Don't," she whispered. Marcus stood. We began weaving around the pools, taking care not to touch the water. I pressed closer to Charlie. I felt these frightening pools were one of the most evil things about Dark Island. Callie froze. She halted so abruptly that Marcus ran into her. He went to say something, but she waved her hand to shut him up. All of us paused, waiting for her assessment. Callie sniffed the air. Then her eyes contracted, and her face paled of all color, just as a wicked laugh echoed through the woods. That laugh made a shiver creep into my bones. It was the most menacing thing I'd ever heard. Some sort of sound straight out of hell. Instinct told me whatever happened, we needed to get as far away from that sound as possible. The laugh echoed again. Closer this time. That's when Callie sprang into action. "Run!" she screamed. She changed into a wolf. Marcus jumped onto her back before she started running away at top speed. He barely had time to grab Rishi. We didn't ask any questions. Charlie and I clambered onto Oberon's back and held on tight as she galloped after Callie. The laugh echoed behind us. My heart sped up and beat on in fear as we ran away from a faceless terror. Callie ran so fast she outpaced us. We were losing her. Not even Oberon could keep up, and she let out a whinny, telling Callie to wait for us. Oberon had to dart between all the black pools lying before us, jumping over some and nearly spinning out in a race to avoid the others. "Callie, slow down!" Charlie cried out. She was so terrified, trying to get away from whatever was chasing us. She didn't hear, and only increased her strides. Oberon tripped. Charlie's hands entangled in her mane and he stayed on, but I lost my balance and fell off. I went tumbling downward, straight into one of the black pits we'd been so desperately trying to avoid. I sank into the water. Immediately, everything went dark, as my head and the rest of my body went under. The black water was slimy. I cast a spell so my water magic would push me up, but like before, nothing happened. I attempted to swim, but the water was so thick. Every movement of my arms and legs was like moving in concrete. I only sank deeper into the pool as the voices inside my mind began screaming louder than ever before. "You killed your best friend. You didn't mean enough to her to make her stay. If you were a better person, she wouldn't have died." My heart clenched and began to wither. It was my fault Monica was dead. I deserved this. "Your family is glad you're gone. They love you out of obligation. How could anyone want a daughter, a sister like you?" I was such a terrible person that my parents were ashamed of me too. My whole family was. "Charlie will get tired of you. You're too much to handle. It won't take long for him to abandon you." If I could cry underwater, I'd be sobbing buckets. Charlie couldn't love me, no one could. "It's useless, Ava. Let go. Nothing lasts forever." The voices were right. Eventually, everyone would leave and I'd be alone in the world. The darkness vanished as I returned to the day Monica died. Her death replayed in front of my eyes over and over. The scene switched to John, and that forsaken night he'd forced himself on me. I kept reliving both. unable to escape this awful, cruel fate. My lungs tightened as I began to drown. I welcomed the end, just to make the flashbacks stop. I wanted to give up. Dying was better than feeling this pain. "Pidge!" I heard Charlie scream. "Pigeon!" I hated that nickname, but ancestors, I wanted to hear it now. I needed to hear Charlie's voice. It was the only thing keeping me alive. I struggled not to go under, but it was a useless endeavor. The voices were pulling me to the abyss. I knew then. I was going to die down here. Then I felt a hand around my arm. Someone pulled me up. I knew by the feeling of his body against mine that it had to be Charlie. He jumped in after me. Despair grew in my heart. I'd condemned us both. If I was to die, so be it, but I didn't want Charlie to die along with me. I loved him too much. Charlie held me tightly to his form. A root wrapped around our middle and began to pull us up. Another root latched around our legs and our arms. Charlie used the roots to pull us up, and the voices shattered my eardrums. Our heads broke the surface, and my eyes opened as I took a giant gulp of air. Oberai had changed into his husky form. He grabbed my jacket with his teeth and pulled me out, as Charlie used the roots to burst himself out of the pit. We both crawled to a nearby tree, covered in the black muck that was the pit's residue. Charlie opened his arms to me, and I fell into them. I couldn't help but stutter. What was that? Charlie's voice was even, but still held an edge of fright. Professor Cusack talked about them in class. They're called the Pits of Despair. They're living entities that feed off supernaturals. They make you relive the worst parts of your life until you give up, and the pit consumes you whole. My stomach bottomed out, and my voice steadied. You knew what they were, and you still jumped in after me? Charlie nodded. My body gave a shudder as I asked, What did you hear? Marty. Over and over. He kept telling me to turn back and leave you. Charlie responded, haunted. You didn't. I couldn't. Charlie and I held each other for long moments as the wind whipped through the trees. Oberai laid across our legs to keep us warm. The patting of paws made me look up. Callie and Marcus had come back for us. Marcus slid off of Callie's back with Rishi in his arms. Callie changed back. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to leave you guys like that. I panicked. I didn't turn around until Marcus said you two had fallen in. You came back. That's what matters, Charlie responded. We listened again for the wicked laugh, but it was nowhere to be heard. What was chasing us must have gotten bored and run off. Marcus turned toward Callie. What exactly were we running from? He asked. Callie's face was still pale. Don't ask. Just know, it's something we can't fight. But I don't smell it anymore. We got away. As Charlie and I stood, I wavered. I nearly passed out, but he caught me before I fell against the ground. The black pit had drained me. I'd been inside longer than Charlie had, and as a result, it sapped all my strength. Guys, we're tired, Charlie said. We need a break. We can't stop, Callie insisted. The more downtime we have, the more chances it gives the other team to earn points. We can keep going. I wasn't sure. All of us were dead on our feet after everything that had gone on earlier. We needed some time to recover. A few hours sleep is better than nothing. We'll be in a better position to fight if we rest now, rather than the teams who've been at it all night, Charlie said. We should preserve our strength. Callie's eyes flickered to me, and my shaking appearance must have made her change her mind. All right, hold on. I'll whip something up. We walked until we were out of the pits. I wanted nothing to do with them, and I was sure Charlie felt the same. We came to a small clearing, and Callie stopped. She waved her hands, and before our very eyes, a small cabin appeared. It wasn't huge, 400 square feet or less, but it was something. As we stepped inside, I saw that there was only a fireplace, a pot, a couch, and an armchair, along with a room that had a small double bed in the back. Her illusion magic was strong enough to make the cabin real. I pressed a hand against the wall and found it was solid. Marcus eyed Callie at the side of the bare house, and she said, "Look, I'm not very good at big illusions yet. This is the best you're gonna get." Marcus rubbed his stomach. "Man, I'm so hungry. I wish we had something to eat." Callie conjured up a sandwich on a plate and gave it to Marcus. He inhaled it in seconds, frowning as he finished. "I still feel hungry." "Yeah, because food conjured by a fey illusion doesn't do anything to actually nourish you. It's basically for enjoyment only," Callie said. "If you're hungry, we need to find something out here." Oberai trotted out the door, wagging his tail. Rishi followed him in interest. "Where are they going?" I asked. "Oberai wants to investigate the area, just to be safe," Charlie said. "They'll come back in a bit. Let's get a fire started." I was a bit jealous. Oberai was communicating with Charlie over me, but I was too tired to argue. I was freezing. Charlie and Marcus went out to grab firewood, and I sat on the floor by the fireplace. I was too exhausted to move much further. Callie sat beside me. "Are you okay? Those pits look like they did a number on you." "I'm fine," I lied. "I just need a nap." "Same. It's probably for the best we stopped," she said. She bounced nervously next to me, and I asked, "What's wrong? You seem really tense." "Well, I'm a bit paranoid," Callie confessed. "It's really awkward now with Marcus." "Why?" "He admitted he can only read dirty thoughts," Callie hushed. "And, well, I've been having a lot of them. About him." "Callie!" I playfully smacked her shoulder. "Are you telling me you're having daydreams about Marcus sexing you up?" Her cheeks turned red. "No?" "Yes, maybe." She sat back. "To tell you the truth, we might have kissed when we were trying to break out forever ago. He was giving me CPR after we fought the sirens in the lake, but it turned into more." "No shit." I beamed, a smile spreading across my face. "You totally have the hots for Marcus." Callie let out a breath. "It doesn't matter. He's a warlock. I'm a fae. Our races are constantly at war. They hate each other. We can't be together." "Fuck that. You guys already broke the law. You're both in prison. What's stopping you?" I asked. Callie looked down. "I don't know. I've already disgraced my family by messing up so badly. If I mated with a warlock, I'm not sure if I could ever go back home again. Even though I'm banished, I have some hope that maybe one day they'll take me back. And I don't want to screw that up." "If your family doesn't approve of who you love, they're not worth it anyway," I insisted. "If you want to be with Marcus, be with him. I'm sure he likes you too." Callie scowled. "If he does, he doesn't act like it. After all, I'm pretty sure he's already seen my thoughts of him screwing me over a table in the alchemy classroom, and he hasn't acted on any of it." "Damn, girl. That's so naughty." I giggled. "Don't get too worried. Marcus is just shy. I'm sure he's got a hard-on for you." Callie didn't answer, because just then, Marcus and Charlie came back with a bundle of sticks and fallen branches. Marcus's face was red, like he knew what we'd been talking about. I guess he really did only see the dirty thoughts. Charlie gave me the branches. I arranged them in the fireplace and lit them aflame. Just as I got the fire started, Oberei and Rishi returned. They were carrying small packages in their mouths. When I gave a closer look, I saw that they were bags of freeze-dried food. "They must have found another checkpoint," I said. "Good boy, Oberei." He panted and licked my hand. I summoned water from the air to put into the pot. We boiled the food, then ate what was inside quickly. Chicken and rice. It wasn't very good, but it made the hunger pangs in my stomach fade, and some of my energy returned. "You guys have Oberei, so you can take the bed. I'll sleep on the armchair. Marcus and Rishi can sleep on the couch," Callie suggested. Charlie took my hand. "Come on, Pidge." I dragged my feet to the bedroom. Charlie closed the door behind us as I drew the shades. At least the damn drone hadn't followed us inside the cottage. We could get some privacy. We took off our boots, which were caked with mud, and threw them to the side. Oberei hopped onto the bed just as Charlie and I lay down on it. The husky spread across our feet to warm them, and sighed as he slipped off to sleep. The dirt from the black pit spread over the sheets from our clothes, but I didn't care. It'd all disappear anyway when we left in a few hours. "Pidge," Charlie whispered, and my eyes fluttered open. I could barely see his face by the moonlight peeking around the curtains. "Yeah? You better make this quick because I was 2 seconds away from passing out." He moved closer to me. "I'm sorry if I was too harsh on you earlier. I freaked out." "No, Charlie, don't apologize. You did the right thing," I said. "I needed a wake-up call." His voice broke as he said, "You nearly died twice." "But I didn't. You saved me, that's what counts." I entwined my fingers with his. "What you said earlier, about listening to you, I think I'm ready to do that now. I can do it right this time. I can be obedient." His eyebrows crinkled. "I don't want you to obey me because you think I want control." "It's not like that. You proved you're willing to kill to protect me. I think that kind of devotion warrants my respect." Charlie rubbed his thumbs on the backs of my hands. "I just want you to make it through this. If something happened..." "I will make it, because I have you. I respect you so much for what you did out there. I can let you take the lead because I know you'll make the right call." He cleared his throat. I appreciate all that, Pidge." My opinion from earlier had changed drastically. I thought I couldn't trust Charlie with everything. And then he'd shown me just how far he was willing to go to make sure I got through this competition safe and well. That had earned my submission. I wanted to prove to Charlie how much I trusted him. I didn't know how, but by the end of the competition, I'd prove how much he meant to me. "Let's get some sleep," he said. "We've still got plenty to face tonight." Yeah, we did. I moved closer to him, just because he was warm, and it felt good to have his body conform around mine. I flipped onto my side and pressed my back against his front. He put his arm around me and the cottage fell silent. Damn, this was paradise. Charlie molded to me like we were two pieces of a puzzle that'd been glued together. A warm sensation grew in my chest when I felt his heartbeat against my back again. My favorite feeling. His tense muscles loosened as he held me, and I scooted back just to be that much closer to him. Charlie's breaths rose and fell evenly behind me. I think he was already asleep. Did he not notice? The feel of him against me should have made me freak out, but I was totally okay with it. It felt natural. I didn't feel the need to do anything with it either. It just felt good to have him there. My eyes closed. I counted his breaths.
and it didn't take me but a few moments afterward to completely pass into peaceful oblivion. Charlie and I awoke at the sound of a shrill scream in the night. We bolted upright, breathing raggedly. It was still dark. We couldn't have slept for more than a few hours. The door to our bedroom was open and Oberai was gone. Without a word, we both clambered out of bed, put our boots back on, and crept to the living room. The cabin had gone so deathly cold there was frost on the windows. I could see my breath. Marcus sat on the edge of the couch, hands shaking. Oberai, Rishi, and Callie were all facing the door, Callie in her wolf form. The hair on their backs stood up, and their ears pricked. Callie was still as a statue. Oberai let out a low growl, and Rishi followed it up with a hiss. "Something's moving out there," Callie said. She used her magic to project her thoughts outward so she could speak in her wolf form. She put a paw forward, waiting to attack. There was a sound on the side of the cottage like nails on a chalkboard. Something was dragging their claws over the wood. Goosebumps quivered over my skin, and my eyes grew wide as I realized thick ice was spreading all over the wall. I lashed out a hand to stop it, but as I stopped the growth of one ice patch, another took its place. "We need to leave. Now." Callie nudged the door open with her head and began hurrying as silently as she could into the woods. The rest of us followed. Oberai guided Charlie so he could keep up. As I looked behind, the cottage vanished as the illusion faded. Except there was nothing waiting in its stead to hunt us down. That had to be the scariest thing of all. There was a crackle in the bushes. Callie froze. She changed back, clinging to Marcus's arm. Oberai began to whine. "Shit." Callie started freaking out. Shit, he found us." "I'm guessing you're talking about the monster we fled from earlier?" Marcus asked hoarsely. "Yes. I thought he'd abandoned the hunt, but apparently—" Callie swallowed and shook her head, like she was spooked. "How close is he?" I remained at the ready to light a fireball. "Close. Maybe we can lose him again." Callie hurried on ahead. The forest was so dark I could barely see a thing, even with the moonlight. Then Marcus let out a yell, and my shoe met something soft and squishy at the same time. I couldn't help it. Instinctually, I lit a fireball for light. I wished I hadn't. My firelight illuminated the forest, showing 4 bodies, one of the other teams. They'd been ripped open. There was so much blood that the area was coated red. Organs were spewed all over the place. I'd stepped on an intestine while walking onto the scene. Marcus threw up. I barely held it in myself. I told myself those weren't people, just animals, deer like I'd hunted with my dad. I forced myself to look into the trees instead of at the bodies. I was grateful Charlie couldn't see this, but he could still smell it. He covered his nose to muffle the metallic smell of blood and rotting corpses. Callie's voice was hollow. "He made them fight each other. Then, when he got bored, he eviscerated them. It's how these kind of monsters hunt." "What is it?" Charlie's tone steeled, preparing himself. "It's a lichen," Callie said breathlessly. "It's a sorcerer that sold his soul to dark forces to literally become demonic." "He did that to them?" Marcus asked weakly, as he wiped his mouth. "Yes, and that's what we'll be if we don't get out of—" Callie didn't finish her sentence, because she was blasted off her feet by a ray of red light. All of us called for her. She sailed through the air and landed on her hip, crying out in pain as she looked at what attacked her. A sorcerer made of bone stood across from us. A bloody red robe hung around his skeletal form, skull still dripping with rotted flesh. The lichen held a twisted staff forged from dark wood, a red ruby on top that looked like an eye.
His bones clicked together as he raised a hand to point at us, and from his rotting fingertips erupted yet another spell. The red ray shot out of his hand and collided with a tree. It began falling over, and Marcus leapt out of the way with a scream. Rishi didn't stick around. He ran into the trees with a yowl, vanishing into the night as he fled to ancestors only knew where. "Fuck! We're dead! We're dead!" Callie screamed. Callie's reaction told me everything I needed to know. We'd found the wrong monster, and now the Lichen was going to make us his bitch. We began an all-out attack just to survive. Every single one of us lashed out with a spell. Charlie flung out his air magic. I created 2 tunnels of both fire and water. Callie flung her battle orbs, and Marcus conjured the biggest stunning spell he could muster. Obereye changed into a unicorn and blasted fire out of her horn. Magic came at the Lichen from all sides, but he merely threw a hand up, and a red shield expanded in front of him. Our magic immediately died once it hit the shield. My mouth dropped open. If I had thought the Ballure was out of our league, the Lichen was practically a god. Nothing we had in our arsenal could handle this. The Lichen pointed his staff at each of the bodies littering the area. Like twitching spiders, they began to rise. More organs slopped out of their bodies as they walked forward, controlled by the Lichen's necromancy magic, blankness in their eyes. Callie screamed as one of the zombies grabbed her. She kicked it away, though they continued to stalk toward us at the Lichen's command. A surge of protectiveness came over me, and I blasted the biggest fire column I could possibly muster. I screamed as the fire column enveloped the zombies, turning them to ash. They flailed against my flames as if trying to put them out, before they fell to the ground again and dissolved into ash. The Lichen was unbothered. The black holes in his skull glittered, like he thought this was a game. "Use simultension!" Charlie cried out. Callie conjured the swords for us again. I infused my weapon with my fire and yelled as I charged at the Lichen. He reached out and grabbed the blade, then squeezed. It melted away at his touch, and my chest grew cold. The Lichen pounded his staff into the ground, and the swords that the others held melted away too. Charlie gasped as the molten liquid burned his hand, though he dropped the hilt before any real damage could be done. The Lichen let out that deceptive, mocking laugh, and ancestors, it nearly made me want to vomit. He waved his staff, and before my very eyes, the Lichen began to duplicate. He became 3 different bone sorcerers, facing Callie, Marcus, and Charlie in turn. I didn't have time to react. The sorcerers changed into balls of light and went zooming into my friends' bodies. Each of them cried out as the light settled into their bodies, then went utterly still as their eyes glowed red. Callie, Marcus, and Charlie all turned at the exact same time. Obereye gave a nervous noise, and I realized the Lichen had possessed them. I was the only one left still in control of my body. Charlie raised a hand, and I had to duck as an air column cut a tree in half behind me. Callie and Marcus both began firing off battle orbs. They exploded all around me, and I screamed once again. This is what the Lichen had done to the other team, made them fight each other until they were all dead. I flung water magic out at them. Maybe I could freeze the demon out, like I tried in practice. But as Callie, Marcus, and Charlie halted in place, ice creeping across their skin, I realized my efforts were all but pointless. Their skin was turning blue, and I was certain I was hurting them more than the Lichen. I drew away the freezing spell, acknowledging that it had no effect. If I wanted to survive, I only had one option. I had to kill my friends. I couldn't think, but Obereye had more sense than I did. She used her neck to swing me onto her back, and she turned to gallop away. "Obereye, we can't leave them," I protested. She didn't listen. Ava-Marie fled the area, mane flying backward as her hooves pounded into the earth. I glanced behind. I didn't see the lichen, but his terrible laughter crawled across my skin as he chased me through the dark forest, looming closer and closer. "Ancestors! Great Spirit, anyone!" I pleaded in my head. "Save us!" The lichen's laugh was growing so loud it rang in my ears. Then all of a sudden, it stopped. I could feel the lichen's presence leave me abruptly, like it turned back somehow. I don't know why it would, but I was so grateful to be free of him that I cried tears of relief. Then tears of sorrow, because the team I loved was still back there in his grasp. Ava-Marie slowed to a standstill in a clearing in the middle of the woods. Here the trees were less thick, and a strong ray of moonlight illuminated the area. I slid off of Ava-Marie's back and faced her. "How could you do that?" I yelled. "Charlie is still back there." Ava-Marie nickered. She bobbed her head, like she wanted me to turn around. "Why did you even bring me here?" I threw my hands up as I spun on my heel. My frustration with my familiar fell flat, as I saw there was someone else with me in the clearing. It wasn't a monster, I knew that much. This was something different. The creature in front of me was a coyote, but it wasn't like any animal I'd ever seen before. The coyote's fur was orange, with red lines running through his fur and over his amber eyes. Hawkeye runes, like the ones chieftains used to write their edicts, were written over the red lines in a soft blue. The entire coyote gleamed like a candle against the night. His tail was nothing but a flame that fanned out behind him. The animal gave a toothy grin. "Well, this is nice," the coyote spoke in my mind. "Usually, when I meet supernaturals, they bow before me, professing how great I am. You are a divergence from the typical." I tilted my head. I couldn't believe who was standing in front of me. But from all the Hawkeye tales I'd heard from my father, I knew this could only be but one deity. "You're Coyote Spirit, the fire god. You're one of the pieces of the Great Spirit." "I am the Coigni god, yes," Coyote replied. "How coy of you to notice." His voice dripped with sarcasm. My heartbeat picked up speed. Why are you here?" "You called me, remember?" Coyote replied. "You asked for help, and here I am." I had asked for help, but I'd never had a god show up before me when I prayed before. I threw a nervous glance over my shoulder, and Coyote said, "You need not fear. The lichen will not follow you if I am around. It is afraid of me." By all respects, I should have been afraid of Coyote, too. I mean, I was talking to a god here, and not just any god, a trickster god, one of the most famous to play pranks on supernaturals for his own entertainment. But I didn't feel any fear when I looked at Coyote, merely reassurance. "You want to help me? I didn't think I was that special." "I have been following you for a long time," Coyote said, and he gave a delighted cackle. "I tricked your father to fall in love with your mother, and you are the fantastic result, one of my greatest creations." "You made me?" I asked. Coyote gave a casual shrug. "With the help of others, many years ago." I scowled when I thought of how Coyote said he'd tricked my father. He might have thought bringing a Coigni and a Tawakwa together was funny, but my parents truly loved one another. They weren't pawns for him to play with. But what if he saw me in the same way, as a toy? "How do I know you haven't tricked me, and this isn't a trap?" Coyote gave a scathing sound. "As if I need to trick you to get you to make the wrong decision." Coyote cast his head around, like he was indicating my participation in the Darke Games. Then he paused and said, "Or Is it the right one? This god was a major douchebag, and part of the Great Spirit or not, I really didn't feel like putting up with his sass. Are you here to torment me, or are you actually going to give me a message? I crossed my arms. Because I seriously don't have time to be dicking around. Coyote blinked. Then he shifted, transforming into a man. His skin still had that orange hue, red lines and blue runes running over his form. His clothes were made of animal bones, leather, and furs. His eyes remained animalistic. Do you want my guidance or not? There are other supernaturals who'd be more grateful for my help. I tapped my chin. Well, can you, go back there and kick that lichen's butt for me? Because that would be really awesome. Coyote shook his head. I cannot do that. Your participation in these games is a test by the gods, and you must pass this test to move on to the next one. There will be many more. Excuse me? Your prophecy speaks of a war of gods. Here I am, one of the first to appear. There will be others if you survive. One of the first? Different gods have come to you before. Memories popped out at me, ending up alone in the forest as a child, facing that mysterious creature in the forest. The blue eyes I'd seen the night my father was healed. You might want to get a move on, Coyote purred. The public is waiting. Coyote pointed upward. The drone hovered above. I hadn't realized it was still following me. I raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid of being caught on film? You're the only one who can see me. Right now, the audience thinks you've gone insane and are talking to yourself. That's perfect, I grumbled. It's not like you have a spotless reputation, Coyote said. So what do I do? My friends are possessed, and aside from my familiar, I'm all alone, I said in despair. You have everything you need to save your friends. Look all around you. The Great Spirit does not lead one into a situation without providing a way to get out, Coyote replied. How? The lichen is so powerful, I objected. I didn't say it'd be pleasant or easy, Coyote drawled. You've received the lessons you need. All you must do is apply them. Coyote began to fade away. His maniacal snickers rang in my ears as he vanished before my eyes. Oberai snorted, and we were once again alone in the clearing, though I felt like Coyote's eyes were on me, watching me. I wasn't sure if that was one of my psychotic visions or if I'd actually seen a god, but it didn't matter, did it? Coyote was right. I couldn't just give up. There had to be something I could do to save my team. Professor Hemlock's lecture came back to me. The potion we'd brewed in class. She said it was effective for exorcising evil spirits, and all the ingredients were on Dark Island. I was good at potions. I knew I could handle this. I immediately began scouring the forest. Oberai followed, changing into a husky and putting his nose to the ground to sniff out what we needed. I remembered the ingredients of the potion exactly. Bay leaves, cloves, starweed, and sage. Oberai and I looked everywhere. Dawn began rising over the horizon, igniting the forest in color. As I found the starweed, the last ingredient, I felt a bit of victory, though the next step made me pause. I had the ingredients, but I didn't have a way to brew them. I needed a cauldron and a vial. Callie could generate them if she was here, but she wasn't. I had to find them on my own. I was just about to give up when I smelled something on the air. Soup. Someone was cooking something. It might be one of the other teams. I could steal their pot away. It might give me a shot. I followed the smell. Oberai pressed close to me as I peered out from the trees. It was Alice and her team of innocents. They were gathered around a fire, eating some kind of stew from the pot I needed. The pot had been pulled off the fire and looked cool, Beside it sat a few empty food jars that would be perfect for containing my potion. They must have gotten those items from another checkpoint. I paused. Could I really take from Alice and the others? If it was to save my friends, yes. I moved forward, preparing to attack from behind. My shoe broke a twig, and I cursed. Alice, Despona, Carson, and Wesley all jumped. Their eyes met mine, and I gave up. I came out of the bushes, giving a sigh. "Ava," Despona said, "what are you doing here? Where's the rest of your team?" "They've been possessed," I admitted. "I'm the only one left." I raised a hand to show them the ingredients in my hand. "I can brew a potion to save them, but I need a pot and—" My head dropped. "You know what? You guys can just kill me. I know you want to win, and my team's pretty much done for anyway. It would help your rankings if you got rid of us, so go on. Just make it quick." Despona stared at me. Then she reached out and grabbed the pot and a vial from the ground. She held them out to me. "Here, take them." I blinked. "Huh?" "We're done eating. You can have them," she said. "But you guys might need them to brew your own potion later," I said. "It doesn't matter. You need them more now," Despona pushed. I felt so honored by her offer. They didn't need to help me. It'd be in their benefit if they didn't. Yet they didn't just care about themselves out here. I took the pot and the jar. "Thank you so much. You're literally saving my ass." "Hey, we all gotta look out for each other out here," Carson said. "Don't mention it." I gave them a nod, then ran off before they could change their minds. I stopped by a stream that I found in the forest, then washed out the pot and the jar before I filled the pot with water. I lit a fire, then began adding ingredients, using stones as knives to cut up what I needed. I felt a beading of sweat along my brow as I worked faster than ever before. I hoped to the ancestors my friends were still alive, and that the lichen hadn't killed them. Finally, I poured the finished mixture into the jar. I was certain I had it right, but there'd be only one way to tell. I had the potion. If I got it down my teammates' throats, I could make it so they were no longer possessed. But that would only go so far. We still didn't have a way to kill the lichen. A bout of inspiration struck me. I was 2 houses, Toaqua and Coigny. What if I could use simultension on myself? Fusing my fire and water together seemed impossible. They were total opposites. But it was worth a shot, right? I didn't have any other ideas. I conjured fire in my right hand and water in my left. I began bringing the 2 sides together slowly, focusing my intention on melding the 2. I thought it would be hard, but it was as easy as breathing. The water ball and the fire combined, and they swirled in my palm until the result was a burning blue flame, suspended at the tips of my fingers. In awe, I felt the edge of the blue fire. It was cool to the touch, like ice. But when I pushed my hand in further to the fire's core, my skin was met with a blazing inferno. I pulled back, marveling at the magic in my hands. "Clever girl," Coyote purred. I looked around, but didn't see him. I wasn't sure if my blue fire would kill the lichen, but it was the best chance I had. I stood with the potion in one hand and my blue fire in the other. Marcus seemed like the easiest target. I'd go after him first. "Find Marcus, boy," I told Oberai. He barked and put his nose against the ground, searching out for Marcus's scent. We walked for half a mile before I saw him. He was walking around, looking for me. His eyes still burned red as the lichen used his body to navigate. Oberai pressed to the ground as I snuck up on Marcus from behind. When I was close enough, I jumped. But the lichen must have sensed me coming, because Marcus spun around, malice on his face. I immediately felt a telekinetic burst that erupted out of Marcus's mind. It grabbed me and threw me backward, knocking the wind out of me. Okay, Marcus apparently wouldn't be as easy as I thought. Shit. I clenched at my gut and rolled out of the way as Marcus began levitating logs using his mind, tossing them at me at high speed. I'd only just managed to jump to my feet before Marcus used his telekinesis powers to wrench a huge tree out of the ground. He tossed it my way, and Oberai yelped. I dodged the massive trunk of the uprooted tree as it slammed into the ground. Okay, Marcus was either holding back on his powers, or he didn't believe in himself, because the Lichen was using his body like a fucking master warlock. Marcus went to levitate the tree again, to use as a hammer to smack me into the earth. Before he could, Oberai growled and launched himself on Marcus. He pinned Marcus to the ground, and as the tree dropped to the forest floor again, I scrambled for the potion. I unscrewed the cap and forced Marcus's jaw open. I poured it down his throat, and Marcus retched for a moment, giving a gasp as a red blur shot out of his throat. One of the manifestations of the Lichen appeared. The skeleton clacked its teeth and moved in, stretching his arms toward me. Marcus screamed, but I reached my hand back and flung my blue fireball. The Lichen put up a shield, but the blue fireball sailed right through it. It connected with the skeleton's head and made it explode in a flash of blue light. I didn't realize I'd been holding my breath until my lungs began to ache. The rest of the Lichen's body dissolved into dust upon the wind. Marcus's eyes bulged out of his head. My blue fire could kill the Lichen. We still had a chance. Did you kill it? He asked. There are still 2 parts of the Lichen in Callie and Charlie, I said as I helped him to his feet. If we can kill both, we'll be safe. Rishi came out of the woods. He hadn't gone far from Marcus and was only hiding. Oberai licked his ears as Rishi greeted him. Where do you think Callie is? Marcus whispered. She can't be far from here. Oberai will show the way, I said. Oberai wagged his tail, then trotted forward. Marcus and I stayed close, as he led us to a part of the forest that was far less dense, with fewer trees to hide behind. I saw a flash of silver fur. Callie was in her wolf form, eyes shining bright red. She snarled and growled, though there was no enemy in her sight. We were upwind, so she couldn't smell us. Not until the wind changed, at least, and I didn't know how long that would be. Callie had killed a deer. Her fur was stained red as she tore at it, eating the heart whole. My nose wrinkled. The Lichen had to be hungry. I really didn't want to fight Callie, especially not in her wolf form. She was a brutal fighter, and she'd rip us to shreds. How do you plan on getting that potion past her massive jaws without being bitten in half? Marcus hissed. We can't fight her, that's for sure. We need to trick her, I whispered. Marcus nodded. I have an idea. Follow my lead. He slipped off with Rishi. I waited a few moments, until suddenly, the dead deer shot upright, blank eyes shooting wide open. Callie leapt backward, giving a yelp of surprise. The dead deer bounded off, and I realized Marcus was using his necromancy powers to make it run. The deer's insides and blood slicked out of its body as it ran to get away from Callie. Callie growled and chased after her prey, the Lichen's magic driving her on. I remained behind a tree and prayed this would work. The dead deer ran past. Callie zoomed by a second later. By then, Oberai and I were waiting for her. Oberai tackled Callie to the ground with a snarl. Though he was only a third the size of her, he was strong, and he held her down. Callie's jaws snapped and snarled, but Oberai didn't let her up. My hand almost slipped on the jar as I danced around Callie's violent fangs, attempting to spill the potion inside. A few drops fell past her lips. Her eyes widened, and a red blaze erupted from her mouth. The Lichen materialized a few feet away. He flew forward like some cursed ghost, pointing his staff at me. But I had a blue fireball waiting. I smashed it into his face, and the lichen howled before that part of him burst into ash. Callie changed back into a woman. There was still blood on her face from her recent kill. The dead deer slumped to the side as Marcus let go of the necromancy spell. "How the fuck did you kill that thing?" Callie asked. "I've been experimenting," I told her, showing her the blue fireball. "And I'm not done yet. We still have to save Charlie." "Callie!" Marcus lunged forward and hugged her so tightly he lifted her feet off the ground. Callie closed her eyes and hugged Marcus back, body slumping in relief. "How'd you do that, Marcus?" I asked. "I've never seen you pull off magic like you've been doing in the games." "Honestly, I didn't really know I could do all that stuff," he admitted. "I just realized I had to, in the moment." Oberai barked, insistent we get a move on. Anxiety bloomed in my stomach. Charlie was the last person we had to save, but he was also the most powerful. If we got into a fight, I might have to hurt him to save the others. I didn't know if I could do that. Hurting Charlie would be like hurting myself. Worse, even. Though I might have to make a choice to save my friends. Charlie wasn't far from where the others had been. He waited in the trees, being ever still as he listened for any sound of life. The warmness in his brown eyes was gone, replaced with red. We had a slight advantage. Charlie was blind, and the lichen controlling his body didn't know how to navigate without sight. He wouldn't see us coming, but he would hear us. We had to be quiet. All of us remained silent. Callie brought out her fey wings. She began fluttering in a circle around Charlie, planning to creep up on him from behind. Marcus conjured a stunning spell and went in from the side. I faced Charlie head-on, a blue fireball in my hands. Oberai was beside me. Marcus drew back his spell. I nodded, and Callie flew forward. Charlie must have heard the beat of her wings, because he turned on his heel and waved his arm. A tree limb shot out and punched her backward. Callie gave a sound of pain as she was slapped against a tree trunk. She slumped against it, unconscious. Marcus let out a cry when he saw Callie pass out. He flung out his stunning spell, but Charlie emitted such a powerful gust of wind that it caught Marcus's ball of electricity and sent it spiraling back at him. Marcus's own spell smacked him in the chest, and his eyes rolled backward as he knocked himself out. Fucking great. Both my allies were down. A wave of terror ran through me, and that's when Charlie turned back around in my direction. I hadn't made any noise, and he couldn't see me. How could he realize I was right there? Then I felt a nauseating expression of bloodthirst radiate from Charlie, and I realized our bond. Charlie had felt my fear. He knew I was right in front of him. Charlie cut through the air with his palm, and I flattened myself against the ground. A shock wave of air so powerful blasted over my head, knocking over the trees behind me. Charlie used his earth power to make the uprooted trees move, their spindly branches reaching for me like fingers. If those trees got their branches around me, they'd rip me to shreds. I swung my arm outward. Blue fire ignited the branches, and the trees withdrew as their wood burned to ash. I forced myself to my feet before Charlie could make another move. "I'm just as bullheaded as you stubborn bastard," I growled. "And I am not letting this monster use you like this." Charlie sent out another gust of wind, but I rolled out of the way. Oberai came in from the other side and knocked him down. Just as Charlie lost his balance and fell onto his back, I opened the jar and forced the rest of the potion into his mouth. Charlie coughed and sputtered. The red beam flung past his lips like a beacon, and the last piece of the lichen materialized in front of me. The lichen raised his staff, and red magic pulsed through the air, a crackling noise resonating that threatened to do to us what had been done to the other team. "Oh, no you don't," I snapped. I shoved my palm outward. and a column of blue fire smashed into the Lichen's chest. The Lichen dropped his staff, throwing his head back and emitting an inhumane screech. Sweat ran down my skin as I infused my blue fire into the Lichen's bones, making it spread all throughout his body. The demon's entire form began to glow blue, until the Lichen gave one final infernal scream, and I forced my magic outward. The Lichen blew up. Pieces of bone scattered everywhere, pinging off trees, until all that was in the Lichen's stead was a dismembered skeleton. I gave a couple of gasps to recover my breath. Charlie sat up slowly, like he wasn't sure what had just happened. "Pidge," he said, as if worried the Lichen was still here. "It's over. I got him." I sat back against a tree trunk and allowed myself a 5-second break. Damn, that fucker had been hard to beat. But at least we were still alive. Callie and Marcus crawled over to us. They'd come around, but moved slowly, as if they were still recovering. "That was some powerful magic, girl," Callie said as she leaned on Marcus. "Don't thank me. Thank Alice and her team," I said. "They gave me the cauldron to brew that potion. Without them, we'd probably all be dead." "Pidge," Charlie said again. It was like that was all he could say. He leaned forward, and I put my head against his. He was still trembling. Ancestors. I was so fucking glad he was alive. We'd gotten lucky this time. Oberai gave a whine, and Charlie reached out a hand to pet him. Rishi sat at our feet and lashed his tail, playing with one of the pieces of the Lichen's bones. I heard the sound of the drone again, coming down from the sky. Marcus, Callie, and I looked up as the screen emerged from the drone, and Professor Hemlock's visage appeared before us. "Well done," she praised. "For defeating the Lichen, your team has earned 10 points, tying you up with 2 other rivals." The rankings flashed on screen, and my blood ran cold. There were only 4 teams left. Ours, Mad Dog's, the gang leaders, and Alice's group of innocents. The rest hadn't made it through the night. With another glance at the points, I realized we were tied up with Mad Dog and Alice. The gang leader's team had fallen so far behind, there was no way for him to catch up. Professor Hemlock's face appeared on screen again. "There is but one monster left to defeat. Stay vigilant. Stay alive." The screen shut off, and the drone hovered away. A chill racked my body as I realized our only option. We were tied with 2 other teams. There was only one monster left, one way to gain more points. If we wanted to earn our pardon and win the games, we had to find the final monster and kill it before anyone else. It was our last shot at getting out of here.
Chapter 23. Charlie. My shoulders sagged. Only one monster left. That was good news. But it also meant one more battle with my teammates, and I didn't know how much more we could handle. We'd barely slept, and our meal last night was hardly a meal. Each of my teammates had been in mortal danger more than once. I couldn't handle losing even one of them. I just couldn't. "Get it together, Charlie." The voice in my head was my own, but the feeling had come from Oberai. She was in unicorn form, ready to take on the final monster. She nudged me with her velvet nose, nuzzling into my shoulder. The energy she emitted was calming and sure. I stroked her nose. She was right. I had to get it together and lead my team through our final battle. All we had to do was kill one more monster, and we'd be free of the Institute. Ava-Marie and I would be free to pursue information about the prophecy. Marcus could go home and resume teaching his mentee. Callie would have a chance to see her family again and make amends. It didn't seem to matter what shape we were in. The rewards were far too great. We'd do anything to win those points. "Which way, Captain?" Marcus asked as Ava and I got to our feet. I sighed and tilted my head to the side, listening to the sounds of Shade Hills. The morning sun touched my skin, but it felt dull and cold, like there was a thick layer of clouds in front of it. The island was eerily quiet. I was so used to the bustle of the city. Even in the institute, mornings were filled with slamming doors and the thump of footsteps as students hurried to class. Out here, at the edge of the forest, there was nothing, not even the chirp of birds. It was as if the wildlife was terrified of what hid in the woods. I don't know, I admitted. The monster could be anywhere on the island. I told you before, Callie said. Monsters seek out prey. We have to go back to Shade Hills. Are you sure that's all monsters? Ava asked. If it's terrorizing the town, where are the screams? Where's the sound of destruction? Callie thought about it for a moment. Maybe it's waiting for victims, so it can catch them off guard. Either way, that means we have to head back toward town, I decided. I agree with the captain, Marcus said. We only have one chance to get to this thing first and win those points. We have to give it our best shot. Then let's move. I placed my hand on Oberei's back, and she navigated us toward the main road. The air expanded, and the drone above hummed. I paid close attention to the sounds around us, focused solely on spotting any signs of the monster. It would have been helpful if they told us what type of monster we were up against, Marcus said, but I held a hand up to cut him off. Shh! I heard something, I hissed. We all froze and listened intently, but we were only met with silence. What did you hear? Ava breathed. Something like a stick breaking, I answered. It's at least 20 yards off, but close. A figure leapt from out of the trees. I could tell by the way it moved through the air that it was about my size, a little bigger. It growled like a human. If I was supposed to be scared, I wasn't. Marcus yelped, and Rishi hissed. Don't move, a deep voice warned. That's when I realized this wasn't the monster at all. It was Mad Dog. Another figure stepped out of the trees, though her footsteps were lighter. Take another step, and you're dead, Naya threatened. That monster is ours. Ava took a confident step forward. Oh yeah? And you two are going to stop the four of us? Naya's teeth ground together. Turn around and go back to the Institute. To my surprise, Marcus followed her instructions. His boots clunked loudly on the road as he walked away from us. I was quick to grab him. We're not going anywhere. Marcus, don't you quit on me now. He's not quitting on you, Callie seethed.
Naya's compelling him.
The blood drained from my face. Within the Institute, succubi wore low-powered Noxite bracelets so they couldn't compel the guards. Out here, they had no such restrictions.
It should be working on all four of you,
Naya yelled.
Turn back! You're not taking that monster from us!
Ava just laughed. You have to be powerful to compel another supernatural. You can't brainwash all four of us at once. Do as she says, Mad Dog sneered, but nobody listened. He was only a vampire and didn't have the extra powers of an incubus or succubus. I'd learned from the other inmates that succubi like Naya were basically vampires on steroids. They were superior to vampires because of their power of compulsion. But Naya's compulsion wasn't strong enough. It wasn't something the Institute taught or allowed her to practice. I slapped Marcus a few times to get him to come back to us. After a third slap, he shook his head. Mad Dog let out a heavy sigh, though there was satisfaction in his tone. Looks like we're gonna have to do this the hard way. Callie shrieked and jumped backward, almost toppling over Marcus and me.
He's got a knife!
He must have found one at a checkpoint. Mad Dog moved at an inhuman speed, so fast that the air billowed behind him. He aimed for the girls first. I threw out my hands, and a gust of wind blasted him backward onto his ass, satisfying as hell. I stalked forward, planting myself in front of the girls so we couldn't get to them. You really want to have this fight again? Mad Dog laughed as he got to his feet. Gladly, because this time, I'll win. Like hell. I conjured up another blast of air, but Mad Dog moved so fast that it never reached him. He dodged around it and tackled me to the ground. The blade he held sliced through the air. I caught his wrist before the dagger could cut my face, though I felt the point of the knife against my cheek. Hell, he was strong. I had to use my air powers to press against him. Sweat broke out on my brow. Oberei whined, and I was sure Ava called out my name, but I couldn't make sense of the scuffle going on nearby. Naya was attacking my friends. I was sure of it, but all I could focus on was the blade hovering a mere inch from my nose.
I won't get points for killing you,
Mad Dog sneered.
But it will be worth it, you filthy elementi.
In your fucking dreams, I snapped. I gathered enough energy to create another blast of wind. Mad Dog went flying off of me, flipping several times as he flew through the air. I scrambled to my feet just in time to hear the unfolding of wings. At first, I thought it was Callie, but these wings weren't the small, delicate ones Callie had. They were heavy and leathery, like a bat's. The succubus! She had freaking wings! Callie laughed, and then came the buzz of her insect-like wings.
You think flying makes you stronger, Naya? I'll kick your ass in the air and be proud of it.
Be my guest, Naya chuckled. The two took off to the skies. I was ready to knock Naya out of the air with my magic, but Mad Dog was on the move again. Marcus screeched as he dove for him, and Ava conjured a fireball. It hit Mad Dog, but didn't slow him down. The buzz of a battle orb sounded as it erupted from Marcus's hands. Mad Dog tripped, but he was on his feet again in moments. How the hell did you fight a vampire? We could match his strength and speed with our magic, but he was freaking immortal. I wasn't here to kill the other teams, though. Our only goal was to kill that monster, and kill it first. I conjured roots from the ground. If I couldn't kill Mad Dog, slowing him down was the next best thing. He tripped as my roots wrapped around his legs. His body shook the earth as he landed, and the dagger skidded across the ground. Mad Dog let out a pained cry as the roots tugged on his legs.
We have to get out of here,
I cried. Ava already had another fireball blazing in her hand.
It's not gonna do anything, Pidge,
I told her as I hoisted her onto Oberei's back.
Let's go!
I reached up to knock Naya out of the sky with my air, but Oberei grabbed my collar in her teeth and threw me onto her back. She took off running. I was only half on, and had to dig my fingers into her coat to keep from falling off.
Oberei!
I yelled, heart pounding. We couldn't leave the others behind. The trees rustled around us as we raced through the woods. I couldn't tell how far we'd gone.
Oberei!
I repeated. Ava must have tugged on Oberei's mane, because the unicorn slowed to a trot. I groaned as I pulled myself onto her fully and sat behind Ava. Ava's tone was hollow. We lost Marcus and Callie. My head swiveled from side to side as I listened for his clumsy footsteps or the sound of Callie's paws, but they never came. Even the sound of the drone was gone. They shouldn't be far behind, I said, more to myself than to Ava. I was sure Marcus and Callie could handle the vampire and succubus themselves, but they shouldn't have to. We have to go back, I ordered Oberei. Oberei spun, and she stomped in place. What is it, girl? I demanded.
Let's go!
Oberei didn't move. Shit, we're lost, I realized. Why'd you take off, girl? I think she got spooked, Ava said, stroking Oberei's fur softly. We'll find them. Marcus and Callie can handle those pricks. I know that, I stated, though my confidence wavered. Marcus had proven himself in the games, and Callie had long before that. But there were more to the games than the other teams. They might not make it if they ran into the monster alone. We had to find them, and fast. Any idea where we came from? I asked Ava. I hadn't been paying close enough attention. It all looks the same to me, she admitted. Oberei, come on, I pleaded. Your sense of direction has been infallible until now. Oberei nickered and shook her head. like she wasn't quite sure she deserved the compliment. She'd spun in so many circles, I couldn't find my bearings. "Let's continue straight ahead," Ava suggested. I'd been thinking the same thing, but it was unusual for Ava and I to have the same idea. Usually, we disagreed on everything. "Why that way?" I asked. "I don't know," she said slowly. "It just feels right." I nodded. "That way it is, then." I couldn't explain it, but something about it felt right to me, too. Oberei didn't run this time. She took slow, deliberate steps. I listened carefully to the forest. Like earlier, the wildlife was quiet, but there was something that seemed to hum out in the distance. A waterfall, perhaps? No, that wasn't right. This was less like a sound in my ears and more like an energy buzzing through me, like the high-pitched hum of a television. Oberei walked farther, and the hum grew. Ava gasped. She reeled backwards so fast I had to catch her to keep her from falling off Oberei's back. "What is it?" I asked. I don't know how to explain it," Ava said breathlessly. "Is it bad?" I questioned. Her tone was one of shock, but otherwise difficult to read. "No," she replied. "It's beautiful. There's a clearing ahead, but it's small enough that the canopy covers the whole thing, all except a small opening in the center. The sun is shining down onto this. Charlie, I can't explain it. Come see for yourself." Oberei stopped, and Ava slid off her back. I was too curious to stay away. Whatever it was Ava saw, I felt. There was beauty and wonder here, permeating deep into my bones. "Is this an illusion?" I asked. I couldn't imagine feeling this way on Dark Island. This wasn't the place for wonders, and yet it felt so real. "This is real," Ava assured me. She took my hand and led me forward. My air magic met a block in the center of the forest, but I couldn't make sense of what it was. Ava guided my hand forward and placed it upon a rock. The rock was cool to the touch, but there was warmth to it too, as if some sort of life force flowed straight through it. I was accustomed to the energy of the earth through my powers, but this was stronger. I didn't know what it meant. I ran my hands over the rock. It was a wall, each stone placed expertly to fit together. As I began walking down the wall, it grew taller, until I couldn't reach the top. I moved my hands over the face of the wall, and the texture became smooth. It wasn't a rock at all. I would have guessed it was wood, but it seemed to emit a different energy signature than the trees. "What is it?" I asked Ava. "It's some sort of stone gate," Ava said in wonder. "There's a round wooden door right in the center. It's so pretty." I could feel what she was talking about. As my hands moved over the door, I noticed it was intricately carved, obviously the work of a skilled craftsman. My fingers met cool metal, which outlined a hole in the door. I continued feeling and counted 7 holes. "What are these?" I asked. "Keyholes?" "That's what they look like," Ava said, leaning closer to the door. Why would a door need 7 locks? I wondered. And in the middle of the forest, no less. What's on the other side? Let's see. Ava's footsteps shuffled through the underbrush as she rounded the stone gate. There's nothing over here. So this door leads nowhere? I said. You're thinking with your human brain, Ava accused. Think from a supernatural perspective. Oh, I realized. You think it's a portal? A door that leads to nowhere? You bet. Ava returned to my side and brushed her hands over the carvings. What I want to know is what these runes mean. Runes? I asked. It's not just art? No, Ava said. They're letters of some sort, but I can't tell which language. It's old for sure, maybe Arcanian. But something about this doesn't quite look Fae. Her voice mingled with surprise. You know what? These are the same runes that we saw on the abandoned ships, and on the bow in the cave we found. I didn't realize this before, but I think these are Elvish. My eyebrows shot up. Elvish?
I thought the elves died out. Only 100 years ago, Ava pointed out. Who knows how long this door has been here? So, what does this mean? I asked. I sensed it had to be significant, but I didn't know how. I have no idea, Ava admitted. I could be wrong about the portal. It could just be a part of an old building that collapsed. Well, whatever it was, it seemed pretty important to need 7 keys, I emphasized. You're right, Ava said thoughtfully. Too bad we don't have those keys. Her curiosity was getting to her bad. We're not going to figure it out in the middle of the games, I pointed out. I'm sure it's nothing. I disagree. This is important. Ava stomped her foot and crossed her arms. She got so close to me, I could feel the heat of her skin. She thought she was exercising her dominance. How cute. I frowned. It doesn't matter right now, because we're supposed to be looking for Callie and Marcus. We can investigate this weird-ass door once we win the games. Ava inched closer to me. Who are you to say it doesn't matter? I'm team captain, I stated, closing the distance between us. I liked how close we were, like last night in the cabin. It made me want to reach out and grab her, make her mine. I shouldn't have been thinking about that right now. I should have had my mind on one thing, finding my teammates. But Ava was right. There was something weird about this door, and finding it with her felt like we had one more secret to share. I liked sharing secrets with Ava. And I suppose the team captain always gets his way, Ava challenged. I smirked. Now you understand. Ancestors, this girl infuriated me sometimes. She drove me crazy when she'd gone against my orders and nearly gotten Callie killed. She could be a real pain in the ass. And yet, all I wanted was to save her. I was so torn. I barely understood what I was doing in the games to begin with. Was it all for Ava? Or is that just what I'd told myself? Ava must have been staring me down, because she didn't say anything for several long seconds. So, what is the team captain's plan? I'm gonna kiss you. I heard the words come out of my mouth, but I hadn't planned on saying them. I wanted to take them back, but more than anything, I wanted to hear her response. Ava's breath wavered. Is that so? I nodded firmly. It is. Then do it. It was a challenge. That much was clear. Ava didn't think I would. I didn't think I would. And yet my body betrayed me. Before I could make sense of what was happening, I pressed my lips to hers. When her mouth touched mine, my whole world flipped on end. It was as if we weren't fighting in the games anymore. There wasn't a deadly monster roaming the forest, nor a battle waiting for us as a ticket to our freedom. Right here, beside Ava-Marie, I'd already found freedom 100 times over. Air magic might as well have swept under my feet and carried me into the clouds, because I was flying. Beneath me, the earth was totally still and tranquil, like it had been waiting 1,000 years just for us to make this kiss. Ava drew away far too soon, breathless. I didn't expect you to... I couldn't think. I swooped down and kissed her again, cutting her off. All I wanted was to kiss her again, because when her lips were pressed against mine, all felt right in the world. Earth, water, fire, and air were all within balance and in perfect harmony. Magic surged through me as my heart raced, and air swirled around us, rustling leaves all the way up into the canopy. The forest spun around me, and my knees grew weak. Oberai had to be watching nearby, but she totally fell from my mind, because nothing else existed but Ava. Ava's lips were soft and sweet, intoxicating. I wrapped my arms around her body, pulling her small frame close to me. My pants tightened, and I was sure she could feel me against her, but I didn't care. She should know how I felt about her, like how she'd felt it last night. All that mattered were her lips. She parted them, and my tongue slid into her mouth. The tip of my tongue rolled over something hard that tasted metallic. A tongue ring. I'd never given much thought to piercings, but on Ava, it was fucking hot.
I couldn't control it when my hands went into her hair and cradled the back of her neck. She let out a breath, and her whole body sagged in my arms. Her hands moved over me, sending tingles over every inch of my body. We pulled away only to catch our breath. It should have felt unnatural to kiss Ava, but it hadn't. It felt right. And still, Ava stepped away from me, crushing my balls and my heart all in one swift move. "We shouldn't have done that," Ava said quickly. "It's the excitement of the tournament, right?" Ava was looking for my answer. She wanted me to say the same, that it was all in the heat of the moment, and I almost did, just to placate her. But I couldn't lie. "Pidge," I sighed, "if that's not what you wanted, I'm sorry, but I needed to know." "Know what?" she asked hesitantly. I stepped closer to her and reached out my fingers to run across her skin. "I needed to know if I was doing this for the right reasons." She gulped. "Doing what? For what reasons?" "Everything," I told her. "This tournament, helping you with the prophecy once we win." "And?" Ava asked, sounding hopeful. "And I am," I said, though my voice wavered when I admitted it out loud. "I don't want to keep worrying about if I'm going to die young. If I do it, it'll be worth it, because it will be for you." Ava jerked away from me. She sounded horrified.
I don't want you dying for me. If you think you have to, I don't want your help with the prophecy.
My stomach sank. "That's not what I meant, Pidge. We're part of the same soul. I have to fight for you. And if we don't win the games, so what? The fight was worth it." "You have to?" she asked, sounding slightly offended. Hell, what had I said? "I'm not obligated," I quickly clarified. "I choose to. You're not just some fashion-centric Cali girl like the persona you give off. You're so much more than that. You care about others, even when you act like you don't." Ava opened her mouth to protest, but I cut her off. "You can stop pretending around me," I told her. "I know you like to act like some badass chick who doesn't give a damn about the rules, but your heart is big, Pidge. If you didn't care, would you have told me about Monica? Would you have fought so hard for my life, and Marcus, and Kalina, while we were possessed by the Lichen? Would you have entered this tournament at all? No, you wouldn't, because you're doing this for the prophecy. You're here to save the freaking world. I know what selfishness looks like, what it feels like to live day in and day out for only yourself. And you're not it, Pidge. You're compassionate, and adventurous, and strong. You got all the good parts of our soul, and I'm proud to say I share a soul with you. And that's why I'm here, because I'm going to help you decode the prophecy, because you care so much about everyone else. It's time that someone cares about you too, Ava-Marie." Ava had been silent the whole time I spoke, though she stood right next to me. I couldn't read her at all. She'd gone as still as a statue. It made me nervous. I should take it all back. But damn, it felt so good to say out loud. Ava had to know all this. She was worthy of knowing someone cared. "Damn it, Pidge, will you say something?" I demanded. You called me Ava-Marie," she said breathlessly. "Yeah, that's your name." I was cut off by the warmth of her lips on mine once again, as she kissed me this time. I inhaled a deep breath, drinking in her sweet taste. Ancestors, I could kiss her forever and it wouldn't be enough. My lips parted. Boom! A huge explosion went off in the distance, and the earth trembled beneath us. Ava probably hadn't felt it, but my earth magic buzzed. Ava and I jumped apart, the moment broken.
"Marcus and Callie!"
she cried breathlessly, as if she just remembered them. My heart raced and I spun around. "Where's Obereye?" Obereye's hooves crunched sticks beneath her as she trotted over to us. "Come on, girl. Time to go," Ava said as she swung herself onto Obereye's back. I jumped on behind her, and we took off through the forest in the direction of the explosion. Voices came from up ahead, but they seemed closer than the explosion had been. Obereye slowed briefly as we passed by,
The voices quieted. "What's going on?" I asked lowly. "It's one of the other teams," Ava said. "The gang who's in last place. They're just sitting in the middle of the forest, like they've given up." "They have no chance of winning," I remarked. "It's better for them to keep their team alive. Let's keep moving." Oberei sped up again, and we broke out of the trees and back onto the main road.
"How close are we to town?"
I asked.
"Close,"
Ava replied.
"I can see it from here. Any signs of the explosion?"
Ava was pressed so close to me I felt her moving her head around. "I don't see—"
"Ancestors!"
I heard the sounds of footsteps the same time Ava cursed. They were fast, like a few people were sprinting, along with a small animal. Ancestors, this better be my team. Ava jumped off Oberei's back.
"Marcus! Callie! What happened?"
They slowed beside us, and Marcus heaved to catch his breath. "We knocked out Mad Dog and Naya. Our fight must have attracted the monster, because it came after us." "And the explosion?" I questioned. "Did you kill it?" Callie laughed maniacally. "I tried. Biggest damn battle orb I ever conjured, but it didn't hardly touch it." "What are we up against?" Ava asked in a rush. "I'm not sure," Callie admitted. "Nothing I've ever seen before. It's huge and ugly, like a troll, but it doesn't have any eyes. I think it hunts by smell and sound." The ground began to shake, though the others didn't seem to notice. Each tremble came in even intervals, like footsteps. "The monster's coming," I realized. I quickly jumped into captain mode. "Callie's battle orb didn't hurt it, which means we'll have to get creative. Blunt force isn't going to win us this fight. Callie, can you create a trap with your illusion magic? Something to hold the monster down long enough for us to find its weakness and target it." "I can," she said confidently. "And it'll be strong enough to become reality?" Callie cracked her fingers. "Now's not the time to underestimate me, Captain." "Get to work, then," I ordered. "Anyone want to volunteer as bait?" Marcus sighed. "That sounds like a job for a warlock." I clapped him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, we'll be right here to back you up." "Just don't let me get crushed by this thing," he said, "or I'll haunt you from the afterlife." I laughed, which felt a little unnatural in the middle of the games, but it felt good too. If you don't haunt me, this was never a true friendship. The ground trembled again, so hard this time that Ava stumbled into me. I grabbed her hand. "Let's go." Ava and I ducked into the trees, along with Oberei and Rishi. Callie was further down the road, creating an illusion to trap our troll friend. The ground shook, and a mighty roar erupted from the monster's mouth as he came around the bend in the road. As my air magic reached out, I couldn't get a sense of what the creature looked like, only that it was huge, at least 2 stories tall.
"Hey, you ugly troll!"
Marcus called. Rocks clinked against the monster's tough skin as Marcus threw them to get the monster's attention.
"Over here!"
The creature grunted, and his heavy footsteps followed Marcus as he took off sprinting down the road. "Ancestors," Ava breathed. "What is it, Pidge?" "Troll was an apt description," she said. "But trolls aren't real. This is different. It's like a giant ogre, with skin that looks like rock. It doesn't have any eyes, just slits for its nose and ears. I swear I learned about them somewhere, but I can't remember. Come on, we're up." Ava tugged on my arm, and we took off running. Marcus was already a ways down the road, still yelling at the monster and luring him toward Callie's trap. "Callie's made a pit in the ground," Ava said as we ran. "Get ready with your magic. It's almost there." I sensed the lightweight beat out of Callie's wings in the air as she swooped down to grab Marcus out of the way of the trap.
"Now!"
she screamed. Ava and I reacted at once. I thrust out a blast of air, and Ava shot a huge fireball at the monster. I felt the monster teeter beneath my magic. Then came the sound of a loud crash as it fell into the pit.
"It's in!"
Ava cried.
"Callie's creating ropes to hold it down!"
Ava and I skidded to a halt near the edge of the pit. The sound of snapping ropes met my ears.
"That's not going to be enough!"
I immediately used my air to press the monster back into the pit. But he was strong and resisted me. I turned to earth magic and made roots grow over top of the pit.
but I couldn't create them fast enough. The monster snapped them as fast as I could create them.
It's too strong for our magic,
Ava breathed.
Oh, great spirit. What?
I demanded. The sheer horror in her tone was impossible to miss.
Callie's ropes are turning against her,
she screamed. All the blood drained from my face.
How's that possible? Fuck,
Ava growled.
I remember where I learned about this monster. We used the hair of a deceptum demon in alchemy to brew illusion potions. It's more dangerous than we realized. Callie!
I called to the other side of the pit.
Drop the illusion! I can't!
She screamed, which quickly turned into sounds of pain. Marcus cried out from beside her, and I knew the ropes had them both. The monster had manipulated the illusion, so the magic worked for him instead.
We have to give it all we've got,
I insisted.
I thought you said brute force wouldn't work,
Ava replied. Hell, I didn't know what I was doing anymore. I didn't even know what a deceptum demon was. How the hell was I supposed to know how to fight it?
We have to try!
Ava conjured fireballs, but they were cool in temperature beside me. Oberai shifted into husky form, and together we used our earth magic to lift large boulders and throw them into the pit on top of the monster. But neither of our magic was any use. The pavement cracked beneath our feet, and the deceptum groaned as it pulled itself out of the pit.
How do you kill one of these things?
I asked, heart racing.
I don't know!
Ava cried.
We didn't learn that!
I thrust another blast of air at the creature, but the air swirled around it instead of impacting like I'd planned. The deceptum drew a heavy arm back, interrupting the airflow. I knew what was coming and didn't have time to get out of the way. I acted on instinct and shoved Ava to the ground. Instead of hitting her, the demon's arm swung out to meet my chest. I was thrown off my feet and soared through the air. I quickly gathered air around me to slow my fall, but I still landed on my ass with a hard thud. Fuck, that hurt. The wind had been knocked out of me, but I knew I had to move. I scrambled to my feet, but before I could get upright, the most sickening sound met my ears. It was a rough, harsh snap that stopped the world from spinning, and it had come from right where Ava had been. Something hit the ground, a sound I could only guess was a body. I heard nothing, no screams, no cries of pain, just my own pulse pumping in my ears.
Ava!
I wailed. My voice echoed across the landscape. Slowly, sound came back into focus. Marcus and Callie screamed as the deceptum took heavy steps toward them. Magic whizzed through the air, but I couldn't focus enough to join in on the fight. I raced over to where I thought Ava was. Oberai's hooves clicked on the pavement, and she blew a distressed breath. I knew she had to be standing over Ava. I fell to my knees as my heart dropped out of my chest. Tremors went up my legs as I landed hard on the road. I barely felt them. All the pain was in my chest, tearing me apart from the inside out. I felt around, and my fingers met Ava's body. She was still, and her skin was cold to the touch.
Bitch!
I sobbed as tears began running down my face. I hoisted her into my lap, cradling her lifeless body. Her neck hung over my arm at an odd angle, and a warm, sticky liquid stuck to me all over. Blood. My whole body shook as I pushed the hair back from her face. I was acutely aware of each contour of her features. She was so beautiful. How had this happened so fast? Why hadn't I saved her? I pulled her closer to my chest, trembling as I held my very soul in my arms. I wished that she would move, but she didn't. The troll had broken her neck, ended her life in one blow. I'm so sorry, Pidge, I sobbed into her hair. Oberai leaned down to nudge me. I expected her to show some goddamn emotion, but she bit my collar and tried to drag me upright. Rishi dug his claws into my leg. I shrugged Oberai off. Forget it. It's not worth it anymore. Not without my Pidge. Oberai stomped, pacing back and forth. She whinnied loudly, as if trying to get me to listen. But I didn't care what she had to say. Ava-Marie was gone. Her life force severed. So why did it feel like she was waiting for something? I felt it through the bond. Frustration like I'd never felt from Ava before. Was it possible we were still connected, even if she was in the afterlife? And what was she so mad about? Hold on. Ava and I shared a soul, along with Oberai, which meant that if one of us died, we all did. The tears halted in their tracks as realization hit. Slowly, I lifted my head. Ava had said they'd used Deceptum hair for illusion potions, and the monster had managed to take control of Callie's illusion. That's what Ava meant when she said it was more dangerous than we realized. This monster was fucking with our heads. Oberai nudged me again and bit my ear.
Ow! Fuck!
I cried, slapping a hand over my ear. After a moment, for the shock to slip away, I turned to Oberai. It's an illusion, isn't it? That's what you're trying to tell me. As soon as I said it, Ava's voice broke through. Her dead body was still wrapped in my arms, but her voice came from several paces away.
No shit, it's an illusion,
Ava-Marie snapped.
That's what makes Deceptum demons dangerous. Now get up and help me. This Deceptum is not going down easy.
My heart swelled, and the body vanished from my lap. I jumped to my feet and ran over to Ava. The real Ava. I threw my arms around her and drew her in close.
You're alive!
Ava shrugged me off. Of course I am. You don't think I'm going down without a fight, do you? What did this bastard make you see? I swallowed the lump in my throat and answered quickly. Nothing. Ava threw another fireball.
Then help me!
It took me a moment to take in the scene. The Deceptum was smashing his heavy hands into the ground away from us, probably aimed at Callie and Marcus. Its back was to us, so Ava and I had the advantage. My nostrils flared. Give it everything you've got. On it, Captain. The air began to dry out around me as Ava drew water out of it. The water formed into a huge ball above our heads, sloshing like a swimming pool suspended in midair. I uprooted trees and used my air magic to levitate them, shooting them at the monster at high speed. They cracked and splintered against his hard skin, but he roared like they hurt. Finally, I was getting somewhere.
It's no use!
Marcus wailed.
Ava's gone! We're going to die too!
I realized they'd see the same thing I had, and they hadn't broken through the illusion yet.
Listen to me!
I yelled over the sound of magic whizzing through the air. Ancestors. I hoped they could hear me, because they were pretty far away.
Ava's not dead! It's an illusion demon!
I could hear Callie's sobs from here. My teammates kept fighting, but only to hang on to dear life. They sounded about ready to give up.
Callie!
I screamed.
It's not real! Are you sure?
She cried.
Yes! Ava's standing right next to me!
I told her.
We have a chance! We can still win this thing! But he's playing with our heads! We have to take away his greatest weapon! Can you do that? I can try!
She responded, before yelping as another one of the monster's attacks came. I threw another heavy tree branch at it, and this time I felt it continue past his strong exterior, sinking into soft flesh. The creature roared.
Right in the ear!
Ava said proudly. The Deceptum whirled on us.
Get down!
Ava called. I followed her instructions immediately and flattened myself to the ground. Oberai and Ava did the same on either side of me, and Rishi hissed. The demon's arms swept over top of us, and heavy winds billowed my hair.
I've broken the illusion!
Callie screamed at us.
Its mind games are over!
That meant brute force was our last option. Maybe if I could get another branch in its ear, it'd do some real damage. I didn't have time to come up with a plan. The ground shook as the Deceptum took another step toward us.
Charlie, what do we do?
Ava screamed. I ripped another tree from the ground, but it was bigger than the others. It took all I had to thrust it up into the air, but I had no point of reference for aiming. The log clunked off the top of the Deceptum's head, and I knew that I'd missed.
Run!
I didn't want to run from a fight, but staying here was a good way to get killed. We had to stay alive long enough to fight this thing. Ava and I grabbed hands. We ducked into the trees, and she guided me as we started running toward Shade Hills. The monster followed, along with the sound of falling trees as he barreled his way through the forest. He was getting closer. I was starting to formulate a plan, a way to lose the monster, but I never got the chance to share it with Ava. She yelped and was dragged upward, her hands slipping from mine. Oberai cried out in horror.
Charlie!
Ava screamed, and I knew the Deceptum had gotten her. I whipped out blasts of air so narrow and fast it should have chopped the Deceptum's arm off, but then held them back at the last second. I didn't want to hurt Ava. I had to keep on running, because the demon was still barreling toward me, and if I stopped, I'd be crushed. I sent another blast of air outward and thought I'd hit one of the Deceptum's legs. Then, thwack! I hadn't been paying attention to where I was going. My whole body slammed into something hard, so much that I bounced backward and landed on my ass. My head spun, and I couldn't make sense of which was up and which way was down. My ribs ached from whatever I'd run into, and my pulse thumped in my ears. Oberai yanked me to my feet, but I was still coming to. As the world came back into focus, I realized something was off. I didn't know what it was at first. Then I noticed the vibrations of the Deceptum's footsteps were farther away, and getting even farther. It was leaving with Ava. I stumbled forward and caught myself on a wall, the one I'd run into. It was a building. Probably a house, judging by the feel of the siding. We'd reached the outskirts of Shade Hills. I gasped shallow breaths as I tried to find my bearings. Ava's still alive, I told myself. I could feel it in our bond. Oberai made a loud noise in my ear, and I snapped back to attention. I quickly jumped onto her back and kicked her sides.
Follow that monster!
Oberai found the main road quickly. I could hear Marcus and Callie shouting in the distance, along with the hum of the drone overhead.
Gods! Ava!
Callie screamed as Oberai and I rushed to them. We came to a skidding halt beside Marcus and Callie.
What's happening?
I demanded.
Ava burned it to get away. The monster's chasing Ava up an apartment building. She's using the fire escape,
Marcus said breathlessly. Rishi yowled loudly in worry. Part of me feared for her. The other felt immensely proud. She'd escaped the demon's hold on her own. That's my Pidge. How are we going to defeat it? Marcus asked. This monster is impenetrable. It has to have a weakness, Callie insisted. They always do. Its ears, I said. One of my branches stuck in, but not far enough. If we can stab it with something else, there's no way it can survive. How do we get something in there? Callie asked. I didn't have the luxury of thinking it through too long. We need another trap. A bigger one this time. I decided. Let's get to Ava first. No sooner had we started forward did I hear the sound of crushing rock. Callie screamed, and the first of the pebbles rained down on me. I threw my hands up on instinct and caught several large rocks with my earth magic before they crushed us.
What was that?
I asked in a clipped tone.
Piece of a building,
Marcus answered.
The monster's trying to climb to get Ava. Bricks are everywhere.
My guts twisted.
And the people inside? Looks like a new development,
Callie quickly explained.
It's not finished yet. I bet there's no one inside.
That was a relief, but it didn't do anything for rescuing Ava. Another crushing sound came, but this time I couldn't control all the bricks coming at us. There were too many, and the bricks were too large.
Ah!
Callie screamed as one of the larger chunks smashed her into the ground.
My wings! Gods, my wings!
Marcus rushed to her side and groaned as he tried moving the heavy piece of building. I jumped in with my earth magic and moved it out of the way. It wasn't entirely made of earth, but there was enough rock inside the brick that I could control it. Goddess, Callie, Marcus breathed as he knelt beside her. Callie whimpered in pain, and I hesitated. I didn't ask, but I knew Callie's wings had to be crushed. I've got this, Marcus told me. Make sure Ava's okay. He didn't have to tell me twice. I whirled back around toward the building the demon was trying to scale. I could tell by the sound of crumbling brick that he was struggling to climb. I searched for Ava with my magic and found hot pockets of air. Those would be her fireballs.
Ava!
I called up to her.
I'm fine,
she called back. She had to be 100 feet up.
Charlie, you have to level the building. What?
I screamed.
Not with you up there. You'll catch me with your air,
she insisted. Fireballs continued to whiz out of her hands. I summoned an airstream to try knocking the monster off the side of the building, but he held on tight. I'd barely summoned half the power I'd intended. I swayed on my feet and grabbed Ava-Marie to steady myself.
I can't!
I yelled up at her.
My magic's wearing thin. You can do it, Charlie,
she promised.
I know you can.
Leveling the building was the smart thing to do. It would crush the demon and pin it down, if it didn't kill it. We could get our points and win this thing. We would be free of the Institute. But I couldn't do it at the risk of Ava-Marie's life. I hadn't been able to fly anyone else around during practice. How could I catch her while she was falling through the sky?
I trust you, Charlie,
Ava called down to me.
Hurry up and do it!
The decision was impossible to make, until I realized that the only alternative was the monster catching her. It was obviously the kind to play with its prey, but Ava had already escaped its grasp once. It was done playing around. If it got Ava in its grasp again, she'd be dead. No illusion this time. Fuck, what was I about to do? I inhaled a deep breath and placed a hand on Ava-Marie's back. I'm going to need your help. Ava-Marie instantly shrank to the size of a husky and barked. I blew out the breath I'd been holding and shoved all doubt aside. I couldn't question my magic right now. I had to do this right. Here goes nothing. My heart hammered as I lifted my hands. At my command, the ground began to shake beneath our feet. It was nothing but tremors at first, but as Ava-Marie's screams grew from above me, power built inside my chest. The tremors grew to earthquake proportions. I forced a hole to open in the ground below the deceptum. It took everything I had, but I pushed myself even further, and my magic broke open the ground. The building began to creak and groan, and I could feel the structural integrity waning with each sway of the earth. This was unlike any magic I'd ever done before. I'd never cast a spell on anything bigger than a tree. This was a fucking apartment complex. I wasn't sure I could do it. And still, I pushed my magic as hard as I could, because it was my only choice. I had one chance to get Ava out of the Deceptum's grasp. I had one chance to finish it off and win the games. One chance. Air began to swirl around the apartment complex, and the ground shook so much that it cracked nearby.
Keep going, Charlie,
Marcus encouraged.
You're almost there.
I would have told him to shut up and let me concentrate, but I couldn't focus on that right now. All I could do was hone in on my magic, and I let it snap. The air spell I'd conjured blasted forward with tornado-grade speed. I commanded the earth to thrust upward on one end of the building, breaking all structural integrity left. The far wall crumbled, taking the others down like dominoes. The Deceptum let out a deep roar as it realized it was going down. The sound of the falling building was deafening, but it wasn't the only one. All along the street, buildings groaned and fell over. I let gravity do the rest of the work, because I had one goal, and one goal only. Save Pidge. Finding her was easy, as if she was tethered to me by a string. She jumped off the top of the building just as it began to crumble, and her legs flailed in the air. Catching her? Not so easy. I gritted my teeth and prayed to the ancestors that my power would be enough to hold her. Air swirled around her, but she was falling too fast. Fuck, no! I couldn't let this happen. The urge to protect her swelled within me, and my air magic burst. A strong gust of wind I didn't even realize I was capable of swept by, swooping my Pidge out of the air as she fell. I sighed in relief when she didn't smash into the ground. Instead, I manipulated the current to carry her toward me, setting her gently on her feet in front of me. All I could do was sweep her up into my arms and hold her tight. I buried my face into her hair, inhaling her sweet scent. She hugged me back. I told you that you could do it. I chuckled in relief as I drew away from her, but all I wanted to do was weep. You got lucky. You were good, she countered. You trapped the Deceptum. Ava turned to admire my handiwork. The ground was still, and the town seemed eerily quiet. We won?
I asked breathlessly. Not yet, she replied solemnly. The monster's under a pile of rubble, but he doesn't look dead yet. I squared my shoulders. Then let's kill it. I walked forward toward the cavern I'd created. Oberoi panted at my side, and the two of us worked together to uproot a large tree nearby. We twisted its branches until we formed a point, a massive weapon that would impale the monster straight through. I lifted my hands, then came the sound of approaching footsteps. They were running, but they didn't seem like something to be afraid of. Rather, it sounded as if someone was rushing to our aid.
Marcus! Callie!
A girl with a high-pitched voice cried.
Are you okay?
We will be, cousin, Marcus replied. Once we get to the infirmary. This thing is almost over. Cousin? He could only be talking about one person. The last witch left in the games. Voices overlaid one another, and I counted 2 males and 2 females. I realized it was the last team. There was Alice, the witch who'd been falsely accused of crimes on her trip to Malovia. Despona, the vampire who'd killed a man trying to kidnap her. Carson, the merman who was framed for stealing an expensive car. And Wesley, the face shifter who'd attempted to murder the vamp who touched his sister. Ava grabbed my wrist before I could take the kill shot. What is it? I asked. Just wait. Ava trailed off thoughtfully. Pidge, I can't wait for the monster to come too. We have to finish it off and end this. I know, but... Ava hesitated. Alice's team saved us. They gave me the pot I needed to brew the potion against the Lichen. Without them, we'd all be dead. They deserve to win. I gaped. I'd known how much Ava wanted to win the games. How much she wanted freedom. To hand the win over was awfully kind. But it was also why I felt about her the way I did. She may have a criminal record, but she believed in doing the right thing. And I believed in her. What about the prophecy? I whispered. We'll find another way, Ava said. If we win, I'm still staying here on Dark Island. It doesn't seem fair when the rest of them can get out of here. They deserve to go home, Charlie. Everything I'd ever learned about survival told me to kill that demon and go free. We were so close. But I hadn't entered the games hoping to survive. I'd entered them for Ava. And if this is what she wanted, then I would back her up. As long as Marcus and Callie agree, I said, I won't give up their chance at freedom. All right, Ava agreed. We walked to the other team, who were talking to Marcus and Callie. Are your wings going to heal? Despona asked, sounding worried. They damn well better, Callie said. She was still on the ground, and Marcus was knelt beside her. I turned to the other team. Do you guys mind if we have a moment with our teammates? Not at all, Carson said, and the 4 of them walked off. What's going on? Callie asked. I thought you were going to take care of that thing. Ava was the one to answer. I think we should give the win to the other team.
What?
Marcus and Callie yelped at the same time. They're innocent, Ava reminded them. Marcus sounded skeptical. Didn't Despona kill a guy? I heard Wesley tried too, Callie added. They were both in self-defense, Ava argued. I know how hard we fought for this, but we're all in the Institute for real crimes. We deserve to be here. The other team doesn't. If I took their ticket to freedom, well, I'm just not sure how I could live with that. Marcus and Callie were silent, as if contemplating it. They helped Ava with the potion that saved our asses, I added. At this point, I didn't even care about what was fair. This felt right. If Ava and I were going to decode a prophecy to save the world, it started here, with saving the ones we could. These guys are the good guys. And let's be honest, guys, we're not. Marcus made a sound of agreement. Look, if it were any other team, I'd be killing that monster right now to win us points, Marcus said. But Alice is my cousin. Distant, but she's family. Our coven will be better off with her in it than me. I say we give it to them. Callie groaned. You know I hate it when you're right. The Institute is probably the best place for me right now anyway, seeing as I was banished. I try to go back home now, I'll get my head cut off. So we're in agreement? Ava asked. Yes.
the three of us answered in unison. Ava breathed a sigh. Then let's tell them. She took my hand and called the other team back over. What's up? Despona asked. We want you to take the win, Ava told them.
No way,
Alice protested.
You guys found the monster first. This was your fight. And you're the ones who knocked it out. You deserve the points. It's your kill.
I don't care about the points, Ava said. This is about who gets to leave the Institute. You guys deserve that. They stood there in shock, nobody saying anything. Finally, Alice spoke. Is your team sure about this? I squeezed Ava's hand. We're sure. The monster has a weak spot near its ears. Pierce it there, and it should be enough to kill it. Alice sniffled, like she was crying.
You guys have no idea what this means to us. Thank you so much. If there's anything we can do...
You can kill that monster before it wakes, Ava interrupted. Go get those points. It's time for you to win the games. Alice squealed and threw her arms around Ava, nearly slapping me in the face as she did. Wesley and Carson both approached me in turn and shook my hand. How will we ever repay you? Despona asked as she hugged Ava. Go live good lives once you're out of the Institute, Ava said. That's all we can ask.
Thank you,
Alice repeated.
You truly don't know what you've done for us.
Ava turned, and we walked back toward Callie and Marcus. We knelt beside Callie and began helping her to her feet. I couldn't tell what the other team was doing to kill the monster. All I heard was a commotion that I couldn't make sense of, but it didn't really matter. I was done with the show. All I wanted was to go back home and sleep. Home. I chuckled lightly. What? Ava asked. I just had the thought that I wanted to go home. I laughed as I draped Callie's arm over my shoulder. To the Institute. It's our home now, Ava said softly. It's a shithole, Callie teased, but she winced as she moved. Yeah, Marcus agreed from the other side of her. But it's our shithole. Ava snickered. Our shithole for sure. Marcus and I hoisted Callie onto Oberai's back. Everyone stilled as the monster roared loudly from behind us, but the sound was quickly silenced as death overtook him. A single breath blew out of his monstrous nose, and then, nothing. It didn't matter if I wanted to take back the offer. It was done. The other team had won. The drone above us whirred as it flew down from the sky. I heard the gates of the Institute creak from beyond as they were opened, and the Warden's delighted voice rang out with the announcement. Well done to all our teams. We have found our winners of this year's Darke Games. All other competitors must return to the Institute within the hour, or will be escorted back by guards. The winning team may remain in Shade Hills, where they will soon receive their just reward. Congratulations to all our participants. And remember, stay vigilant, stay alive. As the broadcast ended, I thought the Warden's final farewell was odd. The Darke Games were over. What need was there to continue warning us about survival? Whatever. It was probably some marketing thing for the games. It wasn't worth my attention. I should have been disappointed. We'd put all that effort into the games, only to lose. But it didn't feel like we'd lost at all. I was walking home with all three of my teammates alive. Even better, I had Ava. I called that a win.
Chapter 24. Ava-Marie. Do you think we fucked up giving up our only shot at getting out? Callie asked. No, it was the right thing to do. Callie and I hurried to get ready for the villains' ball inside my dorm room. There was a heavy snowfall outside, coating the grounds and making everything seem magical. Oberai sat on the bed and panted, wagging his tail as he watched me put the finishing touches on my hair. I set it in a low bun with curls framing my face. Since when have we ever been worried about doing the right thing? Callie sat beside Oberai as she glided on some red lipstick. She was wearing the very revealing dress she'd chosen, and I'd done a blowout on her hair earlier. She looked so hot, Marcus was going to flip. We're at the Institute for a reason, I said. Maybe it's starting to change our bad behavior. Callie scoffed. As if. I pulled my mother's dress out of the closet. As I slipped it on, Callie's face softened. Oh, Ava, it suits you perfectly. Fire and ice. It turned out just like I planned it. I smoothed down the skirt and did a twirl. Over the blue dress, I'd added layers of red and orange tulle that twisted around the skirt, as well as ruby rhinestones that mingled with the sapphire glitter. It gave the dress the appearance of a plume of fire wrapping around a column of ice, the different fabrics melding together as if I'd cast a spell over them. I really wanted something that symbolized both parts of my magic, and this dress pulled it off. No one is going to have a dress like that at the party. Naya will be so jealous, Callie snorted. She won't be looking at me when she's too busy worrying about you, I said. You're hotter than she is, for sure. Callie frowned. At least all of Naya's parts work correctly. I can't say the same for my wings. Are your wings going to heal? I asked. They're on the mend. Should be back to normal in a few weeks. I got very lucky, Callie said. But I already miss being able to fly. Don't bother with Naya. She's not our problem. I finished my outfit by fastening the key Mama had given me around my neck. No matter what outfit I was wearing, the key always seemed to complement it. I put Oberei's veil on his head, over his ears. He jumped off the bed and threw back his head, parading around like he was a bride on the way to his reception. Oberei, you're so obnoxious, I laughed, as he struck a pose, sticking out his butt. There was a knock on the door, and Daddy poked his head inside. He and Mama were here to chaperone for the dance. His face softened when he saw me. Oh, Peanut, you look so beautiful. Don't get sentimental on me now, I teased. If Daddy teared up, so would I. Your mother and I want a quick word, he said. It won't take long. I'm almost ready, Callie said. I'll meet you at the ball. I nodded, then followed my dad out. Oberei pranced behind me, swinging his head to make the veil swish. Mama was wearing a red gown that accentuated her figure. She looked so pretty. She never got dressed up anymore. It was nice they were going to the ball, even if they were only chaperoning. She beamed and took my hands as her eyes roamed the dress. Ava, you are a vision. I knew that dress would suit you. It's so perfect. Thanks, Mama. Mama's gaze shone with affection as she gave me a huge hug. Honey, I'm so proud of you. You did the right thing during the Darke Games, giving your win to the other team. I figured they deserved it more than we did, I said. And I think you were right all along. My place is here at the Institute. Maybe if I stick around, I can get some answers from the school on what the prophecy means. I stepped away from her. There was a curl dangling in my eyes, so I took my left hand to part it back. Daddy's eyes went upward to my wrist. Shit. I realized my mistake a second too late. I tried to hide it away, but Daddy grabbed my wrist and upturned it, exposing the sight of Charlie's name written all over my skin. Daddy made a tiny noise of horror that would have been very funny in any other situation. Mama appeared smugger than I'd ever seen her. Ava? What did you do? Daddy whimpered. His voice was high-pitched. I went to unbury myself before this hole could get bigger. Ancestors, it's no big deal. Charlie has my name on his wrist, too, I said. They're matching? Daddy yelped. Mama covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. It's like just a friend tattoo. It means nothing. I yanked my wrist away and hid it behind my skirt. Daddy went pale. Mama smiled. You're getting that removed as soon as possible, Daddy insisted. My mouth dropped open. Excuse me? No, I'm not. Don't backsass me. I'm not letting you walk around with a tattoo of a criminal's name on your wrist. Oh, my ancestors, you never let me do anything I want, I whined. Mama shook her head. You too. Daddy took a breath.
I suppose I can't force you to change your mind.
Yep. Daddy's expression hardened, and I shut up. He went on to say,
But I do think we should have a quick talk.
"Oh, Liam, not this again," Mama complained. Daddy's tone was impatient.
I just need a moment with my daughter, please.
Mama made an annoyed sound and walked off, like she'd been trying to talk Daddy out of this all night and was giving up. Once Mama was out of sight, Daddy dug in his pocket.
Ava, sweetheart, I want you to have these.
A present? Really? My mood brightened. I thought he'd give me something sweet. You know, jewelry or an equally cute father-daughter gift to mark the night of my first ever college dance. My mouth fell open when I looked down at the packet he'd placed in my hands. Are you kidding me? Fucking condoms?
It's a college dance. Things happen, Daddy retorted.
What the hell am I supposed to use these for? I shouted.
I assume you know how to put them on. At least I would hope.
Ancestors, save me. Apparently he thought now was a great time for the sex talk. I bet anything this was Uncle Jonah's doing. There was no other explanation. I could hear him right now.
Liam, I know you want to keep pretending Ava's your sweet little girl, but let's face the cold hard facts. Remember what all of us were like as kids? Trust me, I teach college students and they're feistier than rabbits.
Oberai's tongue lolled, like he thought this was hilarious. I was still gaping. What? Do you think I'm gonna go on some wild sexcapade or something?
I don't know.
Daddy's tone was firm.
But whatever you do, I want you to be safe.
Ancestors! I smacked my face. Isn't this Mama's job?
Well, your mother insisted you didn't need them, but I thought it would be best if...
Mama was right. How do you expect me to use these? It's not like I'm dating anyone. Daddy's face cleared.
You're not?
No. I scrunched up my nose. Did you think I was with somebody? Daddy looked very confused.
I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't. And I'm not the type for one-night stands, just in case you're that paranoid.
I don't need to know what you're up to, Daddy said quickly. Trust me, that's none of my business.
Apparently, you're funding my supply, I shouted, waving the foil packets in the air.
I'm not saying I approve, I just know better, he grumbled. I was your age once, you know.
I blew a curl out of my eyes. Daddy, I know you're worried, but I promise I'm not going to have an accident like you and Mama. Daddy's face contorted.
You were not an accident. You were one of the best things that's ever happened to me.
Awesome, so are we done with this conversation? I asked. Daddy said, well, great, bye. I stomped away and shoved the condoms into my handbag before I hauled ass to the room of mirrors, where the dance was being held. It was the same room where we'd first met the warden and heard his welcome speech. Callie was waiting for me outside the entrance. Gods, you took long enough, she complained. Don't ask. I fixed my hair before we walked through the double doors. I gasped in amazement as I took in the surrounding scene. From the ballroom ceiling hung beautiful fabric canopies in black, purple, and green. The room was dark, only lit by the various pulsing lights around the room, which shone people's faces in emerald or amethyst. Tables swathed in black cloth were decorated with gold-colored plates, and a DJ at the front of the room played creepy, haunting music. Thunder clapped for ambiance, and lights flickered against the ceiling, giving the appearance lightning was flashing. Green fire crept up the walls and danced off the mirrors, an illusion sustained by one of the Fae teachers, and black candles hovered over the dance floor. There was a table full of food, adorned with things like bubbling green punch, chocolate in the shape of bat wings, and apples that were dipped in purple caramel, giving the decorative appearance they were poisoned. There was a kissing booth in the corner that a few of the sirens were running,
with a sign that said, Kisses of Death. Professor Warbright used his necromancy magic to make a few skeletons dance. The skeletons twirled and turned with each other, dressed in elaborate ball gowns and suit tails, as they waltzed around the room. It definitely looked like a party for villains. I was loving this. We waited in line to get in. Callie and I stood by a twisted black arch, and Lupe took a few pictures of us with the school's professional camera. I was shocked it functioned at all, considering the finicky way electronics worked at the school. My eyes scanned the room, but I didn't see him. Yet. "You guys look amazing," Lupe said, as she snapped the camera. "Hope you don't tear your gowns." "What do you mean?" I asked. "There's always a huge brawl at the end, during the last dance. It's the best part. Everyone just goes at it before the guards can break it up," Lupe gushed. "I get to punch people for fun and get away with it? That sounds incredible," Callie cried. "And dangerous. Is it like a riot?" I asked. "Nah, it's just for shits and giggles. Nobody gets hurt. Bad." Lupe gave a sinister grin. "Anyway, enjoy the party." Callie and I walked along the edge of the dance floor. Her face brightened as she waved. "Marcus, hi." Marcus stood across from us, wearing a suit that was half open. His tie hung loose, and the top few buttons of his shirt were undone, exposing his chest. Callie was clearly enjoying the show. Her eyes roved Marcus's chest. But the warlock himself was speechless. His eyes nearly exploded out of his skull as he looked from Callie's giant boobs to the slit in her dress revealing her thigh, and everything else. Callie batted her eyelashes. "So, how do I look?" Marcus gulped. He was trying so hard not to rock a boner right now. Rishi was at his feet, meowing and wearing a tiny top hat. My heart fell as I realized Marcus was alone. Charlie wasn't with him. Maybe he'd decided not to come. But he'd agreed to be my date to the ball, right? He wouldn't stand me up. I hoped. Marcus and Callie moved to the food table and started taking appetizers. Callie did most of the talking, while Marcus mostly tried not to gape. I wasn't very hungry. My gaze kept roaming the ball, and I didn't see a hint of Charlie anywhere. My parents had showed back up. They remained along the wall, supervising the dance with a few other guardians who'd volunteered. Daddy's expression was sullen. I was certain Mama was laughing at him. As we sat down at a table, Callie poked me. "So, what did your dad want?" "Huh?" I came out of my reverie. "Oh, it was stupid, really. He tried to give me the sex talk. Not like I needed it. Charlie wasn't going to show anyway." "What?" Marcus broke his silence for the first time and laughed. "That's crazy." "Isn't it? And he gave me these." I took the condoms out of my bag and threw them on the table. I feel like I'm 16 all over again. I don't know who your dad thinks you're sleeping with, but these are extra large," Callie said, picking up a condom and waving it around. "Oh my fucking..." I sighed and put my head in my hand. We're a pretty open family, but this goes too far. "Did he give you a play-by-play of where it's supposed to go? Because my dad would not shut up about it when he gave me the sex talk. I swear, I never needed to know that much about their wedding night," Marcus complained. "He probably thought you'd put it in the wrong place," I suggested. Marcus sent me the finger. "My parents never talk about their sex life in front of me. Thank the gods," Callie said. "I have no idea of how I came into this world, and I like it that way. I think they expect me to figure it out on my own." "I was conceived out of wedlock," I burst. I was too loud. Daddy heard me from across the room and scowled. I quieted down. Callie dropped her voice and leaned in. "Speaking of, where's tall, dark, and handsome? Isn't he supposed to be your date?" "I'm not sure," I mused. "Marcus, have you spoken to Charlie?" Marcus shook his head as he bit into an apple.
Haven't seen him all day.
Damn it. He really had stood me up. Tears rose to my eyes, but I fought them back. No need to ruin good eyeliner. It's fine, I said. I can have plenty of fun on my own.
Miss Mito, may I interest you in a dance?
A chilling voice made a crawling sensation creep up my spine. The warden stood beside us, extending a hand. His large feathery wings were out and draping on the floor. Every stitch of his designer suit was in place. It only made him that more intimidating. Oberai gave a low growl, but I knew better than to refuse. Certainly. I took the warden's hand, and he led me to the dance floor. The warden put a hand on my waist and grabbed my hand just as the DJ put on a sharp and eerie tango. I felt like a rat trapped in a cage as he forced me to move with him. Ancestors. This was nearly as bad as being held down by John. The warden's hollow stare penetrated right through me, making my knees quake and my stomach scramble. I knew I was safe, relatively. Mama and Daddy were watching from afar, just in case they needed to step in, and Oberai would never let the warden hurt me. I wanted them to stay back. I knew they were powerful, but the warden was dangerous too. I didn't know what he might do. As the tempo increased, the warden said,
You and your team were very exceptional during the Darke Games. Color me impressed.
I swallowed down my nervousness. Thank you, Dr. Torres. It was a team effort.
Please, don't play coy with me, Miss Mito. The magic you and your friends performed during the games is far beyond the power of any first-year college student, and even surpasses the abilities of the most talented supernaturals alive today. None of you should have been able to pull off the kind of power that you displayed in the games. There is something very interesting about all of you.
I forced my voice to remain steady. Perhaps you overestimate us. We didn't win.
You didn't win because you chose to lose. You threw your chance at salvation away.
I don't know what you're talking about. My team hesitated. The other team took advantage. It was a careless mistake.
Clearly.
The warden smiled. His hand tightened on mine until I was in pain. I didn't wince or give him the satisfaction of pulling away. I could take it. The warden drew away then. My hand was white by the time he let go.
You are a curious thing, Miss Mito. I will be keeping an eye on you and those you associate with. Don't forget, you are living in my world, and in the world I have created. The Lord sees all.
This guy had such a god complex. I didn't breathe until the warden had turned his back and walked away. It was an effort not to shake in my heels. Yes, the warden scared me, and I wasn't afraid of much in this world. But he frightened me worse than any monster I'd fought in the games. He wanted to use me. For what, I wasn't sure. I returned to Callie and Marcus, who both wore knitted expressions.
You okay? The warden looked intense, Marcus said.
I just need some air. My eyes flickered to look for my parents. They were dealing with separating a couple who were shouting at each other near the food table. Good. I couldn't take them suffocating me right now. I had to get some space. I picked up my skirts and ran out of the room of mirrors. Oberai followed me, nails clicking on the floor. There was an abandoned cell block not too far away. People went there to smoke or get away from teachers. I just needed a second to stop my thoughts from racing. My lungs stung when I finally stopped to get some air. I paused underneath a small barred window in a deserted hallway that was dark and damp. I wasn't sure if I was strong enough to fight the warden when he ordered me to do his bidding. I was just starting to get better. I couldn't become a pawn for someone else's evil plans. I wouldn't.
The snow smacked against the window outside. As I stared upward, the voices in my mind began to ramble and race. You need to get out of here, Ava. The warden will kill you. He'll use you to hurt the people you love. Don't let him. Run. Most of the guards were at the party, containing all the students within one place. I had a better chance. I could use my blue fire to melt the bars, break the window. Maybe get off the grounds before I was hunted down? What if I tried to break out and never looked back? The warden couldn't use me then. It seemed foolish to try to run again when I'd thrown my only opportunity away during the Darke Games. But I hadn't known the warden's intentions then. I lit a blue fireball in my hand and drew back, taking aim. Trying to sneak out? A knot formed in my throat. I turned and saw two rivals, the gang leader that we'd defeated in the games, and the merman Charlie had almost suffocated. There was malice in the leader's eyes, like he'd been looking for me. I bet he'd followed me out after he'd watched me leave the dance. Stupid. I was unprotected. The fireball in my hand grew larger. You'll stay back if you know what's good for you.
Deuce, maybe we should let her be,
the merman said. His voice was raspy now. He probably lost most of it after Charlie had nearly killed him. Fuck that, Deuce spat. Her and the dog are getting it. Oberei's growls were so vicious and cruel. The gang member's friend appeared wary, but the leader himself didn't want to hold back. You took away our only chance of getting out of here, Deuce growled. We're going to make you pay for it. Deuce advanced, but before he could, a broad figure stepped in front of me. The merman paled and took a few steps back. The gang leader remained in place, but his confidence faltered as he faced off with none other than Charlie, who totally planted himself between them and me. Turn around if you don't want me to kill you, Charlie said coolly. You know I won't hesitate. Deuce's face flushed in rage. I couldn't give a shit if she's your girl. She cost me my freedom. She's going to pay. I remained behind Charlie and berated myself for getting into another stupid situation. I was stuck here for good now, so I might as well get with the program. There were 3 rules to the Institute. 1. Don't try to break out, because they will catch you. 2. Keep your head down, and you just might stay alive. And 3. If you ever want to get out of here, don't fall for an inmate. Those 3 rules, I just broke them all. Charlie's knuckles cracked as he faced the thug. I could hear the deadly intent in his tone. You dare to lay a hand on her? You won't be able to walk. Was he serious? The Darke Games were over, and yet he was still being overprotective, defensive of me. Charlie, the guy I literally couldn't stand, the guy who swore up and down he wanted nothing to do with me just a few weeks ago, was defending me from a gang leader? And I had completely fallen for him. I was totally screwed.
I'm out of here, man,
the other guy scampered. He didn't want Charlie to suffocate him again. The gang member looked between Charlie, Oberei, and me. He knew he couldn't take us on alone. He spat at our feet. Better watch your back. I don't forget. Charlie didn't turn around until he no longer heard their footsteps. When he faced me, my heart stuttered. Now that we weren't in danger, I could appreciate what Charlie had to offer. He was wearing a tailored black suit that he must have gotten from the consignment shop, with a black shirt and matching tie. His hair was styled with gel and combed perfectly. He looked like some dark prince straight out of hell, and I was here for it. Are you all right? Charlie asked. He grasped my elbows and I drooled. What were my most secret fantasies? Sleeping with a mob boss? A gangster maybe, because he fit the description. Ava! Charlie shook my arms.
Oberoi barked, and I said, sure. Just got cornered by those goons. What are you doing out here? I showed up at the ball just for Marcus to tell me you left a second before. I couldn't lie to him. I got scared, I confessed. Before you arrived, the warden spoke with me. It wasn't good. He knows we blew the Darke Games on purpose and told me he's watching us. I have a bad feeling he wants to use me for something. So, you decide trying to run away again is a good idea? It was a spur-of-the-moment freak-out. I wasn't thinking. Ava, if the warden wants you, you're safer here than anywhere else, Charlie insisted. If you leave, he'll hunt you down. At least if you're in his grasp, it gives you a chance to outsmart him before he can make a move. I relaxed then. I know. You're right. Charlie's voice was scolding. You shouldn't run off on your own. Why didn't you wait for me? It wasn't like I was going to stand you up. The comment stung. That's news to me. It sure felt like it when I showed up by myself, I bit back. If I tell you I'm going to show up, I'll be there. You should know better. Are you going to lecture me like a little girl? So long as you keep acting like one. My temper rose then, and I had to react. I can't stand you! I shoved Charlie away from me. Though, once I touched him, heat spread throughout my body, making it tremble. Oh, I had it bad. As much as I hated to admit it, something big was going on between us. Charlie smirked. The feeling's mutual, sweetheart. I wasn't sure if he was pointing out how much he despised me, or the passion he'd shown in the dark moments we'd secretly had before, in front of the stone gate merely days ago. I didn't care if the man made my panties melt off and run for cover. I had to stay away from him, for his own sake as much as mine. People couldn't know you were in love at the Institute. It made you a target, vulnerable and weak. We can't do this again. We'll get caught. Charlie leaned against the wall. We've already been sent to prison, Princess. Might as well make it a life sentence. He moved in front of me, so that both of his arms were on either side of my body. The action made my muscles turn to gelatin. When he boxed me in, it didn't feel like a prison, but a safe place. His broad shoulders left me nowhere to run but into him. I can't do this, I said. Can't? Or don't want to? It wasn't the second one. It doesn't matter what I want. Feeling this way, it's the worst thing I could do. Sometimes it's good to be bad, Charlie said. If you need one more reason to sin, just use me. Kiss me then, I told him. And make sure it's worth the price I have to pay. He did. And fuck, it felt so good. I'd kissed dozens of guys before, but Charlie made me forget about each one of them in one fell swoop. Kissing him was like uniting two pieces of one soul. I was addicted to this madness he made me feel. I thought I'd been crazy before, but I hadn't been insane before this moment. Every movement of his mouth against my own made me grow weak. His tongue rolled against mine, and his heartbeats were pounding against my breasts. The effort made me so lightheaded I couldn't breathe. I sagged toward the floor and couldn't help it. Charlie's kisses made me go boneless. I thought I'd collapse with the bliss they made me experience, but Charlie didn't let me fall. He held me up and pressed closer against me, inviting me to lean into him so he could support us both. I hadn't thought about our first kiss since we'd shared it. I'd forced myself not to, scared of what it might mean, but I had to confront it now. Charlie scared me because his passion made me let go, and I came undone at what he did to me. I didn't like feeling out of control. That's why this couldn't happen. He made me so fragile. In his arms, I forgot everything and became vulnerable. I was falling all over him like an obsessed schoolgirl. It'd be embarrassing if my desire wasn't so bad. His masculine energy poured out of him and collided with my feminine nature, not overpowering it, but melding together in a seamless symphony. I ran my hands through his hair and pulled as he kissed me, doing everything in my power to hold back the moans. He was practically making love to me with his mouth alone. Sex couldn't feel this good. The emotions I'd refused my body the pleasure of indulging in welled to the surface, and I realized that running away from Charlie was like running from myself. I could try to cover up all the bad parts, but it wouldn't do any good. I was constantly naked around him, and I knew that it showed. I didn't want to keep hurting. I didn't want to keep closing the door on us over and over. I couldn't change for Charlie, but I didn't have to. He accepted the person I was, and no matter how little or how much he had to offer me, it was enough. All I wanted was him. Despite trying to conceal that from him, he saw straight through my walls and was breaking them down brick by brick, just to be able to touch me. We were two shattered people, but sometimes you could fit the broken pieces back together and make something new. His broken pieces fit with mine, and I swore now that the picture looked better than ever before. If Charlie was my drug, this was one hell of a good high. Charlie ended the kiss long before I was ready for it to be over. I was the one who had pulled back the first time, but now, that seemed like such a cruel gesture. Charlie ran his thumb over my warm cheeks. "You're blushing, Pidge." "Yeah, something else is warm too," I thought. I seriously needed to go to the bathroom and ditch the panties. Flash flood alert. "I like your dress," Charlie said. He ran his hand over the fabric, then gently through a few of my curls. I didn't even care if he messed up my hair. I just wanted him to touch me again. "You look amazing. The suit defines you," I said as my fingers graced his sleeves. "I prefer nicer things. Didn't always have access to them, but I enjoy looking good." He was as vain as I was. He didn't have the money to buy designer labels, but I'm sure if he did, they'd be in his closet. Charlie took a breath. "Pidge, Don't ruin it." I put a finger to his mouth. "Give me this night. Just one night." Charlie hesitated, but didn't press. It wasn't like I didn't want to tell him how I felt. I felt more for Charlie than I could ever imagine feeling for anyone else in this universe. But if I said all that, I'd break down. And I wanted this to be a happy night. We deserved to celebrate after everything we'd been through. I dug in my handbag. "I have something for you." "For me?" "Yes. It's your birthday, isn't it? December 21st? Charlie's face softened, like he was shocked I remembered. I slipped something soft over his right wrist. "It's an armband," I explained, as he ran his fingers over the threads curiously. "Every Hawkeye child gets one. Someone close to them usually weaves it. Mine is red and green for me and Monica. Your armband is red and purple. For us." Charlie reached out and grasped my forearm. "Ava-Marie, I don't know what to say." I loved it when he said my name. It felt like he truly knew me. "Don't say anything. Keep it perfect." O'Brien wound between us and wagged his tail. Charlie patted his head while I stared at him. He was 23 years old today, and he'd been through more in 2 decades than most people suffered through in several lifetimes. But he had me, and I wasn't going to let anyone make him suffer again. I was coming for all those who had hurt him. Everyone that had caused him pain. Everyone that was the source of his sorrow. They'd touched his dreams and twisted them into dark realities he couldn't escape. I remembered Charlie's ruthless actions during the games, his desperate efforts to keep me alive. The greatest monsters we had to fight weren't out there. They were inside of us. They turned Charlie into a monster. Now I was going to be their reckoning. A guard peeked down the hall.
Hey, what are you kids doing down there? He barked. Get back to the dance immediately, before I escort you personally.
Charlie ducked his head and we ran off. When we came back to the dance, I saw Marcus had found a way to use the condoms. He blew them up and tied them off into balloon animals. Callie used her magic to levitate them into the air. They flew over the crowd and people bonked them back and forth like volleyballs. As he was making the balloon animals, a crowd had formed around him. Marcus was bragging loudly about his efforts during the Darke Games, which I found to be exaggerated.
Yeah, all those monsters were totally running from me, he boasted. Ripping up trees, using necromancy, casting battle magic. It was a total snooze fest. The Warden made it too easy. I think I'm gonna enter again next year, you know? I could win all by myself. My team just slowed me up.
He'd nearly pissed himself every moment of the games, but I let him have his fun. Callie sat up when she saw us approaching. There you two are. I was beginning to think you'd left the Institute for the holidays.
We can't leave, Charlie said. We don't get to leave the Institute for summer break or holidays. We're stuck here until we graduate. Most people are. All the rich kids get to go home for Christmas. The ones that pay off the Warden anyway, Marcus said.
Yeah, they let a certain wealthy percentage of the prison population go home for the holidays. They don't have to call it a real prison if some kids can visit home during break. Callie gave a skeptical sound. We figured you two must have been getting ready to leave with Ava's parents.
Don't think so, Charlie said. Ava's dad doesn't really like me.
But he leaned into me as a question, and I said, my dad bribed the Warden to get me home for a few weeks. But I have to check in with an institute officer every day so they're certain I don't go running off. I'm leaving tonight, and won't be back until the 1st.
Oh.
Charlie's voice was disappointed.
I hoped you'd be spending Christmas here.
I kinda hoped so too. I really missed my family, but... Charlie. Hey, at least you'll have us, Callie subbed. I'm not leaving.
Me neither,
Marcus added. Callie jumped up. Let's stop talking about sad shit. We're here tonight. We need to celebrate. Both she and I let out screams, and Rishi batted a balloon animal away. Oberai began chasing it around and nearly yelped as a girl came out of Marcus's crowd and staggered up to us. I didn't know her, but she looked half drunk. Someone had probably snuck some booze in. She completely fawned over us as she said, "Oh my gosh, you guys did amazing in the games. I watched every second. I couldn't take my eyes away." Thanks, I told her. It was hard, but I'm sure all the teams did pretty good. The girl shook her head. No, you don't get it. Everyone has massive respect for you now, for the magic you pulled off. You guys are like the prison's premier villains club. The girl stumbled away, giggling. Marcus, Callie, and I looked between each other, while Charlie leaned in. The villains club, I mused. That sounds like a pretty good gang name, right?
Only the best, Marcus said.
People will know not to fuck with us, Callie added.
At the Institute, reputation is everything.
Charlie put an arm around my shoulders.
I think it's time the Villains Club earned a bad one for itself.
Callie and Marcus both agreed at once, and excitement coursed through me. The Villains Club was going down in infamy, and from this moment on, I knew whatever I was going through, I could depend on my fellow villains to be there. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone prowling along the edge of the room. I recognized Coyote's heckling smile at an instant. He switched from his animal form to his human one, beckoning me to him with his playful eyes. Though he passed near students and teachers alike, none of them noticed him or looked his way. No one else could see him. I touched Charlie's arm lightly. I'll be right back. I need to talk to someone.
Oberei trotted after me. He looked up at Coyote and wagged his tail, like he was greeting an old friend. Not wanting to look crazy, I leaned against the wall near Coyote and stared out ahead. Though the music of the dance was loud, I still dropped my voice. "You're back." "I'll be around," Coyote said. "You did well during the games. The Great Spirit is pleased." "Are you going to tell me what the gods want with me now?" I asked. Coyote hissed with laughter. "That would ruin the fun." "I hope someone more helpful is being sent my way, or I'm doomed." Coyote wasn't very much help in terms of a guide. Coyote played with the strands of my hair. I ignored him. He tugged on my curls as he said, "Do you know about demigods?" He had my attention. "Not extensively," I admitted. "Your grandfather has studied them. They aren't children of the gods, but rather supernaturals of astonishing power. Claims they no longer exist, but walked the earth in centuries before. They were harnessers of exceptional magic, stronger than talented supernaturals, but not as great as the gods that came before them." "What's that got to do with me?" "Have you ever considered you could be one of them?" "Me?" "You and your friends." My veins froze over as my heart skipped. The Warden's accusations that my team was too powerful came rushing back at me. The monsters had been difficult to beat, yes, but our abilities during the Darke Games had been unmatched. The fights themselves were difficult, but the magic? Easy. Me and my teammates were pulling off spells that would kill most other supernaturals our age, flinging them around like they were child's play. And the scariest thing was, I knew I hadn't hit my limits yet. Not even close. I swallowed. "What does this mean for the prophecy?" "What do you think it means?" "Damn it! Can you just answer me plainly?" I snapped. "Ava?" Charlie's voice broke our conversation. He stood beside me and took my hand. His mouth turned down as Coyote continued to snicker. "Are you okay? Is this guy bothering you?" My eyes widened as I realized Charlie could hear him too. And I was pretty sure if he had his eyesight, he'd be able to see Coyote just as well as I could. "He's just a friend," I said. "Let's go, Charlie." Coyote's laughter grew more intense as I took Charlie's arm and led him away. Oberei went on ahead, and I looked back. By the time I did, Coyote had vanished. "Is that guy deranged?" Charlie asked me. He seemed a little off. "More than you know," I said. I was still reeling with the fact Charlie could hear him. What did it all mean? I wanted to tell him about Coyote, but I felt like now wasn't the time. I still needed to come up with an explanation of how and why this was all possible. And dropping a bombshell on Charlie like that would only be cruel on a night when we were supposed to be celebrating. I was more confused than ever. I had no answers to the prophecy. If anything, I only had more questions. But I was certain this changed everything. I was no longer a defenseless little girl. I was a full-on demigoddess, and I was going to imprison every single liar who dared to lay a finger on me. After that, I'd tear apart anyone else who tried again. There were too many innocent victims on this earth who went without justice. Too many evildoers who walked free. If I had the power to change that, I would. The magic I'd been given, it was a gift. I had people to fight for and friends who'd fight with me. If Coyote was right, and I was a demigod, there were no boundaries to what my magic could do. I would reshape this world into a better one, and if it fought back, I'd force it to succumb to my will. I'd push myself every moment until this world bowed at my feet. If it refused to succumb, I'd level it to the ground. The Warden, the gods, they could all come for me. Or at least, they could try. I'd be waiting to save the world, if there was still a chance it could be saved. And if not, So be it. At least I'd enjoy watching it burn.
Chapter 25. Charlie. I twirled Ava-Marie around as we headed back to our table. Her dress flared, and the fabric brushed against my legs. Ava giggled as I caught her around the waist. I didn't know why I did it. It just felt right in the moment. Pidge, I've been meaning to ask you something, I admitted. Ava stopped, and we stood near the edge of the dance floor to talk in low whispers. Ask me about what? I cocked my head toward Oberai, who I could feel through our bond. He radiated glee and was obviously having the time of his life at the villain's ball. I could only guess how many cupcakes Marcus had slipped him already. I thought things would feel different with Oberai after the games, I said. I thought maybe I'd be able to hear him talk to me now, but I haven't. It was only the one time when we bonded. What does it mean to secure your bond with your familiar? Ava paused. I don't know what it's supposed to feel like, to be honest, she said sheepishly. It happens when you and your familiar go through trauma together. The trauma brings you closer, and the stronger bond intensifies your magic. That's what I mean, I said. I don't feel any closer to Oberai than I did before. Ava drew a deep breath. Her tone was hollow. I'm not sure we secured the bond, Charlie. My stomach sank. Oh, that's, unexpected? Not ideal? Ava listed off options. I agree. I thought for sure the games would change us. They did, I thought, but I didn't say it out loud. Ava continued. And maybe it would have worked if Oberai wasn't bonded to us both. He was torn between us the whole time. I remembered how Oberai had hesitated when Ava went running off to fight the Malamuto. Somehow, the games had brought Ava and I together, but it had only driven a wedge between us and Oberai. It didn't feel right. I fingered the beads around Ava's hips. What if we never secure the bond, Pidge? I don't want you going through any more trauma than you've been through. Ava scoffed. I'm part of a prophecy. There's plenty more to come. I wish you wouldn't think that way. Just the thought of Ava going through more pain felt like a knife to the gut. It's not about the trauma, Ava explained. It's about what brings you and your familiar together. We'll secure the bond, Charlie. I know it. I relaxed a little and smirked. And to think how powerful you were during the games. You'll be amazing once the bond is secure. Ava groaned. Can we not talk about our powers, or the prophecy, or any of it right now? I just want to have fun at the dance. Okay, Pidge. I took her hand. Let's have fun. Ava started dragging me back toward our table. I knew the dance was nothing more than an illusion, a way to keep the students in their place, but I didn't care about that right now. Ava's hand in mine was all that seemed to matter. We returned to our table, where Marcus and Callie were gossiping about the other students. Ugh, look at Naya and Mad Dog, Callie complained. This isn't a fucking porno. Marcus laughed. The way she's grinding on him? It could be. Naya's giving Mad Dog a lap dance? I balked as I sat. Believe me, you don't want to see it, Ava replied. Mad Dog just reached up Naya's skirt, and I'm pretty sure I just saw vag. I almost gagged. Ava went to grab the chair next to me, but I accidentally stepped on the hem of her dress. She tripped, and I caught her in my lap. Whoa, Ava laughed, before leaning in to whisper, Is that some kind of a move or something? I smirked as my hands curled around her waist. Do you want it to be? She hesitated a moment. Charlie Walken, you are a mystery to me. That was all she said before she turned and leaned forward to grab something off the table. She didn't get off my lap, and I wasn't sure what it meant. I didn't ask, though, because I didn't want her to leave. Here, try this, Ava said with a full mouth. I didn't trust people with that kind of offer, but I trusted Ava. I opened my mouth, and she popped something sweet into it. I crunched into a hard outer shell, and sweet, fruity flavors burst inside my mouth.
I said. Chocolate-covered strawberries? They're the best, aren't they? Ava replied. Oh, get a room, Callie said sarcastically. Marcus whispered something to Callie, and she burst out in laughter. Hey, Ava scolded. You better not be reading minds again. I didn't mean to, Marcus defended. I sank a little in my chair. What thoughts exactly had he heard? Mine or Ava's? I couldn't deny there were some pretty dirty thoughts going through my head right now. Bro or not, Marcus did not need to know what I was thinking. I'm really trying to block it out, Marcus promised, but it's like junior prom in here. Everyone's hormones are all over the place. There aren't enough guards at the Institute to deal with all the fucking that's going to happen tonight. I shivered at the thought of Ava and me running off together after the dance. But we wouldn't, because no matter how Ava kissed me, I didn't think she'd let me get that close. I was okay with it. She could have all the time she needed. No matter what, I'd always be here. Rishi! Marcus cried, the same time Ava yelled, Oberoi! Bad kitty, Marcus scolded. What happened? I questioned. Ava blew a breath. They're getting themselves into trouble. Oberoi! Stop drinking from the punch bowl! Ava jumped off my lap to deal with Oberoi, and Marcus hurried after her. Gods, Callie sighed. What? I asked. Ava's straightening Oberoi's veil. She's more worried about the veil getting in the punch bowl than about Oberoi's slobber. I crossed my arms as Ava returned. Is that how we're going to deal with him? What? Ava asked innocently as she sat beside me. I was a little disappointed she hadn't taken my lap again, but I wasn't being exactly welcoming. You can't coddle him, I cried. He needs to learn how to behave himself. I was not coddling. How did you even know? Ava gasped. Callie! Hey, she replied. I just say it like it is. I didn't interject any opinions. Marcus returned, but Rishi was screeching. A little help? Ancestors, did Rishi fall in? Ava sighed. Only a little, Marcus said sheepishly. He set Rishi on the table, but the cat immediately took off running. He jumped onto my lap before racing across the dance floor. I was soaked. Oh, Marcus, I complained. That's what you call a little? Now I've got punch in places I don't care to admit. Here, let me help, Ava offered. Immediately, the punch began to draw out of my clothing, as Ava used her water magic to gather it up. Thanks, I said. Hey, can you do that on Rishi? Marcus asked. If you can catch him, Ava replied. Marcus sighed. I'll try. Callie's chair squeaked as she stood. Well, I'm going to go gorge myself on Fey cheesecake. All the flavor with none of the calories. Callie abandoned us, leaving Ava and I alone with Oberoi. Silence stretched between us, and I waited for her to say something. Oberoi nudged my leg with his nose, and it clicked. Ava was waiting for me. Ugh, I had to ask her to dance. It felt so awkward. Just the thought of it made my heart speed up. I didn't get the chance to ask, though. Ava caved first. Everyone's dancing. She made it sound like she was making small talk, but I heard the suggestion in her tone. I'm no good at dancing, I told her. It's not that hard, she insisted. For a guy who's never been to a dance, it is. You've never been to a dance? Ava balked. She grabbed my hand before I could protest. Now you have to dance. I drew back as she yanked on my arm. I don't know how. Then let me teach you. You can't spend your first dance sitting here the whole time. I won't be, I objected. I'll visit the snack table eventually. Come on, Charlie, Ava begged. Please, just one dance. Hell, when Ava said please, I couldn't resist. She might as well have been begging for all of me, and I would have given it to her too. I grumbled as Ava dragged me to my feet, because I couldn't let her know I was kind of eager to get on the dance floor. At least there, I could hold her in my arms. Oberoi, stay, I commanded as I stood. Oberoi whined, because he knew he was in trouble for drinking from the punch bowl. We started toward the dance floor. I didn't miss the pad of Oberei's feet as he escaped. "He's gone already, isn't he?" I asked. Ava sighed. "I think he's off to find some of the Fey cheesecake Callie mentioned. As long as he doesn't get into the real stuff. He could get sick," I pointed out. "He'll be fine," Ava promised. "He can eat anything." The song changed to a slow melody I recognized, an old Motown song from the 1960s. Ava faced me. "Your hands go here," she told me as she planted them around her waist. Holy shit, they were close to her ass. I wondered if she meant to do that. Ava draped her arms around my shoulders and began gently swaying from side to side. The tempo was slow enough to sway in circles with her, but with an upbeat edge that had her moving her hips. Ancestors. Her hips must have been carved by the Great Spirit himself. She was so freaking hot. I began singing the words to the song under my breath. "You like this song?" she asked. I shrugged. "The classics are the best. I come from Detroit. It's practically gospel to know Motown music." "Agreed," she said, before we both went silent again. I didn't know how long we danced without saying anything. It could have been a lifetime, or only seconds. Time didn't seem to have any meaning when I held Ava. All I could do was drink in every second with her. "See?" She finally broke the silence. "Dancing isn't hard at all." I melted into her, daring to draw her closer to me until our bodies were pressed against each other. Based on the description I got from my friends earlier, I assumed this was one of the more chaste positions on the dance floor. Ava leaned her head against my shoulder, and all the tension in my body left me. "Yeah," I sighed. "Not hard at all." And it wasn't. When I held Ava in my arms, everything seemed easy. The games were over, and I could breathe again. Even the prophecy seemed a distant worry. The Warden was nowhere nearby. There was nothing here that could touch us.
"Marcus!"
Ava gasped. "Hey now," I teased. "I thought I was your date for the night."
"No, not that!"
Ava drew away from me, and I heard a foot connect with someone's gut, followed by an oof.
"Marcus, what the fuck are you doing under my dress?"
My hands curled into fists.
"Rishi slid under your skirt to hide," Marcus defended. "I had to sneak up on him or he'd run away." "Ask next time, you douche!"
Ava slapped Marcus's shoulder, but it didn't sound like it hurt. The song changed to a more upbeat tempo. Callie's heels clicked on the dance floor as she came running over to us. She slammed into Ava, body-checking her.
"Hey,
Ava started, but Callie quickly cut in.
"Partner change!"
Callie started dancing on me, grinding her ass against my dick. I wish I could say it turned me on, but she wasn't the girl I was interested in tonight. I had to assume this was some sort of move to make Marcus jealous. "What the hell is this?" I asked.
"It's the Monster Mash," Callie cried. "A classic. I requested it. It seemed perfect for the villain's ball."
"Ancestors," Ava said. "I've never seen the Monster Mash like this before. Everyone is being so filthy."
"Exactly," Callie laughed. "Except for you. Partner change."
Callie grabbed Ava and shoved her in my direction. I had to catch her so she wouldn't trip over her dress.
"Now that's what I'm talking about!"
Marcus cried in glee. I could only assume that meant Callie was grinding against him now.
"Woohoo!"
Ava hesitated. "Well, everyone else is doing it." My heart sped up. I couldn't admit I wanted her on me, but I'd be damned if I weren't thinking about it. We can't disappoint Callie. I was glad to say I didn't have to do anything but stand there as Ava danced around me. She spun around me a few times, before ending in front, her ass pressed against me. Holy shit, Ava could twerk. I had to resist the urge to reach out and grab it while she shimmied. "Hell, Pidge," I teased. "Where'd you learn to do that?" Ava laughed. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." "Well, I'm already thinking strip club." "I learned from my Aunt Imogen," she admitted, before sheepishly adding, "who learned from my Uncle Jonah." I grimaced. "I think I'm going to have a talk with your Uncle Jonah. He sounds like a creep." "He's harmless," Ava defended. and the sweetest guy you'll ever meet. Partner change, Callie announced again. She shoved herself between Ava and me, then dragged Ava away.
Oh, work it, girl,
Ava yelled over the dance floor. I felt someone come up to me, their ass shaking in my direction, as awkward as could be.
What the hell, Marcus?
I shoved him away. Callie said partner change, he explained nonchalantly. It works for girls, not so much for us bros. Don't be homophobic, Marcus insisted. I am not. I don't even want Callie on me. Ooh, Marcus sang. So you only have a boner for one lady. Shut up, I shoved him again. It's not like you haven't already read my mind. Hey, I don't eavesdrop and tell. Marcus made a zipping noise like he was locking his lips. Wait, you won't even tell me what you hear from Ava? I asked. I thought we were friends. Psychic confidentiality, he stated. But let's just say whatever you're thinking, you can bet your ass Ava's version is 10 times worse. My jaw dropped, and Marcus made a whipping sound. I frowned at him. Stop it. Ava is not into whips and chains. Though as I said it, I realized it wouldn't surprise me. I'd bet anything if she managed to get cuffs off one of the guards, she'd sure as hell use them. What was I thinking? Ava wasn't going to be using fucking handcuffs at the Institute. I mean, I knew people fooled around in here, but never in the dorms where the guards could catch them. We'd have to go. Marcus started snickering, and I realized he was reading my thoughts. Would you stop? I snapped. I told you, I don't mean it, he defended. There are just too many thoughts to block out. Though that time, I shoved my hand into his face. Partner change. Hey, Callie objected. You're not the one who gets to announce partner change. Ava whispered something to Callie, but I couldn't hear it over the music. The two of them came over without a word and started grinding on me from both sides. A huge grin spread across my face. Hey, where's the love for your favorite warlock? Marcus asked. I'll dance with you, a girl nearby offered. Oh, looking hot tonight, Lupe, Marcus said in a tease. Callie immediately jumped away from me. Oh, hell no. Ava laughed loudly as Callie rushed off to claim Marcus. Well, that was... Oh, no. Ava's tone immediately shifted as the song changed. I groaned. Someone requested a heavy metal song? I don't think this is a request, Ava pointed out. I think it's the last song of the night, which means... Mosh pit! Someone screamed. I barely had a chance to process it before bodies were pressing in on me from all angles. Someone threw a punch, and my head snapped to the side at the impact. For a moment, I was totally clueless. I thought it might be some sort of terrorist attack or something. Then I heard the sound of Ava's maniacal laughter.
Come on, Charlie.
She dragged me deeper into the crowd of people.
It's the final send-off for the night. Enjoy the brawl.
Enjoy the... Another fist cracked into my jaw, and I heard Oberoi yowl from the edge of the dance floor. Ava whirled around, her dress billowing near my ankles.
Hey!
She screamed.
Don't fucking touch my date!
Ava's fist cracked into someone's face. I didn't know who it was, but all I heard in response was laughter.
This is nuts!
Ava laughed with glee.
It's amazing! Now punch someone before the guards can stop you! Grr-gah!
Marcus made noises like he was the freaking Hulk.
I just knocked out a vampire! I punched Naya in the back of the head.
Callie cried happily.
She didn't even see me. It felt great.
Oberoi finally pushed his way through the crowd. He growled and snapped his jaws at anyone who dared come close to Ava and me. But Ava didn't give a shit about being protected. She dove into the crowd, stirring up trouble in her wake, and she sounded like she was having one hell of a great time doing it. My hands curled up into fists, and pent-up energy rocked my body. What the hell? I spun around and flung my fists into any flesh I could find. First a face, then a gut. I knew I had one hell of a punch, but no one seemed to care how much it hurt. We just shoved and kicked and punched, and laughed. It was total insanity. It was villainy. By the time the guards broke up the brawl, I was sweating buckets. I'd stripped off my suit coat at one point and couldn't find it, but I didn't really care. It wasn't like I was going to be wearing a suit anytime soon again. I yanked off my bow tie and unbuttoned the first few buttons of my shirt, using my air power to blow cool air across my skin. Marcus nudged me as we headed out of the room of mirrors. Ava's digging the look. My heart fluttered, and my voice came out a pitch higher than normal. Really? Oh, yeah, Marcus sang. Somebody's getting some tonight. I elbowed him in the side. Shut up. It's not like that between us. Or was it? I didn't know what we were. We'd never really talked about it, and I didn't want to ask either, because I was afraid it would only drive Ava away. The last thing I wanted to do was scare her off. Sure it isn't, Marcus said sarcastically. Have fun with your hand tonight. I'm sure you and Callie have all sorts of plans. Marcus lowered his voice. I don't kiss and tell. Liar, I accused. He hadn't made a move, and I knew it, because he'd tell me the second it happened, and if he didn't, Callie would tell Ava, who would tell me. Shh, Marcus hissed. The girls are coming. Ava and Callie came over, giggling. Oberei nudged his wet nose into my hand, and I stroked his back. What's so funny? I asked. Nothing. Callie dragged out the word, and the girls laughed again. It had to be sexual. We should probably get back to our dorms before the guards catch us, I suggested. Charlie's right, Callie agreed. We'll see you two later. Marcus and Callie headed off toward their respective dorms, while Ava and I walked back to ours. Other students were shuffling back to their rooms, so we weren't totally alone. Too bad. I really liked what happened when we were alone. I hope you enjoyed yourself, I told her. I had the best time, Ava said. I wish the school held more dances. Same. I let the confession slip. Despite my protests against dancing, I really had enjoyed myself. Charlie walking had a good time? Ava gasped playfully. Is the world on fire? I laughed. No, I just finally gave myself permission. Ava stopped outside our dorm rooms and turned to me. I'm glad. That makes this night totally worth it. We stood there for a few seconds, as if waiting for the other to say something. I didn't think we really knew how to say goodbye. I have to grab my stuff, Ava said. My parents want to get back to the mainland tonight. They've been away from my siblings too long. My shoulders fell. Well, thanks again for the gift. I was blabbing. This was new. What the hell was wrong with me? Don't mention it, Ava said. Doors throughout the hall closed as students returned to their dorms. Ava and I were the last ones in the hall. Oberei came up behind me and shoved his head into my legs. I stumbled forward and caught myself on Ava. She laughed. I think Oberei might be trying to tell you something. I couldn't help but smile. Oberei gets what Oberei wants. I leaned down until my lips were a mere inch from hers. My heart lifted in my chest, giving me a high that could rival any hard drug. Ava closed the distance between us, pressing her soft mouth against mine. I melted all over again, dragging her close. She inhaled a deep breath. She drew away far too soon. You make me... She started breathlessly before trailing off. I pressed my forehead against hers. I make you... Ava drew a deep breath and whispered, I hate the way you make me feel, Charlie Walken. Her tone didn't reflect her words. She loved every second of it, though she wouldn't admit it. I hate you too, Pidge, I whispered. Ava's hands roamed over my chest before curling around my collar and dragging me closer. You should hate me more. She pressed her lips to mine again. I couldn't help it when my tongue slid inside her mouth. I hate you so much, I gasped. My hands dropped to grab her ass, and she bit my lower lip. I moaned as my dick jerked inside my pants. Hell, where were those handcuffs right about now? Ava could chain me up and do whatever she wanted to me. I hate you more, Ava claimed, but the way she kissed me and the way her hands moved over my body said otherwise. Prison had taught her nothing. She was still a bad liar. Passion surged between us as we made out, intensified by our bond. A door opened, and Ava and I leapt apart. I heard heavy footsteps coming down the hall, and suddenly my heart was pounding for different reasons. Had we been caught? "We should get going," Ava said quickly. "The guards are coming for bed check, and I'm supposed to be leaving already." I squeezed her hand one final time. "Sweet dreams, Pidge." "You too, Charlie," she whispered, before turning to her door and slipping inside. I licked my hand as a goodbye before following Ava into her room. I was still riding the high of her kiss, and I stumbled into the wall when I turned. Hell, I was 2 feet off from my door. I grabbed the handle and hurried inside before the guards could catch me. The moment I stepped inside, I knew I wasn't alone. I could feel a person's presence in the air. Then came the squeak of the bed springs as someone stood. "Charlie," a female voice said. My palm shot upward instinctively, warning the intruder of my magic. "Who the hell are you?" "Don't attack," she exclaimed in a hushed whisper. "Please, I'm only here to help." "Then answer the question," I demanded. "My name is Maddie Mito," she introduced. "Mito," I repeated flatly. "You're one of Ava's aunts. The one who wrote her prophecy." "Yes," she answered. "I've come tonight because it was the only time I could get into the school unnoticed." "You could have called or wrote," I suggested, lowering my hands. "Ava's room is the next door down." "You misunderstand, Charlie," she said in a low voice, as if she was afraid someone might overhear. "I didn't come to talk to Ava. I came to speak to you. What I have to say must be heard in person." I furrowed my brow. I wasn't entirely sure if I could trust her, or if she was even who she said she was. "Talk fast, or I'm calling Ava in here." "No, please," Maddie begged. "She can't know I've come. There are parts of the prophecy that I did not write down for her. Pieces meant only for you." I took a step back and caught myself on the door. "What do you mean?" "You're a part of it, Charlie," she said ominously, sending a shiver down my spine. "You and Ava share a soul, which means you are just as involved in this prophecy as she is." I held my chin up. "Whatever you have to say to me, you can say in front of Ava. I'll tell her myself either way." "You can't," Maddie insisted. "Doing so could compromise the future of supernatural society as a whole. Ava's choices cannot be influenced by what I'm about to tell you. You must keep what I say a secret, even from her." The air seemed as cold as ice, or maybe it was just that all the blood had drained to my toes. What could Maddie possibly have to say to me? And how could I keep it from Ava? I didn't have answers, but I had to know what she came here to tell me. It could help Ava unravel the mysteries around the prophecy. My breath wavered. "What is it?" Maddie sounded worried, which chilled me to the bone. "There will come a time when you need to make a choice. There will be no other options. You will need to destroy Ava, or the world will be destroyed by her." I sagged against the wall. It was worse than I could possibly fear. Somehow, I managed to find my voice. "Hell no. I'm not killing Ava." "You won't kill her," Maddie stated firmly. "You don't understand. What you will do, this is a fate far worse than death." What could possibly be worse than dying? Nothing I wanted to do to Ava, I was certain. My tongue turned to ash. "Then I won't do it," I snarled. "Nothing can make me harm her." "You don't have any other option." Maddie's tone was firm and clear. "You have a choice, Charlie Walken. The decision is in your hands. If you want to save the world, you must bring Ava to her end, or doom us all. Which will you choose?"
Author's note. This story will continue in The Criminal Lair, Prison for Supernatural Offenders, Book 2. A note from the authors. The authors acknowledge that the United States of America is a country formed on stolen land. We respect and honor the indigenous peoples who have lived here for centuries, and we recognize there is still much work to do to make reparations and heal the damage caused to the many indigenous nations who were first here, both in the past and today. May we remember the atrocities once committed, create a better world in the present, and look forward together for our future. This book features characters with the following medical conditions. The information included is meant to educate readers on disabilities featured within the Prison for Supernatural Offenders series. Bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder is a mental illness that causes unusual shifts in mood, energy, activity levels, concentration, and the ability to carry out everyday tasks. Moods range from extremely elevated to extremely depressive and can be intense. Psychosis, anxiety, eating disorders, and other conditions may develop. With proper treatment, people with bipolar disorder can lead full and productive lives. Blindness and visual impairment. Blindness is defined by an individual having severely impaired or absolutely no sense of sight. Total blindness is described as being unable to see anything with either eye. Vision loss typically affects an individual's ability to perform functions of daily living. The Prison for Supernatural Offenders series is part of the Hidden Legends universe, a paranormal fantasy world created by authors Megan Linsky and Alicia Radis. Included in this universe are the following series: the Academy of Magical Creatures series, the University of Sorcery series, and the College of Witchcraft series, with more to come. Each Hidden Legends novel features magical romances with disabled characters fighting for a better world. You can find out more about the Hidden Legends universe by going to www.hiddenlegendsbooks.com. This has been The Villain Institute, Hidden Legends, Prison for Supernatural Offenders, Book 1. Written by Megan Linsky and Alicia Radis. Narrated by Taylor Harvey and A.J. Carter. Copyright 2020 by Megan Linsky and Alicia Radis. Production copyright 2020 to 2023 by Megan Linsky and Alicia Radis.